Green Gold 2 by Jessel and Michelle. Chapter 1, Post-Prom. Harry operated himself and Jasper straight from Hurricane Ridge to his bedroom. It was entirely unintentional and incredibly embarrassing. "I meant to end up in the living room," Harry stammered, his face glowing red. "Sorry. Are you sure?" Jasper grinned mischievously, stepping closer to Harry. He wrapped one toned arm around Harry's waist and cupped his face with the other. "Because I read that apparition is very intent-based." "Swat," Harry breathed. He arched his back slightly, leaning up to catch Jasper's lips with his own. Jasper opened his mouth just enough to release a sweet breath that seemed to go straight to Harry's groin. "You drive me mad," Harry groaned, fisting one hand in the back of Jasper's thick blonde hair. He tentatively placed his other hand on Jasper's waist, unsure how much contact Jasper wanted. Apparently, it was more. Jasper moved his mouth to Harry's neck, breathing lightly and trailing teasing kisses around the crook. "Me? What about you, Harry?" Jasper let his teeth scrape against Harry's neck, sending a thrill through him that felt far too intense for the moment. "Do you have any idea how irresistible you are?" He punctuated his question with soft bites, drawing small moans from Harry with each one. Harry kept one hand firmly in Jasper's hair as they edged backward toward the wall, the perfect place for Jasper to prop him up and drive him mad. With his free hand, Harry tugged at the tie around Jasper's neck. "Off," he commanded. "Bossy," Jasper replied with a grin, immediately starting to remove his tie. He moved quickly, but not fast enough for Harry. "This too," Harry said, sliding his hands to Jasper's tuxedo jacket, making it easier as Jasper helped him. Realized Harry's intent. "Better?" Jasper leaned against the wall beside Harry's head, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. And, yeah, it definitely was. Jasper stood there in trousers that accentuated his long legs and a crisp white button-up shirt, looking far too good. He leaned in closer, sliding his free hand down Harry's back, pausing just before reaching his backside. "Do you want to know how you're feeling?" He murmured softly, his eyes smoldering as they locked onto Harry's. This was the part Harry always struggled with, knowing the right thing to say in the moment. Ginny used to drive him mad with just a whispered suggestion, and his best response was often a simple, "Yes, please." "I'd rather know how you're feeling," Harry replied. Jasper let go of the wall and moved in closer, gently and slowly removing his jacket. "You want to hear me say how incredibly turned on I am?" He murmured, tossing Harry's jacket carelessly to the floor. "How filled with want I am." He locked eyes with Harry, his hands hovering above Harry's tie, silently asking for permission. Harry nodded, granting it. Once the tie was gone and the top two buttons of Harry's shirt were undone, Jasper pressed his body against Harry's, and whispered against his lips, "Shall I describe the incredible amount of affection I have for you? The overwhelming desire?" Harry pushed aside the nerves fluttering in his stomach and placed his hand on the undeniable proof that Jasper felt the same way he did. "I'd rather you show me," he said, summoning every ounce of bravery he had. Jasper's eyes lit up, and when he smiled, it revealed nearly every perfectly white tooth in his mouth. It was an odd moment to notice, but Harry liked that smile, feral, unapologetic, and undeniably sexy. "Is that a challenge, little wizard?" Jasper asked, his voice low and teasing. Jasper's gaze was intense as he locked eyes with Harry. "If you think you can rise to the occasion, leech," Harry smirked, his confidence bubbling beneath the surface. But Jasper wiped that smirk away in an instant, pressing his pelvis against Harry's. The friction sent a rush through Harry, nearly bringing him to his knees. A sudden realization hit Harry: he hadn't been with anyone in a long time. At this rate, he wouldn't last 30 seconds. Almost as if Jasper could sense his thoughts, he pulled back just enough for Harry to let out a frustrated huff at the distance between them. "Have you ever done this before?" Jasper asked, his voice low. Harry shrugged, fingers working on the buttons of Jasper's shirt. Not with a vampire, he replied with a grin. Jasper threw his head back as Harry began to kiss a trail down his chest, each button undone revealing smooth, pale skin marked with scars. What about with a man? Harry hesitated, his mouth hovering just above Jasper's skin. No, he admitted, his cheeks burning, though the blush was hidden against Jasper's chest. Not with a man. Have you? It felt like a silly question, considering Jasper's undeniable allure and the fact that he'd been around for nearly 200 years. A few times, Jasper replied, gently tugging on Harry's hair, a soft smile playing on his lips as he angled Harry's face up to meet his gaze. It's a bit different than a broom closet with Ginny, he teased. But we don't have to go that far, whatever you want. You're ruining the moment, Jazz, Harry groaned. I want to. I just don't know what to do. Oh, darling, Jasper said, his pupils dilating, the teasing tone giving way to something more sensual. I'll show you if you'd like. Harry nodded, managing to do so even with Jasper still pulling at his hair. Yes, please. In an instant, Jasper had Harry backed up against his bed. The muscles beneath his half-open shirt coiled with every quick step, making Harry feel as though he were being hunted. But it was Jasper's eyes, open, adoring, and glazed with lust, that captured Harry's attention. He stumbled onto the bed with a small poof, and there stood Jasper, looking like a god sent just for him. His honey-colored hair was tousled, his golden eyes full of admiration, and his body only partially exposed. Harry reached for Jasper's belt, moving slowly enough for him to notice, giving him the chance to stop him if he wanted. He slid the belt out of its loops and tossed it aside, landing behind him on the edge of the bed. His fingers fumbled with the buttons of his pants, but Jasper was much more confident. He grasped either side of Harry's shirt and ripped it down the middle, buttons flying across the room. Damn, Harry muttered, feeling a flash of self-consciousness about the large silver lightning bolt scar that marked his sternum. But before he could dwell on it, Jasper let out a low growl and pushed him onto his back, straddling him almost instantly. With his forearms planted on either side of Harry, Jasper leaned down, licking, kissing, and biting around the scar. It shouldn't be so sexy how many times people have tried to kill you and failed, Jasper murmured, his breath hot against Harry's skin as he teasingly blew on his nipple. My damned reckless warrior. Then he bit down hard, drawing a gasp from Harry's throat. The combination of Jasper's teeth on such a sensitive spot and the way he made being a warrior, a fighter, a survivor, sound alluring, shifted something deep within Harry. It was no longer the curse he had always believed it to be. You feel so soft, so frail, Jasper began. Jasper lazily trailed soft puffs of air across Harry's chest, moving downward as he slid his hands along Harry's ribs. But you aren't, are you? He murmured, nipping at Harry's belly button. The sensation made Harry hiss between his teeth and arch his back. You absolute marvel. Harry was losing his mind. Jasper's cool hands unbuckled his trousers, demonstrating far more patience here than he had with the now tattered shirt that Harry still half wore. Yes? Jasper asked, hooking his fingers inside Harry's waistband and pausing for a moment. Harry didn't hesitate. God, yes. Jasper eased Harry's tight-fitting trousers down his legs with an almost agonizing slowness, pausing only to discard his shoes. Will you take your shirt off? Jasper asked, sitting up from his kneeling position, legs on either side of Harry's knees, and obliged. In that moment, Harry felt suddenly self-conscious. Jasper truly looked like an unearthly god, his shirt tossed to the floor by arms that tensed with muscle. Lithe and athletic, his shoulders led to a flawlessly toned and smooth torso. Harry couldn't help but compare himself, feeling like a scrawny, scarred body in contrast to Jasper's perfect image of beauty. Let me see your hand, Jasper said, grabbing Harry's hand and pulling it up to his chest. Can you feel that? Harry could. He felt the raised skin beneath his fingers, scars, hundreds of them. They were difficult to see with his less-than-stellar eyesight, but painfully clear under his gentle touch. The crisscrossed patterns only added to Jasper's perfection, evidence that many had tried to harm him at some point, likely all falling to Harry's own hands. It was undeniable proof that he could get as close to Jasper as he wanted without fear of losing him to the act. Harry kept his eyes locked on Jasper, barely able to ignore his parted lips and heaving chest, as he let his hands slide down Jasper's torso. "Harry," he said, his voice steady as he adjusted the waistband of his tuxedo trousers. "I love you." Jasper's smile was blinding, almost as if it were powered by the sun itself. "And I love you," he replied. In that moment, they fell together, Harry's nerves dissipating as he writhed beneath Jasper's gentle hands and unending kisses. A bite here, a whispered "You're gorgeous" there. Jasper's teasing tongue was followed by confident fingers, checking in quietly to ensure Harry was ready for what was to come. Harry had briefly thought about suggesting a switch, but his curiosity took over. More compliments flowed from Jasper's lips as he slowly eased into him. "You're so lovely," Jasper groaned, feeling Harry's legs wrap around his waist. "Just tell me if I hurt you, darlin'. You're much softer than I am." "Go faster," Harry urged, brushing aside the warning now that he was accustomed to the sensation and desperately craving more. "Please." "Lord," Jasper breathed, yielding to Harry's soft pleas. Harry had been worried that this might feel wrong or that he would embarrass himself, but there was no hesitation, no shame, only Jasper. That was all Harry could focus on, lost in a flurry of nonsensical sounds, calling out Jasper's name, and at one unexpected moment, hissing something in Parseltongue. Jasper paused at that. "What?" "Sorry," Harry panted, sweaty and breathless, teetering on the edge. "Didn't know I could still do that." "Parseltongue, talking to snakes. It slips out when I'm not paying attention." Jasper resumed his steady rhythm, his hands gripping Harry's hips tightly, though not quite as tightly as Harry wished. "That is so sexy," he said, punctuating each word with rhythmic thrusts that hit Harry's prostate just right. By the time Jasper leaned over him, Harry was already seeing stars. As Harry felt his second wave of desire wash over him, Jasper leaned in closer, whispering softly in his ear, "You, my beloved, look gorgeous like this." The moment those words reached Harry, he let out a strangled moan, his body responding almost immediately. The tightening of his muscles was enough to send Jasper over the edge, his voice frantic as he declared, "I love you." Harry lay beneath Jasper, working to steady his breathing while trying to calm the whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind. One thought stood out above the rest. Harry's insatiable curiosity had never been so thoroughly satisfied before. Jasper rolled off him, curling his cool body around Harry like a comforting embrace. "That was..." Harry began, searching for the right words. He turned onto his side, pulling Jasper's arm around him. "Entirely adequate?" Jasper suggested, a smug smirk creeping onto his face. "Git," Harry mumbled, a sleepy smile spreading across his lips. "I'm your git," Jasper replied, nuzzling his nose into the mess of Harry's hair, which he suspected resembled a bird's nest. "Yeah," Harry yawned, lazily summoning the blanket from the living room to cover them. He had no desire to move for the one beneath them. A fleeting thought crossed his mind about how a cleaning charm might come in handy. "You staying?" he asked. "For as long as you'll have me," Jasper assured him softly. "Sleep, love." In that moment, Harry hadn't slept so peacefully in years. As Jasper lay beside him, absently stroking his hair, a memory from prom suddenly clicked in his mind. Jasper smiled down at Harry, unable to resist the urge to press a gentle kiss to the top of his head. In the future, there would be a ring. Chapter 2, Ron's low-key, totally not out of control bachelor party. Saturday, June 24, 2004. Harry was starting to regret leaving Jasper behind for the night. He was definitely regretting letting Alice take charge of planning Ron's bachelor party. It had been a relief not to have to organize an event he had no idea how to begin, but Alice was a force of nature, and he should have seen that coming. This summer had been so good so far, he thought gloomily. Harry had attended his friend's graduation, cheering loudly alongside Jasper and Teddy for every single Hogwarts student who had managed to graduate despite everything they'd been through. He even bought Teddy his first broom, and though he had only cried a little, okay, maybe a lot, when he thought about all the moments he missed with his godfather that Teddy wouldn't have to miss with him, Jasper and Rosalie swore to keep it a secret. Charlie had invited Harry and Teddy on a fishing trip with him, Billy, and Jacob. In reality, it meant staying at Billy's house while Teddy splashed in the water and the rest of them tried to catch fish. Well, Harry tried. Jacob, Charlie, and Billy actually managed to reel some in. Never in his life had Harry experienced such a wonderful summer. He smiled and waved to his neighbors as he and Rosalie pushed Teddy to the newly updated playground, thanks to the Forks Police Department citing the city for unsafe equipment. He laughed when he visited the Weasleys to play Quidditch with Ginny. Creature greeted him at the burrow with a sharp smack to his shins using a spatula and a sniffly announcement that he was staying with Miss Weasels until Harry graduated from school. As if Harry could smuggle him to Forks. Harry did have Muggle friends, like Jacob, and Muggle neighbors, like Charlie. He even participated in an all-night poker game with the Cullens and Bella. Bella had fallen asleep halfway through, but Harry kept the energy flowing, determined to enjoy every moment of his summer. Harry was determined not to lose to Emmett, and he succeeded. Unfortunately, that meant he lost to Edward instead. He and Teddy had spent some time helping the Law Push guys repaint Billy's faded red barn, transforming it from a dull red to a vibrant navy blue. On the weekends when Teddy was with Andy, Harry enjoyed concerts and music festivals with Jasper. When he drank at those events, it was purely for fun, not to help himself sleep. For the first time in a long while, Harry felt carefree, relaxed, and genuinely happy. It was a shame that deep down, he knew his time was limited. The bachelor party started off easily enough. Harry had just dropped Teddy off with Rosalie, who practically begged him to let her keep Teddy overnight. This way, Harry could enjoy Ron's day with his friends from Hogwarts and the Weasley boys. "You're late," Rosalie said, tapping her foot impatiently outside the Cullen house as Harry pulled up. Well, someone wouldn't get out of the bath, Harry laughed, swinging Teddy out of his car seat and into his arms. "Oh, say," Teddy cried, reaching out for Rosalie. "Mine," she exclaimed, her smile bright as she scooped Teddy up and snuggled him close. "How's my favorite boy?" she asked. "Rotten," Harry replied dryly, following Rosalie and Teddy inside while carrying a small overnight bag for Teddy, completely unnecessary since Teddy had more belongings at the Cullen house than he did at home. "Are you sure you don't mind watching him?" Harry asked, but Rosalie's eye roll was answer enough. "Go enjoy your boys' night," she insisted. "Teddy will be fine, go have fun," Jasper murmured from the sofa, where he and Emmett were engrossed in an intense video game race, their controllers gripped tightly as they leaned toward the screen. "And don't forget to get cash to tip the strippers," Emmett laughed. "There aren't going to be strippers," Harry replied, feeling his cheeks flush. He shot a pleading look at his friends. Harry felt a twinge of anxiety at the back of his mind. "Right? You worry too much," Alice replied lightly. "Go have fun." And Harry, being a bit oblivious, didn't realize until much later that Alice had cleverly sidestepped his question. He parked his car at home and fled over to the burrow, eager to meet up with Ron, Neville, Dean, Seamus, George, and Charlie. As he stumbled out of the fireplace into the Weasley kitchen, he was greeted by an unexpected sight. Malfoy? Draco Malfoy sat at the kitchen table, surrounded by Harry's friends and Ron's siblings, looking completely at ease as Molly served him a giant plate of pancakes. Harry was taken aback. Was it more shocking that Draco was comfortably mingling with a group of loud Gryffindors, or that he was wearing casual Muggle clothes? "Harry." Ron sprang to his feet, a guilty grin on his face. Hey, mate, let's step outside for a minute, yeah? I never showed you. The front yard, which is perfect for private conversations, Hermione interjected, rolling her eyes. Exactly. Ron nodded sagely. Come on. Before Harry could greet anyone else, Ron was practically pushing him out the door. Once outside, Ron waved his wand and muttered, Muffliato, then began pacing in front of his bewildered best friend. Don't be mad, Ron said, wearing a path in the grass. You're going to want to be mad, but don't. All right, Harry replied slowly, unsure of what was happening. He hoped Ron wasn't about to cancel their plans. Alice had put a lot of effort into organizing the best night of their lives. Listen. Ron paused, gathering his thoughts. Ron paced nervously, shooting Harry another guilty glance. I invited Draco. Harry opened his mouth to respond, but Ron interrupted with what sounded like a rehearsed speech. No. Wait. He ran a shaky hand through his hair. I know you don't like him, mate, but hear me out, okay? Did you know he apologized to us on the first day? All of us. And I get that you can't stand him, but you wouldn't just stand by while Draco got jinxed in the halls, would you? Harry couldn't deny that, but Ron didn't let him speak. And you know it was part of his deal that he had to finish Hogwarts, so he couldn't even leave. Then Ginny started hanging out with him, and he began showing up in the library to study with Hermione. And then we got into a fist fight. You what? Yeah, Ron grimaced. He said something poncy, and I just hit him. Then he hit me back, and we ended up with detention. During detention, I was cleaning the trophy case. Did you know McGonagall gave all of Dumbledore's Army Special Service Awards? You even got one, but she didn't give one to Edgecombe. That bloody sneak. Harry felt a flicker of satisfaction at that. Good, he thought, still annoyed by the girl who could have landed them all in trouble. Anyway, Draco said something dumb that made me laugh. And, well, we just kind of started hanging out. Then Hermione invited him to the wedding, and I invited him to the bachelor party. Everyone else thinks it's a good idea, Ron added defensively. Plus. Ron. Harry cupped his hands around his mouth to shout, trying to get Ron's attention. When Ron blinked at him, Harry dropped his arms and shrugged. I don't care. Ron pointed a finger at Harry, his ears turning bright red. I can't uninvite him, Harry. No, Harry chuckled, wondering if Ron had always been this dramatic or if it was just wedding nerves. Why spiders? Why not follow the butterflies? He decided that Ron had always been like this. That's a bit dramatic, Harry said. I meant I don't care that you invited Malfoy. Merlin, I don't know why you thought you needed to drag me out here to explain yourself. It's your bachelor party, you can invite anyone you want. Ron slowly lowered his accusing finger. You don't care? But, you hate him? I mean, not really. Harry shrugged, feeling uncomfortable discussing things he'd rather avoid. He's always been a bit of a jerk, but it's not like he had a choice about which side he wanted to be on before. Harry could never forget Malfoy's face on the top of the astronomy tower, or how he lowered his wand before the others arrived. He remembered that Malfoy's argument for why he had to kill Dumbledore was to protect his mother. Harry thought he might have done the same if he'd been in Draco's position. Sometimes, while drinking and replaying the war in his mind, he wondered if he and Malfoy weren't all that different, just two kids forced into roles they never truly fit. So, you're not mad? Ron asked. No, Harry grinned, amused that Ron thought he would be the one to freak out about Malfoy coming along. You were the one who punched him, twice, apparently. Yeah, well. Ron was the one grinning sheepishly now. Hermione hit him too. Damn, Harry laughed at the memory. I forgot. Then she turned around and invited him to the wedding? She's mad. Positively howling, Ron agreed, slapping Harry on the shoulder as he turned him back toward the doorway. "Thanks, mate." "You're an idiot," Harry said fondly. As they re-entered the kitchen, Harry noticed Malfoy looked a bit more nervous. He had slid to the edge of his seat, gripping his cup tightly in his hands. "Wait. Let me guess." Neville laughed. Harry eyed Ron carefully. "So, Harry doesn't care that Draco's coming along, and you're the only one who thought it would be a problem?" Basically, Ron admitted with a laugh. To prove his point, Harry took a seat next to Malfoy. Malfoy instinctively scooted over a bit, prompting Harry to move closer. He didn't hate Malfoy, but it was still entertaining to poke at him. "Mate, I told you, if Harry got Snape a bloody Order of Merlin, then he's not going to care about Draco coming to the party," Seamus said, laughing around a mouthful of pancakes. "Piss off," Ron shot back, grinning apologetically at Harry from across the table. Molly scared at the boy's language but slid a plate of pancakes in front of Harry anyway. "You look good, dear." "Is Teddy with Andy?" she asked. "Thanks," Harry replied, grabbing the syrup from Malfoy. "Teddy's with Rose." "Who's Rose?" Dean asked, raising an eyebrow. "I thought the papers were talking about your immortal blonde babe." "Rose is the blonde babe's sister," Ginny chimed in. "She's also a blonde babe, though." "You really are friends with a clan of vampires, then?" Malfoy asked quietly. "Friends?" Charlie laughed, wiggling his eyebrows. "Harry and Jasper are more than friends. They're lovers," George grinned. "Which, really, Charlie, isn't that the best kind of friend to have?" "Shut up," Harry said, laughing as he tossed a piece of pancake at George. "Yeah, we're friends, but they aren't a clan, they're a family," he explained to Malfoy. Malfoy nodded, inching a little further away from Harry, which only made Harry smile wider. "Bill, are you sure you don't want to go with the boys?" Molly fretted, placing a hand on her oldest son's shoulder. "It wouldn't hurt to have an adult there." "Oi. What am I then?" Charlie demanded. "A tall toddler," Percy replied dryly, eliciting a surprised laugh from the others. Bill patted his mom's hand reassuringly. "I don't want to be that far from Fleur. Your granddaughter could arrive any time now. Vila don't always carry for the full 9 months, and with my genes, we really don't know what could happen. The boys will be fine." "Plus, Harry planned it," Hermione added with a kind smile. "How much trouble could he possibly get them into?" After considering her words for a moment, it was clear that not a single person in the kitchen felt reassured. In fact, Molly looked horrified, and Malfoy went paler than usual. Alice did most of it," Harry admitted when everyone stared at him. "Actually, Alice did all of it. So, it'll be fine." Then Harry inched closer to Malfoy, laughing until tears pooled in his eyes as Malfoy scooted away and fell right off his chair. At that moment, Harry was sure it was going to be a great day. The 8 of them, because Percy was not interested, thank you though, caught the port key that Harry had delivered to the burrow right on time, and even Malfoy's eyes widened when they landed. "Where are we?" Ron asked, looking around the giant sitting room in wonder. Harry wasn't really sure. He knew it was a place called Nashville, Tennessee, but that was about it. It looked a bit like a log cabin, if log cabins were mansion-sized, with huge fireplaces, pool tables, and what looked like an actual jacuzzi next to the wall-sized television. "Oi. There's a note," Dean exclaimed, grabbing a fancily folded note sitting in the middle of the dining table. The outside read, "Weasley Party," in what Harry was certain was Alice's handwriting. "Dear Ron, Harry, Neville, Dean, Seamus, Charlie, George, and Draco." "Draco is coming?" Dean asked, surprised. "I didn't know," Harry replied. "But Alice is a seer, so she must have known." He sighed. "A warning would have been nice, though." Dean continued reading from the note aloud. Congratulations on your upcoming wedding, Ron. He glanced at Charlie, who snatched the black bag sitting beside the note. Inside this bag are supplies you'll need, Charlie finished, his curiosity piqued. There's also a car waiting outside with a list of places to take you. Have fun. Love, Alice. Everyone turned to Harry, giving him a look that made him ruffle his hair and shrug helplessly. Alice was really excited to plan this. What's in the bag? Charlie began pulling cards out of the bag and spread them out on the table. The rest of the group crowded around, peering at Alice's offerings. What are they? Malfoy asked, crinkling his nose in confusion as he found a card with his name and photo on it. They're fake IDs, Dean said, his eyes widening in realization. Holy hell, Harry. Your vamp got us fake IDs. She also gave us credit cards, Harry said, shaking his head as he eyed the sleek black cards with their names on them. What's a credit card? Malfoy asked, clearly puzzled. Harry hadn't realized how little Malfoy knew about the Muggle world. They're cards that pay for things, Harry explained. And what are the IDs for? George chimed in with a grin. Alcohol, he replied, and George's eyes lit up. Harry, tell Alice I love her. Who's ready to party? Everyone let out a cheer and rushed outside to see the city. But as soon as they stepped onto the porch, they halted in awe. If the interior of the log cabin mansion was impressive, it was nothing compared to the breathtaking view out the front door. Ron, did you invite Harry's vampires to the wedding? Charlie asked, a pleased glimmer in his eyes as he took in the scenic forest that surrounded them from their mountainside location. Yeah, Ron replied. Good. Charlie stuck his hands in his pockets, nodding as they all gazed around, excitement buzzing in the air. Because I'm going to kiss Alice, Harry announced, and he thought the other guys were on board. Ron even bobbed his head a bit until Neville nudged him. Let's go get Ron trashed, Seamus declared. Everyone piled into what looked like an extended, and probably expensive, version of Emmett's Jeep. This is wicked, Harry. Ron beamed as the driver, clearly someone Alice had gone overboard for, introduced himself and mentioned he had strict instructions to take them to the best spots in the city. Charlie reached into the back of the vehicle and grabbed a handful of mini bottles of alcohol, tossing one to each of them. Ron cracked his open and raised it toward Harry. To the best bachelor party ever. Harry lifted his own bottle, joining the cheers. To the best bachelor party ever. In hindsight, it truly was the best, even if there were a few hiccups along the way. The first hiccup came when the driver dropped them off at a pub, winking as he mentioned they had the best burgers in town. He assured them he'd be back when they were ready to move on. Having lived in Forks for a year and eaten at Patsy's Diner at least once a month with Chief Swan, Harry had no trouble ordering a burger and fries. Ron, George, Charlie, Seamus, and Dean followed suit without hesitation. But watching Malfoy and Neville struggle to figure out the menus and the various American Muggle foods was so amusing that Harry couldn't resist taking a video of their stammering attempts to place their orders. He sent it to Hermione as proof of their normal outing. Can I see your IDs? Their waitress, a pretty blonde in a shirt cut low enough that Seamus and Dean were struggling to focus, asked skeptically when they began ordering drinks. As they handed over their IDs, Harry felt a wave of panic wash over him, hoping wherever Alice had gotten these made had done a good job. You're 21. She raised an eyebrow at Malfoy. That's what my ID says, Malfoy replied, trying to sound confident. Sure, boys, Malfoy said, his voice dripping with just a hint of the haughtiness Harry remembered from their 4th year. The waitress returned their IDs, skepticism still lingering in her eyes. What are we drinking? Looking back, Harry realized that letting Charlie order drinks for everyone had probably been their first mistake of the night. I don't know what to do with this, Malfoy said nervously, eyeing the shot of whiskey Charlie had slid his way. Like this, Harry replied, throwing back his drink. The others quickly followed suit. George clinked glasses with Harry, a mischievous smile on his face. Who do you think will get drunk first? Ronnie or Malfoy? Harry glanced between the two of them, neither looked particularly steady after their drinks. Malfoy, he whispered. Bet. In the end, it turned out to be neither. After paying an outrageous tab, they stumbled back to the car. Neville was swaying enough that Dean had to steady him with a hand on his arm, trying to suppress a smile. I can't believe that waitress gave you her number, Seamus said, shaking his head at Neville from Dean's other side. Some blokes have all the luck, Ron laughed, not appearing the slightest bit jealous. He slid into the seat next to Harry, looking completely happy. Harry figured it had all been a success so far. He quickly shot off a text to Hermione, Ron is having fun. Great. Love you both. Be safe. Mione thinks we're going to do something stupid, Harry scoffed at Ron. That's because she doesn't trust us, Ron chuckled, his cheeks flushed from the alcohol they'd already consumed. Rude. Dean yelled. Tell Hermione that's not very head girl of her. Harry laughed, sending her just that before pocketing his phone as they arrived at the next location on the list Alice had given the driver. Am I waiting here for you boys or picking you back up in a couple of hours? Harry and Ron exchanged glances, then turned to the sign that read Little Nashville. Gentlemen's Club, Charlie said with a shrug. Oh, absolutely. In a couple of hours, he added, a playful sparkle in his eyes. Or you're more than welcome to join us. The driver chuckled at the bewildered expressions on the others' faces and tipped his little black hat at Charlie, winking. I'll leave this one for you gentlemen. But Miss Cullen asked me to inform you that those cards have a $500 cash advancement limit, each. Harry wondered why Alice would specifically mention that, until they walked through the door, and he let out a groan. He was going to kill her. If Hermione didn't kill him first. You are the best man ever. Dean laughed, clapping Harry on the shoulder. Hermione's going to skin you alive, but still. If the Dark Lord couldn't kill Potter, I doubt that Granger could, Malfoy said with a smirk. The others raised their brows at him until his grin faded. I mean, she couldn't, right? Wrong. George laughed. Hermione's definitely going to kill him. But in the meantime, strippers. Drinks first, Seamus chimed in. He and Neville led the way to the bar, both doing a commendable job of not staring at the flashing lights and the women dancing on stage. What's the best drink here? Dean yelled over the loud, fast-paced music. Jell-O shots are our most popular, the bartender shouted back. How many can I get you boys? 24, Charlie declared. 3 shots each, and let's add 8 beers too. He clapped Ron on the shoulder with a proud grin. My baby brother's getting married next weekend. The other patrons crowding the bar erupted in cheers, and that was the last thing Harry clearly remembered for a while. I think I love her, Malfoy sighed, his face looking soft as he tipped a dark-skinned dancer with pretty green eyes and wild black curls. Rule 1 is don't fall in love with the dancers, Charlie laughed. By those boys around on. A toast to marriage. A man with a round belly, a long red beard, and a cowboy hat bellowed. I loved it so much, I did it 3 times. A tall, curvy blonde dancer, clad in nothing but a tiny sequined skirt, draped an arm over Harry's shoulder and purred in his ear, which one of you boys is the groom? Over there. Harry quickly pointed to Ron, whose gobsmacked face was hard to miss. But Harry will want to dance too, I'm sure, Neville said kindly. No, he won't, Charlie laughed. Those drinks are from the ladies over there, the bartender said, sliding each of them a bottle of beer while gesturing toward a group of women in their mid-30s, who were waving and batting their eyelashes. Merlin. That one looks like Umbridge, Seamus snickered. And he was right, it was a bit gross. Harry and Malfoy leaned on each other, trying to keep steady as Ron, Dean, and Seamus got pulled into getting dances. Harry didn't quite understand what was so funny, but he held on to Malfoy and laughed until tears streamed down his face. "Send me this video, P. Potter," Malfoy slurred through his laughter. "You don't have a phone, you prat," Harry replied, but he decided to go ahead and take a video anyway. "All right, boys, you need food," Charlie declared at some point. "Let's soak up some of that booze and leave these lovely ladies alone. Call me." One of the dancers blew a kiss to Malfoy. Charlie had to grab Malfoy by the shirt collar to keep him from darting back inside. "I don't have a telephone," Malfoy yelled over Charlie's shoulder. "I'll send you a Patronus." "I don't know what that means." "I love you, Glimmer." 8 bottles of water and 8, what's a McDouble? "This is the best bar in Nashville, boys, spring water." "I'll come back around 3. "Thanks." "Bruce," George said. "My name's Tony," came the reply, followed by a flirty message. "Love you, cutie. You have a great body. So hot." "This is Carlisle. Please be safe and drink water." "Mate, you know I love you, right?" Ron slurred. I don't know what I'd do without you." "I love Hermione so much too, I really do. But I love you just as much. I just don't want to kiss you, you know." Harry tried to console his emotional friend while also spilling his own drunken feelings. "You're the best friend I could ever ask for. My first friend. The greatest. I love you. And I never want you to kiss me. Potter. I can call you Harry, right?" Draco asked. "Sure, hiccup, Draco." "All right, Harry, listen, Ron's about to puke." And just like that, Ron did, spectacularly, all over the legs of a guy who was throwing darts with his friends. "What the hell, dude?" the guy exclaimed, turning to push Ron, causing him to stumble backward. "I'm sorry," Ron slurred. His drunken apology was abruptly cut off when Neville's fist flew past Harry's face, just missing him, and landing squarely on the nose of the guy who had pushed Ron. "Don't push my friend, you wanker." Someone yelled fight. And suddenly, Harry found himself in the midst of chaos, limbs tangled, fists flying everywhere. He thought he heard Seamus break a bottle, yelling, "Come get some." "Mum's going to kill us," Charlie said cheerfully. Well, she'd never kill her favorite child, but the rest of us are dead. "Who's her favorite?" Ron slumped down on the cement bench next to Charlie, his jacket ripped and his head pounding from the rapid sobering charm Charlie had cast on them as they were loaded into the police cars. "Harry, of course," George replied. "That makes sense," Seamus nodded. "I think he's everyone's favorite. Bloody green eyes and everyone just swoons." "He's not my favorite," Draco sniffed. "He accidentally kicked me during that fight." "Right," Neville winked. "Accident." "Shut up, Neville," the other 6 men chimed in unison. "Who do you think he's calling? His vampire lover or his vampire lover's sister?" Dean asked. The group placed their bets, eagerly awaiting Harry's return from his one free phone call. Charlie had refused to obliviate the muggles and apparate them back. Apparently, emergencies only didn't apply to Muggle jail. Charlie, Draco, and Neville wagered on Harry definitely calling his vampire lover. Seamus, Dean, and George bet on the sister. Ron simply said as long as it wasn't Hermione or his mum, he didn't care. "Hey, Bella, is your dad around?" "Great, can I talk to him?" "Hello?" "Hey, Chief Swan. You remember that time I did you a favor?" "Harry?" "Of course I do. What's wrong, son?" "I need a favor." "Anything you need." "What's going on?" "Me and..." Harry counted quickly in his throbbing head. 7 of my friends are in jail. Any way you can call and maybe, Maybe, pull some strings? Please, Chief. I'll even owe you another favor. What were you arrested for? Bar fight during my mate's bachelor party. Charlie sighed. Though Harry had no way of knowing, Charlie's lips twitched with a fond memory of his first bar fight. Billy still had the scar above his eyebrow to prove that Charlie Swan hadn't always been a cop. Give the desk officer the phone, Harry. Last time I'm bailing you out, son. Yes, sir. Thank you. Freedom. I never thought I'd see the sky again. George laughed as the desk officer escorted them out of the station with a firm order to go home. And look. George pointed to where the obnoxious Jeep limo was parked at the curb in front of the station. Bruce is here. The boys all climbed in, ready to escape the chaos of the night. They piled into the Jeep limo, eager to put as much distance between themselves and the police station as possible. How'd you know where we were? Dean asked, his voice filled with disbelief. Miss Cullen called me. She was pretty sure you all got arrested, came the reply. Ugh, Harry groaned, slumping back against the seat. That means they all know now. They won't tell Hermione, right? Ron asked, looking a bit pale beneath his freckles. Not until after she marries me, anyway, right? Harry felt a strong sense of camaraderie with everyone in the car after the wild night they'd shared. He threw a reassuring arm around Ron's shoulder. She'll never know, mate. Harry James Potter. Harry stumbled over Seamus' feet and nearly crashed face-first onto the Weasley dining table. Luckily, Charlie caught him just in time. It had started as such a good morning, and now he groaned at the chaos. They had all returned to the log cabin and collapsed in various spots, only to wake up to a full breakfast buffet that Alice had arranged. Ron had been wide awake and grinning ever since he caught sight of the bacon spread. After showering and enjoying breakfast, they downed pain potions while reminiscing about the previous night. Most of them agreed it had been a fantastic time, with the only regret being the parts they couldn't remember. Charlie, that smug bastard, assured them he'd made of tougher stuff and had managed to stay sober enough to remember everything. He promised to share his stories at the most inconvenient moments. Harry felt a swell of pride, especially since Ron claimed it had been the most fun he'd ever had. Hey, Hermione, Harry tried to flash a charming smile, but the crossed arms and tapping foot in front of him told him it wasn't working. You have 5 seconds to explain exactly what you were thinking last night, Hermione said, her tone sharp. 5, 4. It was Neville's fault. Harry exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Neville. He started it. Neville would mourn his death, but he had already taken a killing curse for others once before, and that was more than enough. Harry might be some immortal master of death, but if anyone could find a way to kill him, it was Hermione Jean Granger, the brightest witch of her generation. Hermione narrowed her eyes at the freshly showered, still hungover group. Started what? She asked sharply. What? Harry blinked, hoping he hadn't just revealed something she already knew. Wait, what's up? He straightened his glasses, trying for a casual tone and a friendly grin. Did you have fun with Jin and Luna and the girls last night? I did, Hermione replied tersely, her eyes flashing and her hair looking bushier than usual, a sure sign that Harry had managed to make her furious. Until I got a bunch of interesting texts from you. The group froze. Harry racked his brain, trying to remember what he had texted Hermione after they left the first pub, but he couldn't. I was a bit drunk, Hermione, he said with a sheepish smile, not noticing that the others had all taken a step back from him. What did I say? Hermione raised an unimpressed brow and wiggled the phone he had given her before reading off a message. Hey Mia, don't ever call me Mia, she said firmly. LOL. She then flashed the photo Harry had drunkenly sent her, showing one of the dancers from the night before straddling Ron's lap, her chest smashed against his face while his arms were awkwardly held out to the sides. All 8 supposed men gulped at Hermione's annoyance. Bloody hell, Harry, Ron groaned. Are you trying to kill me? Air. Harry's hand twitched, wishing he could reach for his wand, hoping that his newfound camaraderie with the others would be enough to earn him a protective charm, though perhaps not from Neville, considering he had just tried to throw him under the bus. I don't even know what to say, Harry admitted. What you can do is explain why on earth you thought I would want that photo sent to me, Hermione said, glaring at him as she took a small step forward. Assuming there were going to be strippers and actually seeing one shoving her breasts in my fiancé's face are two different things. Wait, you're not mad at me? Ron asked, his voice filled with hope. Of course not, Hermione replied, giving him a sweet smile that eased the tension in his shoulders. Harry found that really unfair, considering Ron was the one in the photo, being mauled by a girl wearing nothing but stiletto heels. There were dancers at the club the girls and I went to, but Luna didn't go texting you photos of them giving me a lap dance, did she? Hermione turned her glare back on Harry. Probably because Luna doesn't have a phone, Harry offered. Maybe I should get her one. For Christmas. Only Draco chuckled at this. Harry figured that sarcasm was probably more appreciated in Slytherin than in Gryffindor. Or maybe, Ron interrupted Hermione with a sudden yelp. Oi. What do you mean there were dancers giving you a lap dance? Time to go, George laughed. Come on, guys. Harry tried to slip out the back door with the others, hoping to leave Ron and Hermione to bicker it out like they always did. But Hermione casually flicked her wand and blocked his escape. You and I still need to talk about appropriate texts to send, she said. This was such a good summer so far, Harry thought gloomily as he plopped down at the Weasleys' table and buried his face in his hands. It felt like a shame to die now, just when he'd finally started living again. Chapter 3, Texts of Shame. Sunday, June 25, 2004. Jasper could sense Harry's emotions even before he heard the sound of his car approaching. Embarrassment, annoyance, dread, and a hint of happiness told Jasper that Harry had enjoyed his time with friends. Not that they needed confirmation, that was the very reason they were all gathered in the living room, patiently awaiting Harry's arrival for Teddy. Oh, this is going to be so good, Emmett laughed as the sound of Harry's tires on the gravel reached their ears. Quiet, Edward murmured, his lips barely containing a smile as they heard Harry's car door slam shut. For quick steps brought Harry to the door, where he gave a polite, and unnecessary, knock. Hey guys, oh. Harry hesitated in the doorway, shuffling nervously as he took in the sight of the Cullens and Isabella all gathered and focused on him. Where's Teddy? He asked, his eyes darting around anxiously. Jasper felt the shift in Harry's emotions, a wave of fear washing over him. To ease his friend's nerves, Jasper quickly reassured him. He's napping in his room, Jasper replied. We need to talk, Harry, Rosalie said, her tone serious. Come sit. Harry edged into the room, cautious and unable to decipher their impassive expressions. All right, he said, settling next to Jasper and glancing at Rosalie. What's up? Harry, Carlisle said, clasping his hands in his lap and leaning forward to give Harry a solemn look. Jasper admired his composure, even as the overwhelming amusement radiated from his family and Isabella, making it a challenge for him to keep his own smile in check. You know that you are a part of our family, and we all care for you very much, Carlisle continued. But I am happily married to Esme and would prefer you to remain as a son to me. Harry blinked, once, twice, 3 times, before a blush crept across his cheeks, and he scowled. That was meant for someone else, he stammered, just as the Cullens finally lost their composure and erupted into laughter. The laughter echoed through the room, prompting Rosalie to check on Teddy to ensure he wasn't disturbed. Are you sure? Because that wasn't the only one I received, Carlisle said with a smile. I won't read them aloud, but I can see how you might mix up Carlisle and Jasper in your contacts. Jasper bit his lip to stifle his laughter. He knew Harry had saved him in his phone as cute face. By the time Harry left, it would probably revert to jazz. What up? You look like a brick wall. LOL, Emmett read from Harry's text. Then there are a bunch of blurry pictures and a video of you and some redhead comparing muscles. Charlie or Ron? Jasper asked. Charlie, probably, Harry muttered. You suck, Alice pouted, glancing at her short and, in Jasper's opinion, hilarious text. Didn't you have fun? No, Harry lied, his face burning and his jaw clenched. In fact, thanks to you, if I ever pull a stunt like that again, I'm not invited to the wedding anymore. Which stunt? Isabella asked. Sending out photos of a bunch of your friends getting lap dances. Why weren't you in any of the photos getting a dance? Emmett teased, wiggling his brows at Harry. Not hot enough for you? Piss off. Or getting arrested and having Charlie pull some strings to get you and your friends out? Isabella grinned at Harry's flushed face. I thought you were going to be safe. We were. Harry insisted. Hey Eddie, what am I thinking? Jell-O shots, Edward quoted the text Harry sent him. Then, for some reason, you sent me a photo of you, a young man with blonde hair, and a topless brunette dancer, smoking what looks like cigarettes. I wasn't smoking. Harry quickly denied, casting a side glance at Jasper. They were. And Draco asked me to go outside with him. He probably would have proposed to that muggle girl if I hadn't stopped him. It was, entirely professional, Harry said with a hint of sarcasm. Esme smiled genuinely at him. I thought the texts you sent were very sweet. You are a good cook, and nice, and your son is very hot. He meant me, of course, Edward chimed in, smirking at Harry's suddenly red face. I bloody well did not, Harry scowled. He meant either me or Carlisle, perhaps, Jasper said smoothly. He clearly prefers blondes. Harry jumped to his feet, giving Jasper an accusing look. Et too, Jasper. So he does pay attention in English, Isabella murmured to Edward, causing them both to dissolve into giggles once again. You'll notice that I'm not reading mine out loud, Jasper assured Harry with a teasing smile. I happen to be a gentleman. And Harry, it seemed, had a positively filthy mouth when he was happily wasted. Jasper planned to save those texts for eternity. This is Alice's fault. Harry pointed an accusing finger at Jasper's sister. She's uninvited to the wedding. Roan, Alice sang happily. I knew you'd find a way to blame me, so I texted Hermione. She said we're all still invited, but you are, direct quote here, on thin ice. I hate you, Harry growled. I'm getting my godson and never speaking to you lot again. He was halfway up the stairs when he yelled back down, and I'm blocking your numbers. He won't, Alice said confidently. He might block Carlisle, Emmett added, setting off another round of laughter that lasted until Harry stomped down the stairs with Teddy in his arms and Rosalie giggling behind him. You lot are gits, Harry sniffed. Gits. Teddy echoed, his blonde hair switching back to its usual curly black. Harry smiled at the little boy and nodded. That's right, Teddy Bug. Gits. He rolled his eyes at the others and attempted to stalk out the door. Unfortunately, he tripped and stumbled a bit, setting off another wave of laughter. Laughter erupted again, especially from Emmett and Rosalie. Harry took a moment to compose himself before shooting them a withering glare and slamming the door behind him. Oh no, did we really upset him? Should I go apologize? Esme asked, her voice tinged with remorse. I don't think that's necessary, Edward replied, trying to reassure her. He was thinking about Jasper for most of it, and it didn't seem like angry thoughts. Emmett laughed so hard he ended up rolling on the floor. He isn't really upset, Jasper chimed in, glancing at his mother. Harry likes to be teased. He was feeling both embarrassed and genuinely happy throughout the whole thing. Jasper paused for a moment, wondering if he should still go over to Harry's today. He had spent almost the entire summer at Harry's house or vice versa, and now he even had his own key. It was more of a point of pride for him than a necessity, considering Harry never actually locked his door. Ding. Are you coming or staying there and being an idiot? Coming. I can be an idiot with you, darling. Chapter 4, Ronmion's Happy Ever After. Jasper spent much of the week leading up to the wedding babysitting Teddy, while Harry frantically worked to finalize the details of Ron and Hermione's gift. Is it too much? Harry asked the night before the wedding. It is not, Jasper replied, planting a kiss on the side of his head. You would say that, Harry grumbled. You bought Teddy a car. Jasper shrugged. He felt he owed Teddy a car, after all. A small, custom, battery-powered car to match Harry's own was hardly a strain on his finances. At least it's an age-appropriate car, Jasper said. They will love your gift. Ours, Harry corrected absently. What? Jasper glanced up from the papers he was squinting at and furrowed his brows. It's our gift, Harry insisted. You paid for part of it, and we're together, right? So it's from both of us. Ours. Ours, Jasper agreed, a broad smile spreading across his face. Tentatively, Harry scooted closer to Jasper on the couch, unsure as always when initiating physical contact. Jasper easily stretched an arm behind Harry's shoulders, arranging them until Harry could lounge back comfortably with his head resting in Jasper's lap. I love you, Jasper said, tangling his fingers in Harry's curls. Love you, Harry replied, his eyes shining. Jasper tried to recall a time in his life when he had felt this happy and content, but there was none. Harry had changed his life, transformed him in ways so profound that he could never return to the monotony he once knew. He idly wondered if he could ever find a ring that would shine as brightly as Harry's eyes. Friday, June 30th, 2004. The morning of Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger's wedding was beautiful. Well, it was raining in Forks, but in Devon, England, at St. Mary's Church nestled in a stunning field of wildflowers, the weather was perfect. And yet, it seemed Harry was prepared to enjoy none of it. The moment they arrived, promptly at 6 in the morning after dropping Teddy off with Rosalie, who would bring him closer to the ceremony, Harry rushed around almost as frantically as Molly. Jasper tried to help, but he couldn't erect wards or put up privacy charms. Instead, he offered assistance to the very pregnant Fleur with flower arrangements. Thank you, Fleur smiled, patting her heavy stomach with a huff. Victoire is coming very soon. Are you both excited? Jasper asked politely, moving another stream of flowers across the middle pew while Fleur secured it to the ancient wood with a wave of her wand. We are, Fleur beamed. Jasper didn't need her verbal confirmation, joy, love, and affection radiated from her every pore. He could also sense a little contentment that wasn't Fleur's, so he assumed that Victoire was perfectly happy in her current position. Bill is going to ask Hermione and Ron to be godparents, Fleur confided in a hushed tone, though it wasn't necessary since they were the only two inside the church. He wanted to ask Charlie, but Charlie is a wild soul. I do not want my daughter to be raised in a hut by a dragon sanctuary. Are godparents a very important title to witches and wizards? Jasper asked. Humans, or muggles, I suppose, don't seem to place much importance on them. It is the second most important role in a child's life. Fleur exclaimed, handing Jasper another stream of flowers for the back rows of pews. The godparents are the ones who will raise your babe if you are not here. Perhaps muggles simply haven't survived a recent enough war to realize the importance of it, Jasper mused. That could be, Fleur said thoughtfully. But truly, it's because of Harry that I am being so picky about who we choose. Victoire. Oh. Jasper paused, his hand stilling as he looked at Fleur with curiosity. How so? Because of Sirius, Fleur replied, cradling her stomach and frowning down at it. Sirius was meant to raise Harry if James and Lily died, but instead, he was arrested, and Harry went to live with those awful muggles. That's why Ronald will be the primary godfather, but we're making Charlie the second. Dragons are better than nothing, no? Jasper understood enough French and could hear the venom in Fleur's voice to grasp her feelings about Harry's muggle family. They are, he agreed quietly. Harry doesn't talk about his relatives much. I don't think they keep in touch. He remembered Harry mentioning them only once, sharing how he was forced to live in a cupboard. The fact that they didn't like magic must have been incredibly hurtful for a magical child living with them. I will not be gossiping about Harry's life, Fleur said firmly. Harry saved my sister's life, and mine as well. But I will say this, when the Order went to get Harry when he was 15, they had to talk Alastair and Sirius out of going back to kill the muggles. Why? Jasper asked, trying to convey just the right amount of incredulity while masking his curiosity. He didn't want Fleur to see how desperately he wanted to know more about Harry's past. They had him locked in a room, 6 locks on the door, Fleur spat, her beautiful ice-blue eyes flashing with fury. Harry was skin and bone, they weren't feeding him. Sirius took one look at Harry when they arrived, and Arthur said that Remus had to hold him back from going to kill the muggles after Harry went to sleep. Jasper blinked down at the garland of flowers in his hands, carefully setting it down to avoid crushing it. They didn't feed him? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Non, Fleur snarled, her fury matching Jasper's. And Molly mentioned that it wasn't a new problem. She said the boys broke Harry out when he was 12 because the muggles weren't feeding him. That's... Jasper struggled to find the right words. Fleur agreed, sharing his sentiment. The muggles are very lucky that Harry isn't vindictive, no? Exceedingly, Jasper replied. They hung the last of the garlands in a comfortable silence. As they walked back to the burrow, just 5 blocks away, Jasper pondered what Fleur had shared. He realized he had another question. When you say that Harry saved your sister's life, I remember something about a merman. Fleur laughed, a light, tinkling sound, and took Jasper's arm. Did he not tell you about the Triwizard Tournament? Jasper searched his memory, trying to recall any mention of a tournament. Is that when he fought a dragon? Fleur laughed again, the sunlight giving her skin a soft glow, beautiful in its own way. Harry was chosen as a champion, and I was not happy. I called him a little boy, I thought he might curse me. Jasper chuckled, easily picturing Harry's indignation. But then he beat me in the first task, the dragon. And I was no longer laughing, was I? Fleur tossed her silver hair over her shoulder. And then he saved Gabrielle, my sister, from the merman in the second task. She wasn't even his hostage. Hostage? Jasper asked, intrigued. They were nearing the burrow now, and he felt his chance for more stories about Harry slipping away. Oh, it was part of the challenge, Fleur explained. We had to rescue what we would miss the most from the merman. Mine was Gabrielle, and Harry's was Ronald. Jasper grinned, curious about who would be chosen next. Harry's the hostage now? Probably Teddy. Fleur's voice was laced with disbelief. And then he should have won, but he was kidnapped, and Cedric was killed. It was a tragedy. Jasper instantly regretted her words as they approached Arthur and Molly's front door. Judging by Fleur's smirk, he suspected she might have said it on purpose. They were immediately greeted by a whirlwind of activity inside the house. Sacrebleu, Fleur murmured in French. Save yourself, Jasper. Jasper laughed, convinced that the bustling Weasleys couldn't possibly be that overwhelming, but he quickly realized he was mistaken. Jasper. Oh, thank Merlin. Ginny came sprinting toward them, her hair elegantly curled and a fluffy golden robe draped over her. She grabbed Jasper's arm and pulled him through the chaos toward the staircase. You've got to get a handle on Harry and Ron, they're driving me mad. What are they doing? Jasper asked. Ron's got cold feet. He's being a twit, Ginny scoffed. Hermione and her parents are meeting us at the church in 2 hours, and Harry was supposed to help Ron get ready, but he's just as much of a twit. And I'm meant to keep them from being twits? Jasper whispered as Ginny nudged him toward a door adorned with a bright orange poster. You will calm Ron down with your magic leech powers, and you will distract Harry, Ginny hissed. I don't care if you end up in the broom shed with him, but he thinks he has to make up for everything that's ever gone wrong by ensuring this wedding is perfect. It's insufferable. I'll see what I can do, Jasper replied, feeling helpless. He doubted Harry was interested in anything like shagging in the broom shed, but he would do his best to ensure Harry stopped being insufferable. Ginny knocked on the door and then practically shoved Jasper inside, closing it firmly behind him. Jasper. Oh, thank Merlin. I have to calm Ron down. He's panicking, Harry whispered urgently. Ron looked and felt completely panicked. He was a mix of nervousness, excitement, and terror, and there was a greenish tinge to his skin that didn't seem healthy, even for a wizard. Harry himself was also incredibly on edge. How had they ended up isolating themselves in Ron's bedroom just moments away from a full-blown panic attack? Jasper focused on Ron, knowing that Harry wouldn't let him soothe his own emotions. He sent out a refreshing wave of calm. Thanks, Jasper, Ron said, perched on the edge of his bed. As Jasper's calming presence washed over him, Ron's fists, which had been clenched on his sheets, slowly relaxed. This is fine, right? I'm not letting Hermione make a terrible mistake. No, Harry replied, sitting beside Ron. Jasper took a seat on the bed next to him, the familiar scent of Harry filling the space. Hermione loves you, and you love her, Harry said, giving Ron's shoulders a gentle shake before resting his arm around them. Everything else will work itself out. But I've got nothing to offer her. Ron cried, anxiety lacing his voice. Jasper quickly countered that spike with more waves of tranquility. I'm broke, Harry. I can't even take her on a honeymoon. I live with my mom. I'm an idiot. Stop, Harry interrupted firmly, cutting off Ron's escalating rant. Hermione's broke too. You're 19, you're not supposed to be rich, Ron. George said you could rent the flat above the shop, and if you don't want to stay there, you can always stay at Grimmauld. I'm not coming back anytime soon anyway. Jasper's heart swelled at that. And even if you guys shared this room for the next 10 years, she wouldn't care. You're going to go out there, marry our best friend, and live happily ever after. A damn speech, Ron. A speech. Ron chuckled weakly at that, a fond grin spreading across his face. You're giving a speech? Mate, you hate speeches. Hermione said I had to, Harry sighed. But it'll be fine. This wedding is happening, and it will be perfect. You and Hermione are going to be so, he hesitated, searching for the right word. Happy. All right? All right. Ron nodded, though Jasper sensed the uncertainty lingering beneath his confidence. What's left to do? You need to shower and get dressed, Harry replied. Then Molly wants to come up and cut your hair. I have to help finish setting up outside, then I'll get dressed too. Shower, get dressed, haircut, Ron murmured to himself. Shower, robes, hair. Got it. I can do this. Of course you can. Harry clapped Ron on the shoulder, offering a wry smile. If you can kiss her in the middle of a bloody war, then you can marry her now. Right. Ron nodded again, more firmly this time. Okay. I'm going to shower. I'm going to check on the setup outside, make sure nobody can sneak in this time. Harry scowled, feeling a mix of bitterness and guilt as he got to his feet. Want Jasper to stay with you? I'd prefer not to shower with your friend, Jasper drawled, earning a startled laugh from Ron. I'll manage, Ron said with a grin. See you in a bit. As Harry turned to leave, Jasper barely managed to snag his shirt collar. What's the rush? He asked calmly. The wedding is in an hour. Harry exclaimed incredulously. Jazz, I have to make sure everything's set up right. Why? Why what? Harry shot back. Why do you have to make sure everything's set up correctly, darling? I was under the impression that the Weasleys had hired caterers and decorators, and that Bill was an expert in wards. Harry blinked for a moment before scowling. This has to be perfect. Perfect, Jazz. You just don't get it. Explain it to me, then. Harry's mouth opened and closed a few times as he furrowed his brows, glancing around the landing they were on. Let's go outside. I want to check and see if they need help. All right, darlin'. Jasper followed Harry down the stairs and out the front door, but he slowed him down again by grabbing his hand and walking casually toward the recently groomed garden instead of the magical tent set up in the field. Jasper, they need the best man to not be driving himself crazy, Jasper said quietly. Ginny specifically said you're insufferable, and I either have to shag you in the broom shed or find some way to calm you down. Harry scoffed, but Jasper could sense a hint of curiosity breaking through his anxiety. He smirked and pulled Harry closer by the waist. We could talk, or we could go explore that broom shed, he murmured, enjoying how Harry's blush deepened the color of his eyes. Probably not the broom shed, Harry replied, leaning up to give Jasper a chaste kiss before pushing him away. We only have an hour. Plenty of time to talk, then, Jasper suggested with a charming smile. I'll start by telling you that I've never fought a merman and am terribly impressed that you did. You can finish by explaining why you're so on edge. Who told you? Fleur. Harry sighed and rolled his eyes. Fleur always thinks I saved her sister's life when she wasn't ever in any real danger. I didn't even fight a merman, I just ran my mouth a bit and held my wand up. He glanced toward the tent set up for the reception. Maybe I should just. Jasper caught his hand again and smiled gently at him. Darlin', will you please tell me why you're so anxious? I know you love Hermione and Ron. But you aren't responsible for the success of the entire wedding. Harry looked ready to pull his hand away, but after a moment, he slumped his shoulders instead. Did you know the only wedding I've ever been to was Bill and Fleur's? Jasper, very carefully, pushed aside the thought that if it were up to him, the next wedding Harry attended would be his own. Instead, he listened patiently as Harry opened up about his restless state. It was the day after my 17th birthday, which, if Jasper remembered correctly, and he did, was the day Harry had once referred to as the start of the camping trip from hell. And they invited me, even though it would make their wedding a target. Dumbledore had just died, and the Death Eaters were really running rampant because Voldemort took over the ministry. But I went anyway, and guess what happened? Death Eaters attacked. And whose fault was that? Mine. Death Eaters, Jasper interrupted, cutting off Harry's self-loathing rant. If Death Eaters attacked, then it was their fault. Unless, of course, you told them to do so. I bloody well did not, Harry shot back, his tone heated. Merlin. I fail to see how it was your fault then, Jasper said gently. Because they were looking for me. And Bill and Fleur had to fight Death Eaters on their wedding day because I was there. They could have all been killed. And you asked the Death Eaters to target you? Jasper raised an eyebrow. Harry yanked his hand away at that comment and narrowed his eyes. No, Jasper, I didn't. Jasper held back a laugh at how quickly he had gone from Vajaz to Jasper in this disagreement. Then how was it your fault? He asked, genuinely curious while also trying to make a point to his stubborn friend. Because it was all my fault. Harry yelled, his anxiety peaking to an uncomfortable level. Did you know Hermione's family isn't coming today? Only her parents. Do you know why? Because Hermione cut off contact with them while she went on the run with me, and now she's got a bunch of aunts, uncles, and cousins who don't talk to her anymore. How petty, Jasper said lightly. I imagine Hermione is furious with you, of course. No, she's not, Harry scoffed. Nobody ever gets mad at me for the right reasons. Do you know how many times Ron's nearly died because he's friends with me? At least 8. And Hermione just as many. They made me their bloody best man anyway, and they deserve the perfect wedding, Jasper. They just do. And they will, Jasper assured him. They will have a superb wedding, surrounded by the family that loves them, the friends that care for them, and the best man who loves them so dearly that he's driving himself crazy trying to make sure everything is perfect. Harry took a deep breath, keeping his gaze fixed on Jasper's steady eyes. He exhaled and shook out his hands, which were only mildly trembling, a true accomplishment, in Jasper's opinion. Sorry, Harry said, his voice much quieter than before. I wasn't trying to fight with you. You're right. I know I can't make up for everything I've done to them today. That wasn't really Jasper's point at all. But I just want this to be perfect for them. Jasper reached out and took both of Harry's hands, lifting them to his mouth and lightly kissing the pinky on each hand. It will be, he assured him. And in Jasper's opinion, it already was. By the time the guests had arrived, Ron stood up front next to a cheerful officiant. He looked steady and calm in his black dress robes, but Jasper couldn't help but notice the anxiety, worry, and fear radiating from him. He wondered if that was a normal emotion to feel on a wedding day. Certainly, Rosalie and Emmett had never experienced that during their multiple weddings, but Jasper hadn't been there for their first. I won't feel anxious on my wedding day, he thought. Jasper swore under his breath. Down the pew, Edward bit his lip, trying to suppress a grin. He shook his head at Bella's questioning look, amused by how different this romantically sentimental Jasper was from the one he had known before Harry. As the traditional wedding march began and the church doors swung open, everyone fell silent and stood up in unison. Luna appeared both transcendently beautiful and utterly at ease as she glided down the aisle in her long, pastel yellow dress. A single sunflower was tucked into her braided hair, making her look impossibly petite with her arm linked in Neville's much more muscular one. Neville wore a light-hearted smile, nodding at the guests gathered around. He looked just as confident as Ron did in his black dress robes, tradition, apparently. Hermione had allowed her bridesmaids to choose their dress colors as long as they were pastels, according to Fleur, who had described every detail of the wedding planning to Jasper while they decorated the church. Once Luna and Neville reached the front, Jasper felt an irritating swell of desire as Ginny and Harry stepped into the church, arm in arm. He hoped that feeling was directed toward Ginny, which seemed entirely plausible. Ginny looked stunning in her pale lavender dress, a large purple lily tucked behind her ear, similar to Luna's. Jasper wondered if the lily was intentional or just a happy coincidence. Harry, as always, looked incredible. Together, he and Ginny made an attractive duo, embodying strength, life, and vibrancy. You would never guess that this gently smiling man had been panicking just an hour ago in the garden. Pity he's one of those gays, an older witch seated on the opposite side of the church whispered loudly. He and Ginevra make such a cute couple. Harry turned a shade of red at her comment, and the color made his eyes shine all the brighter. Ginny smiled up at him, unfazed. Harry snickered quietly and leaned toward him, whispering, "Wait until she sees Jasper." Jasper lifted Teddy's little black-robed arm to wave at Harry when their eyes met. Harry's gaze sparkled with adoration as he watched the two of them for a moment while walking alongside Ginny. Jasper, along with his family, Isabella, Teddy, Andromeda, and a dozen classmates and former professors of Ron and Hermione, were seated on the bride's side to balance out the many redheads on Ron's side. Jasper sat between Rosalie and Andromeda, both of whom had instantly bonded over their shared affection for Teddy. Jasper felt a swell of pride that Teddy chose to sit on his lap during the ceremony. He smiled down at the blonde-haired boy snuggled against him and planted a gentle kiss on his curls. Just then, Jasper looked up to catch Harry's gaze, which now shimmered with love as he observed the two of them. Harry broke his stare and took his place next to Ron, briefly placing a reassuring hand on his friend's shoulder. A hush fell over the guests as the cue for the bride arrived, and Hermione and her father stepped into view. Despite the slight apprehension Hermione had instilled in him, Jasper had to admit she was a breathtakingly beautiful bride. She wore a long, flowing white dress, and her typically bushy hair was elegantly styled in long spiral curls. A single petite white rose adorned her hair, echoing the theme of her bridesmaids. But the most magical aspect was the radiant glow on her face, her eyes sparkling as they focused on her soon-to-be husband. If she wore even a hint of makeup, it was so subtly applied that it only enhanced her natural beauty and the joy radiating from her. While Ron had been overflowing with anxiety, Hermione was overflowing with joy, a feeling so strong that Jasper couldn't help but beam in response. The ceremony was beautiful, a traditional wedding that moved many guests to tears, especially Molly and Fleur, who clung to each other, openly sobbing. There was a poignant moment when the officiant acknowledged the front row of seats draped in black, saying, "Seats that should have been filled with family and friends who are watching from above." Jasper noticed the gentle sighs as Ron and Hermione held hands throughout the ceremony, both shedding tears and radiating love. They looked every bit as in love as everyone had said. Best friends who had fought a war side by side, now ready to wed in a time of peace. It was truly inspiring. As Ron and Hermione shared their first kiss as husband and wife, the sun began to set behind the magically expanded tent where the guests would move for the reception. Harry quickly greeted Jasper's family before hugging Teddy and rushing to the raised platform at the front of the tent, which was adorned with pastel tablecloths. He cleared his throat, gripping the microphone tightly. "If everyone will please stand," Harry announced, waiting patiently for the guests to rise. In the background, an old witch, who had once lamented that Harry was one of those gays, grumbled the whole time. "I was given the greatest honor of my life, and it is my pleasure to introduce, for the first time ever, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley Granger." The crowd erupted into loud applause, accompanied by cheerful whistles, as Ron and Hermione entered the tent, their faces glowing with happiness. Even little Teddy clapped enthusiastically, laughing as he was swept up in the joyful atmosphere. Harry stood on the platform, beaming with love for his best friends, feeling the warmth of the moment envelop him. Harry patiently waited for Ron and Hermione to take their seats at the table closest to him. As the guests began to quiet down, silver champagne flutes magically appeared in front of everyone. "I was also threatened, asked very politely to give a speech today," he said, a nervous smile spreading across his face as laughter rippled through the crowd. "So if we haven't met before, I'm Harry." Most of the guests erupted in laughter at that, and Jasper couldn't help but smile. Only Harry would think to introduce himself to a room full of witches, wizards, vampires, and 3 muggles. "Yeah, well," Harry continued, shrugging sheepishly, "you might already know this, but Ron and Hermione are my best friends." He paused, a fond grin lighting up his face. "When we were 11, on our very first trip to Hogwarts, Ron and I became instant friends when we met on the train. Hermione, well, we didn't much care for her at first. The first thing she did was scold us for breaking the rules, which was just the first of many times." He glanced at Hermione, who was smiling so brightly that Jasper wondered what memory they were sharing. And then, only a month or so later, Ron made Hermione cry. Also the first time of many. George shouted, eliciting scattered laughter from the guests. Hermione rolled her eyes while Ron waved off his brother's comment, listening eagerly to Harry. So, Hermione was crying in a bathroom because Ron was being a git, right? But then Ron and I found out there was a troll on the loose, because Hogwarts is a mad place. So we did what any brilliant and brave 11-year-olds would do and went to find Hermione to tell her about the troll. Only then, we accidentally locked the troll in the bathroom with her. Hermione's parents looked horrified, but most of the crowd was laughing. And I like to think that was the moment Hermione fell in love with Ron, when he knocked the troll out. "About to kill us all with its club," Harry said, chuckling. "It wasn't," Hermione replied dryly, a teasing smile on her face. "Sure, Mione," Harry winked at her. So, after Ron knocks the troll out, Hermione sees that we clearly needed the brightest witch of our age to keep us alive, and she decides, yeah, I'll take care of them. Harry paused for effect. "And I always thought we'd be inseparable, that the three of us would be friends for our entire lives. I imagined we'd just be totally platonic roommates or something until we died of old age. But then puberty happened, and I thought, okay, new plan, when Hermione kills Ron, I think she and I can probably still be friends for the rest of our lives." Laughter erupted from the crowd, while Ron blushed and lovingly kissed Hermione's cheek. "Some people might not know this, but Ron is one of the bravest people I've ever met," Harry said, his tone turning serious. "He's loyal and courageous, though he has the emotional range of a teaspoon. So, when I was ready to lose my mind from the endless dancing around each other that those two were doing, I mean, don't feel too sorry for me, but I was literally stuck in a bloody tent with them for months." Guests who looked to be Ron and Hermione's age groaned in sympathy, and one man with green eyes and an Irish accent raised his glass toward Harry. "Poor bastard," he shouted, eliciting even more laughter. "Exactly," Harry replied, giving the man a half-smile. "But like I said, Ron is one of the bravest people I've ever met, so he finally made the first actual move." "And when did Ron decide that the best time to make his move on Hermione was?" "Right in the middle of the battle at Hogwarts. I looked over my shoulder, and 1 minute they were talking about house elves, and the next thing I knew, Ron was snogging her like there was nothing else in the world but the two of them. After I thought, thank Merlin he finally did it, I shouted, oi. There's a war happening here," Harry exclaimed, his voice rising with excitement. "And do you know what Ron said?" The room fell silent, anticipation hanging in the air. Harry cleared his throat lightly. He said, "Yeah, so it's now or never, isn't it?" Turning to Ron and Hermione, Harry raised his champagne flute. "Here's to your now and forever. I love you guys." Tears welled in their eyes as they embraced tightly, the warmth of love filling the space around them. The guests responded with genuine applause, appreciating Harry's heartfelt and humorous speech. Once the speeches wrapped up, each Weasley sibling seemingly determined to embarrass Ron as much as possible, the food was served. Jasper happily mingled with the other guests alongside Harry, while their families chatted and laughed with the Weasleys. Rosalie twirled gracefully on the dance floor with Teddy, while Andromeda shared a dance with Emmett. Carlisle engaged in a friendly discussion with Arthur about the differences between human and magical healing methods. Isabella animatedly conversed with Hermione, which wasn't too surprising. Both girls had grown up in the human world before being thrust into the mystical one, and they discovered they shared many favorite books, which was the topic of their lively exchange. Jasper couldn't help but feel a sense of pride at how well their families got along, though he quickly reminded himself that it would be ridiculous to dwell on such feelings. "Professor McGonagall, how are you?" Harry greeted a tall witch wearing a pointed black hat, who was seated next to Auntie Muriel, the witch who had once insulted him by calling him one of the gays, a remark Jasper would never forget. "Potter," Professor McGonagall said, her voice brimming with maternal affection as she rose to embrace Harry lightly. "How are you?" "Great," Harry replied, his smile infectious. "I'd like you to meet Jasper Whitlock." "Jasper, this is Professor McGonagall. She taught Transfiguration when I was a student, and now she's the headmistress." "Pleasure to meet you," Jasper said, feeling the warmth of the moment. Jasper extended his hand politely. Professor McGonagall took it easily, offering him a warm smile. He couldn't quite tell if the pleasant atmosphere stemmed from being publicly known as Harry Potter's boyfriend or if the magical community simply didn't mind, but it felt refreshing to be himself around these people, without anyone cringing at his vampirism. "It's wonderful to meet you," McGonagall said. "I hope you have better luck keeping Potter in line than I ever did." I'll do my best, ma'am, but he's incredibly stubborn, Jasper replied with a good-natured chuckle. He gets that from his mother, McGonagall said, a smile gracing her lips as tears began to pool in her eyes. Lily was the most stubborn girl. James was, too, so I'm afraid you may be in for a tough time. Don't encourage them, Muriel slurred, clearly quite intoxicated judging by the many empty glasses on the table before her. Gay and shacking up with a vampire? That last curse must have gone straight to your head, eh? Jasper, McGonagall, and Harry opened their mouths to respond to the incredibly rude witch, but before any words could escape, a young man with light blonde hair stumbled from beside the table and spilled a goblet of wine into Muriel's lap. Jasper could have caught it before it even dropped a single splash, if he had felt like it. Which he absolutely did not. Oh. I'm so sorry. The young man said, though his tone suggested otherwise, revealing his annoyance. I'm afraid I'm terribly clumsy after a few glasses of wine. Why don't we get you some water, Draco? Harry suggested loudly, attempting to drown out Muriel's sputtered insults aimed at the young man. Can't hold his liquor very well, sorry Professor, Muriel. Harry quickly grabbed Draco's arm, the other hand still holding onto Jasper's, and led him away. Thank Merlin, he muttered under his breath to Draco. I owe you one. One Draco. You do, the other replied, puffing out his chest. But she was also the same witch who yelled, who invited the Death Eater, earlier, and Ginny Hexter. So, I might be willing to overlook this one. Harry chuckled and led them away until the sounds of Muriel and her rude comments faded into the background. Draco, this is Jasper. Jasper, this is Draco. Jasper offered a polite smile and extended his hand for a shake, despite the amusing yet irritating emotions he sensed from Draco. It's nice to meet you, he said, genuinely. Even though this aristocratic young man clearly felt affection for Harry and a hint of envy towards Jasper, Harry had introduced Jasper as his boyfriend to a whole crowd. Jasper had no reason not to be friendly with Draco. He wrapped his arm around Harry's waist and smiled when Harry reciprocated the gesture. Draco's the one who tried to propose to a stripper, Harry said cheerfully, blissfully unaware of Draco's crush on him. What was her name? Glitter? Glimmer, Draco replied, his cheeks flushing pink. And I think you were the one who kept buying everyone Jell-O shots and convincing us to take them with you, Draco added. Well, Harry shrugged, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, they're delicious. They might just be my new favorite dessert. Jell-O shots are hardly a dessert, my beloved, Jasper laughed, teasing Draco just a little. You attended Hogwarts with Hermione and Ron, didn't you? I thought I remembered hearing your name at the graduation ceremony. I did, Draco replied, his tone suddenly stiff. Harry and I were in the same year. Draco's being polite, Harry said, his smile growing wider. We hated each other for years. Most of our time was spent trying to get each other expelled when we weren't kicking each other's arses. Quidditch, Draco said with a hint of nostalgia. I don't remember winning many of those matches, he admitted, a mix of regret and admiration in his voice. And wasn't it you who used Polyjuice Potion to try and blame me for the Chamber of Secrets? Oi. Who told you that? Harry exclaimed, feigning outrage. That was supposed to be a secret. You did, idiot, Draco replied, relaxing into a comfortable routine of teasing Harry. Somewhere between, we should have been friends years ago, and, do you want to go outside and fight for old time's sake? Harry shrugged and laughed again, his mood unshakably jubilant. I was pretty upset. Apparently, I sent a bunch of texts to Jasper's family. They were lovely texts, Jasper chimed in lightly. I particularly enjoyed you hitting on my father. Draco let out a startled laugh as he scanned the room, spotting Jasper's family mingling with various members of Ron's family on the crowded dance floor, a scene Harry seemed keen to avoid. Jasper narrowed his eyes slightly at the sight of the muscular Charlie Weasley dancing with Alice, whispering something that made her giggle. They look like they're having fun, Harry commented. We should, oh. Hey, there's Ron and Hermione. Come on, Jazz, I want to give them their gift while I can grab them in private in case Ron hates it. Jasper allowed Harry to lead him to a corner where Ron and Hermione were getting drinks after a hasty farewell to Draco. As they walked, Jasper almost slid his hand lower on Harry's back to counteract the envy and awe that followed them. He held back, choosing not to be petty, but he couldn't resist sharing his thoughts about Draco. Your friend is quite enamored with you, Jasper whispered to Harry. Harry glanced over his shoulder, bemused. No, he's not, he said. Don't be daft, Jazz. Draco hated me until the bachelor party. If you say so, darling, Jasper smirked. Ron shook his head at Draco and continued on his way to his friends. My best man, he exclaimed, grinning as he pulled Harry into a tight hug. Can you believe it? We're married. I know, Harry laughed. I was there. Maybe I'll be best man when you get married, eh? Ron winked at Harry, making him blush adorably. The unsubtle wink also reminded Jasper that he had a mission to complete today. He needed to speak with the Weasleys as soon as Harry was properly distracted. We'll see, Harry replied dryly, a hint of wistfulness in his voice that made Jasper smile. Hey, I wanted to give you guys our present before you got busy again. You didn't need to get us anything, Harry, Hermione said, skiing lightly. You did Ron's bachelor party. I told you that was all Alice, Harry huffed, pulling an envelope from his robe pocket and thrusting it into Hermione's hands. And this is non-refundable and also not a big deal, so. Ron leaned over Hermione's shoulder, furrowing his brows as he glanced at the paperwork. Tickets? For what? Oh, Harry. Hermione beamed, handing the paperwork to Ron before throwing her arms around him. This is wonderful. Thank you. She also gave Jasper a tight hug. Thank you, Jasper. You're welcome, Harry said, glancing nervously at Ron as he quietly explained the gift. I know George isn't opening the shop until August, and Hermione doesn't start work until September, so I thought maybe you guys would want to go on a trip together. To Italy? Ron read the paperwork quickly, his confused expression shifting to surprise. For next week? You got us a honeymoon? Jasper helped, Harry said quickly. I just thought maybe you guys would like to go. Hermione mentioned it once, and I knew you wanted to go somewhere together. Is that all right? Ron stared at his friend, his emotions shifting rapidly before settling into a warm smile. Yeah, Ron said hoarsely, mate, thank you. Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him as Ron hugged him tightly. His joy soared when Ron declared him his favorite brother. It sometimes broke Jasper's heart to think about how much Harry would have loved growing up in a large family like the Weasleys. It was a tragedy that it took him until he was 11 to meet them, especially considering the kind of home life he had before, filled with neglect and a false sense of family. Harry appeared a bit uncomfortable with the gratitude from Hermione and Ron, so he quickly shifted the topic, something Jasper had come to expect from him. Did you see Draco dump a goblet of wine on your aunt? Good, Hermione replied with a smirk. She asked Ron if he really wanted to be stuck with a muggle born with such skinny ankles. Apparently, my ankle size somehow dictates my ability to give Ron a dozen red-headed children. She also said it was a shame I'm shacking up with a vampire, Harry added, his cheerful demeanor unaffected by the insult. Then she claimed it was probably a side effect of too many curses. I told you we shouldn't have invited her, Ron scowled. Batty old witch. Ooh, Harry. Did you see Oliver's here? And guess what? He's getting married next year too. To the captain of the Wimblebees. Really? Harry exclaimed, clearly intrigued by the gossip about their classmates. Jasper, however, had no idea who most of these people were or what the inside jokes meant. He saw this as the perfect opportunity to complete his mission before the reception started to wind down. I'm going to get some air, love, Jasper interjected quietly. Want me to come with you? Harry asked. No. Jasper smiled, utterly in love with this wizard, marveling at the way he lit up while talking with his friends. I'll be back. All right, love you, Jasper said as he walked away. Almost immediately, he heard Hermione squeal, asking Harry when they had moved to the I love you stage. Jasper felt a mix of emotions. Part of him hoped Harry wouldn't reveal that they had said it before they had made love for the first time, while another part wished he would, just in case any of their more enamored friends were nearby. As he focused on his targets, he caught Harry mumbling, "Prom night." Jasper spotted the Weasley parents near the entrance of the tent, wrapped in a loose embrace, their eyes filled with love as they looked over the gathering of family and friends. He hated to interrupt such a tender moment, but he knew he might not get another chance to speak with them privately. "Excuse me, Arthur, Molly." Jasper approached, extending his hand to Arthur with his most charming smile. "I'd like to ask you something." Chapter 5, Surprise. Sunday, July 31st, 2004. Harry, you like surprises, don't you? You mean like, I'm a vampire and I'm going to turn you into a squib, or, it's your not really birthday and I've done something daft? It's your actual birthday, and Alice has done something daft. Harry rolled onto his side to study Jasper's impassive face. Did it cost a lot of money or a ton of effort? Not that I am aware of, Jasper replied quickly. Then all right. Harry flipped back onto his back, listening intently for any sound that might indicate Teddy was awake. Not that he needed to worry, any noise he missed, Jasper heard and responded to immediately. Having a 1-year-old was surprisingly easy when your boyfriend had super-sensitive vampire hearing and never slept. He had been absolutely terrified to have Teddy for the entire summer, aside from every other weekend when he went to Andromeda, but it had been brilliant. He hated that Teddy would be going back tomorrow. With school starting in 2 weeks, he would have to adjust to being the one who got alternate weekends with his godson. He had thought hard about dropping out, but the Weasleys were all so excited for him to graduate from Muggle school. And Harry had been toying with the idea of going to college. He didn't want to be a bum for the rest of his life, and the thought of returning to the wizarding world, where peace felt impossible, was unappealing. He hadn't really seen it before he started talking more to Carlisle, but there was more than one way to save someone, a way that didn't involve stakeouts, missions, or fighting at all. Hey, Jazz? Yes, love? Is it hard to be a doctor? Is it a lot of Muggle school? Jasper let out a thoughtful hum at Harry's question. It is, he said slowly. Though I believe you could do it if you wished. But? Harry prompted, his heart sinking already. Harry looked at Jasper, curious about what he was about to say. But it may be incredibly difficult for you to find employment even with your education, especially since you aren't physically aging, Jasper said gently. You look young, darling. That's great because it means you can stay in one place longer, but hospital staff might hesitate to hire someone who appears to be in his teens. Oh. Harry rolled over to see Jasper's face on the other side of the bed. That's not a big deal, he replied, catching one of Jasper's curls in his hand and tugging it lightly. I can just take an aging potion. Jasper blinked in surprise. Aging potion? That wasn't mentioned in the book I read. Harry smirked up at him. You thought there was only one potions book in the world? Jasper playfully batted Harry's hand away from his hair. Then it sounds like I'll have something to read while you're in medical school. Do you really think I could do it? It doesn't sound stupid. Love, Jasper said, running a cool hand down the side of Harry's face, his thumb gently dislodging Harry's lower lip from where he had been worrying it with his teeth. It doesn't sound stupid at all. You'd make an excellent doctor. Maybe we could attend college together after you graduate in May? Really? Harry smiled slowly, letting the idea sink in. What will you do this year then? Oh, I dunno. Jasper stretched out on the bed, and Harry couldn't help but sneak a glance at the bare strip of skin that peeked out from beneath his shirt. Maybe I'll take the year off. Carlisle can tell his co-workers that his oldest son is an absolute menace who moved in with his boyfriend and is living off a trust fund or something equally embarrassing. People will love to have some scandalous gossip about my family. Is that what we're doing? Harry asked quietly, not wanting to make any assumptions. Living together? Not if you don't want to, Jasper replied. Jasper said, No, I do. Harry surprised himself with his immediate response. But really, it wasn't that big of a deal. Jasper had stayed over almost every night this summer, and it had been nice to have someone around. Harry didn't think he was meant to be alone. Being alone reminded him of the Dursleys' house, the graveyard, the forest, places he often felt isolated. I don't suppose I can bring my computer here, can I? Harry asked. Jasper grinned. It would be a shame to blow up such an expensive piece of equipment. Harry laughed, relieved that his computer was the only concern he had about moving in. Just then, Teddy's laughter echoed from his bedroom, signaling that it was time to start their day. Surprise. Harry turned to look around his backyard and sighed in mock exasperation. In the hour he'd been gone, let's take Teddy to the playground for a little while, Jasper had suggested. Someone, most likely Alice, had transformed his yard into a party scene and gathered all his friends. He should have seen this coming. Alice had gone all out with decorations and had somehow managed to create a cake taller than he was. Impressively, she had also managed to bring together all the Cullen kids, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Jacob without any leaks about the surprise. Thank you, Harry said as he set Teddy down and watched him toddle over to Rosalie. Hermione and Ginny rushed over, wrapping him in tight hugs. We've missed you, Hermione exclaimed, her hair a bit lighter since he'd seen her at the wedding. Her skin had darkened slightly, and a light dusting of freckles now adorned her nose. Happy birthday, Ginny chimed in. Finally 19, she grinned. Just one more year, and you won't be able to use angsty teen as an excuse anymore. Jasper placed a gentle hand on Harry's back as he stiffened. Chief Swan will likely still accept your excuses for a while longer. You're using your youth as an excuse for your driving, Jacob said smoothly, interrupting Harry's inner turmoil with his usual charm. Chief Swan will probably be begging Harry to sign on as an officer before he even finishes school, Bella added dryly, giving Harry a quick hug. Happy birthday. Thanks, guys, Harry replied, sidestepping the girls, only to be suddenly swept off his feet by Jacob, who swung him around like a rag doll. Put me down, Harry exclaimed, his face burning with embarrassment. Jesus, he muttered as Jacob grinned and unceremoniously dropped him to the ground. Happy birthday, midget, Jacob teased. Oi, he's not a midget. Ron protested loyally, clapping a hand on Harry's much shorter shoulder. He's still got time to grow. Harry wasn't sure if Edward had caught a glimpse of his thoughts or if he was just being polite, but as he considered making another desperate attempt to avoid hearing how short and scrawny he was, forever, his subconscious reminded him, Edward interjected. Perhaps you and Jacob are just ridiculously tall, he said. Harry, Carlisle wanted me to tell you he's sorry he couldn't come. There was a nasty wreck just outside of town, and they were bringing some of the victims to the hospital for surgery. And Esme didn't feel like being the only adult around a bunch of unruly teenagers, Rosalie smirked, cradling Teddy securely in her arms. Mom also said to wish you a happy birthday and that she wants you to visit soon, Ron added. But she's been at Bill's helping out with Victoire this week since he went back to work. How's Victoire doing? Harry asked. He'd only seen her once since she was born, but she had been a sweet little thing, blonde hair and blue eyes, just like her mom. You mean Ron's goddaughter? Ginny smirked. Did you know he's got a goddaughter now? And by the way, she turned to the others. Ron's a godfather. Everyone burst into laughter, including Ron, who proudly puffed out his chest. Well, she is my goddaughter. Ours, I mean. He threw his arm around Hermione and beamed. And she's great. I've got some pictures. Just as Ron began to fumble for his pocket, Alice grabbed Harry's arm and yanked him toward the table with the cake. Later, she scolded Ron. I haven't even shown Harry his cake yet. Harry shook his head at the enormous 3-layer cake. Only Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Jacob, Bella, Teddy, and Harry could eat it, and that was way too much cake for 7 people. Overboard much, Alice? He murmured. Do you know when the last time was that I got to celebrate an actual birthday? Never, Alice pouted quietly. Don't be a party pooper. Harry glanced around until he found Jasper's eyes, aware that he could sense Harry's discomfort with Alice's comment. He used to dread his birthdays. The Dursleys always treated him extra terribly on those days. But after Hogwarts, he loved them. He would wait up until midnight to celebrate with the owls that always arrived from his friends. The last real birthday he remembered was when Molly made him a giant snitch cake and gifted him his first Weasley family heirloom. Short, scrawny, 17, forever. Forever felt like a long time. He had barely reached his mum's height and would never reach his dad's age. It was actually pretty depressing. Jasper quickly snagged Teddy from Rosalie and brought him over to Harry. Maybe Teddy will be less messy with your cake than he was with his own. He squeezed Harry's hand lightly. Why don't you let Alice sing to you so she can end her reign of terror, and we can take photos of Teddy making a terrible mess? Yeah, all right. Harry forced a smile as they prepared for the celebration. His smile became a bit more genuine after Alice eagerly cut the cake, and Jacob let out a laugh when the Cullens all cited health consciousness as their excuse for declining the invitation. Ginny winked at Jacob and said, "It's really because they're vampires. Remember?" Harry couldn't help but hope that Jacob never discovered the truth about the Cullens. If he did, he might not find the jokes as funny. "Oh, I remember," Jacob replied, smiling back at Ginny as his eyes followed her strutting off to chat with Alice. It was a bit strange how effortlessly Harry's friends blended together, the witches, the wizards, the vampires, the human in the know, and Harry's oblivious cousin. They all seemed to get along so well, it was almost unsettling. Ginny and Alice had hit it off so much last spring that Alice promised to attend Ginny's first match with the Harpies alongside Harry. Hermione and Bella were happily discussing Muggle literature and movies they both enjoyed. Even Jacob, Ron, and Emmett were bonding. Nobody cared about anyone's background, it was as if nothing else mattered. They were all just being themselves, and it felt refreshing. Harry almost wished he could tell Jacob about magic and vampires, just so they wouldn't have to hide anything from him. It would be nice to have everything out in the open with all of his friends. Hermione came over and sat on the ground beside Harry, resting her head on his shoulder. Harry? Can we talk later? Harry glanced at her, noting her gentle tone. It was the one she used when she knew he wouldn't like what she was about to say, or when she wanted to discuss his feelings, which he wasn't fond of either. Sure, he replied. Do you guys want to stay here tonight? I can move Teddy's crib to my room. That would be perfect, Hermione agreed quickly. Ron and I can even take him back to Andromeda tomorrow before we head to Grimmauld, if you'd like. Thanks, Mione. Harry tilted his head toward hers for a moment. Hey. Guess what? What? I think I'm going to college, Harry admitted quietly. Hermione squealed, drawing everyone's attention, and immediately switched into what Harry privately referred to as her "sometimes I think Hermione was missorted" mode. What major? She asked eagerly. Different colleges have different reputations depending on the program you want to enter. You're going to college? Emmett laughed, a bit rudely in Harry's opinion. Kid, you barely show up to high school. What do you mean he barely shows up to high school? Hermione asked, narrowing her eyes slightly. He's kidding, Harry lied hastily. Are schools in America better or worse than in England? That question sparked a lively conversation and friendly debate among everyone, except for Jacob and Ginny, who stood off to the side, flirting. Bella and Edward left midway through the discussion, promising to return soon. 10 minutes later, they came back just as Rosalie was describing Yale University to Hermione. "You would love it," she said. "I've been 3 times." Alice interrupted with a clap of her hands and a bright smile. "Can we do presents now?" she asked, causing Harry's stomach to clench. All the talk about college had distracted him from the fact that he wasn't just hanging out with friends, he was supposed to be celebrating a birthday that only he and Jasper knew was just for show. Well, probably Edward too, actually. Harry wondered if Jasper could be taught a clemency. He also imagined Snape laughing in the afterlife at the thought of Harry teaching Jasper a skill he barely understood himself. He probably was. Before Harry could spiral deeper into his thoughts, Jasper poked his brother in the side and raised his brows significantly. "You first." "No. Best for last," Edward said smugly. "You cannot be serious," Jasper scowled. "Let Jasper go last," Bella suggested lightly, elbowing Edward. "I'll go first," Alice said brightly, thrusting a large box at Harry. Was handed a beautifully wrapped gift adorned with blue and gold ribbons. It was no surprise that it contained clothes, but surprisingly, Harry loved them. Hermione and Ron nearly brought him to tears with their gift, 2 photos of the 3 of them, framed in a large golden frame. One photo captured a moment by the lake at Hogwarts during their first year. They were all laughing, their legs tangled together, sunlight shining on their faces. It was a time before Hermione had magically corrected her teeth, before Ron had fallen in love with her, and long before Harry had accumulated a dozen scars. The second photo was from Ron and Hermione's wedding in June. They were all dressed up, arms linked, and beaming with joy. Emmett and Rosalie's gift, a video game console with a promise to teach Harry how to use it, was just as thoughtful, though perhaps not as sentimental. Jacob had even gotten him a game for the console, as they had apparently coordinated gifts. "Bring it back here so I can get a picture when he sees it," Alice told Edward when he mentioned that Harry was about to receive the best birthday gift of his life. Harry raised an eyebrow at Jasper, who simply shook his head and smiled. "You'll love it," he assured Harry. And oh, Merlin, was he right. Edward and Bella wheeled in the sleekest, shiniest, most stunning motorcycle Harry had ever seen. "It's a 2004 Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R, Edward announced, eliciting a moan from Jacob. Harry had no idea what that meant. "It has a top speed of 184, Bella added with a grin. That, at least, earned a small sound of appreciation from Harry. "It's beautiful," he sighed, admiring the bike. It looked fast, with its sleek design, and even when it was stationary, he could imagine the thrill of its speed and power. He ran his hand gently along the bright green paint and looked up at Edward. "And it's too much," he said softly. "I owed you a motorcycle," Edward replied quietly. "Fast enough to beat Jasper, remember?" Harry let out a startled laugh as he processed the gift. Harry recalled the sarcastic remark he had made to Edward while they were gearing up to confront James and Victoria. "Thank you," he said sincerely. "Harry, you have to let me ride before I leave." Ginny grinned, her eyes sparkling. "Please?" "And me?" Jacob chimed in, giving Harry his best puppy eyes and pouting. "All right, fine," Harry agreed, excitement bubbling within him. He couldn't wait to take the bike for a spin. It was almost too beautiful to ride, but the thought of reaching 184 miles per hour was exhilarating. He had just swung a leg over the motorcycle when he caught Jasper's gaze. "Do you want to be the first?" he asked with a smile. Jasper felt the ring he had been carrying around burning a hole in his pocket, but with Arthur, Molly, Carlisle, and Esme all absent from the party, he pushed those thoughts aside. He would find a better moment, a day when Harry's emotions weren't swinging so wildly. Of course, Jasper replied, seeing Harry's overwhelming excitement. As Harry flew around town on the motorcycle, he forgot all about his immortality. He took sharp curves at 150 miles per hour, laughing as Ron clung to him, nearly losing his lunch. Never again, Ron said shakily. Hermione, you do not want to ride that thing. Of course I don't, Hermione replied, rolling her eyes. She was pushing Teddy on the little swing set Harry had gotten for him at the start of summer with Rosalie. I told you you'd hate it, Ron added. How can you hate something that takes turns so easily? Jacob argued, his cheeks still flushed from his own ride. I think I'd trade my entire soul for a bike like that. Harry flinched slightly at the reminder that, in a roundabout way, he had traded his soul for the bike. He tossed the key to Jacob. You can have another go, he offered. Really? Jacob's eyes lit up as if Harry had just handed him 1,000,000 galleons. Don't question it, Harry said with a grin. Just take me with you. Ginny laughed as she playfully pushed Jacob across the yard toward the fence. I love you, Jasper murmured to Harry. You beautiful soul. Harry forced a smile, grateful for Jasper's not-so-subtle reminder that he believed Harry still had a soul. He just wished it were true. Once everyone had left, except for Jasper, Ron, Hermione, and Teddy, Harry found himself debating whether he could justify having a drink as a celebration. He probably could. Or at least he could have, until Jasper gave him a quick kiss and mentioned he was going hunting with his siblings, promising to be back later. That could mean either I'm giving you time alone with your friends or I don't want you to drink, and I know you won't if you're alone with Teddy. You do so great with him, Hermione praised quietly after Harry gave Teddy a bath and tucked him into bed. Has it been nice having him around this summer? Yeah, Harry replied, flopping onto the sofa and stretching out. It's a bit odd, you know, having a baby around, but it's been brilliant too. Does Jasper like having him around? Ron asked as he pushed Harry's legs off the sofa and settled into the seat opposite him, leaving the middle spot for Hermione. Yeah, the Cullens are all mad about him. You should see his room at their place. Harry shook his head fondly. He's spoiled rotten. He's lucky to have you. Hermione climbed into her spot, and Harry was struck by how they didn't all really fit on the same sofa anymore, not like they used to during those long nights in the Gryffindor common room. It was actually kind of sad. When will Jasper be back? Hermione asked. Oh, I dunno. Probably late. So he lives here now? Officially? Ron grinned. Yeah. Harry tried not to blush, reminding himself that he was an adult, kind of, and perfectly within his rights to have his boyfriend move in with him. But he could feel the heat creeping up the back of his neck. Look at our Harry, all grown up, Ron sniffled, reaching around Hermione to ruffle Harry's hair. Harry laughed and playfully batted his hand away. Says you. You two went and got married. Did you ever think this would be our life one day? Hermione said wistfully. No more fighting, no more mysteries to solve. No more near-death experiences once a year, Ron added. No more losing and winning hundreds of house points in a single go, Harry grinned. Just this? Hermione smiled at them. Birthday parties, weddings, and peace? I dunno, Ron shrugged. We're still worrying about Harry dying now, aren't we? Just from a bloody motorbike instead of a Dark Lord. Hermione shifted, resting her head in Harry's lap and draping her legs over Ron's. She gave Harry a searching look, her eyes far too knowing for his comfort. Are we worried about Harry dying? She asked softly. Harry quickly averted his gaze, his heart racing in his chest. Ron studied them, his brow furrowed in confusion. What am I missing? He asked slowly. We should let Harry tell us, Hermione suggested, still looking up at Harry's face. Meanwhile, Harry focused intently on the window, wishing he hadn't befriended a bloody genius. Unless. Who told you? He asked quietly, his throat thick and his blood pumping furiously. Nobody. You haven't changed, Harry. Ron's attention snapped back to him, squinting as he studied his best friend. Dumbledore's bloody fault. Harry recognized the pleading tone in his voice. He needed them to understand, he didn't choose this. He hadn't wanted it. He was learning to deal with it, but it was something forced upon him. He looked down at Hermione's watery eyes and across at Ron's understanding ones. Harry hoped that the two people who had always stood by him would understand. Guys, He's about to apologize for something that isn't his fault again, isn't he? Ron said wryly, glancing at Hermione. I'm afraid so, she replied, sniffing a bit as she reached up to swipe away the lone tear Harry didn't realize was on his cheek. Hallows? Harry couldn't find the words just then, so he nodded instead. And you didn't know until it was too late? Ron guessed. Harry nodded again. But you're sure? Hermione pressed. How? Harry shrugged, trying to lighten what felt like the bleakest situation he'd ever faced. Tested it. He anticipated a range of reactions, but was still taken aback when Ron reached over and smacked him lightly on the back of the head. And if you'd been wrong? Ron asked hoarsely. Then Harry hesitated, realizing he didn't have a solid excuse. I guess I wouldn't have had to listen to anyone complain about it, he said lamely. Oh, I would have found a way, Hermione interjected, her voice cracking despite her attempt to sound pompous. You never would have had a moment of peace. Bloody owls to the afterlife, Ron snorted. Sounds like something George would sell. Harry looked between them for a moment. They both appeared upset, but neither seemed disturbed or disgusted. I don't think I have a soul, he admitted, wanting to get it all out before they left. And I'm always going to be 17. You have a soul, Hermione asserted firmly. Harry, how could you even think you don't? Harry considered the evidence, reflecting on the ways he knew that magic involving mortality had a cost, and shrugged. Probably doesn't matter anyway, does it? If I can't die, I'll never really know. Suppose that means we don't need to get you a gift next year? Ron quipped. Ron grinned teasingly, trying to chase away the dark shadows in Harry's eyes. Just think, Harry, if we wait long enough, we can tell people you're our son instead of my brother. Harry's jaw dropped at Ron's complete nonchalance. It didn't mean Ron didn't care that Harry was upset, it simply showed that their friendship remained unchanged. Yeah, Harry replied slowly, a smile creeping onto his lips as he slumped down comfortably between his two best friends. I'll have to call Mione Mum, though. That's fine, Ron said, stretching out until his right arm draped over Harry's shoulder and his left wrapped securely around Hermione's legs. Only she gets to call me Daddy, though. Harry let out a genuine laugh as Hermione howled indignantly and began smacking Ron repeatedly with the pillow she had grabbed from the floor. He might not be lucky in many ways, but when it came to the people around him, he felt like the luckiest bloke on earth. Chapter 6, Peaceful Times, A Party to Remember. August 15, 2004. Jasper had been alive for 170 years. He had spent an entire decade wandering the country alone, and even longer in silent contemplation. Despite all that time, he found himself feeling dreadfully lonely as he waited for Harry to return from his first day of senior year. He had just finished moving his belongings from the Cullen house to Harry's, a process that had turned into quite the spectacle. Esme looked tearful, as if Jasper were moving away for good. He tried to reassure her, reminding her that he was only relocating 10 miles away, but she handed him a key to their house, her grip tight. So you don't forget you always have a home here, she said. As if Jasper needed a key to remind him of that. Still, he appreciated the sentiment. Emmett, on the other hand, found the whole thing amusing. Why not just have the kid move in here? We have plenty of space, he suggested. Harry enjoys having privacy, Jasper replied. He can have privacy here. Emmett countered. How? Rosalie scoffed. He can't even whisper without us hearing. Edward doesn't help either, Jasper added wryly. Even though Edward could only glean a fraction of Harry's thoughts, he knew Harry resented even the smallest intrusion. It was no surprise, then, that Harry had taken to thinking lewd thoughts about Jasper in Edward's presence. Jasper found it endearing. Who am I gonna play Xbox with? Emmett pouted. We can play any time you want, Jasper said, rolling his eyes. Harry has school and sleep, Emmett muttered. Yeah, Emmett grumbled. You're gonna spend all your time with him and leave me alone with Edward. Jasper laughed and clapped his brother on the shoulder. I would never do that to you. Emmett had helped him move the last of his boxes to Harry's place, and loading them into his Jeep was undeniably easier than transporting them one at a time on his own. Jasper glanced at his motorcycle, which looked shabby next to Harry's classic bike, a cherished inheritance from his godfather, and the sleek new ride Harry had received for his birthday. Still, before Harry had even texted him at lunchtime, Jasper had completely moved in and unpacked. He had to rearrange some of Harry's clothes to make room for his own, but he figured that would be a forgivable offense. Now, however, he felt a wave of loneliness wash over him. Looking around Harry's house, Jasper pondered how to fill the next 4 hours until Harry returned at 11:45. It was moments like this that made him wish he could just sleep. The day had started innocently enough. Jasper had been idly washing the sink full of coffee cups that Harry always seemed to accumulate. He considered asking Emmett if he wanted to go hunting, but before he knew it, he found himself rearranging Harry's cabinets. From there, he moved on to mopping the floor, cleaning and sanitizing the refrigerator, dusting and sweeping the living room, and scrubbing the bathroom. By the time he had spent 2 hours tidying up Harry's admittedly messy and neglected house, Jasper decided to dive into a cookbook he had brought from Esme and attempt to make dinner for Harry. Since Harry's fridge was mostly filled with takeout boxes, alcohol, and fruit, Jasper hurried to the store to stock up on a variety of ingredients he could actually cook with. He wondered if having dinner at 4 was too early, if candles would be overkill, and whether Harry even liked asparagus. He firmly told himself not to get carried away with thoughts of proposing tonight. He had promised to wait for a more sentimental or significant moment to ask Harry to marry him, one that didn't involve Harry swinging between angst and joy, which seemed nearly impossible to find. As Jasper set the final touches on the dinner spread, he debated whether their 1-year anniversary, the date of their first meeting, was romantic enough to pop the question when he heard the familiar sound of Harry's car pulling into the driveway. Jasper quickly glanced at the tablecloth he had laid out, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves. On Harry's kitchen counter lay a single flower and the one plate he'd set out. Jasper felt a twinge of frustration at his own foolishness. Jasper? Harry paused in the doorway, his eyes widening as he surveyed the tidy space. Did you clean? I did. Jasper, a vampire who prided himself on his composure, found himself nervously running a hand through his hair at Harry's surprise. And you cooked me dinner? I did. Harry dropped his backpack on the floor by the door, messy wizard, and stepped closer, hesitantly wrapping his arms around Jasper's waist. Why? He asked, genuine curiosity in his voice. Jasper faltered as he tried to articulate his feelings. I was bored, he admitted honestly. And I thought you might like this when you got home. Is it too much? Jazz. Harry laughed and laid his head against Jasper's chest. You're ridiculous. Jasper smiled softly at the love of his life, glancing over at the complicated meal he had attempted to prepare. Do you even like cordon bleu? What is it? Harry murmured. It's ham and cheese cooked inside chicken. Sounds good, Harry said, trying to sound enthusiastic despite his obvious skepticism. Jasper chuckled as Harry nuzzled against him, clearly not convinced. I'll order pizza, he offered. Fortunately, Harry had given Jasper some ideas on how to fill his seemingly endless hours while he was at school. You could go to Grimmauld and get some books, Harry suggested before leaving for school the next morning. The library's full of them. I can text Mione and let her know so nobody freaks out when you show up. That was an excellent idea. The very next morning, Jasper fled over and found that Hermione had thoughtfully laid out a stack of books for him. A note on top read, "Books that aren't cursed." He wasn't sure if she was joking, but he accepted the books gratefully and returned to Harry's house, eager to dive into them. The next month, the senses, sickly sweet and cloying. Harry chuckled as they dismounted from their bikes. You know, you might want to reconsider that opinion. It's her birthday, after all. I know, Jasper replied, shaking his head. But I just can't help it. She's not my type. As they walked into the Cullen home, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Decorations adorned the walls, and the scent of baked goods wafted through the air. Jasper could hear laughter and chatter from the living room, where everyone was gathered to celebrate. Let's just get through this, Jasper said, trying to muster some enthusiasm. Then we can go back to our peaceful existence. Come on, it'll be fun. Harry encouraged, nudging Jasper playfully. Besides, we can't let the others down. They're counting on us. With a resigned sigh, Jasper followed Harry into the living room. The sight of Isabella, beaming with joy as she greeted everyone, softened his heart just a bit. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all. As the party progressed, Jasper found himself drawn into the festivities, laughing along with the others. He even managed to put aside his earlier thoughts about Isabella, focusing instead on the warmth of friendship surrounding him. But just as the evening was reaching its peak, a sudden chill swept through the room. Jasper's instincts kicked in, and he felt an unsettling energy approaching. He exchanged a worried glance with Harry, who had noticed the shift in atmosphere as well. Stay close, Jasper whispered, his gaze scanning the entrance. Harry nodded, his expression turning serious. Whatever was coming, they would face it together. If it's terrible, we'll leave, Harry promised sincerely. Just give me a secret signal or something, all right? Like what? Jasper asked, bemused. Air. Harry scrunched his nose in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with mischief. If you think you're going to snap and kill her, kiss me. Then we'll leave. Deal. It was both ridiculous and touching how quickly his family swarmed them as they entered the house. Jasper. Esme exclaimed, wrapping her arms around him with a gentle pressure that only she seemed capable of. We've missed you. She moved her hands to cup his face, studying his eyes closely. How are you? I'm fine, Jasper assured her. I do still live in town. Then you have no excuse not to visit us more often, Carlyle teased. I keep trying to kick him out, but he doesn't listen, Harry grinned. Can't imagine how you put up with him for so long. We say the same thing about you, Emmett laughed merrily. Too busy playing human to come hang out? I forgot you don't know our address, Harry rolled his eyes. We can't pop into town too much, or people might not believe we went off to Yale, Rosalie chimed in, swooping down on Harry to kiss his cheeks. Is high school terrible with just Edward and Alice? Well, nobody could replace you, Harry grinned. But Alice isn't too bad of company. She got herself transferred into most of my classes. I am delightful company. Alice cried, descending the stairs with an armful of presents. She dropped them on top of Edward's piano and put her hands on her hips. Tell them I am delightful, Harry Potter. Never. Jasper smiled as he looked around the pink and gold-decorated living room. He shared an amused glance with Harry at the sight of the cake and plates Alice had laid out on the glass coffee table. I did not go overboard, Alice insisted immediately, either spotting their looks or anticipating them. I'm just trying to show Bella that birthdays are meant to be fun, not painful, Jasper said, a hint of frustration in his voice. "Why is her birthday painful?" Harry asked, casually folding his legs on the pristine white couch, clearly comfortable with Jasper's family. "Because she wants Edward to turn her, obviously," Rosalie sneered. "It's ridiculous." "Seriously?" Harry looked alarmed, a mix of annoyance and obliviousness washing over him. "How do you know?" The Cullens exchanged surprised glances. Rosalie was right, it was pretty obvious what Isabella wanted. Jasper didn't necessarily fault her for it. She loved Edward and wanted to spend eternity with him, but she was still young and shouldn't make forever decisions based on her teenage ideals of love. "Darlin', I'm afraid you're the only one who didn't know that," Jasper said, taking a seat next to Harry. The rest of the family settled into their usual "a human is coming over" positions. "That's insane, Jazz," Harry replied. "She can't possibly want this to be her last birthday." "I think she wanted her 17th to be her last, actually," Alice chimed in, seemingly unaware that this was hardly the moment to amplify Harry's concerns. Harry scowled, his emotions swirling, annoyance, envy, melancholy. He jumped to his feet, marching determinedly toward Alice. "Let's make this the best birthday ever, all right?" Alice's face lit up with excitement as she handed Harry a roll of streamers, guiding him on where to hang them. "Your plan is to convince her of the benefits of mortality through a party?" Rosalie scoffed. "Great idea. Clearly not as good as your idea of being a jerk so Bella doesn't want to be around you forever," Harry murmured fondly, levitating streamers through the exposed beams of the ceiling. Everyone, including Rosalie, burst into laughter at that. When Isabella arrived with Edward, she was shy and nervous, the exact opposite of the vibrant atmosphere they were trying to create. Edward's joyful emotions filled the room. "Sorry about this, Bella." "We couldn't rein Alice in," Carlisle stage whispered, draping a reassuring arm over Isabella's shoulders as she stepped inside. And then Harry joined in, and they terrified the rest of us into complicity, Esme winked. "This was mostly all done before I got here," Harry said indignantly. "Happy birthday, Bella." "Thanks, Harry," Isabella replied, rolling her eyes, though a faint blush crept across her cheeks as she took in the extravagant decorations Harry and Alice had hung. The blush wasn't subtle enough to escape Jasper's notice. He focused intently on Isabella, trying to help her feel calm and at ease, hoping to ease her embarrassment. The less she blushed, the easier it was for him to ignore the burn in his throat that intensified every time she was near. How does Edward stand it? Jasper thought to himself, realizing he might have accidentally harmed her if they were alone for any length of time like Edward was. Their time together in Grimmauld Place had provided enough space and distractions that they rarely shared a room, and when they did, the magical atmosphere was thick enough to mask Isabella's scent. He doubted she would survive being alone with him anywhere except a place filled with the cold and powerful scent of magic he was beginning to recognize. Edward caught Jasper's eye, frowning before he pulled Isabella further into the room, away from his struggling sibling. Jasper tried to retreat to the edge of the group as everyone chatted easily, while Emmett darted outside. He felt a selfish relief when Harry came to stand in front of him, allowing Jasper to mask Isabella's enticing scent with Harry's darker, less appetizing one. With his keen intuition, Harry tapped Jasper's leg and raised an eyebrow, silently asking if he was okay. Jasper inhaled deeply, letting Harry's icy scent soothe the burn in his throat that Isabella always ignited. He shook his head at Harry, a grateful smile spreading across his face. It always amazed him how Harry didn't recoil at his struggles with control. Instead, he accepted them and actively tried to make occasions like this easier for him. Jasper resolved to handle things tonight, allowing Harry to enjoy his time with his friend, the human with that irresistibly powerful scent. It would be so much simpler if Edward would just change her. As Edward opened his mouth, likely to comment on the thought he'd plucked from Jasper's mind, Emmett returned, and Alice danced forward, beaming. "Presents," she exclaimed. "It's time to open presents." "Alice, you know I said I didn't want you guys to get me anything," Isabella replied, shaking her head disapprovingly. And I didn't listen because it's your birthday, and gifts are supposed to be part of the fun, Alice said airily. Suck it up, Swan. You're part of the family. Was Jasper the only one who noticed the longing in Isabella's eyes at that comment? No. He felt the spike of pain and regret from Edward without even needing to glance at his brother. He noticed it too. Jasper could never express enough gratitude for finding his soulmate in a wizard gifted, or perhaps cursed, depending on who you asked, with immortality. The ring he carried in his pocket seemed to burn hotter at that thought, urging him to present it. But he absolutely wouldn't do that at Isabella's birthday. Not only would it be incredibly rude, but he couldn't think of a more mundane occasion to propose. Mine first, the immortal wizard said eagerly. Harry stepped forward, thrusting his small, badly wrapped gift at Isabella. It's from both of us, he gestured towards the edge of the group where Jasper stood. Thanks, Harry. Thanks, Jasper, Isabella smiled kindly, gently tearing off the paper. She gasped as she looked at the box in her hands. Wait, you guys got me a cell phone? Isabella's voice rose slightly in pitch, perfectly matching her shock. Harry's enthusiasm, however, remained unshaken. Yeah. Now we can text, he exclaimed. And you can take pictures with it. Jasper said not having a cell phone is a safety hazard. For you, darlin', Jasper interrupted with a teasing smile. You used to pretend to be an average teenager living alone in a house you never locked, with a $25,000 car sitting in your driveway. You're a magnet for trouble. So is Bella, Edward chimed in with a grin. She moves to Forks, and what does she do? Befriends a group of vampires. And nearly gets eaten by one, Rosalie murmured quietly enough that Harry and Isabella couldn't hear. Thank you, Isabella said more sincerely. You'll be the first text I send, she told Harry. Jasper stepped a little closer, drawn in by the love, affection, and happiness radiating from his family. Well, except for Rosalie, who seemed terribly bored as she tapped her nails on the piano irritably. This one is from Rose and Emmett, Alice said, handing Isabella another gift to unwrap. Jasper sent out another wave of relaxation as he noticed Isabella blush self-consciously. It would be much easier to manage his feelings if she didn't blush so much. He caught a small nod from Edward, indicating he felt the same way. Thanks? Isabella said, her confusion evident as she stared down at the empty box in her hands. Even Rosalie couldn't help but laugh. It's a stereo for your truck, Rosalie explained. Emmett's already installed it, so you can't take it back. Oh, thanks, guys, Isabella said sincerely. You didn't spend your money on it. It's really a gift for me, Edward replied smoothly. If you insist on driving an ancient truck, then I insist on having an operable radio. Isabella stuck her tongue out at Edward, clearly amused. Just because you all like to drive flashy, fast cars. Just because you like sports cars, she shot Harry a pointed look, doesn't mean you can hate on my truck. Jake says it's a classic, Harry chimed in helpfully. Exactly, Isabella replied. But he also says it's a piece of junk that doesn't go a mile over 50, Harry added with a grin. Laughter filled the room as everyone joined in, teasing Isabella and Harry alike. Despite Isabella's frustrating obsession with becoming a vampire, Jasper couldn't help but feel grateful for how easily she had integrated into their family. Before Harry and Isabella, their gatherings had been marked by more moody silences and far less laughter. This was undeniably an improvement. Open mine and Edward's next. Alice exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over into a high-pitched trill. She held a small, flat square in her hand. Isabella shot Edward an annoyed look. You promised, she said. I didn't spend a dime, Edward insisted. Open it and see, Alice urged. Jasper felt a wave of relief that Harry didn't seem to have any issues spending money on him. After all, Harry was quite wealthy in his own right. But he couldn't help but wonder if Isabella felt like an outsider in their group. She came from modest means, at least compared to the Cullens and Harry, and lacked any supernatural gifts or immortality. Jasper hadn't considered how Isabella might feel caught between her human friends and her supernatural boyfriend and friends. But his thoughts on her struggles vanished in an instant when she accidentally sliced her finger on the gift wrap, a drop of blood welling up from the cut. Rich, enticing blood. The kind that made Jasper's throat burn and his head spin, a taste he hadn't experienced in decades. Before he could question his instincts, Jasper found himself moving toward her, driven by an overpowering urge. No! Edward roared, swiftly shoving the source of the human blood behind him. The crash that followed was barely distinguishable from the sound of their bodies colliding as Edward blocked Jasper's path. Jasper snapped his teeth at the barrier that was keeping him from the blood, the only thing that could soothe the fierce burn coursing through him. Oi! Something small, soft, and warm, though not as warm as the blood pouring from across the room, grabbed his arm and yanked him back. Let go of him, or I'm operating you with us. Jasper paid no attention. His focus was solely on getting past this obstacle, driven to mania by the enticing scent of the still-bleeding human. He gasped as he was suddenly pulled through a dark tunnel that reeked of power, ice, and shadows. It took him just 2.5 seconds after landing on his feet to process what had happened. He was back at Harry's house. In the living room. He had attacked Isabella, Harry's friend, his brother's girlfriend. An innocent, fragile human. He could have killed her. But Edward had stopped him. Are you good? Harry asked, still gripping his arm tightly. I am, Jasper replied hoarsely. Harry, I'm. Let's talk later, Harry interrupted, a gentle smile on his face that felt completely out of place given the horrifying situation. I'm going to pop over to your parents' place and make sure Bella's all right. Edward threw her into a bloody glass table. Idiot, he scoffed. Before Jasper could respond, Harry vanished with a crack. And before Harry could return, Jasper had disappeared as well. Chapter 7, Non-Leeches Have to Stick Together. Monday, September 9, 2004. Harry would have probably fallen flat on his face when he popped back into the Cullens' house if Carlisle hadn't quickly reached out to catch him. Thanks, Harry said, looking around the room at the deafening silence. His brows raised as he noticed Bella and Carlisle were the only ones left in the bloody, destroyed living room. Where'd everyone go? Bella's lips twisted, as if she were fighting off tears, while she lifted her bleeding arms. I cleared them out. Harry, I'm so sorry. For what? Harry asked, pulling out his wand and stepping closer to her. For making Jasper go crazy, she replied, her voice thick with emotion. Harry wasn't sure if she was in pain or upset, but it seemed to be a bit of both. You've got a cut, he said logically. Jasper's a vampire. Your blood smells good. It's not a big deal. He inspected her arms carefully, glancing at Carlisle. I can heal her right up, but I don't know if it works well with the glass. Harry couldn't help but think what a moron Edward was. He could have pushed Bella in any direction, and a glass table was his first choice. Bella's arms were cut all over, with big pieces of glass stuck in them, and pink frosting. It might have been a bit funny under different circumstances, but neither Bella nor Carlisle looked in the mood to laugh. I'll remove those, Carlisle said, jumping into doctor mode immediately. Would you like to help me? Can I? Harry asked, trying not to sound too eager. Almost everyone in Forks said Carlisle was a brilliant doctor. Certainly, Carlisle replied with an easy smile. Let me grab my medicine bag. You don't have to help, Bella said as Carlisle hurried from the room. Jasper's probably upset. Will you tell him I'm apologizing for being a human? Harry interrupted with a snort. He waved his wand over the destroyed living room, clearing the blood from all the surfaces. Harry was about to repair the glass table when Carlyle stepped back into the room. "Reparo," he said, flicking his wand toward the table. Carlyle and Bella watched in awe as the wood and shards flew back into place, except for the pieces still embedded in Bella's arm. "Once those are out, I'll clean them off and put them back in place," Harry assured them. "Amazing!" Carlyle exclaimed, beaming at the display of magic. "Thank you, Harry." "No problem," Harry replied, scooting closer to Carlyle to look at the tools he had unpacked for Bella's arm. "Are you just plucking the pieces out with tweezers?" "First, I'm going to address the patient's pain," Carlyle said. He turned to Bella. "Would you prefer a shot of Toradol, which acts quickly, or an oxycodone tablet, which takes longer to kick in?" "The tablet, please," Bella said immediately. She shrugged her shoulders sheepishly, causing a hiss of pain as she moved her arms. "I don't really like needles." "Harry, would you mind getting 2 tablets from the bottle?" Carlyle asked, pointing to the correct pill bottle. Harry quickly grabbed them and handed them to Bella. "Excellent. Next, we're going to begin clearing the wound." Carlyle picked up the tweezers and held them up for Harry to see. "These are called thumb forceps, and they're great for getting even the smallest slivers. Watch." Harry leaned in closely as Carlyle carefully began to extract the pieces of glass from Bella's arm, starting with the larger shards to minimize any additional cuts. Bella was breathing harshly through her mouth, her eyes averted as the glass was moved from her arm to a small bowl. Carlyle then offered Harry the tweezers. "Now, if Bella doesn't mind, you can give it a try." Harry glanced up at Bella. She rolled her eyes, but a smile tugged at the corners of her lips. "Go ahead," she encouraged. "It's not like I'm not used to you fixing me up at this rate anyway," Bella said with a slight smirk. "Wicked," Harry replied as he pulled on a pair of gloves, mimicking Carlyle's movements. He carefully grasped the delicate thumb forceps, squinting at Bella's arm from behind his glasses. His gaze locked onto a cluster of shards near her wrist. "The wrist is one of the most delicate areas of the body due to the numerous veins and arteries that are so close to the skin," Carlyle explained. "It's easy for someone to bleed out from just a single cut to the wrist." "Not for me," Harry thought wryly. That master of death just comes back to life with a few silver scars for his trouble. Shaking off his thoughts, he concentrated on removing the glass, mirroring the precise technique Carlyle had demonstrated. Carlyle observed him with a patient gaze, gently adjusting Harry's grip at one point to encourage more natural wrist movements. "Excellent," Carlyle praised once they had successfully removed all the shards. "Typically, I would disinfect the wound before applying stitches. But in this case, if you believe you can heal it more effectively for Bella, then that may be best." "All right," Harry said, removing the gloves and retrieving his wand. "Ready, Bella?" "I'm ready," Bella replied, nervously chewing on her lower lip. The glazed look in her eyes suggested that the painkillers had likely taken effect. Harry waved his wand over both her arms twice, effortlessly sealing the cuts and leaving behind only smears of blood and faint light pink scars. "That's so cool," Bella breathed out in relief. "I wish I were a witch." "It's not all foolish wand waving," Harry grinned, recalling his first potions class. "How do you feel?" "Pointless high," Bella quipped, and Carlyle laughed, giving Harry a friendly clap on the shoulder. "I wish I could achieve such immediate results," Carlyle said, his admiration evident. "Here, Bella, let me clean this up," Carlyle said, gently wiping Bella's arms with a warm cloth. "I've been made obsolete by Harry's magic," he joked. "But if you'd like a ride home, I can certainly provide that. Unless you'd prefer to go back with Harry?" "I'll take her," Edward said, his unexpected voice cutting through the moment. He stood stiffly at the back in trance, his expression unreadable. All right," Bella replied, attempting to get to her feet but swaying slightly. Edward was by her side in an instant, making Harry look a bit foolish with his outstretched arm. "Thank you, Carlyle," Bella said, offering a grateful smile. And you, Harry. You're welcome, Carlyle responded softly. He glanced at his son, curiosity flickering in his eyes, before swiftly packing away his medical supplies. Want me to carry these? Harry asked, gesturing to Bella's gifts, two of which remained unopened. I'll get them. Thank you, Harry, Edward said quietly. Good night. Harry and Carlyle watched in silence as Edward gathered Bella's gifts and led her to the front door, his hand gently resting under her elbow. Bella turned back and shrugged at Harry. He's upset. Harry ventured, his words drowned out by the roar of the truck. He is, Carlyle confirmed. How's Jasper? Harry asked. Also upset, I think. Harry sighed, rubbing his eyes. Mind if we come get the bikes tomorrow? I should probably head home and check on him. Not a problem, Carlyle replied, waving him off. Please tell Jasper that nobody is upset with him. Even the others had to leave the room when Bella started bleeding more freely. I'm just glad it was resolved so easily. Me too, Harry admitted. I'll tell him. Good night, Carlyle. With a loud crack, Harry disapparated, only to reappear in his sitting room. Huh? He exclaimed triumphantly. I didn't fall. He looked around eagerly, hoping to find Jasper. Harry was there to witness this unprecedented accomplishment. Jazz? He called, checking the bedroom, the kitchen, Teddy's room, and even the bathroom. Jazz? He stepped into the backyard, scanning the area for his boyfriend. Jazz? Maybe he had gone hunting or was catching up with the others, Harry reassured himself. There was no rule saying Jasper had to wait around for him, he just assumed he would. Needing something to occupy his time, Harry decided to take a shower. He tried not to worry when he emerged and Jasper still wasn't home. After all, Jasper had been upset, and Harry hadn't had the chance to tell him that Bella was fine and that nothing had happened that wasn't expected. He got dressed and checked his phone, nothing. He heated up some leftover pasta Jasper had made for dinner the night before and settled down to wait for him to come through the front door. But Jasper never did. Harry eventually nodded off in his chair, sleeping fitfully and feeling anxious about Jasper's absence. When he jolted awake, the room was pitch black, and Jasper was nowhere to be found. He decided to call him. Hey, it's me, Harry said uncertainly into Jasper's voicemail. I didn't want to bother you. Just checking in to see when you'd be home. Love you. He stared at his phone screen, hesitating. Would he sound foolish if he called Rosalie to see if she had heard from Jasper? Was Jasper intentionally avoiding him? With a sigh, Harry turned off the screen. If Jasper wasn't home by the time he got back from school that afternoon, he'd start calling his family. Then a thought perked him up, Alice would probably know where Jasper was. Or, she would, if she was at school that day. Harry had lingered in the parking lot until he had to sprint to class to make it on time. Alice hadn't. Harry had been waiting for Jasper, as usual, but it seemed Edward and Bella had beaten him to their shared class. He quickly typed a text under his desk. Muggles were notoriously anti-electronics in the classroom, before trying to focus on the lesson. But the nagging feeling that he was being ignored by both Jasper and Alice lingered. That feeling only intensified as Alice failed to show up for any of their morning classes, and neither of them had sent him a message. As he made his way to lunch, frustration bubbled up inside him. He shot off a text to Jasper. WTF is going on? Jasper knew how hard Harry was trying this year. He was already behind and couldn't afford to miss more classes if he wanted to get accepted into college. So why was he acting like this? Did he want Harry to skip school and track him down? Had he forgotten the two of them had spent nearly 2 weeks over the summer fruitlessly searching for Victoria? His growing agitation didn't ease during the tense lunch he shared with Bella and Edward. Where's Alice? He demanded as he sat down next to Bella. She's busy, Edward replied. Harry blinked at him, processing the response. Alice is busy, he repeated slowly. Busy with what? She didn't tell me. Harry turned to Bella, who shrugged with a look that said, I have no idea. Well, when you see your brother, could you let him know I'd appreciate it if he called me? Harry scowled. Especially since he didn't bother coming home last night. Edward looked slightly surprised, which only heightened Harry's worry. Jasper didn't come home last night? Nope. Do you have any idea where he might be? Bella asked gently. If I did, I wouldn't be worried about it, Harry replied dryly. He felt a twinge of guilt as he noticed Bella shift away from him slightly. I'm sorry, he sighed. It's not your fault. He glanced back at Edward, searching for answers. If you see him, will you tell him to call me? I will, Edward replied. The rest of their lunch was marked by an uncomfortable silence that lingered into their calculus class. Harry felt a sense of relief when French 2 came around, allowing him to be on his own. In gym class, when he partnered with Bella for the 2-mile run, the atmosphere shifted. They immediately started sharing their thoughts. Edward's acting weird, Bella said, her brow furrowed. He didn't stay over last night, and now he's hardly talking to me. Edward's not talking to you, Jasper's avoiding me, and Alice is just busy. What's going on with them? Harry panted as they rounded the corner of the track. I think Edward's blaming himself for me getting hurt last night, Bella admitted. I told him I'm fine, nobody was really hurt. I just feel bad that Jasper was upset. He's literally a vampire, Harry hissed quietly. And you know you smell good. It wasn't his fault. We had it handled. I know, Bella said quickly. If I hadn't cut my finger, it would have been fine. Exactly. Harry agreed. Did Edward really think that you bleeding in a room full of, you know what's, he whispered as they passed Jessica and Mike, wouldn't cause a problem? Apparently, Bella scoffed, rolling her eyes. It's ridiculous. They're the ones being ridiculous, Harry corrected her. I'm calling Rose as soon as school's out. Give me your number after class, and I'll text you what she says. Bella flashed him a conspiratorial grin. Us non-bloodsuckers have to stick together, she said. Harry smiled back, feeling a sense of camaraderie. When the vampires were being stupid, it was essential for the non-vampires to unite. After hanging up with Rosalie, Harry stared at his phone, a mix of annoyance, shock, and disappointment washing over him. The Cullens were leaving. And nobody knew where Jasper was, so they couldn't even tell if he was going with them or not. Rosalie desperately wanted Harry to join them. But how could he? Jasper had plans here, goals, a home, friends, and family. He couldn't take Teddy to some foreign country. All the baby books he'd read said kids needed consistency, and Teddy loved it in forks. Mostly, Harry just didn't want to leave. He sent Bella a quick, evasive text, tell you about it tomorrow. Then he sent a much longer and angrier one to Jasper, I swear if you disappear with your family and don't call me, I'm going to find a way to track you down and make you watch while I tear your bike to shreds. And then, because why not? Harry ignored his backpack filled with homework and went to grab a drink instead. After a few drinks, he started to wonder if Jasper was even getting his texts. That was an easily overcome obstacle. He thought back to Ron and Hermione's wedding, surrounded by friends, everyone who'd ever considered him family, and Jasper. Expecto Patronum. His silver stag blinked lazily at him as he tried to think of a message for Jasper. Don't leave me was apparently the best he could come up with, which felt a bit pathetic. But so was Jasper's disappearing act and Edward's determination to leave Bella behind to keep her safe. Harry loved Jasper and cared about all the Cullens, but Merlin, he was starting to get sick of their vampire theatrics. Chapter 8, Dramatic Vampires Doing Dramatic Things. Friday, September 13, 2004. Bella had what was probably the strangest week of her life following her 18th birthday. Considering she had once been the target of a crazed vampire and had to hide out in a magical house with a house elf, that was really saying something. But this week still topped it all. Edward was pulling away from her, hardly speaking when they were at school together and refusing to stay over at night like he used to. Alice hadn't shown up to school since Monday. Edward claimed she was busy and swore he didn't know with what, but Bella didn't believe him. Then there was Harry, who missed school on Wednesday. When he returned on Thursday, he barely spoke to her. When she asked him what Rosalie had told him, he just ducked his head and shrugged. "Nothing good," he muttered. He also mentioned that Jasper still hadn't come home, which made Bella assume Harry was just miserable. That thought made her feel terrible. If her mistake could make someone as amazing as Harry act like a zombie, then she had really messed up, hadn't she? She wished she knew how to fix it all. She longed to go back in time and refused to attend that stupid party that had ruined everything. "Do you want to study tonight?" Bella asked Harry quietly after gym as they walked to the parking lot together. "Or is this a Teddy weekend?" "It's not, and no." Harry looked a bit pale, like he had ever since he returned to school on Thursday morning. She thought it might mean he was drinking again, like he had last year. Nobody had told her, but she'd been to his house enough times to notice the smell of alcohol that accompanied his messy appearance. It wasn't altogether surprising. Harry seemed to carry a lifetime of pain on his shoulders, and Jasper's selfish disappearing act clearly wasn't helping him right now. "I might go get my bike from the Cullens," he said quietly. "Want me to?" "Are you going to ask Edward for help?" Bella knew Jasper's bike was still parked outside. She would offer to help him herself, but she had no idea how to ride a motorcycle, and Charlie would kill her if she even tried. "No thanks," Harry replied, hesitating for a moment before giving Bella a long, searching look. His bloodshot eyes only deepened her guilt. It was clear he had been drinking too much, and she suspected he hadn't slept hardly at all. "Just come over if anything stupid happens, all right?" he urged. Bella nodded, even though it felt like an odd request. That strange request made a lot more sense when she found herself staring, slack-jawed, at Edward an hour later. You're leaving," she repeated, her voice trembling. "But what about school? And Carlisle's job?" "Easily transferred," Edward said calmly. "We shouldn't have stayed here this long. People might begin to notice that we aren't aging. Carlisle hardly looks to be in his mid-30s, does he?" "Okay, well." Bella took a deep breath and squared her shoulders. "I'll go with you then. I'm 18 now." She fought back the guilt that threatened to overwhelm her as she thought of Charlie. He'll be fine," she said weakly. "I can come." "No," Edward replied gently. "You can't." He took a step back, moving closer to the heart of the forest that filled her backyard, putting more distance between them. "You need to stay here, with your dad and your friends." At the mention of her friends, Bella's eyes shot up to meet his. "What about Harry?" "Harry made his own decision," Edward said, his tone evasive. "And Jasper?" "Once Jasper is done with his pity party, I'm sure he and Harry will join us." That didn't sound right to Bella. Harry was happy here, happy enough in Forks that he had walked away from an entire community of witches and wizards in England without looking back, as far as she knew. "But I love you," she whispered, longing to say more. Bella felt a surge of desperation as she tried to plead with Edward not to leave. Her throat tightened, choked with unshed tears. I thought you loved me." "I'm sorry, Bella," Edward replied gently. "But this is for the best. Please take care of yourself. I only want you to be safe." She reached out for his hand, a desperate plea lingering on her lips, but before she could grasp it, he was gone. Bella stared at the spot where he had stood just moments ago, feeling the first tear escape down her cheek. What had just happened? She took a few aimless steps forward, knowing she couldn't possibly follow him, yet unable to stop herself. Was this her fault? Did it stem from what happened on her birthday? Or did he simply not love her anymore? She shouldn't have been surprised. She shouldn't have felt so hurt. Deep down, she had always known she was just a human, a clumsy human without any supernatural allure or remarkable charms. How had she deluded herself into thinking she was enough to keep Edward interested? Overwhelmed, Bella sank to the ground, indifferent to the damp dirt soaking through her jeans. She began to sob, mourning the foolish hope she had harbored that it would be her and Edward for eternity. Just come over if anything stupid happens, all right? Had Harry known they were leaving? Was it mere coincidence that he had said that today? If he didn't know, then he would surely be just as upset as she was. Rosalie and Emmett were practically like siblings to Harry. Even though Bella didn't particularly like Rosalie and didn't have much to do with Emmett, she knew how much Harry cared about them. And that didn't even take into account that nobody seemed to know where Jasper was or what his plans were. Finally, Bella pulled herself to her feet, brushed off her jeans, and wiped the tears from her cheeks. She needed to check on Harry, to make sure he was still there. He hadn't just disappeared, especially since he was particularly vulnerable right now. Bella was talented at making her feelings known, and right now, she was filled with urgency. She half-jogged, half-stomped the 4 blocks from her house to Harry's. If he was still home and hadn't told her that the others were leaving, they were going to have a serious talk about what sticking together really meant. By the time she reached Harry's house, her hair was soaked and clinging to her face. She impatiently pushed it behind her ears and knocked loudly on the door, straining to hear any sign of life inside. "Harry," she called, knocking again with more force. "It's Bella." Silence. Bella let out a frustrated yell and turned her back to the door, plopping down on the ground right in front of it. Surely, Harry hadn't left too. Edward had only said that Harry had made his own decision and that he was sure Harry and Jasper would join the others later. If Harry was planning to leave, he wouldn't have invited her over today, would he? Sitting there on Harry's porch, Bella felt her heartbreak pulling her deeper into despair the longer she remained alone. She wasn't sure how much time had passed when the roar of a motorcycle made her sit up straight. "Harry!" Bella shouted, leaping to her feet as Harry pulled Jasper's bike into the driveway. She ran straight to him, throwing her arms around him before he even had a chance to dismount. Fresh sobs choked her words, but these were tears of relief. If Edward was gone, along with Alice, Carlisle, and Esme, the entire family she had hoped to be a part of, at least her closest friend was still here. "They left then?" Harry asked hoarsely. "They did," Bella managed between sobs. I thought you left too." Harry placed his hands on her shoulders and gently pulled her away to look into her eyes. He tilted his head and raised his brows. "And leave my car behind?" Bella glanced behind Harry and, for the first time, noticed his car parked in the driveway. Bella noticed the bright red car parked in the driveway, and her embarrassment quickly helped her push down her sobs. "I was upset," she said defensively. Harry, they left. All of them. All of them." Harry's green eyes widened in surprise. "Did Edward say all of them?" There was a quaver in his voice that broke Bella's heart all over again. "He said the Cullens were leaving and that you made your own decision. Then I asked about Jasper, and he said." Bella furrowed her brow as she tried to recall Edward's exact words. "He said, once Jasper is done with his pity party, I'm sure he and Harry will come with us." Harry scoffed and gently pushed Bella aside so he could dismount Jasper's motorcycle. He glared down at the bike as if it were personally offending him and aimed a vicious kick at it. "So wizards don't have super strength?" Bella said with a huff of laughter as Harry immediately howled in pain, hopping around on his now injured foot. "Piss off, Isabella," Harry snarled, though there was no real heat in his voice. Bella couldn't help but laugh a little more. He continued to hop around for a moment before gingerly placing his right foot back on the ground and sighing. I still have to go get my bike. I just grabbed Jasper's first so he couldn't sneak off with it without me knowing. He attempted a grin, but Bella could see it was forced. Bella swallowed hard, bracing herself for the question. Was everyone gone? Rose was waiting for me, Harry said quietly. She begged me to come with them. But everyone else was gone, yeah. The garage was empty except for Rose's car and our bikes. Bella nodded, bracing herself for the answer she had expected. A few fresh tears slipped down her cheeks, despite her efforts to hold them back. Hey, don't cry, Harry said, sounding so uncomfortable that Bella chuckled a little. But somehow, those chuckles turned into an even harder set of sobs than before. All right, let's head inside before the neighbors call your dad, Harry muttered, gently grabbing Bella's arm and guiding her toward his door. Come on now. Bella let herself be led in, too overwhelmed and distraught to resist. Harry settled her on the couch and then sat down beside her. There, he said softly. It'll be all right. It was such a typical guy thing to say that Bella only cried harder, realizing Harry was trying to comfort her while he was clearly just as upset. Thankfully, he stopped trying to console her and instead sat quietly next to her, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. After a while, Bella regained her composure and felt embarrassed for breaking down like that. I'm sorry, she said, her cheeks flushed. I didn't. Merlin, Harry interrupted with a sigh. Is this what everyone's always telling me? Quit apologizing for things that aren't your fault, he quoted dramatically. You say sorry too much, Bella. Well, so do you, she muttered, rummaging through her jacket pocket until she found a wad of napkins to dry her face. Hermione said so, she added, once she felt a little better, though her eyes were still red and puffy. Mione's a liar, she can't be trusted, Harry said solemnly. You will learn one day. PFT, Bella scoffed, leaning back against Harry's couch. I'm telling her you said that. After that light exchange, they settled into a comfortable silence, which reminded Bella of the saying, misery loves company. What now? She eventually asked quietly. Harry turned to her and gave a half-hearted smile. I suppose you don't want a drink? Bella considered it for a moment, then thought about how furious Charlie would be if she came home drunk. But she remembered Edward's parting words, take care of yourself. Hold on. She pulled out her phone, which was conveniently close at hand. Bella picked up the generous cell phone that Harry and Jasper had given her for her birthday and called Charlie's cell. Hey Dad, is it okay if I stay the night at Harry's? She hated asking for permission, but it felt awkward to just tell him what she was doing. Of course, Bells, Charlie replied immediately, just as she suspected he would. He was crazy about Harry. Some days, Bella couldn't tell if he wanted to kiss him or adopt him, which was a strange thing to be confused about. Want me to bring over some food after work? He asked. Bella glanced at the large glass bottle Harry had just taken from the cabinet. No, that's okay. We'll order a pizza. Love you. Love you too, kiddo. Tell Harry I said hi. Will do. Bella hung up and felt a smile spread across her face as Harry poured them each a drink. Here's to dramatic leeches being dramatic, Harry said, raising his glass. And to non-leeches sticking together, Bella added, clinking her glass against his. Chapter 9. 11 days can feel like an eternity. Tuesday, September 10th, 2004. Don't leave me. Jasper stared at the silver stag that had just replayed Harry's soft plea, feeling his heart break in his chest. I'm sorry, he whispered to the stag, wishing he had the magic to send that message back to Harry. The stag tossed its majestic head, seeming to disapprove, before vanishing before his eyes. Jasper longed for it to return. It would be a comforting reminder of Harry as he sat on the icy mountaintops, lost in thought. He hadn't meant to end up here. He had simply needed air, and his feet had brought him to this desolate place. Now, after an entire day spent in solitude, leaving felt increasingly impossible. How could he face Harry again? "I'm sorry for attacking your friend. I'm sorry for leaving. I'm sorry that you fell in love with me when you deserve better. I'm sorry you have the worst luck in soulmates." Jasper typically reserved such pessimistic thoughts for Edward, but Edward hadn't nearly killed an innocent young girl, had he? More importantly, Edward hadn't wanted to kill an innocent human. Not like Jasper did. In those fleeting moments before him, standing over Isabella's blood, he had wanted nothing more than to drain her of every drop. The very thought disgusted him. It sickened him how quickly he could revert to the soulless monster he once was, unfeeling, indifferent to the pleas for mercy, ignoring the terror and sorrow he caused. He had been consumed by desire, following it blindly as he extinguished lives, one after another. Did Harry deserve better? Would he ever forgive Jasper for leaving? Sitting motionless in the small cave amidst the ice caps, Jasper felt the steady spin of a silver ring in his hand. He hardly noticed the passage of time as he sank deeper into his own misery, trying to unravel the tangled web of his thoughts. Jasper searched for answers to his questions amid the meaningless shadows cast in his mountaintop cave. Should he go home now? Should he confess to Harry that he wasn't the man Harry believed him to be? Should he admit his cowardice, his weakness, his innermost desire for human blood? Would Harry still want him around? Did he even deserve to be near Harry if he still wanted him? Harry was everything good in the world. He was brave, selfless, considerate, accepting, loving, a radiant ball of light that had melted a heart made of stone. Of course, Harry wasn't without flaws. He often blamed himself for things beyond his control, had a fierce temper, battled overwhelming depression, and was quick to jump to conclusions. Yet, those imperfections only made him more real, more relatable. All the flaws in the world couldn't diminish Jasper's desire to be with him. But as Jasper remained motionless, frozen like the icy landscape around him, he began to doubt that Harry would welcome him back. "Don't leave me," Harry had pleaded. And yet, Jasper had left. It took a long time for Jasper's self-disgust to fade enough for him to realize the flaw in his thinking. Harry didn't need Jasper to make decisions for him. He was a grown man, someone Jasper deeply respected. It was unfair to assume Harry couldn't handle the truth himself. He would simply present Harry with the facts and let him decide. If Harry deemed Jasper an irredeemable monster, then so be it. Jasper pocketed the ring securely, praying to the Lord that Harry would forgive him once again for his unforgivable actions and that he would have a chance to present the ring in the future. But as he reached the bottom of the mountain he had been cowardly hiding on and powered his cell phone back on, he was shocked by the date displayed on the screen. It was the 21st. Had he really been sitting there for 11 days? The notifications on his phone nearly sent him retreating once more. 57 missed calls, evenly split between Carlisle, Alice, Emmett, Edward, and Harry. There were 8 voicemails, all from Harry. "Hey, I don't know what's going on, but I miss you. Love you." And the most recent one, from the 17th, "I miss you, but you're a prat. If you disappeared with the others, then I'm going to spend the rest of my life finding you and then. I dunno, but it'll be something you won't like." Stupid. Jasper brushed aside the insult. He felt he deserved much worse. Guilt washed over him at the hurt in Harry's voice. But he was puzzled by that middle part of the message. Disappeared with the others? He opened the thread of missed texts from Alice, hoping for some clarity. "Call me. As soon as you leave the mountain, call me. You're hurting Harry. Call me. Nobody's mad at you. Call me." Did it mean nothing that he was mad at himself? He couldn't bring himself to open Harry's texts, having only caught a glimpse of one that read, "Are you okay?" There would never be another soul in the universe like Harry Potter's. As he began to run back to Forks, back to his judgment, he called his sister. Finally, Alice breathed, answering before the first ring even finished. God, you pout as hard as Edward. I'm sorry, Jasper said. Will you tell Edward I'm sorry? He's not here. He's in his own metaphorical cave right now. Jasper slowed his run at that. Why? Jas, we left Forks. He stopped completely, a pale figure frozen in surprise amid the dimly lit forest. What? His mind raced through several possible scenarios that could have forced his family to flee Forks 2 years earlier than planned. Is Isabella? She's fine, Alice said quickly. Upset, obviously, Jasper replied, his voice tinged with frustration. But Edward didn't want her life to be in danger while we were around. Carlyle said we would all support Edward's decision and leave as a unit. He scoffed, his instinct urging him to judge his brother harshly. It was classic Edward, abandoning the fragile human in a misguided attempt to protect her. But had Jasper been any better? He hadn't physically protected Harry, he had run away to avoid tainting Harry's life. It would be easy to label Edward as selfish, arrogant, or even a coward. But how could he? Jasper had meant to ask where their family was, but what came out was, where is Harry? Alice's sweet, soprano voice, usually so melodic, was harder than he had ever heard it when she responded. Exactly where you left him. You too, clearly, Jasper shot back, trying to deflect some of the blame from himself. He resumed his silent run through the forest, using only a fraction of his attention to dodge trees and debris. And I'm sure of the two of us, it was me who broke his heart, Alice snapped. Edward and Emmett think you'll join us, but you aren't, are you? You're going to Harry? Even though Alice couldn't see him, Jasper nodded. I am going to Harry. I hope he'll take me back, but you're being stupid, thinking that spilling your whole life story will change his mind. Got it. Jasper knew he was in the wrong, but Alice could be just as infuriating as the rest of his siblings at times. Carlyle says to tell you that all of us, except Edward, are at Tanya's. You and Harry are welcome to join us, and you should come home to us if anything happens between you and Harry. Carlyle would have me back? Jasper asked quietly. Don't be an idiot, Jasper. Your family. And Isabella was fine. Suddenly, Alice giggled. But I think I'll let Harry tell you. He's got such a way with words, doesn't he? Love you. Good luck. Jasper wasn't superstitious, but Alice's giggle felt ominous. He quickly sent a short message to his family, I am sorry. It was a meager apology for disappearing on them, but it would have to suffice for now, especially since they were far away in Alaska. As he got closer to Forks, Jasper felt the thirst he'd managed to push aside for those 11 days creeping back. He decided to stop and hunt, telling himself he needed to build up his resistance in case he ran into Isabella again. Deep down, he knew that was a lie. The truth was, he was afraid to face Harry and hear his judgment about Jasper's actions. But he had been a coward for long enough. As twilight settled in, Jasper finally arrived at Harry's house, wondering if it would ever feel like home again. He paused to listen for any signs of life before raising his hand to knock. He couldn't even use his key, he had left it behind. How could he have done that? It felt unforgivable. Still, he hoped Harry would forgive him anyway. Standing before the brightly painted yellow door, which seemed to mock him with its cheeriness, Jasper waited. There were no footsteps, no whispers, no breathing. He stood there, finding it just as restful as sitting, determined to wait as long as it took for Harry to return. Alice had said that Harry was right where he left him, so Jasper assumed he was home. Harry's car was parked outside, but that didn't mean he hadn't gone somewhere else, maybe to grim old place or taken his godfather's motorcycle for a spin. Jasper had been waiting only a short while when he heard the familiar hum of the. Jasper watched as a magical motorcycle approached, his nerves tightening with each rev of the engine. He had rehearsed a speech in his mind, but as the bike drew nearer, those carefully crafted words seemed to scatter like leaves in the wind. Neither the driver nor the passenger had noticed him sitting on Harry's porch, allowing him a moment to take in the scene. If it weren't for the overwhelmingly sweet scent of her blood, Jasper might not have recognized the passenger on the back of Harry's bike. Harry looked lovely, as always, but there was something off about him. His face was pale, dark shadows hung beneath his eyes, and the leather jacket, a gift from Alice that Jasper could never repay, hung loosely on his frame. Jasper could sense a mix of emotions radiating from Harry, a bittersweet smugness intertwined with a deep familial affection. Affection for Isabella, he realized. That made sense. Harry and Isabella were friends. She must have turned to him for comfort after they had both been unfairly abandoned by their partners. The thought made Jasper feel like a cad. He couldn't shake the guilt of knowing that while he had vanished, Harry and Isabella had likely found solace in each other's company. As they drew closer, Jasper noticed Isabella clinging tightly to Harry's waist, her warm brown eyes wide with a spark of excitement. She was a whirlwind of emotions: fear, excitement, sadness, and gratitude. Yet, it wasn't just her feelings that puzzled him, it was her appearance. He squinted in her direction, trying to figure out what had changed. Then it hit him: Isabella's hair was purple. He was certain her hair had been a dark brown the last time he saw her, on that fateful day he had tried to kill her on her birthday. Now, it was a lighter shade, artfully faded to a deep purple. And were those bangs he spotted new as well? Did she always have bangs, and he just hadn't noticed? Was it a new trend? A fashion statement? Jasper felt a wave of relief wash over him when he noticed that Harry hadn't changed his hairstyle. He could tell the moment Harry and Isabella spotted him. Harry's emotions surged, flickering too rapidly for Jasper to read accurately, while Isabella's anger was unmistakable. And honestly, it was justified, given how things had ended the last time they met. Harry pulled the motorcycle into the driveway and abruptly cut the engine. The two locked eyes for a long moment. Jasper imagined at least 79 different ways to start the conversation, but Harry's polite smile certainly wasn't one of them. "Hello, Jasper. Are you here for your bike?" Harry's tone matched his smile, polite, but it didn't align with the anger and hurt simmering beneath the surface. "No, I wanted to talk to you," Jasper replied softly. Harry swung the leg off the bike and helped Isabella down carefully. About? About what happened? Harry, I am so sorry. You should be. Harry's genuine frown was far more expected than the bland smile he'd shown earlier. It's been almost 2 weeks. Do you know how worried I was? Jasper felt a pang at that. He had never had someone genuinely worry about him before, nor had he ever needed to hold himself accountable to anyone. I'm sorry. Isabella scoffed and crossed her arms, clearly irritated. But since Jasper wasn't addressing her just yet, he chose to ignore it. Will you allow me to explain myself? Harry regarded him sadly for a long moment before giving a short nod. I have to walk Bella home first, then we can talk after. It's just 4 blocks, Harry. I think I can survive by myself, Isabella interjected. But will I survive if Chief Swan finds out I let you walk home alone at night? Harry shot back with a smile just for her. I'll be back in a bit, he said to Jasper, his expression growing serious. Try not to disappear before then. Jasper nodded at the reminder of his past behavior, leaning against the house as Harry and Isabella started down the driveway. Isabella? Jasper called out, not wanting to miss the chance to apologize in case Harry decided to cut him from his life later. He waited until she glanced back at him with a curious expression. I'm truly sorry for my actions on your birthday, he said, pouring as much sincerity into his words as he could muster. If there's any way I can ever make it up to you, please let me know. Harry and Isabella paused, allowing her to turn fully around and roll her eyes at him. You're a vampire, and I'm a human. If I put heroin in front of a drug addict, wouldn't they be tempted? She whispered, keeping her voice low to avoid being overheard by any neighbors with open windows. I wasn't mad at you then, and I'm not mad at you now. It wasn't even a big deal. Jasper found himself at a loss for how to respond to a human telling him it wasn't a big deal, that he had wanted to kill her, so he simply nodded. As Harry and Isabella resumed their walk, Jasper struggled to suppress a laugh when he heard Harry innocently ask, "What's heroin?" Chapter 10, Harry hears out Jasper. Harry walked home from Bella's house, taking his time. He breathed slowly and evenly to keep himself calm. But seriously? Jasper had ignored his calls, his texts, even the bloody Patronus he sent. And now he just shows up wanting to talk. Was Harry glad Jasper hadn't disappeared like everyone else seemed to? Yeah. Was he relieved that Jasper wasn't hurt, lost, or turned to ashes, like he'd dreamed one night? Definitely. But was Harry also pissed as hell and, if he was honest, rather hurt? Absolutely. Still, he knew he would at least hear Jasper out. He hoped he had a good excuse. Bella had told him to make Jasper grovel for forgiveness, but that felt as dramatic as disappearing for 11 days without so much as a note. Not that he wasn't considering it, it just felt a bit over the top. As Harry approached his house, he frowned at the sight of Jasper still waiting outside. "You could have gone in," Harry said. "My keys are inside," Jasper replied hesitantly. "And I wasn't sure if I was allowed to just walk inside your home anymore." Harry edged past him and turned the unlocked doorknob. "I'd be a real git if I kicked you out while your family's in bloody Alaska, wouldn't I?" "It would be reasonable," Jasper said, following Harry inside anyway. "It would be no less than I deserve." "Well, I deserve some answers," Harry shot back. He strode toward the kitchen, tossed his jacket on the counter, and took a seat on one of the bar stools, looking expectantly at Jasper. "So let's hear them. Where the hell have you been?" Jasper stood in the kitchen doorway, looking so awkward that Harry took pity on him and nudged the other stool with his foot. "Feel free to sit while you tell me," he said dryly. Jasper moved the chair over, positioning it a little farther from Harry, and sat on the edge. Harry couldn't help but feel the weight of the moment. Just 2 weeks ago, this was the spot where Jasper sat every day, helping him with homework. "You're mad," Jasper said slowly. "Which is fair." "Harry, I am so sorry, I know." Harry struggled to keep his expression neutral. He reminded himself not to get angry or upset until he had heard Jasper out. That was the least he could do. "Let's skip the apologies and get back to where the hell have you been?" "The mountains," Jasper replied. "As soon as you left that night, I just ran. I am, so ashamed. He seemed to be bracing himself to say something terrible. "I wanted to kill her, Harry. Your friend. My brother's girlfriend. I wanted to kill her." "That's because you're a vampire," Harry said slowly. "Bella was a bleeding human. What did you guys expect? Why were vampires so determined to pretend they weren't literally wired to crave human blood?" Whatever response Jasper anticipated, it certainly wasn't this. Nobody else attacked Isabella, Jasper defended. Except for Edward, who actually hurt Bella, Harry pointed out. "I already had my wand drawn by the time Edward blocked you. Jasper, you didn't do anything that wasn't expected. You expected me to try and kill your friend?" "Don't be dramatic," Harry sighed wearily. "Merlin," he was exhausted. "I expect you to act like a vampire." Jasper looked surprised, his bright golden eyes widening. "It doesn't bother you? Doesn't disgust you? You're literally the first vampire I've ever met who didn't just drink straight from a muggle's neck," Harry replied flatly. "So no, it doesn't. I think it's wicked that you guys don't drink human blood to start with. How many vampires did you meet before us?" Jasper asked, curiosity sparking in his tone. Just one, Harry admitted. Sanguini. And when I met him, he had to be stopped from making a couple of witches his next meal. Sanguini? Harry blinked at Jasper, surprised by the familiarity in his tone. I don't know. I didn't read his autobiography. They just called him Sanguini. You should have, Jasper replied, a small smile playing at the corners of his lips. If it's the Sanguini I'm thinking of, he's very old, very powerful, and very connected. He spent almost a century with the Volturi. I think we're getting off track here, Harry interjected, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. He was angry and tired, unwilling to be distracted now, not when he was finally getting the answers he'd long sought. So you went to the mountains because you were ashamed of acting like a vampire? Why the hell didn't you wait to tell me you needed to get away for a while? Because I think you deserve better, Jasper said quietly. I'm a killer, Harry. You can't imagine how many people I've killed, humans, vampires, comrades, enemies. There are thousands. And I didn't think you should be with someone who could slip back into that mindset so quickly. Harry felt a prickly wave of indignation and anger rising in his stomach as Jasper continued hastily. But I realized I can't make that decision for you. I can only tell you who I really am and let you decide what you want. Harry inhaled deeply, then exhaled, and suddenly jumped to his feet, letting his frustration explode. You left me without so much as a bloody phone call or text because you think I deserve better? This is just like last time, Jasper. Do you know how worried I was? You couldn't send a single message. Hey, I'm not dead, I'll be home eventually. I didn't have cell service in the mountains, Jasper replied weakly. Harry, I am so sorry. I didn't think you would be worried about me. Why wouldn't I be? Worried? Harry paced back and forth, tugging at his hair in frustration. Your family just packed up and left. For all I knew, you were either with them or, he paused, struggling to find the right words, or a pile of ashes. Do you think I considered that you'd be having some selfish little pity party on a mountain? No. I didn't know they'd left, Jasper interjected quickly. Harry, I swear to you. I had no idea until just a few hours ago. Well, good for you, Harry snapped. Because I've known for over a week, and I've been worried sick that you went with them. Never, Jasper replied vehemently, rising to his feet and stepping closer to Harry. I would never leave you like that. You already did. Harry shot back. But as quickly as his anger flared, it faded, leaving him feeling drained. You left me, Jasper. With no explanation. I would have understood if you needed space, but you didn't give me the chance to say that. Jasper reached out a hand but let it drop. I know, he said, his voice rough. I can't explain how sorry I am. Don't just tell me, show me, Harry replied. He walked to the fridge, hesitating for a moment before resolutely grabbing a bottle of water. I'm going to bed. I'll see you in the morning. As Harry moved to pass Jasper, he intended to make it clear he wouldn't be sleeping in their room tonight. I can stay? Jasper asked as Harry reached the door. Even after I left, you'd let me stay? Harry turned to meet Jasper's stricken expression with one of his own, weary but resolute. You're one of. He counted quickly in his mind, Ginny, Hermione, Ron, Molly. 5 people who have told me they love me. But you're one of a dozen people who have left me. So if you're sticking around, you've got to prove it. Because I still love you, but I don't trust you. Feeling properly abashed and ashamed, Harry pushed aside the pang in his chest at Jasper's expression as he closed his bedroom door firmly behind him. Over the next few days, it seemed Jasper went out of his way to prove to Harry that he wasn't leaving again. Every morning, he was in the sitting room, offering Harry a smile and asking if he wanted breakfast. And every time Harry came home from school, Jasper was there with a book from Grimald and an offer to cook dinner. He's being annoying, Harry muttered, scowling at his phone during lunch. But Jasper's ridiculous series of texts he sent during fourth hour made him want to laugh. He'd received similar messages every day, Jasper constantly reassuring him he wasn't going anywhere, but today's were especially amusing. I'm going to Grimald. I'll be home before you. Do you want anything? Creature sent tarts. And death threats. I don't think he likes me. I'm home now. Bella peeked at his phone over his shoulder and let out a quiet laugh. You've got him wrapped around your finger. I did a lot of yelling the other night, Harry admitted. I was mad as hell. I would be too, Bella assured him. I am, in fact. They exchanged a loaded glance, sharing in the misery of wondering if they'd ever see their boyfriends again. Bella still seemed downcast, but Harry hoped he could find ways to cheer her up, or at least distract her. What are you doing tomorrow? He asked. Andy says Teddy's sick, so she doesn't want him coming over this weekend. Bella instantly shifted into what Harry dubbed girl mode. Poor Teddy. What's wrong? The flu, I guess, Harry grimaced. He'd felt a little relieved when Andy told him she was being overprotective about keeping Teddy home. She assured Harry she didn't doubt his ability to care for his sick godson, but since Harry kind of did. He had promised her he wasn't upset and that he'd see Teddy next weekend. He told her to let him know if Teddy got any worse. So, I don't have anything going on this weekend, he said. Don't you think Jasper will want to spend time together? Bella asked. Harry hadn't actually considered that. He had just assumed Bella would want to come over like she had the previous weekend when it was just the two of them. No, Harry admitted. I didn't think of that. But even if he does want to hang out, it doesn't mean you can't still come over. Jasper left, and we're friends, right? So, hey. Suddenly, Harry had a brilliant idea. Do you want to go see Jacob? We could go cliff diving. You said you wanted to try it. He hadn't realized just how adventurous Bella was until she decided to rebel against Edward's warnings to be careful. That rebellion had led to a risky new hairstyle, which Ginny happily helped her execute, riding around with Harry on his bike, and seeking out as many adrenaline-pumping activities as possible. I think I'll stay home this weekend, Bella said slowly. Clean my room, spend time with Charlie, and leave you and Jasper alone. You don't have to do that, Harry assured her. Really, Bella, I don't know what to do about Jasper anyway. Do you love him? Bella asked, taking a bite of the salad she had gotten for lunch. Yeah. Then you don't want to break up? Well. Harry furrowed his brows. No. He didn't want to. Jasper had made a bad decision, but he had come back and admitted it. Then you'll have to forgive him, Bella said sympathetically. Not right away, though. I think he should suffer for at least 11 days. But eventually, you will have to forgive him. Harry was pretty sure he already knew that, but it was good advice nonetheless. It was something he pondered while riding his bike around for a bit after their conversation. Some people, like Dumbledore, believed Harry had an extraordinary ability to forgive, and maybe he did. But as he flew along the back roads between Forks and La Push, he found himself questioning whether he forgave people out of genuine desire or simply because he thought he should. He remembered the hurt he felt when Ron had abandoned him in their fourth year, spreading rumors and suggesting that Harry had entered himself in the Triwizard Tournament. But after Ron apologized, Harry, missing his best friend, chose to forgive him. Then there was the summer after Cedric died, the summer when he needed someone the most, yet his friends didn't write. They had their reasons and offered apologies, and once again, Harry found himself forgiving them, longing for their companionship. But Ron had left him and Hermione alone in a tent, yelling that Harry didn't know what he was doing and didn't care about the safety of his family. He even tried to take Hermione with him, leaving Harry completely on his own. Yet, when Ron returned and saved Harry's life, it felt like just the right moment for Harry to forgive him. As for Dumbledore, well, that was different. Harry hadn't forgiven him for setting him up for immortality through his manipulations. But Dumbledore was gone, having left Harry behind for the afterlife. Forgiving him now wouldn't change anything. Suddenly, Harry swerved the steering wheel to avoid hitting the bridge wall as a realization struck him. He didn't forgive people because they necessarily deserved it, he did it to avoid losing more people. He didn't want to lose Ron or Hermione, so he forgave them. He hadn't wanted to lose Alice and Jasper when they tried to turn him, so he forgave them too. And now, he didn't want to lose Jasper again. So, despite his doubts, he decided he would probably go ahead and forgive him. He wasn't sure if he could fully trust Jasper or believe him when he said he wouldn't leave again, but he could find it in himself to forgive him for that selfish decision. Harry felt a wave of frustration wash over him. This was always the hardest part, making a decision like this. He would wrestle with his thoughts, going back and forth until he finally settled on a choice. But once he made that decision, following through felt almost relieving. With a newfound sense of purpose, he happily turned his bike around, eager to go home and tell Jasper that he forgave him. However, as he tried to turn too quickly, he let out a surprised gasp when he lost control of his bike. He released the clutch and gripped the handlebars tightly, squeezing his eyes shut as he spun and rolled down the side of the road. He came to a jarring stop, thanks to a giant fir tree that stood at the edge of the road. "Damn it," he swore, taking a moment to assess the situation. To his relief, his bike seemed mostly unscathed, having skidded to a safe halt. In fact, this was the least damage he had ever done to himself or his bike during a crash. Still, he noticed the deep scratches on the green paint. Rose had always been better at touch-ups than he was, often teasing him about his lack of patience. Harry scowled and leaned back against the tree, thumping his head against the trunk in frustration. Reckless, he muttered to himself. He took a few minutes to catch his breath, letting his heart return to a steadier rhythm. Just as he felt ready to get back on the bike and head home, he heard a strange snuffling sound. Tensing up, Harry moved cautiously, not wanting to encounter a bear right now. He turned his head to peer into the dark forest. At first, he saw nothing. He grabbed his wand and whispered Lumos, illuminating the area around him. That's when he saw it. When it saw him. A massive wolf, as large as a hippogriff, stood before him. Its fur was as black as the night, and its brown eyes seemed too intelligent, too surprised, to belong to an ordinary animal. "What the hell?" Harry breathed, his wand still aimed at the creature. It was his soft question that finally stirred the wolf to life. The wolf gave Harry one last look of surprise before turning away and sprinting swiftly back into the trees. By the time Harry arrived home, he was convinced that Jasper could sense his excitement from miles away. That wasn't a wolf. Wolves didn't grow that large, Harry knew that. Over the summer, he had researched wolves, werewolves, and every kind of canine he could find, all in an effort to soothe his godson during the full moons. He'd studied more about them than he had any other subject in his 6 years at Hogwarts. But there was only one creature that could look like that. Ironically, it was the very creature he had first learned about in his 3rd year, one he had never encountered in the magical world. Harry parked his scuffed-up motorbike in the rainy driveway, eager to share his discovery with Jasper. As soon as he walked in, Jasper greeted him with a smile before he could even take off his jacket. "How was your ride?" "I have lasagna in the oven." "Never mind all that," Harry waved off the offer of dinner impatiently, his eyes shining with the thrill of a new secret to uncover. "I decided to forgive you, okay? Now listen. Did you know there are shapeshifters in the woods?" Harry was so excited he could hardly think straight. He wasn't a fan of mad monsters that could kill him, unlike a certain friendly giant he knew, but shapeshifters? They were just a branch off metamorph magi. A rare type of animagus, shapeshifters could transform into their animal form at will, even if they weren't magical themselves. Lupin had told their class he believed that line was extinct. And now Harry had found one. In Forks. Hermione was going to regret not moving here, he just knew it. Jasper gave him an incredulous look, slowly checking him over from head to toe. "You've got scrapes down your side," he said calmly. "Did you wreck again? Hit your head, perhaps?" "I did, and I didn't." Harry grabbed Jasper's hands, nearly beside himself with excitement. "Jas, you won't believe it. There's a shapeshifter in the woods. Well, at least one shapeshifter. Isn't that amazing?" Harry exclaimed. Jasper blinked in confusion, but a smile crept onto his face, happy that he seemed to be forgiven. "Darlin', do you mean the werewolves?" Harry snorted, rolling his eyes. "No. Does it look like a full moon, Jas? I mean a real shapeshifter. I swear, I saw one." Jasper's skepticism was evident, and Harry found it both annoying and rude. "Fine," he huffed. "But we're going to find it this weekend, all right?" "Whatever you want," Jasper promised, though his tone suggested he was still unsure. Meanwhile, while Harry plotted how to track down a muggle who could shift into a giant wolf, Sam Yulee was frantically pounding on Billy Black's door. When Billy finally answered, he was immediately on edge at the sight of Sam's frantic eyes and disheveled appearance. "Sam? What is it?" Billy asked, concern creeping into his voice. Sam studied Billy closely, ready to defend his tribe if he suspected their leader was hiding something. "Your nephew, the Potter boy, did you know he's a wizard?" Billy's expression shifted to one of immediate shock and surprise, confirming he had no idea. "How do you know?" he asked firmly, determined to prevent any baseless accusations from igniting a witch hunt for his nephew. "I saw him," Sam said, his voice filled with urgency. "He did magic." Billy didn't have a response. He believed Sam, but he didn't like the direction this revelation could take them. Sam's stern gaze, embodying the authority of the Alpha Guardian of the Quileute tribe, bore down on him. "Call a meeting. We need to tell the others." Chapter 11, Shapeshifter Hunting. Sunday, September 19th, 2004. "Harry, I'm not sure this is working," Jasper said carefully. "Are you absolutely certain you found a shapeshifter?" "Jas, I'm telling you, this wolf was huge," Harry insisted, zipping around the treetops on his broomstick, cloaked and determined. "It was definitely a shapeshifter." "The Quileute werewolves are quite massive," Jasper countered. "A large black wolf could easily be one of them. I nearly got attacked by a fully grown werewolf when I was 13. I know what they look like, and this wasn't it." Harry was incredibly stubborn, but there were worse ways to spend a weekend. The two of them had actually enjoyed their time yesterday, combing through the woods surrounding Forks in search of Harry's elusive shapeshifter. He had insisted they look for a large black wolf or, as he put it, a suspicious-looking muggle. Unfortunately, they hadn't found either, much to Harry's disappointment. Jasper wasn't much help, to be honest. He hadn't detected anything unusual in the woods, and he was limited in where he could go due to the treaty. "Why were you attacked by a werewolf at 13? Jasper asked as they wandered aimlessly, keeping an eye out. "Professor Lupin forgot to take his potion," Harry explained from above. "But to be fair, he was a bit preoccupied trying to save me from Sirius and figuring out why Pettigrew was on the map." Jasper stopped and sighed, barely resisting the urge to pinch his nose in exasperation. "Harry, am I supposed to understand any of that?" Judging by Harry's laugh, the answer was clearly no. But Harry landed, deciding it was time for a story break. This was the perfect opportunity to pull out some food and coax Harry into eating while he talked. Sometimes, just sometimes, Jasper thought that maybe Harry was a bit too much of a handful. Harry was always so forgiving of his mistakes and questionable decisions, especially since he had a knack for getting revenge by spinning the wildest stories. He knew Jasper would struggle to figure out what was true and what wasn't. "Wait, you're telling me your godfather, Sirius, escaped from prison to protect you from a rat named Peter, but everyone thought you needed protection from Sirius? Jasper asked incredulously. Yup. And Peter was the real traitor, but everyone thought he was dead? Yup. Then your professor, an honest-to-goodness werewolf, saw their names on a magical map that your dad and the others made, realized what had happened, and ran down to intervene without taking the potion that keeps him sane during the transformation. And then he transformed and attacked you all, allowing Peter to escape. Harry grinned as he took a bite of his sandwich. You forgot the part where Hermione attacked a teacher and we almost lost our souls to the Dementors. Right, Jasper sighed. Which was solved, of course, by time travel. Harry beamed and nodded enthusiastically. Yup. Jasper ran a hand through his blonde hair and shook his head at Harry. How do you manage to stay awake in high school? Can you even study if there isn't a mystery to solve or your life at risk? Harry laughed, the sound lightening Jasper's exasperation. He leaned forward and placed a gentle kiss on Jasper's lips. There's a mystery to solve now, he reminded him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Let's get back to tracking. And so they did. Not that Jasper was much help as Harry began setting up wards. These will alert me if any magic breaks through the area, Harry murmured, focused on the incantations and wand movements he was mimicking from a book he had received from Bill Weasley. It'll let me know as soon as there's magic within the wards, and then we can apparate here to see it for ourselves. Jasper, perched in a tree to stay out of Harry's way, smiled at his wizard's enthusiasm. And excitement. Whatever you want, darling. Judging by the bright, open smile Harry gave him, it was just the right answer. Jasper often felt he didn't deserve someone like Harry in his life. Not that Harry was perfect, tonight had proven that. He was impatient, and a simmering temper lurked just beneath the surface as he paced around the house, waiting for an alert. I don't understand, Harry said, glaring down at his feet for the 20th time since they had come home. They saw me using my wand, they have magic in their veins. Why would they run off and hide? Why wouldn't they want to talk? Maybe you frightened them? Jasper called from the kitchen, trying to sound logical. Or maybe it was just a normal wolf, larger than you expected. It wasn't a bloody wolf or werewolf, Jasper. Harry yelled, frustration spilling over. Jasper fought the urge to find his exasperation terribly endearing. I know what a shapeshifter looks like, and that was it. Harry insisted. How do you know? Jasper asked, curious as he added cheese to the pasta he was cooking. I thought you'd never seen one before. I did loads of research for Teddy, Harry said, finally stopping his pacing and settling at the kitchen counter to summon a drink, a minimally alcoholic one, much to Jasper's relief. Remember how I said I was worried about him, since Remus was a werewolf? No. Jasper turned, giving Harry a curious look. The pieces of the puzzle regarding their conversation about werewolves began to click together. You did not tell me that. Really? Harry took a long sip and scrunched his nose in thought. I could have sworn I brought that up. Must have been your other vampire boyfriend, Jasper teased. Emmett, perhaps? Like Rose wouldn't kill me, Harry laughed, his sadness and regret fading as amusement took over. I'm hurt that Rosalie's retaliation is the only thing keeping you from leaving me for Emmett, Jasper said playfully as he turned back to the stove. He could hear Harry's soft footsteps approaching from behind, and a wave of warmth washed over him when Harry wrapped his arms around his waist, resting his head against his back. Never, Harry murmured. I love you, Jazz. And I love you, Jasper replied earnestly. Despite Harry's impatience, his stubborn determination, and his easily roused temper, Jasper was so deeply in love that he often imagined he could be cut open and simply bleed affection for this man. Food for the human is ready, he said lightly, suppressing the urge to shout, "Marry me," in his head. But proposing now, after they had just reconciled, felt too soon. No, he told himself firmly. He absolutely could not. It was a tempting thought, though, especially as they curled together on the couch after dinner. Harry had his head resting on Jasper's chest, and Jasper's fingers were running through his messy black hair. A movie played in the background, one that Jasper barely paid attention to, while Harry seemed completely captivated. "If I let Aragog bite me, I wouldn't have gotten superpowers," Harry scoffed. "I'd just be Aquamantula food." "You met an Aquamantula?" Jasper asked, his curiosity piqued. He had read about them in one of the books at Grimmauld Place. They were supposed to be incredibly rare and notoriously violent. Of course, Harry would have encountered one and lived to tell the tale. "Yeah, in my second year," Harry said, his green eyes glued to the screen, where Peter Parker swung across the buildings with an eager light in his gaze. Poor Ron was terrified. "His dad's car saved our lives." Jasper was about to suggest that Harry commission someone to write a book about his life when a muffled ding interrupted them. "Is it Isabella?" Jasper teased, watching as Harry's eyes flicked over the text he received. "Disappointed you didn't bring her along to hunt? Are you really going to meet a shapeshifter?" "No." Harry furrowed his brows, confusion clear on his face and in his emotions. "I don't know who it's from. I don't recognize the number." "What did they say?" Jasper asked, his tone turning serious. "Potter, meet at the boundary line Friday at desk. Come alone." Harry looked up at Jasper, noticing his sudden stillness. "What does that mean?" "It means you've caught the attention of the Quillid wolves," Jasper replied slowly. "And it definitely means you will not be going alone to meet them." Chapter 12, Treaty Talk. Friday, September 24, 2004. Sam paced along the treaty line, feeling uncomfortable on his 2 feet while his inner wolf urged him to phase. He glanced back at Jared, who was anxiously pawing at the ground in his wolf form. As the current lone defenders of the tribe, they had agreed that one of them needed to stay human for the meeting with Potter. It would be reckless to have them both in such a vulnerable position. Jared had initially protested about setting up the meeting, insisting that Potter was safe, normal, and a nice guy. But Sam couldn't shake the memory of Harry pointing a wand at him, a stark reminder of the magic at play. It served as evidence of Harry's mysterious past and hidden agenda. Jared himself had been the one to mention Potter's close ties with the Cullens, particularly his relationship with the blonde vampire. A nice guy or not, anyone with supernatural powers, especially someone so closely linked to the Cullens, could easily become a threat. Harry Potter needed to be approached with caution. Jared whined, his nose to the ground, and began to paw more urgently. Although he had only been part of their 2-man pack for a couple of weeks, Sam sensed this was a warning that Potter was nearing. He stiffened on his side of the boundary line as he picked up the sounds of approaching footsteps, more than one. "He didn't come alone," he murmured to Jared. Before long, the sense reached him. One unmistakably belonged to a vampire, clearly one of the Cullens, while the other carried a familiar smoky aroma he recognized from his encounter with Billy's nephew just a week ago. It wasn't unpleasant, not like the cold, acidic scent of the Cullens, but it was different, unknown and potentially dangerous. "Be ready," Sam instructed Jared, turning to face the direction of the approaching scents, which were drawing closer. He curled his upper lip in anticipation. As the figures of the Cullens came into view, Sam spat, "Cullen, I don't remember inviting you to this meeting." "I invited him," came a voice from above. Sam and Jared both looked up, where Harry Potter, in a dramatic flourish, revealed himself in his flying broomstick, which had been cloaked under a blanket until now. Wizards were clearly insane. "And you call me dramatic," scoffed the blonde vampire with a goofy grin as Potter landed gracefully beside him. Jared let out a bark that sounded suspiciously like laughter, prompting Sam to shush him with a gesture, unwilling to turn his back on the dual threat. "You pouted in a cave for 11 days because you realized you were a vampire," Potter told the blonde. "And his name isn't Cullen, it's Jasper," he added, addressing Sam. "And I told you so," he announced cheerfully, turning his attention back to Jasper. Sam could already feel a headache coming on from this energetic enigma. "I told you it was the Quillid wolves," Jasper said. "They aren't werewolves," Potter exclaimed, gesturing at Jared's tan wolf form. "They're shapeshifters." "What?" Sam started to protest. "I was right," Jasper interrupted, his hands trembling with irritation. "You called them werewolves. I told you we were looking for shapeshifters. Look at him, Jazz. He's obviously not a werewolf." "Oh yes," Jasper drawled sarcastically. "Obviously. What the hell are you talking about?" Sam snapped. "Damn it, Jared." He finally turned to glare at Jared. "We agreed you'd stay in form." "Oh, Merlin. He's naked," Potter murmured. Sam turned back to see that Jared's cheeks were now a glowing red. "Harry's not going to hurt us," Jared scoffed. "Why would I hurt you?" Potter replied, his gaze directed upward. Jared looked up at the sky. "Can you at least put some clothes on?" "Didn't bring any," Jared replied cheerfully. "I can phase back if it bothers you." "It does," Jasper said flatly. Jared stepped closer to Sam, standing shoulder to shoulder with him as he flexed and winked. "Jealous, leech?" "Jared!" Sam shouted, shaking with the urge to phase as his anger boiled to an uncontrollable level. "Phase back now." Jasper subtly grabbed Potter's hand and pulled him back a few feet as Jared recognized the alpha command and phased immediately. What's this about?" Potter asked, his green eyes wide with surprise. "Are you?" He ran an uncertain hand through his hair, messing it up even more. "I feel like we're getting off on the wrong foot." Potter pulled free from Jasper's grip and stepped forward, offering his hand to Sam with a guileless smile. "Harry. I'm Harry Potter." "And you are?" "Sam Yulee," Sam said, ignoring the hand extended to him. "And you're violating our treaty." "Harry isn't part of that treaty," Jasper interjected curtly. "He's not a vampire." "But is he dangerous?" Sam pressed, turning to Jasper. "Because if he is, he's not allowed on our land." "He is right here," Potter said, glancing between them. "And I'm not really dangerous, unless I'm driving. Chief Swan says I'm a menace to society behind the wheel of a car." Jared snorted beside Sam at Potter's charmingly self-deprecating smile, but Sam wasn't amused. "What's your agenda?" he demanded. "Why are you here? Are there more like you?" Potter's smile faded, replaced by uncertainty as he glanced at Jasper, who was glaring at Sam. "I don't have an agenda," Potter said slowly. "I'm just a bloke with a bit of magic, like you guys. You're the black shapeshifter I saw in the woods, right?" I've been looking for you," Harry said. "Harry." Jasper shook his head slightly at his partner, but Harry pressed on. "I thought we could talk. I've never met a shapeshifter before." Sam frowned at the term. He wasn't interested in whatever wizard classifications Harry had in mind. "Stay off our land," he replied firmly. "We'll leave you in peace if you aren't hurting anyone and don't come near our people." Jared whined softly, but the others ignored him, especially Harry, whose already large eyes widened. "But Jake and Billy live there, and Paul and Quill and Embry," he said quietly. "Sam, I'm not hurting anyone, especially not you guys. I swear I'm not dangerous. We're practically related. You're part of the magical world too." "You and I are not related," Sam spat back. "I don't associate with leeches." "Oi," Harry shot back, his eyes hardening with irritation. "Jasper didn't do anything to you. He's just a guy living his life, just like you are." "It's fine," Jasper murmured, grabbing Harry's hand and pulling him back gently. "Werewolves and vampires have never gotten along." "They aren't bloody werewolves, Jasper." Harry sighed, his voice rising in frustration, making even Jared whine. I swear to Merlin, I'm buying you every book on werewolves that flourish and blot cells. Look, he pointed to the sky, no full moon. And werewolves can't just switch back and forth, they're more like animagi. Enough. Sam interrupted, cutting off Harry's retort. I don't want to listen to your squabbles. Potter, will you follow the treaty along with your vampire or not? Harry let his hand drop limply to his side, blinking at Sam for a long moment. But, he glanced over at Jared, who had buried his nose in the dirt, clearly trying to hide. I've been there plenty of times, Sam, and I've never hurt anyone, Harry said, his voice steady. That was before we became aware of the danger you bring, Sam replied, trying to infuse his tone with as much confidence as he could muster. Why did Potter have to look like a sad, green-eyed puppy? Was that innocent facade part of his magic? Was Billy Black involved in this decision? Jasper interjected. He is Harry's uncle and quite fond of him. Sam hesitated, torn between honesty and the reality of the situation. Billy knows I'm here, he finally admitted. I didn't make this decision alone. And he hadn't, not really. The other elders on the council had been hesitant to allow someone with unknown magical abilities and ties to a clan of vampires free access to their land. Billy had protested, echoing the same claims Harry was making now, that he was harmless, that he'd visited La Push multiple times, that he was family. Ultimately, Billy had been outvoted and hadn't pushed his authority over the others. Instead, he'd simply looked at Sam with sad, disappointed eyes and said he was making a mistake. He's lying, Jasper whispered to Harry. He's nervous now, he doesn't like you asking about Billy. Quit that, Sam snapped, irritated by Jasper's accurate assessment. Potter. Either you agree to our terms or declare war between us, a war that would dissolve the Cullens Treaty if they chose to stand with you. Harry kicked at the leaves beneath his feet, his head hanging low. You'd make me choose between the only family I have left in this world and Jasper? He asked softly, his gaze fixed on the ground. That's messed up, Sam. Sam pushed away the guilt that rose at Harry's mournful tone. Surely the boy had other family, the Blacks hadn't even known about his existence until a little over a year ago, according to Jared. Do we have an agreement? Sam pressed. Harry's hand twitched on the broomstick he held as he looked silently at Jasper. Harry seemed to relax a bit, a small smile of acceptance gracing his face. Fine, he said quietly. Yeah, I'll stay out of La Push. But I hope you'll change your mind. Jasper isn't dangerous, and neither am I. Okay. Sam chose to ignore Harry's last comment and focused on the agreement. Can I trust you to show him the boundary lines? He asked Jasper. If he crosses the line, we won't hesitate to take him out. I'll show him, Jasper growled. If that's all, then we're leaving. He gently tugged on Harry's arm, urging him to follow. Harry glanced down at Jared in his wolf form and raised his free hand in a small wave. Tell Jake I'm sorry, he told Jared. Thanks for hanging out with me when you did. Jared let out a whine of displeasure at the sight of Harry's dejected expression, but the wizard and vampire turned their backs and walked away. Sam waited nearly 10 minutes for their scent to fade from the surrounding woods before he stripped off his shorts and called on the heat within him to phase into his wolf form. I don't like it, Jared immediately said. Harry's a good guy, Sam. I think you really hurt his feelings. And he's an orphan, he wasn't kidding when he said that Billy and Jake are his only family left. Jake said. I don't care, Sam interrupted, cutting off Jared's mental rambling. He could be dangerous. He could probably kill our whole tribe if he wanted to. Would you risk their lives? Our lives? The lives of our family? Jared whined again but wisely fell silent as they began running back to La Push. And whoever phases next will be my second in command, Sam added, still angry about Jared's behavior during the meeting. Then I hope it's Paul, Jared managed to convey a sneer through his thoughts, an impressive feat considering the situation. You made a bad choice, and I don't want to be second in command anyway. Sam accepted the challenge in silence, his mind racing with the weight of their decisions. Jared appreciated the mental silence as he phased back the moment they reached the edge of the woods near their town. It was easy for him to judge the decisions being made. He didn't carry the weight of 300 people on his shoulders. Sam had been the first of their generation to phase, the first to bear the burden of his destiny. If hurting the feelings of one boy could prevent even a single death among the people he was sworn to protect, then so be it. Yet, as he approached the small home he shared with Emily, Potter's sorrowful eyes lingered in his thoughts. Chapter 13, Halloween. Thursday, October 29, 2004. Harry sat in the school parking lot, patiently waiting for Bella to change out of her gym uniform and into her regular clothes. Over the past month, they had fallen into a steady routine. Harry picked her up for school on the days she didn't work, sparing her old truck from unnecessary trips, and Bella came over to his place to study on those days. Harry was surprised that Jasper didn't seem to mind Bella's presence in their home. He figured as long as she wasn't actively bleeding, Jasper wouldn't be worried about accidentally hurting her. He tapped the steering wheel in an erratic pattern, completely out of sync with the loud rock music blasting from the radio as he waited for his friend. His only friend left here, he thought bitterly. Rosalie and Alice sent occasional texts, but he hadn't seen them since they left. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny fled over every now and then, but they were all busy with work and Ginny's training schedule. And his friends in La Push? Well, he hadn't seen them in a while. Not since Sam Yulee decided he was too dangerous to be around. It wasn't a new idea that Harry posed a threat to others, but it still stung to be told so plainly that the last connection he had to Sirius was now severed. Those 10 miles to the Black House might as well have been 1,000. Hey, sorry. Bella interrupted his thoughts as she climbed into the car and slammed the door. I got held up by Mike. Harry shot her a sympathetic glance as he pulled out of his parking spot. Mike Newton was relentless. Ever since Edward left, he had been pestering Bella to go out with him. The idiot had even tried to sit with them at lunch once. Thankfully, that was a one-off. Both Harry and Bella had given him disdainful sneers. Harry had channeled his inner Snape for that one. Let me guess, Harry said, trying to mimic Mike Newton's doe-eyed expression. Hey Bella, do you want to go see a movie with me? He couldn't help but think he'd never been so naive in his life. Nope. Bella flipped her purple-tipped hair off her shoulder and adopted a teasing look of irritation. So you and Potter, huh? Harry raised an eyebrow as he guided the car along the road toward his place. You and Potter what? Harry. Bella sighed, sounding just like Hermione, which made him grin. He thought we were together, like a couple. That made Harry blink, and the smile slid right off his face. That's gross, Bella. Really gross. I know. Bella laughed, unfazed by his bluntness. I told him you were my long-lost brother, twins separated at birth. I think he might just be stupid enough to believe me. Harry felt a brief pang of guilt and sorrow at the mention of twins, but he laughed as he imagined Newton trying to figure out how he and Bella could be related. I guess your pale skin and brown eyes won't matter a bit to him, he said. Neither will your black hair and little button nose, Bella joked. Harry flipped down his visor and frowned at the tiny mirror. My nose is not a button, he scowled. It's a masculine nose, like my dad had. Sawyer, Bella drawled sarcastically. I don't know who keeps telling you that you look like your dad, but from the pictures I've seen, you look just like your mom. Except for the messy black hair and glasses. Everyone, Harry said flatly. Literally everyone says I look like my dad, Bella. If you say so, she replied skeptically. Have you gotten Teddy a costume yet? Harry raised an eyebrow, shifting the conversation as they neared his house. A costume? For what? Isn't this a Teddy weekend? Bella asked. Saturday's Halloween. Are you taking him trick-or-treating? Trick-or-treating? Harry parked his car in the driveway, as crooked as ever, and looked at Bella with curiosity. I've never been trick-or-treating. What do I need to do to take Teddy? You've never been trick-or-treating? Bella raised an eyebrow. Is that an American-only thing? It was definitely not a Harry Potter thing, Harry replied dryly, recalling his childhood Halloween spent in his cupboard while Dudley enjoyed the night with his friends. He thought about the Halloweens at Hogwarts, surrounded by celebrations on the day he lost his parents. So, do I just get Teddy a costume and walk around town? Basically. Bella grabbed her backpack from the back seat and stepped out of the car, with Harry following suit. People turn on their porch lights if they want you to knock. Then, you knock, and Teddy says, trick or treat, and they give him candy. It's easy, and kids love it. Weird, Harry quipped as he held the front door open for her. Do you want to go with us? I have to work, Bella replied with a pout, tossing her jacket on the coat rack inside the door. You're taking Teddy trick-or-treating? Jasper, lounging on the couch with a stack of old Daily Prophets, seemed to be eavesdropping on their conversation. Guess so, Harry said as he snatched the paper from Jasper's hand, groaning at the headline. You went back this far? He asked. Break-in at Gringotts? Was that your handiwork? Jasper asked, a small grin on his face. I was 11, Harry deadpanned. PFT, like that would have stopped you, Bella scoffed, making herself comfortable on the floor beside the sitting room table. Gringotts is the bank you're banned from, isn't it? It is, and I didn't, Harry clarified. I didn't break into the bank until I was 17, thanks. Our mistake, Jasper said, taking the paper back from Harry and folding it carefully before setting it aside. I didn't think you celebrated Halloween, Harry said, settling on the floor beside Jasper and leaning against him as he pulled out his physics book. I don't, Jasper replied. Or, I never have before, I guess. But Teddy's a kid, and he'd probably enjoy it. Plus, it's not like anything dramatically terrible is going to happen this year, he added with a hint of optimism. Do terrible things usually happen on Halloween? Bella asked, her curiosity piqued. My parents died on Halloween, Harry began. Then when I was 11, a troll almost killed Hermione. At 12, the Chamber of Secrets was opened, and everyone thought I was attacking Muggleborns. When I was 13, Sirius broke into the castle, and I thought he was trying to kill me. Then at 14, my name came out of the goblet, forcing me into a tournament I didn't want to be part of, which caused a big fight with Ron. And Harry tapped his chin thoughtfully. I think that's mostly it, but it just seems like a bad day, you know? Bella's eyes widened, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Jasper reached down and ran a gentle hand through Harry's hair. This year will be better, he reassured him. The worst that will happen is Teddy will eat so much candy that he'll get a stomachache. Harry shrugged, feeling relieved to avoid any outrageous plans this year. He focused on flipping his textbook to the chapter he needed to study. After a while, Bella broke the silence. Hey, Harry, she said casually. Yeah? I don't think I would have liked Hogwarts after all. Harry thought about all the wild and dangerous situations the students faced year after year and nodded slowly. Fair enough. Suddenly, a joyful voice rang out, introducing, for the very first time, the tiniest soldier to ever step into battle. Teddy Lupin. Harry clapped and cheered as his little godson toddled into the sitting room, his costume perfectly adjusted, hand in hand with A. Look at you, beaming. Harry exclaimed. You're the cutest soldier I've ever seen. He snapped dozens of photos of Teddy in his little camouflage uniform. Did Jazz make you pick this one? It's okay if he did, he whispered conspiratorially to Teddy. Teddy giggled, babbling a mix of Harry and Jasper's names. All right, Harry said, reaching out to lift Teddy onto his hip. You're a big 1-year-old now, ready to go fight monsters, hmm? Teddy smiled, smacking his little helmeted head. Fight. Jasper must have sensed the unease that flickered through Harry at the thought of his godson facing real monsters. He quickly placed a reassuring hand on the small of Harry's back. I tried to talk Teddy into a wizard's costume, but he found it boring for some reason, Jasper said. Then I thought he'd make a pretty princess, but... No princess. Teddy cried. Queen. But green is your favorite color, Harry laughed. All right then. Well, Bella said that Charlie's handing out candy just for you, Teddy. Are you ready to go? Jasper tugged at Harry's jacket with a mischievous grin. Aren't you forgetting something? Harry ran through a mental checklist. Teddy's stroller was outside, with blankets in the basket underneath in case he got cold. He had a little orange pumpkin bucket for candy. There was a list in his pocket that Charlie had dropped off, detailing houses to never ever take your kid trick-or-treating at. And his phone was fully charged, ready to capture Teddy's first trick-or-treating adventure for Andy and the Weasleys. No? Harry said, uncertainty creeping in. I don't think so. Jasper laughed as he rummaged through a bag hidden behind the recliner. He triumphantly pulled out a pointed black hat, nearly identical to the one McGonagall always wore, and plopped it onto Teddy's head. Harry chuckled, much to the delight of a giggling Teddy. Seriously? He said, a smile creeping onto his face. What about you? Of course I'm dressing up, Jasper scoffed, holding up a pair of plastic vampire teeth from the same bag. He offered Harry his arm with a flourish. Are we ready? Harry adjusted Teddy more securely on his side and accepted Jasper's arm with his free hand. Let's go get some candy then. Despite the cursed memories of his past Halloweens, it seemed like Jasper was determined to make this one spectacular. He kept up a steady stream of commentary about the other children's costumes, always pointing out how much cuter Teddy was than what he called the competition. They stopped by Charlie's place first, and Harry shook his head at the overflowing bag of candy Charlie handed to Teddy. He's going to be too hyper to sleep, Harry remarked. Bull, Charlie said, poking Teddy in the belly, which made him shriek with laughter. That's a myth. The real treasure of Halloween is the sugar coma that kids pass out in. Harry had been skeptical, but after just an hour of trick-or-treating, Chief Swan's words rang true. I can't believe he went to sleep so easily, Harry said, flopping down on his sofa after tucking Teddy into bed. He still had chocolate clutched in his hand. Jasper laughed and wrapped his arm around Harry's shoulders. Teddy's still a baby, he replied. Babies sleep a lot. Guess so. Harry rested his head on Jasper's shoulder and smiled up at him. I think this is the best Halloween I've ever had, he said sincerely. Thank you. Jasper shifted to get comfortable and returned Harry's smile. You feel happy, he observed. Maybe Halloween isn't so cursed after all? Maybe not, Harry agreed. True, his parents had died on this day, but he liked to think they would want him to be happy. He imagined his dad smiling down at him, pleased. Harry had taken Remus' son out and overloaded him with sugar for the holiday. Actually, Jasper said, gently moving Harry aside as he slid to the floor. He grabbed Harry's hands and smiled brightly up at him. I kept waiting for the perfect time to ask you, but it seems as if... Knock. 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 Hold that thought, Jazz, Harry replied, clambering over his kneeling boyfriend to reach the door. He opened it and blinked in surprise at his friend standing there. Bella? I brought some friends, Bella grinned, gesturing to the side of the porch. Harry stepped out and saw Jacob, Jared, Paul, Quill, and Embry all there, their arms full of paper bags and wide smiles on their faces. He had told Bella he wasn't going to La Push because he'd gotten into an argument with Sam, and when Jacob called inviting him to hang out, he'd said the same thing. But Jared had been there when Harry was deemed too dangerous to be around. So what was he doing here now? What? Harry cocked his head at Jared, confusion furrowing his brows. What are you guys doing here? Sam's an idiot, Jared said lightly, his brown eyes reflecting both guilt and sorrow. And Bella told Jake how you'd never had a proper Halloween, so we thought we'd show you how teenagers are supposed to celebrate. He extended the bag in his hands toward Harry, an olive branch of sorts. Harry hesitated. He didn't want to start a war with Sam, but if Jared was here, then Sam wasn't much of a threat on his own, was he? All right then, Harry said with a grin. He peeked into the bag Jared offered and laughed as he pulled out a bag of marshmallows and a six-pack. What's this? It's a Halloween party, Jacob laughed, clapping his cousin on the shoulder. I don't care if Sam kicked you out of La Push or not, you're still one of us. The others all nodded in agreement. Harry felt a warm glow in his chest at the unmistakable acceptance from his friends. He couldn't help but wonder how Sam and Jared had managed to explain their decision to Jacob without revealing anyone's less than fully human status. Can we start a fire in your backyard or front yard? Embry asked. Backyard, Harry replied. Follow me, but be quiet, Teddy's asleep. The group, consisting of 4 boys and 1 girl, along with the shapeshifter, quietly trailed behind him as he guided them through the house. He stopped short when he spotted Jasper in the sitting room, momentarily forgetting the supposed ancient war between shapeshifters and vampires. He glanced nervously between Jared and Jasper, but Jared simply smiled and extended his hand to Jasper. Hope we weren't interrupting anything, Jared said, his tone teasing in a way that Harry didn't quite grasp. Want to come out back with us? We're teaching Harry how to have a proper Halloween. Jasper sighed dramatically as he took Jared's hand, then quickly let it go. I'd love to, he said, flashing Harry a genuine smile that eased his nerves. Harry couldn't shake the feeling that the idea of shapeshifters and vampires as natural enemies was just another version of Slytherins and Gryffindors can't be friends nonsense. Yet, given what he knew about vampires and the 2 shapeshifters, he would definitely categorize vampires as Slytherins and shapeshifters as Gryffindors. Excusing himself, Harry went to check on Teddy while the La Push guys set up the fire. Bella and Jasper were busy pulling chairs out of the garage for everyone. He quickly cast a silencing charm on Teddy's door, certain that no matter how hard they tried, the La Push crew was too rowdy to avoid waking him up. He also set an alarm to alert him if Teddy stirred, just in case Jasper didn't hear it. By the time he returned outside, Embry and Paul had. A blazing fire crackled in the center of the yard, with bottles of beer and roasting sticks being handed out. Potter, grab a drink. Paul called from beside the fire. Join the party. So Harry did just that. Later that night, he smiled as he looked around the yard. Everyone seemed relaxed, laughing and joking together, just like they used to during bonfires on the beach. Bella and Jasper were easily accepted by the group, with Jasper and Jacob engaged in a friendly debate over classic cars and motorcycles. Guess you don't have to hate Jared after all, Harry murmured to Jasper, as everyone else roared with laughter at a silly joke Quill had made. Oh no, I do, Jasper replied lightly. Jared's an unbelievable nuisance, and I'd kill him if I didn't think it would make you unhappy. Harry frowned up at Jasper, completely missing Jared's smug smirk. You've got to get over the shapeshifter thing, he whispered. Jasper sighed, giving Harry a fond yet exasperated look before kissing the top of his head. Jared's wolf status isn't the reason I'm plotting his demise, my love. Harry didn't quite understand what he meant, but before he could ask further, Bella pulled him into the conversation, asking about Teddy's night of trick-or-treating. By the time everyone helped clean up and began to leave, Harry decided it had been the best Halloween of his life. The question Jasper had intended to ask him earlier that evening had completely slipped his mind. If it had been important, he was sure Jasper would have brought it up again. Chapter 14, An Irritating and Unexpected Visitor. November 23, 2004. Jasper was laughing with delight at a letter Hermione had left for him among his recent stack of books. If he could cry, tears would surely be streaming down his face at her words. She had written about a series of trials that she, Ron, and Harry had faced when they were just 11 years old, all to protect a magical stone that granted immortality from a teacher possessed by Voldemort. What made the letter so amusing wasn't the trials themselves, nor the fact that they had been so ridiculously young at the time. It was the note she added at the end. Honestly, it's a relief to know Harry is immortal now. Though, knowing his heroic habit of needlessly sacrificing himself for any cause, I wouldn't doubt his ability to die from some harebrained idea. Jasper couldn't help but agree with Hermione. Even Harry's friends recognized his reckless tendencies. Perhaps they understood him best. After all, Harry's renewed friendship with a wolf, Jared, had made that painfully clear. In Jasper's opinion, Jared was quite a nuisance. After interrupting Jasper's impulsive proposal, something he did on purpose, Jasper was sure, Jared decided he and Harry were the best of friends, spending as much time together as possible. Harry, true to form, was thrilled to have another friend with a supernatural edge. Jasper couldn't begrudge Jared his friendship with Harry, especially since he often brought along Jacob, Harry's cousin. Jasper thought Jacob and Harry were quite alike, both brash, both drawn to adrenaline-fueled activities, and both stubborn enough to argue with a brick wall. The new tattoo on Harry's forearm was proof of that impulsiveness. Just a week ago, Harry had come home from an evening out with Isabella, Jacob, and Jared. Jasper had been invited but had declined the opportunity to hunt. After Halloween, Harry approached Jasper with a sly look in his eyes, his emotions running high and triumphant. Jazz. Guess what we did? He exclaimed, bouncing on the balls of his feet, his green eyes practically glowing. Jasper noticed Harry was covering his forearm, and Isabella, standing behind him, was hiding her wrist as well. I have no idea, Jasper admitted. Are you going to tell me? Instead of answering, Harry thrust his forearm into Jasper's face, revealing a massive tattoo. A tattoo, Jasper said, incredulous. It was undeniably impressive, a huge black design that covered Harry's entire forearm. Jasper traced it lightly, his cool fingers easing the discomfort from the sore skin, outlining the great, winged tribal-style dragon on his friend's arm. You got a tattoo? Jasper repeated, shaking his head fondly. Yes. Harry said, his excitement infectious, a rare moment of genuine joy that made Jasper smile. Everyone did. So Jared was getting one. Of course he was, Jasper scoffed, pulling Harry toward the couch, with Isabella following him to Harry's recliner. Yeah, he got some Quileute tribal thing, Harry continued. It looked wicked, but Jake said I should get one. No, Jacob said, I'd bet you'd never get one, Harry, Isabella corrected him with a smirk. Same difference, Harry waved her off impatiently. I thought about getting an owl or a phoenix or something. Why a phoenix? Jasper interrupted. He figured the owl was for Hedwig, his beloved pet lost during the war, but he couldn't understand why Harry would choose a phoenix. Well, a phoenix did save my life once, Harry shrugged, still gazing at his tattoo with excitement. And it symbolizes rebirth and all that stuff. Harry spoke nonchalantly, but Jasper caught a brief flicker of remorse in his eyes. He pulled Harry closer, wrapping a comforting arm around him. How did a phoenix save your life? Isabella asked. He cried tears on my arm and healed a basilisk wound, Harry shrugged. But hold on, I'll tell you about that later. Anyway, he looked up at Jasper, continuing his impulsive tattoo story. I was torn on what to get, but then I remembered that dragons are awesome, so I said, maybe a dragon, and the tattoo artist drew one up in tribal print, kind of like Jared's. Charlie will like it, Jasper assured him, choosing to ignore the fact that his partner had gotten a tattoo reminiscent of the werewolf who had so smugly interrupted his proposal. As do I. Oh, Charlie's going to be furious because I talked Bella into getting one too, Harry laughed, misunderstanding which Charlie Jasper meant. His comment drew Jasper's attention back to Isabella's wrist. You got one as well? Jasper asked her, surprised by her impulsiveness. Despite knowing Isabella well, he had always thought of her as steadfast and pensive, a steadying support for Harry's recklessness. Harry and Jared made it look easy, Isabella grimaced. She twisted her right hand around, revealing an elegant mandala-style black sun tattooed in the center of her wrist. The top curve of the sun neatly covered the crescent-shaped scar he knew was there. I assume it was not easy? Jasper asked, recalling what he knew about human tattoos. It hurt like hell, Isabella said bluntly, her words reflecting the influence of the Quillid boys whose language could put any soldier to shame. Harry was laughing and chatting through the whole thing. Poor Jacob wanted one so badly until he saw me struggling to get mine. I told Jake I'd pay for his first tattoo as soon as he turns 18, or whenever I get the hang of wandless confundus charms, Harry said playfully. And Bella's exaggerating, Jazz. They don't even really hurt, he added, as both Isabella and Jasper rolled their eyes. Jasper had never had any desire to get a tattoo, not that it mattered now with his diamond-hardened skin. The thought of getting one had always sounded incredibly painful to him. He glanced down at Harry's arm again and found that he didn't mind Harry having a tattoo after all. It was, like most things about Harry, strikingly attractive. As he read through Hermione's letter, where she described Harry's extended stay in the hospital following a confrontation with the possessed professor, Jasper had to admit that Harry must have built quite a pain tolerance over the years. He set the letter aside with a sigh, looking at the stack of books he had already finished. According to Hermione, who he was growing closer to thanks to her encouragement of his determination to learn as much about magic as possible, he was nearly finished with fifth-year books. Apparently, if Jasper's blood had carried magic instead of venom, he would be at an OWL level with his knowledge. He hoped to reach Newt level by Christmas, a lofty goal, but one he would have to set aside for the day since Harry would be home soon. Just a few minutes later, Jasper heard the roar of a motorcycle approaching down their road. He checked the time and frowned, realizing it was still an hour too early for Harry to be back. Suddenly, he focused intently and felt a surge of panic rising within him, a wave of fear, shock, anxiety, and horror. He hoped, desperately, that the motorcycle he heard wasn't Harry's. If it was, something terrible must have happened. He stood still in front of the door, waiting for the sounds of the engine and the feelings of dread to pass, or preparing himself to assist Harry with whatever was wrong. When the motorcycle turned into their driveway, it was no surprise, but the smell caught him off guard. It wasn't Harry's dark, cold scent of power, it was Jared's unmistakable odor of wet dog. Jasper scowled and threw the door open, undeniably curious about the wolf's obviously intense problem, but he couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Jasper stood on the porch, feeling a wave of unease wash over him. He had hoped to avoid Jared's presence for at least an hour, but as he looked closer, he realized it wasn't Jared at all. It was Jacob. Jacob's scent had changed dramatically since Jasper had last seen him just a few days ago. His eyes were wide and wild, almost animalistic, darting around the empty driveway before finally settling on Jasper. He remained perched on Harry's motorcycle, his legs gripping the shiny metal, but a tremor coursed through his arms. "Harry," Jacob croaked, his voice raspy and weak. "I need Harry." Jasper hesitated for a moment. Jacob carried the same scent as Jared, likely a sign of his own transition into a werewolf, which made him potentially dangerous. The trembling of his arms and the wildness in his eyes only amplified that sense of danger. Yet, Jacob was Harry's cousin, and Jasper knew Harry would be furious if he didn't do everything he could to help. "I'll try," Jasper assured him, keeping a safe distance on the porch. He pulled his phone from his pocket, his gaze fixed on Jacob's shaking form, and dialed Harry's cell. "Please call me immediately," he left on Harry's voicemail. He paused for a moment, feeling Jacob's distress weighing heavily on him, and decided to call the school directly. Forks High School, how can I help you? Good afternoon, ma'am, this is Jasper Hale, he said, putting on his most charming tone. I'm afraid I can't reach Harry Potter, who I believe is currently in French with Mr. Varner. There's been a family emergency, and he needs to get home immediately. Jasper? Oh, of course. I'll send Harry home right now, dear. The secretary replied cheerfully. Can I do anything else for you? No, ma'am, that was all. Please stress to him the importance of hurrying, Jasper urged, sensing Jacob's rising desperation. Will do, dear. Jasper ended the call with a chatty secretary, feeling a mix of relief and concern. Jasper felt uneasy with Jacob's eyes fixed on him. It wasn't that he hadn't considered Jacob a potential threat, he just didn't appreciate being scrutinized in return. They had built a small semblance of friendship since Jasper's relationship with Harry had begun. Was that bond now shattered? Would you like to come inside? Jasper asked, contemplating whether to influence Jacob's emotions to something more calm and passive. Harry should be here soon. No. Jacob's voice rose with panic. I can't. I'll hurt you. It didn't sound like a threat, it sounded like a grim certainty. As if Jasper should genuinely fear a 16-year-old werewolf. Perhaps you'd prefer to wait in the backyard? Jasper suggested carefully. I'd hate for Harry to be devastated if his bike got damaged, and his neighbors can be terribly nosy. Jacob furtively glanced around, finally breaking Jasper free from his intense gaze. He nodded slowly, taking a deep breath, only to scrunch up his face in disgust. You stink, he said, though there was no real malice in his tone. Jesus Christ. How does Jared stand being around you? Do I? Jasper replied, surprised by the comment. I can assure you, you don't smell like a field of flowers to me. In that moment, Jasper realized just how tenuous Jacob's grip on his humanity was. The boy's entire torso began to vibrate, and Jasper could hear his teeth clattering from where he stood on the porch. Move, Jacob, Jasper urged quickly, trying to instill a sense of tranquility in the boy. Please, go to the yard. He wasn't sure if Harry's privacy fence was tall enough to conceal a werewolf, but it was certainly better than being exposed in the driveway under the harsh light of day. Jacob didn't seem to hear him. His eyes were squeezed shut, and he gripped the handlebars of Harry's bike so tightly that Jasper winced at the metallic grinding sound. Jasper felt his phone vibrating in his pocket, but he ignored it as he rushed over to Jacob, wrapping his arms tightly around the boy's torso. Move, he ordered sharply. He lifted Jacob off the bike, wincing at the sound it made as it hit the ground, and began dragging the heavy, heated teenager toward the backyard. Jacob thrashed, trying to break free from Jasper's grip. I'm going to kill you, he growled. Let go, Jasper, let go. Jasper stayed focused, grinding his teeth as he tried to remain calm and serene while pulling Jacob through the backyard and into the shelter of the trees beyond. Once they were hidden, Jasper flung Jacob away from him as hard as he could. The boy landed on the ground, twitching violently. Jasper quickly climbed into the branches of the nearest tree, wanting to put some distance between them in case Jacob transformed. Get out of here. Jacob shouted. I wish I could, Jasper muttered. He knew Harry wouldn't be happy if he left his terrified cousin alone in the woods, especially in such an emotionally unstable state. Faced with an unstable, violent teenage werewolf or Harry's temper, he preferred the wolf. Phoo, Jacob started to say, likely something crude, but his words were cut off by a deep, vicious snarl that rumbled from his chest. Jasper climbed higher, now 60 feet above the ground, just as Jacob began to phase. He felt a brief flash of pain from Jacob, sharp enough to make him wonder how agonizing the transformation must be. But then Jacob's emotions faded into silence. Jasper realized he hadn't sensed Jared's emotions when he was face to face with the wolf during Harry's meeting with Yulie. Apparently, his gift didn't work on animals. But now, with a snarling, snapping 10-foot-tall russet brown wolf trying to claw its way up his tree, he was beginning to question how useful it really was. "Jacob, Harry won't be happy if we fight," Jasper said, climbing higher into the tree, now precariously perched on a swaying branch. "Nice dog. Be a good pup." Jacob howled, baring his sharp canine teeth at Jasper. It might have been frightening, if not for the much worse sound that followed. Crack. Jasper didn't curse, he found it endearing when Harry did. He had heard his brother bellow all kinds of curses for various reasons, but Jasper never joined in. Until he heard the sound of Harry's apparition and his panicked voice calling for him from the house. "Damn it." Jasper looked pleadingly down at Jacob, whose snout had turned quickly toward the house, his brown eyes narrowing in focus. "Jasper? Jazz." Jasper didn't want to bring Harry into the forest, especially not with his violent werewolf cousin lurking nearby, but Jacob's low howl took that choice away. "Why would you do that?" Jasper groaned. "Shut up, you moronic mutt." That was another wrong answer. Jacob snarled back at him, his enormous paws clawing desperately at the trunk of the fir. Jasper could feel the tree shifting under the wolf's weight, forcing him to jump to a lower branch or risk contributing to its impending fall. He had only descended a few feet when he heard Harry's footsteps racing from the back door toward the forest. Jasper quickly climbed down far enough to lunge and tackle the wolf if Jacob was too far gone to recognize his own kin. He crouched, ready to jump, just as Harry burst onto the scene. Harry's emotions were frantic. Perhaps it was a mistake to tell him there was a family emergency. His eyes were wide behind his glasses as he skidded to a stop, spotting the giant wolf before he even saw Jasper. "You're..." Harry pointed his wand directly at Jacob, his voice steady but a flash of fear flickered beneath the surface. "You're not Jared, and you're not Sam. Where the hell is Jasper?" He glared at the wolf, his tone both fierce and protective. "If you hurt him, I swear I will kill you." Just then, Harry's gaze shifted from Jacob's now docile and trembling form to Jasper, who was perched in a nearby tree. "Jazz," Harry sighed, relief washing over him as his fear dissipated. It was an odd reaction, considering the werewolf standing in front of him, but Jasper had come to expect such quirks from Harry. "What's going on?" Jasper asked as he leaped from the branch, landing gracefully beside the tree trunk. He wanted to move closer to Harry but decided it was best to keep some distance from Jacob. "Your cousin came to see you," Jasper explained. "He's apparently a wolf now." Jasper couldn't help but feel a rush of joy and excitement at the news. "Yes." Harry cheered, his enthusiasm infectious, causing Jasper to groan in response. Of course Harry would be thrilled about the arrival of more werewolves, sorry, shapeshifters. Naturally. Chapter 15, Wolves Out of the Bag. Jacob let out a soft whine of confusion as he looked between Harry and Jasper. "What the hell?" "Jake, you've got to change back," Harry urged, his eyes shining brightly behind his black-framed glasses. A smile split across his face. "We can't talk like this. Please. I swear I'm not going to hurt you, and neither is Jasper." Jacob whined again. When he had first phased that morning, a terrifying experience that made him feel like he'd lost his mind, it had been Sam Yuli's voice echoing in his head. "Calm down. Breathe. You haven't lost your mind." "What the hell?" "Now you're hearing voices, Jake. This isn't good." "Stop," the voice commanded. "You're safe, Jacob Black. But there's a lot to tell you." An hour later, Jacob found himself curled up in a miserable wolf ball in the middle of the forest, with fragments of Sam's talk swirling in his, thankfully now quiet, mind. Werewolf. Ancient magic. Second in command. Cold ones. Cullens. Imprinting. Alpha orders. Duty. Jacob wanted no part of any of it. He had a good life. He did well in school, managing to blend in without standing out too much. He had a handful of friends, all chosen for their quality rather than quantity. He had his dad, his sisters, somewhere, and his little cousin. Though Harry was older, he was practically a doll compared to Jacob. He had been on a few dates and had more planned for the summer when a certain red-headed goddess returned from her college overseas. He had a decent car that he had built himself and a little savings tucked away, made up of tips from oil changes and brake pad replacements he'd done for others. Once those savings grew, he intended to pursue an associate degree in auto mechanics after high school and open a shop on the reservation. Or maybe he'd buy a motorcycle. He hadn't really decided yet. It was a simple life, but it was his life. A good life. He didn't need this mess. He didn't need Sam Yulee telling him he was now his alpha, unless Jacob wanted to interpret it as Ephraim Black's descendant. Nor did he appreciate being told to avoid and hate the Cullens. Sure, Edward sounded like a real jerk according to Bella and Harry, but Jasper seemed decent enough for someone who lived off bunny blood and was made of ice. And he certainly didn't need Sam's ridiculous story about how Harry, his own cousin, was a possible danger to their people. Harry was one of them. You didn't have to be Native American to be family. Jacob didn't care if Harry was the pastiest kid in the world with 50 vampire admirers. He was his cousin, his family, his friend. Harry was a black. According to Sam's thoughts, Harry was also a wizard. Jacob had actually seen Harry, that cocky bastard, appear out of thin air on a flying broomstick. It was the coolest thing he'd ever witnessed. And damn if Harry didn't need a family more than Jacob needed a pack. Jacob couldn't be sure at the time, but he thought it was the calm that came from what seemed like a simple decision that allowed him to shift from a giant wolf back to his human form. The first thing he did, after kissing the ground and yelping at his nakedness, was go find his dad. That old man had some explaining to do. Jacob darted from the woods to his house, careful to cover his exposed nudity. He nearly knocked down the back door when he burst through it. Jake! His dad was in his wheelchair, still in his fleece pajama bottoms and t-shirt. His hair was tangled, and his shirt twisted like he'd been worrying it with his hands. What happened? Sam came and he said. Jacob couldn't stand the excited light in his dad's eyes. He ducked into his room to pull on some shorts, leaving his torso bare as he stormed back into the living room. Jacob stormed into the room, his anger boiling just beneath the surface. You knew? He demanded, his voice laced with frustration. You knew what I'd become? I didn't know, no, his dad replied quickly, trying to remain calm. I thought, hoped, when Jared changed. But I didn't know for sure. Why didn't you warn me? Jacob sank onto the couch, burying his head in his hands and tugging at his dark hair. Why did nobody tell me? We couldn't, his dad said as he wheeled his chair closer, placing a comforting hand on Jacob's shoulder. There was no guarantee you would even shift, Jake. Not everyone does, especially when there aren't enemies nearby. Enemies? Jacob lifted his head, fixing his dad with a piercing gaze. Enemies like Harry? No, Billy said, raising his hands in a placating gesture. I've never said that, and I never will. I told Sam he was wrong about that. Even if Harry has an unfortunate relationship with one of the Cullens, I still think he's a good kid. Jacob jumped to his feet, his hands trembling. But then Sam banned him from La Push anyway. He shouted. He tried to order Jared not to hang out with him. It's ridiculous. Jake, I know, Billy said, his voice strained as he began to wheel away. Calm down, please. You'll rip the house apart if you phase in here. Jacob struggled to breathe, trying to push the air back out. His hands continued to shake, so he tucked them under his arms. Sam said the last pack of wolves was your grandpa, he said, forcing his voice to remain steady. Is that true? Yes, Billy said, relief washing over his face at Jacob's calm tone. My grandfather, Ephraim, was the last of the wolves before Sam. Why me? Why now? Jacob asked, his voice trembling. Can I turn it off? Billy's eyes softened with empathy as he replied, No, son, I don't think you can. When my grandfather phased, it was because the Cullens were around. I'd guess. I'd guess that you spending so much time with Harry and that blonde Cullen triggered your change. It's all just lore, but... Billy shrugged helplessly. I'm sorry, Jake. I gotta go, Jacob said abruptly, feeling his hands trembling again. I need to go. If I phase here, you're going to get hurt, Dad. I'm gonna. He couldn't stay here, not with the reminder that his dad thought this was great, that Sam thought it was great, and who knew what Jared thought. Jacob's eyes darted around their home desperately. He loved this place, the patchwork couch, the wooden cabinets his dad had let him paint as a kid, their wall of Polaroid pictures, but he couldn't stay. If he lost control, he'd hurt Billy, he'd destroy everything. Here. Billy tossed something small and metallic to Jacob. Keys. Harry's keys to the bike he'd borrowed last weekend. Jacob looked from the keys in his hand to his dad. Billy's eyes were soft and understanding, filled with love. Go stay with Harry, he said. I think you boys could both use a friend right now, and you can't hurt him, Jake. Come home when you can, okay, son? Jacob swallowed hard and nodded. I love you, Dad. I love you, son. Be safe. With that, Jacob jumped on Harry's bike and sped straight to his place. Then Jasper Cullen had the nerve to say he didn't smell like a field of flowers, and somehow that set him off. Jasper barely managed to throw Jacob into the forest behind Harry's house before Jacob exploded into a wolf again. Now here was Harry, looking like he'd just won the lottery, begging Jacob to change back so they could talk. I don't know how, Jacob growled lightly, pawing at the ground. I don't think I can while Jasper's stink is clouding my brain either. He didn't want to hurt Jasper, and once he'd phased, he'd lost all control. Jacob felt a lot calmer in his wolf form than he had as a human. But if Jasper called him a nice dog or a good pup again, he might just take a few toes at a minimum. The mental image of biting Jasper's toes made him snicker, but then the laughter seemed to pull the warmth from his massive body and draw it into his heart. Suddenly, he gasped and found himself human again, sitting bare on the forest floor, with Harry in front of him and Jasper somewhere behind. Jake! Harry exclaimed, smiling down at him. But then he turned bright red and looked up at the sky. You're naked, he muttered. Jacob glanced down at himself, grinning at Harry's obvious discomfort. You're a guy. How does this bother you? Just because I'm a bloke doesn't mean I want to see other guys naked, Harry replied, still keeping his face turned away. Except for Jasper, Jacob teased. I'd bet that doesn't. Ugh, wait. Harry. You're dating a vampire. He is, came Jasper's voice as he slowly, carefully edged closer to Harry. Though perhaps we could discuss something else? And you could put some pants on, Harry added. Don't have any, Jacob replied lightly, leaning back on his hands and glancing at the scraps of his jean shorts left from his transformation. Don't suppose your scrawny jeans would fit me, would they? Why don't I go see if I can find some pants for Jacob while you two talk? Jasper offered. I'll be back. Jacob watched as Jasper sprinted off, surprised by how fast he was. So, vampire and wizard, huh? He said, turning back to Harry. Harry didn't respond right away. Instead, he turned away from Jacob and rummaged through his maroon backpack. He pulled out a silky purple sheet and tossed it in Jacob's direction. Could you just cover yourself up, mate? Harry asked. Then, Jacob chuckled, complying with Harry's request. It was amusing how worried Sam was about Harry. Apparently, all Jacob needed to do to get rid of Harry was threaten to take his pants off. But his laughter quickly faded when he wrapped the sheet around his waist and realized that half of his body seemed to have vanished. "Holy shit!" he yelped. "Harry. My legs. They're gone." He could still feel them, wiggle his toes, and flex his thighs, but everything covered by the sheet was just missing. Harry glanced over, his shoulders relaxing as he confirmed that only Jacob's chest, arms, and head were visible. "Yeah," he said, sitting down on the ground in front of Jacob, excitement lighting up his eyes. "It's magic. It's an invisibility cloak. Death made it." "That." Jacob rubbed the invisible, silky cloth between his fingers. "That sounds like nonsense. More nonsense than you being a shapeshifter." Harry shot back. "Yeah, but not as absurd as you being a wizard and Jasper being a vampire," Jacob replied. "Thanks for sharing that, cousin." Harry frowned, crossing his legs like Jacob's and leaning forward to pick up some leaves from the ground. "I couldn't," he said, slowly tearing the leaves apart. "I wanted to, Jake, I swear, but there are laws and stuff." "I figured. I hoped you'd end up being a shapeshifter too, so we wouldn't have any secrets." "Well, I didn't hope for this," Jacob snapped, his temper flaring again. "I was perfectly happy being Jacob Black. I didn't want to be a werewolf." "But..." Harry squinted, confusion creasing his brow. "But blacks are magic, right? And now you get to know everything, Jake. No more secrets." "I didn't get a choice, Harry. Nobody asked me if I wanted to be magic. I was happy being normal." Harry scoffed again, visibly relaxing. "Tell me about it." He offered Jacob a small smile, but Jacob wasn't ready to return it just yet. "I thought I was just a weird kid, and then some wizard shows up when I'm 11 and tells me, 'Happy birthday, Harry, you're a wizard.' I'd rather be a wizard than a werewolf," Jacob said morosely, drawing a nonsensical pattern in the dirt. "I can't control it, Harry. The littlest things just set me off, and suddenly I'm a huge wolf. Would it help if I told you that you're definitely not a werewolf?" Harry asked. "Werewolves only change on the full moon. You're more like an animagus." Jacob looked up from the dirt to Harry's earnest face. "Can I do magic like you?" "I don't think so," Harry replied apologetically. "Your great-grandpa, my godfather's uncle, was a squib. That means his parents were a witch and wizard, but he wasn't. I guess he just had enough magic to start a line of shifters, though." "Lucky me," Jacob scowled. "You get to fly on a broomstick and have a wand, and I get to be a monster." "You aren't a monster, Jake." Harry smiled, friendly and open. "I think it's wicked. I know it sucks right now, but once you learn to control it, maybe you like it. With Sam in my head telling me he's my alpha and you and Jasper are my enemies? Doubt it." Jacob punched his fist into the dirt, imagining Sam's face as he did so. "Why's he your alpha?" Harry asked, seemingly unconcerned about Jacob's enemy status. "I thought Ephraim was the leader of the last pack. He says I can be alpha if I want, but..." Jacob trailed off and shrugged. "But you just had your life changed dramatically, and you don't want a bunch of responsibilities you didn't ask for thrown on your shoulders right now?" Harry suggested wryly. Jacob nodded. "Exactly. Can you be alpha later, if you change your mind?" Harry asked. "I don't know." Jacob tapped the ground thoughtfully. Jacob paused, trying to recall Sam's exact words. "He said he'd step aside for me if I wanted it, since it technically should be mine. So, I guess that means yes." "Then forget Sam," Harry replied, standing up and brushing the dirt off his jeans. He extended a hand to Jacob. "Just be Jacob Black, the shapeshifter, and maybe the future alpha of a pack of wicked shape-shifting wolves. Your first order of business can be letting me back into La Push." Jacob let out a laugh, grabbing Harry's hand and nearly pulling him down as he hoisted himself up. So, no ulterior motive there, then, Potter? Me? Ulterior motives? You've got the wrong bloke, Jake. Jacob rolled his eyes and wrapped Harry's invisible sheet tightly around his waist. I thought your bloodsucker was finding pants. I was, Jasper said, running back from the forest, holding out a pair of black basketball shorts still with the tags attached. I got them from the store and tried not to breathe on them, just in case I actually do stink. You do, Jacob replied, accepting both the shorts and the understanding that Jasper was probably trying to give him some privacy to talk with Harry. Thanks. Of course. Jasper backed away from Jacob, leaning against a tree and pointedly looking at Harry while Jacob slid the shorts on. Jacob, remember how you had me stuck in a tree? Yeah, Jacob chuckled, handing Harry back his purple sheet. Don't call me a good boy, and I might let you keep your toes. Jasper slid an arm around Harry's waist, his yellow eyes sparkling as he pulled Harry closer. I thought about letting it go since you've had quite the day, but then I realized it was both rude and annoying. Probably embarrassing too, Jacob laughed, feeling more relaxed, more like the Jacob he was yesterday. Quite, Jasper agreed, a smirk dancing on his lips. But I think Harry would be displeased if I fought with you. I would be, Harry chimed in. No fighting here, guys, Harry said quickly. Of course, Jasper replied, planting a playful kiss on the side of Harry's head, a broad smirk spreading across his face. Although, I regret to inform you that Jacob's shapeshifter strength broke your bike, love. Shit. Harry pulled away from Jasper, his expression shifting to one of horror as he narrowed his eyes at Jacob. You better not have. It all happened pretty fast, but Jacob was fairly certain he had. It was a terrible way to repay Harry for letting him borrow it, and it didn't bode well for the favor he was about to ask. Harry stuffed his sheet back into his backpack and took off running through the tree line and over the fence in his yard. How bad did I mess it up? Jacob asked Jasper, trying to sidestep the icy smell that clung to him as they followed Harry's path. You flattened the handlebars, scratched the hell out of the side, and broke off the clutch, Jasper drawled. It could be worse. Great, Jacob muttered, feeling genuinely awful when he saw the evidence of Jasper's words right in front of him. And Harry looked furious. You prat. I can't fix the handlebars. They're dust. Harry exclaimed, holding up a handful of fine silver shavings and flinging them dramatically at Jacob. I'm sorry, Jacob said, his tone sincere. I didn't mean to, Harry, I swear. Well, you have to fix it, Harry replied, pulling up the handle on his garage door and lovingly wheeling his bike inside. Think you can take it back with you tonight? I can get the parts, and we can meet up somewhere, or I can send them over with Bella. Jacob kicked at the ground, his hands stuffed deep in his shorts pockets. About that. I was going to ask if maybe I could hang out here for a bit. Just until I get the hang of the whole, getting mad and wolfing out thing so I don't accidentally hurt my dad. Jasper sighed quietly, but it was soft enough that Harry must not have heard. In fact, Jacob looked around and realized that he was. Harry was hearing things he normally wouldn't notice, the fluttering wings of birds in the tree across the street, the roar of a car speeding down the highway, and if he concentrated hard enough, he could even make out the sound of a TV blaring from one of the neighboring houses. It was fascinating. He looked up at Jasper, nervously chewing on his lower lip. I mean, it's Jasper's house too, so it's kind of up to him. If you want your cousin to stay with us, he can, Jasper replied. Jacob thought that was surprisingly generous, especially considering he had just tried to turn Jasper into Wolf Chow not too long ago. Really? You guys don't mind sharing the same house? Harry asked, glancing between Jacob and Jasper with a mix of hope and caution. Nobody's going to destroy Teddy's stuff? Nah, just yours, Jacob teased. No shifters and vampires are enemies nonsense, Harry said, looking pointedly at both of them. All right, Jacob agreed easily. He had been friends with Jasper last week. He didn't think that needed to change just because he was a bit different now. Thanks, Harry. Thanks, Jasper. What will you do about school? Jasper asked, raising a blonde eyebrow as Harry gestured for them to come inside. Damn. Jacob hadn't thought of that. The walk from Forks to La Push was a long one, and he couldn't just rely on turning into a wolf at the right times to make it. You can take my car if you want, Harry offered with a shrug, opening the door and immediately tossing his bag onto the ground. If you don't wreck it. Jacob pictured Harry's red Charger with the Hemi engine, the nicest car in Forks. I shouldn't. He protested weakly, giving Harry his best pleading pout. I mean, I'd hate to leave you without a car. Harry shook his head, his curls bouncing around as he laughed. I've got my other bike until you fix my new one, and I can handle this. Suddenly, there was a loud crack. What the heck? Jacob jumped back in surprise, startled by the noise. Harry vanished with a flourish, leaving Jasper shaking his head. He does that quite a bit, Jasper remarked dryly as he smoothly maneuvered around Jacob to settle onto the couch. He'll reappear soon. Just then, a loud crack echoed through the room. Harry popped back into existence, this time in the kitchen instead of the living room. Ta-da! Magic! He laughed. Jacob cautiously stepped into the kitchen, eyeing Harry with suspicion. So, you can fly, use a wand, and teleport? Yeah, but I've never quite figured out the animagus transformation, so you're the only one here who turns into a wicked animal, Harry replied, opening the fridge and tossing Jacob a can of soda. Cheers, mate. Jacob perched on a bar stool, his shoulders slumping as he contemplated how he had drawn the short straw in this situation. I hate this, he grumbled. Stupid wolf nonsense. Harry cleared his throat, catching Jacob's attention. Mischief danced in his eyes, the same glint he had when he had asked Jacob to go cliff diving. How long are you staying? He inquired. If he was aiming for casual, he missed by a mile, his tone hinted at some wild idea brewing. I don't know, Jacob replied slowly. Why? Do you want me gone soon? No, of course not, Harry hurried to reassure him, his earnestness shining through. It's just, we're going to the Weasleys for Christmas Eve, and now that you're a shifter, you could come along if you wanted. Jacob perked up. Weasley as in Ginny? Yeah, Weasley as in Ginny Weasley and her family, Harry confirmed. As in, magical witch Ginny Weasley. Jacob froze, processing the revelation. Ginny's a witch? He exclaimed, realizing that most of Harry's British friends were likely magical. Holy shit. Yeah, Harry said, picking at his fingernails with a shrug. Good thing there aren't any more secrets now, right, Jake? Jasper chuckled at Jacob's stunned reaction. He turned around and nodded eagerly. Even though it was frustrating to have the choice taken from him, burdened by the magical legacy of his ancestors, at least there were no more secrets. He knew he had a lot of challenges ahead, but for now, he could breathe easy without the weight of hidden truths. Chapter 16, A Weasley Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve, 2004. Jasper loved his family, his adoptive siblings and parents, but there was something uniquely joyful about being with Harry's adoptive family. It was impossible for him to feel uneasy or nervous amidst the strong emotions of happiness, contentment, peace, and most overwhelmingly, love. The four of them, Harry, Jasper, Jacob, and Teddy, arrived at the Burrow around lunchtime and were warmly welcomed at the door by Molly Weasley. Harry! Molly exclaimed, throwing her arms around him and pulling Teddy into the embrace. You look wonderful, dear. And Teddy, how are you, sweet boy? Hungy, Teddy replied, his hair shifting from black curls to a vibrant red shock that framed the collar of his red Santa sweater, a gift from Harry. Well, we can't have that, can we, sweetheart? Molly cooed, then turned her attention to Jasper and Jacob, who were hanging back. Jasper had stepped aside to let Molly greet Harry first, while Jacob appeared amusingly shy. In the month since Jacob had joined their household, Jasper had never seen him act shy before. Although the presence of the dog had initially been overwhelming, it hadn't turned out to be as intolerable as Jasper had feared. He might never get the wet dog smell out of Harry's furniture, but Jacob brought a carefree sense of cheer to their home. He was also quite respectful, often leaving with his friends from La Push or Isabella to give Harry and Jasper some alone time, as if Harry weren't perfectly capable of casting silencing and locking spells for their bedroom. At first, Harry had been worried. He feared he might come home one day to find Jasper and Jacob at each other's throats. But the two of them settled into an easy routine. Jasper couldn't block out Jacob's emotions, so whenever he sensed Jacob's anger spike over trivial matters, like Paul playfully cuffing his head or Isabella spilling her water on his homework, Jasper was quick to calm him down. As Jacob wanted to test his ability to phase on his own, Jasper playfully annoyed him. It was as close to peace as Jasper could imagine with a werewolf shapeshifter living among them. Still, he was more than willing to let Jacob struggle a bit while Molly beamed at both of them. "Jasper," Molly said, fearlessly patting his cheek, just as delighted to see him as she had been to see Harry. "How are you?" "Wonderful, thank you," Jasper replied with a polite smile, gesturing toward Jacob. "This is Harry's cousin, Jacob Black." "Jacob. It's so nice to meet you," Molly exclaimed, pulling Jacob into a warm hug before stepping back to inspect his blushing face. "And, oh, you look so much like Sirius." As Harry stepped past Molly to enter the house, guilt and grief surged within him at the mention of his godfather. Jacob, who had never met Sirius, managed a good-natured smile and shrugged, despite his uncertainty. "I guess he was handsome then." He winked. Molly laughed, affection radiating from her as she guided Jasper and Jacob inside. "Oh yes, very handsome. Just as charming as you, Jacob." For the record, Jasper had never found Jacob to be charming, but Harry? He was incredibly charming. Especially as he flitted around the Weasley home that day, hugging his brothers, laughing with their girlfriends and wives, and cradling babies. Harry seemed perfectly suited for a large family, which made it all the more convenient that Jasper had 5 siblings he would gladly share with him once he proposed. Following Harry's lead, Jasper mingled with the others, making small talk. He found himself quite taken with Bill and Fleur's daughter, Victoire. He also met a shy young woman named Penelope, who was with Percy, and a cheerful witch named Angelina, who was with George. Jacob was quickly welcomed into the fold and embraced as an honorary Weasley. Bill and Charlie immediately struck up a conversation with him about his shifting abilities. Jasper sat quietly, listening to stories about Sirius that Harry had shared. The atmosphere was filled with happiness and love, making it feel like heaven for him. While he could catch snippets of friendly debates, like the one between George and Hermione about a business law, overall, the aura of the burrow was irresistibly warm and inviting to any empath. It was hard not to smile amidst such joy. The burrow was bustling with cheerful people, and it wasn't until Molly started ushering everyone into the living room that Jasper noticed someone was missing. "Where's Ginny?" he asked Hermione, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Sighing, Hermione sank onto the sofa and left space for Harry to join them. "Quidditch practice," she replied. Honestly, the Harpies act like Ginny can't have a life outside of their team. "Quidditch?" Jacob and Ron followed them into the living room, choosing to sit on the floor. "That's the sport on broomsticks, right? Ginny's a chaser." "Chaser, mate," Ron laughed. "What's Harry been teaching you?" "Everything," Jacob chuckled. "Bella keeps trying to teach me chemistry, but then Harry tells me about potions, and next thing I know, I'm adding bat spleen as an ingredient on my homework." The Weasleys in the room, Ron, Hermione, Charlie, and Percy, burst into laughter at Jacob's predicament. Ron and Charlie eagerly began explaining how professional Quidditch worked. Harry entered just as they were deep into their discussion, settling between Hermione and Jasper, with Teddy on his lap, his head nestled against Jasper's side. The cannons could not beat the Harpies. Harry laughed at Ron. Hermione caught Jasper's gaze over Harry's head and mouthed, "Boys." As the rest of the Weasleys filled the room, Jasper couldn't help but think there must be some kind of magic at play, because how on earth did everyone fit in there? "Can you believe we all managed to fit in one room?" Molly tooted and glanced at the clock. "Let's give Ginny just a bit longer before we start opening presents. I don't want her to think we've forgotten about her." Everyone seemed happy to comply, settling in to chat with one another in the meantime. "Oh, love, did you show Charlie your tattoo?" Jasper asked Harry, quite innocently. He had just heard Charlie mention something about a dragon and thought perhaps Harry had forgotten, especially since his forearm was hidden beneath a green sweater that Molly had knitted for him last Christmas. But it seemed now wasn't the right moment to bring it up. "His what?" Molly asked, silencing the wide-eyed onlookers as they shifted their gazes from her to Harry. "Mom, don't give him a hard time," Charlie murmured, flashing a smile at Harry. "Let's see it then, Harry." "You hush up," Molly waved off her son. "Harry James Potter, you did not get a tattoo." Harry chuckled nervously, rolling up his sweater sleeve. "Yeah, I did." Hermione burst into giggles when she saw where Harry had placed his tattoo. "His left forearm?" "Honestly." Molly, however, was not so amused. "Harry, why would you do that?" she wailed. "You're such a handsome boy. And so smart too. What if you can't get a job because of it?" "He is Harry Potter, I doubt he will struggle to find a job," Fleur chimed in. "I love it, Harry." "Does it move like Charlie's?" "Nope. It's a Muggle tattoo," Harry replied. "You got a Muggle tattoo?" Bill exclaimed, whistling under his breath. "Bloody hell, Harry, I heard those hurt." "You should have seen him," Jacob interjected with a relaxed laugh. "He didn't even flinch. It took forever, and he was just lying in the chair, talking and laughing." Ron eyed the tattoo with excitement lighting up his face. "I like it," he said. "Better than a pygmy puff on your arse, mate?" Harry chuckled along with Ron, though he shot a wary glance at Molly's pursed lips. "In the Muggle world, lots of people have tattoos," he explained to her. "Employers really only care about your grades and degree." "Times are changing, Molly," Arthur chimed in from beside his wife. "And if I remember correctly, there was a certain red-headed witch who nearly got a tattoo one night in Mystic Lane." The boys erupted into laughter at the sight of Molly's reddening face. George eagerly urged his father to share the story, which Arthur gladly recounted. "Sorry, love," Jasper whispered to Harry, trying to be heard over the Weasleys' laughter. Despite the noise, Harry felt content, his spirits undampened. "It's fine," he replied, smiling up at Jasper before resting his head back on his shoulder. "I figure if my mum were here, she'd say the same thing." Jasper lowered his head to briefly touch Harry's, sharing a moment of both sadness for Harry's losses and gratitude for the family that had embraced him, even to the point of lecturing him now and then. As he glanced around, he noted that nearly everyone Harry considered family was present, except for Ginny and Jacob's father. It made the ring in his pocket feel warm, a reminder of its significance. All he had to do was turn to Harry, kneel down, pour out his genuine feelings, and ask him to marry him. It was the perfect setting, the ideal time. Harry had been calm and happy all day, save for a few fleeting moments of remorse. Now, surrounded by the lively chatter of family, he felt incredibly content. Taking a deep breath, unnecessary physically but comforting mentally, Jasper reached into his pocket for the ring. He turned to Harry, a soft smile on his face. "Harry. Hey guys. I'm so sorry I'm late." Ginny Weasley exclaimed as she stepped out of the green fire, her smile bright and infectious. She looked around at her family, brushing soot off her skin-tight jeans and straightening her silky blouse. Our coach made us do an event for a fundraiser. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, dear. Arthur smiled at his daughter from his seat, cradling his granddaughter, who was sound asleep in his arms. Ginny hugged her brother Percy, who was closest to the fire, before noticing the extra guests. "Oh, Harry, you brought Jasper and Jacob," she exclaimed, smiling first at Jasper and then turning her radiant smile toward Jacob. It seemed Jacob was not an unexpected guest, given Ginny's enthusiasm. "Hey, Gin." Jacob's words faltered as a whirlwind of emotion swept over him: awe, shock, wonder, confusion, joy, happiness, and love. Surely, there was a God somewhere who would show mercy on Jasper, just this once. He had made many mistakes in his life, but he was genuinely sorry for them now. With a gentle resolve, he forced himself to keep the ring tucked away in his pocket. Proposing would have to wait. "Jake?" Harry nudged his cousin with his foot, frowning at Jacob's slack-jawed expression as he stared at Ginny. Jacob's emotions swirled, now tinged with happiness and love. "You good?" Harry asked him. "Yeah," Jacob breathed, blinking rapidly. No. "Excuse me." Jasper looked up at the living room ceiling, closing his eyes as Jacob scrambled out of the room, confusion hanging heavy in the air. "Was it something I said?" Ginny asked Harry, disappointment evident in her voice at Jacob's sudden departure. 1, 2, 3. "Hey, Jazz, can you take Teddy for a minute?" Harry asked, just as Jasper had anticipated. "I'm gonna go check on Jake." "Certainly." Jasper offered Harry a wan smile, irritation bubbling up at the Quillud wolves once more. Wolves, too. Getting this ring on Harry's finger, 0. What the hell was that? Ron asked, reflecting the confusion everyone else was feeling. Jacob being an incredible nuisance, Jasper replied, offering a slight smile to Ginny. "Though he wasn't displeased by your arrival, if that's what you were thinking." "Of course I wasn't," Ginny sniffed, flipping her hair over her shoulder as she moved to hug her parents. "Why would he be?" Suddenly, Hermione's head snapped up, her eyes widening as she bit down on her lip. "Jacob's a shapeshifter?" she asked, even though she already knew the answer. "He is." Jasper bounced Teddy on his lap, noticing Hermione's expression shift from surprise to amusement, then to happiness. He shared a smirk with her, aware that she had her suspicions about Jacob's behavior. As the Weasleys returned to their usual chatter, he tuned them out, shamelessly eavesdropping on Harry and Jacob outside. "I didn't choose it, so you can't be mad," Jacob exclaimed. "Didn't choose what?" Harry replied, clearly confused. "You're the one who thinks it's bloody wicked that I'm a wolf, and you know I've got all this freaky squib magic doing weird stuff inside of me." "I have no idea what you're talking about, Jake, but you aren't a freak." Jasper knew Harry hated that word. "Don't be mad at me then, promise?" "Okay, yeah, I promise." "What's going on?" "I am printed on Ginny. She's the one, Harry." Jacob's tone was wistful, filled with wonder and adoration. But the sound of what seemed to be Harry's fist slamming into Jacob's face was anything but loving. "Molly, will you watch Teddy?" Jasper asked hastily, setting the toddler on the floor. "I'm going to check on them, make sure there are no problems." Molly barely had a chance to agree before Jasper rushed through the kitchen and out the back door. He arrived just in time to see Harry howl in agony, clutching his mangled-looking hand. "What did you do?" Jasper hissed as he maneuvered around Jacob to reach Harry. "I didn't do anything. He hit me." "Why the hell would you hit Jacob?" Ginny demanded, her hands planted firmly on her hips as she stood on the back steps, having apparently followed Jasper in a hurry. Jacob's emotions shifted from worry and irritation to adoration and wonder as he turned to face Ginny. Because Jacob is a bloody motherfucking dick. Harry shouted, wincing as Jasper gently cradled his clearly broken hand in his colder ones. Was that our Harry? Molly gasped from inside the house. Ron, go check on them, will you? Mom, you've got to let men be men, Ron chuckled. If Harry's screaming like that, then Jacob must have done something absolutely barmy. I'll go, Mom, Bill offered. Can't let Harry be out there fighting a shapeshifter alone. As if Jasper isn't out there defending Harry's honor, George snickered. Bill's on his way, love, Jasper whispered to Ginny. Why don't we table this discussion for later? No, Harry said bluntly, fixing a glare on Jacob. Take it back. I can't. Jacob wailed, inching closer to Ginny as he spoke. I didn't choose it. Harry, I'm sorry. Gin, if I asked really nicely, would you go inside? Harry gritted out, his voice tight with annoyance and pain. Of course, Ginny agreed sweetly, as soon as you tell me what Jacob did. I'd like to know too, Bill chimed in, joining his sister at the doorway and leaning against it. Phew, he let out a low whistle. Did you punch a tree there, Harry? Jacob's face, Jasper supplied helpfully. Apparently, Jacob is much thicker-skinned than Harry knew. Bill raised an appraising brow, glancing between Harry, Jacob, Jasper, and Ginny. Well, he asked. Mind filling us in on why we're having a muggle fight on Christmas? Mind healing my hand first? Harry replied with a hint of sarcasm. Harry scowled. I'm terrible at healing, and it's my wand hand. I'd rather it just kill Jacob. Ginny instinctively moved toward Harry, her wand halfway out of her pocket, but Bill grabbed the collar of her blouse and pulled her back. If you heal him, he won't have any reason to tell us what happened, Bill said, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he watched Harry. You know how he is. You're right, Ginny agreed, slipping her wand back into her pocket. What did he do, Harry? You know we'll help you take him down. Sorry, Jacob, but brothers before babes, right? She grinned. Jacob's heart soared at Ginny's playful banter. Why doesn't Jacob fill them in while we let Hermione heal your hand? Jasper suggested, wishing he could ease Harry's pain. Because Jacob isn't going to say a word, Harry shot back, glaring at Jacob. He's going to take it back. Jasper found Harry's protective feelings for Ginny amusing, but he was still puzzled by Harry's anger toward Jacob. Sure, the wolf had caused some trouble, but Jacob had mentioned wanting to take Ginny out when he saw her next. Harry had even nudged Jacob into embracing his magical side by reminding him he could visit the Weasley family, especially Ginny, whenever he wanted. It was an inconvenient timing for an imprint, but not a terrible match. I can't. Jacob pleaded. Harry, please, I'm sorry. It's not my choice. Well, she gets a choice, Harry spat. You can't just claim people, Jacob. They deserve options. That was right. Harry hated it when he thought someone's choices were being taken away. It was an understandable feeling, considering what Jasper knew of his past. Oh, did he tell you? Hermione's bushy brunette head popped up cheerfully alongside Bill and Ginny on the doorstep. Oh no, Harry. What did you do? Hermione stepped off the porch, but Bill reached out to grab her. Stop me from healing him, and I'll curse you, William, she replied sweetly, ducking out of his reach. She approached Harry, gently taking his mangled hand from Jasper and lifting it. You idiot, she sighed. With a flick of her wrist, she pulled her wand from her pocket and tapped the center of the break. Brachia memento. Harry let out a sigh as he felt his bones crack and shift back into place. You're a lifesaver, Mione, he said gratefully. I am, Hermione teased, a smile in her voice. Did Jacob do what I think he did? What did Jacob do? Ginny yelled, her brown eyes flashing with anger as she drew her wand, undeterred by her brother this time. Jacob Black. What did you do to Harry? Nothing, Jacob said defensively, throwing his hands up in front of him. He stumbled back as Ginny advanced, a mix of fascination and fear on her face. Jasper imagined many of Ginny Weasley's past lovers had felt a similar combination of emotions toward the fierce witch. Well, what do you know about shapeshifters? Jacob asked, stretching his neck away from the wand that now hovered dangerously close to his throat. I know you're one, Ginny replied firmly. Jasper noticed the moment it clicked for Bill. His expression shifted from confusion to protectiveness in an instant. Oh, you're bloody joking, he said, frowning at Jacob as he sat on the top step of the back door. Tell me you're joking, Jake. Guys, please, I can't control it, Jacob said, panic rising in his voice. I didn't do it on purpose. Feeling a surge of pity, Jasper kissed the top of Harry's head before leaving him with Hermione and moving closer to Jacob. He truly can't, Jasper said to Bill, placing a calming hand on Jacob's back. I assure you. Jacob is a real pain, but he honestly can't help it, Harry said, recalling Carlisle's stories. If Jacob's initial confusion was genuine, then maybe he wasn't just a proposal-ruining mutt. He hadn't accepted Harry's invitation to spend Christmas with the Weasley family with any bad intentions. What don't I know? Ginny shouted, frustration evident in her voice. Harry, should I curse him? Yes, Harry replied petulantly. No, Hermione laughed, clearly amused. Do it, Bill chimed in. Please don't, Jasper sighed, trying to keep the peace. Imprinting, Jacob blurted out, causing everyone to freeze as Ginny tried to process this new piece of information. Imprinting? She asked slowly. What's that? Imprinting is the involuntary reaction a shapeshifter has when they meet their soulmate, Hermione explained quickly, her tone reminiscent of someone reciting a textbook definition. When a shapeshifter imprints on a specific person, they become unconditionally bound to them for life. It's described as being gravitationally pulled toward that person, filled with a glowing heat, while everything else fades into the background. The only thing that matters is the one they've imprinted on, leaving the shapeshifter with an intense need to please and protect them. Jasper couldn't help but wonder if Hermione had perfect recall like vampires or if she was just a genius. Jacob imprinted on Harry? Ginny asked, disappointment and envy creeping into her voice as she subtly glanced at Jacob's physique. Jasper stifled a laugh and moved closer to Harry, gently guiding him toward the doorway. He sensed that if Ginny didn't like the next answer she received, it could lead to chaos, and he wanted to shield Harry from that. Jacob was still stretching away from Ginny's wand, but his eyes softened as he smiled nervously at her. You, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. It was you. The others watched in rapt silence as Ginny processed this revelation. Harry felt a whirlwind of emotions, confusion, excitement, and a hint of pleasure. Harry, you prat! Ginny exclaimed, spinning around and pointing her wand at him. Why did you hit him? Same reason I'm going to, Bill replied, placing a protective hand on Harry's shoulder as he stood up. He wants you to have a choice. I didn't hear Hermione say I didn't have one, Ginny sniffed defiantly. What I heard was that Jacob is willing to do anything to make me happy. Yeah, I will, Jacob chimed in, a smile spreading across his face as he relaxed at Ginny's apparent approval. But I would have anyway, I'm a gentleman. He winked at her, eliciting giggles from both girls. You can sleep in the bloody garage, Harry grumbled, pushing past Bill to head inside. Jasper glanced between Jacob and Harry, then shrugged lightly. It didn't seem like Jacob was in immediate danger, and he preferred to be with Harry anyway. He chuckled as he walked past Bill, who was ushering Ginny and Hermione inside for a private chat with Jacob. Jasper couldn't help but hope that, in some cosmic twist of fate for ruining his own proposal, Jacob would face a similar threat. But then again, he thought, maybe he could still propose if No, Harry was clearly upset now. With a sigh, Jasper returned to the living room with the others. It was no wonder the Quillud wolves were enemies with vampires. It probably had less to do with ancient bloodlines and more to do with their relentless tendency to ruin everything. Chapter 17, Christmas with the Cullens. All right, Jazz, what are the rules? No discussing Isabella and no discussing Jacob, Jasper recited dutifully. Harry had made it clear that both topics were off-limits for the day. Jacob was a sore subject because Harry was still a bit irritated from the imprinting incident the day before. As for Bella, if Edward wanted to know about her, he could just text her like any reasonable adult. And? Harry raised an eyebrow at Jasper. Love, we're vampires, we don't. Ought. Harry pressed a finger gently against Jasper's lips, grinning at him. What's the most important rule for today? Jasper took Harry's hand gently and kissed his knuckles before answering, no imprinting. Absolutely, positively, no imprinting, Harry agreed. Jacob, who was spending the day with his dad, was lucky that Harry and Bill hadn't cursed him yesterday. The idea of Jacob imprinting on Ginny didn't sit well with Harry at all. If Jacob and Ginny just wanted to date, something they announced last night to Arthur and Molly's delight and the boys' irritation, Harry would have been happy for them. But every piece of lore surrounding imprinting suggested that the imprintee had no choice in the matter. Soulmates. It was madness. You couldn't know someone was your soulmate just by looking at them, you had to truly get to know each other. Harry glanced at Jasper and felt a smile tug at his lips at Jasper's patient expression. In Harry's opinion, soulmates were supposed to balance each other out. A fiery temper paired with the cool calm of water. Impulsivity matched with rationality. Recklessness balanced by vigilance. There had to be a harmony of some sort. He took one last look around their sitting room, patting his pockets to ensure the gifts for Jasper's family and his cousins were all shrunk and ready before double-checking the address Alice had texted him. Ready? Ready, Jasper replied. Harry squeezed his hand and turned on the spot, focusing clearly on the Denali home. Alaska. Harry landed not just on the ground, but in a heap of snow. Jasper's usual steadying hand was missing, and all Harry could hear was his low laughter echoing through the white fluff that filled his vision. Thanks, Jazz. Real gentlemanly of you, Harry scoffed, getting to his feet and brushing the snow off his clothes. He shot a heedless glare at his boyfriend, who was leaning against a tree, looking effortlessly perfect and grinning at him. Jasper took a slow step closer and gently brushed the snow out of Harry's hair. He bent down, his golden eyes smoldering as he looked into Harry's face. Snow is a good look on you, love, he murmured, his cool breath sending a shiver across Harry's skin. Harry struggled to find a witty response, but instead, he reached for the back of Jasper's neck and pulled him in closer until their lips met. Jasper easily lifted Harry by the waist, showing off with just one arm, and rearranged them until Harry was leaning against the rough bark of the tree. We could pop back home and come back in a few hours, Harry suggested, a small groan escaping his throat as Jasper moved from his mouth to his neck. Or we could stay here all day. Harry had never truly appreciated being a normal, functioning human with all the typical hormones and physical responses until Jasper came along. He didn't mind Jacob staying with them, and he loved having Teddy around for the holidays, but a shapeshifter and a toddler in the house didn't leave much room for romance. It would serve them right, Jasper said, scraping his nails through Harry's hair, pulling just enough to spark Harry's interest even more. Let's go home. Harry was about to apparate away, planning to visit Jasper's family another time, when suddenly, Jasper was tackled and knocked into the snow. Instinctively, Harry pulled out his wand, barely recognizing the dark head of hair that had interrupted their moment. Why are you leaving? Alice wailed, frowning down at her brother as she playfully pinned Jasper in the snow. You prat, Harry scowled, then sent a harmless tickling jinx at Alice, causing her to jump off Jasper to dodge it. Why'd you do that? she asked, brushing the snow from her pretty light blue jumper. You were going to leave, Alice replied, determination in her voice. I didn't want you to. Gee, I wonder how that feels, Harry said, his tone dripping with irritation. Not wanting someone to just up and disappear? Must be rough, Alice. Alice's delicate features twisted into what Harry suspected was a genuine show of remorse. But Alice was a cunning little vampire and a terrific actress, making it hard to tell if she was truly regretful. Jasper finally managed to get up from where Alice had tackled him, rolling his eyes and brushing the snow out of his hair. Alice, you've honestly only made us want to go inside less now. Harry glanced toward the inside and was taken aback by what he saw. Jasper had mentioned his cousins, the Denali sisters, lived in Alaska and didn't drink human blood, but he hadn't expected to find a huge, manor-style log cabin as their home. The property, with its large size and impeccable shrubbery, radiated charm, especially with the cheerful smoke rising from the chimney and the snow clinging to the icicle-covered roof. Rosalie's inside, Alice chimed in, interrupting Harry's assessment of the cabin. Even Edward came. And Tanya and Kate are eager to meet you, Harry. Where's Irina? And Eleazar and Carmen? Jasper asked, stepping closer to Harry and putting a light arm around his back. Irina hasn't been home in a few weeks, Alice laughed, the sound softening the moment. Tanya thinks she's meeting with some secret beau. Harry felt a surge of irritation. And Eleazar is scared of you and refuses to be here with the wizard. What? Harry replied, genuinely surprised. He followed Alice at a leisurely pace as she led them back to the house, explaining. Eleazar said he's met one witch and 3 wizards in his lifetime, and he has no desire to meet another. Alice shrugged, giving Harry an apologetic look. He said he was lucky to escape with his life after meeting the first one. I think he's just traumatized. We told him you weren't like that, but he wouldn't listen. He just told Carmen they were leaving and would come back when the wizard was gone. Well, bully for him, Harry muttered peevishly. As if wizards are as scary as blood-sucking leeches. I don't know, Alice said thoughtfully, holding open the grand, ornate wooden front door. Tom sounded like a pretty scary wizard from what he said. Harry stumbled on the stairs, a surprised gasp catching in his throat for a moment. You all right? Alice asked, turning to offer him a hand he didn't need. Fine, Harry replied after clearing his throat. Yeah, Tom does sound like a rather scary bloke. Merlin, what were the odds? No wonder Eleazar didn't want to meet him. Harry ignored Jasper's curiosity and took in the stunning home they had entered. It was enormous, likely as big as Draco's place, but the cheerful decor and warm ambience made it feel inviting and cozy. When we eventually have to move, we should buy a place like this, he said to Jasper. This is beautiful. Thank you, Jasper replied. Harry's gaze shifted from the wooden staircase adorned with a red rug to a doorway that led into what appeared to be a sitting room. A woman stood in the doorway, clearly one of the Denali sisters. She was tall, with pale skin, golden eyes, and strawberry blonde curls that framed her round, beautiful face perfectly. I'm Tanya, she said, dancing forward with the same grace as Alice, extending her hand to Harry. Jasper's cousin. I'm Harry, Jasper's Harry, he replied, feeling slightly awkward. Tanya laughed, a light, airy sound that felt warm and welcoming, while Jasper puffed up proudly beside him. Trying to keep Jasper's smugness in check, Harry added, for now. Forever, Jasper corrected, sliding his hand from Harry's to his waist. I'm afraid you're stuck with me, love. We'll see, Harry quipped, following Tanya into the sitting room. It was cozy, with a large fireplace crackling cheerfully, a Christmas tree in the corner adorned with bright, twinkling ornaments, and 3 large red sofas arranged in front of a TV. Most of the occupants were familiar to him. He spotted the other blonde who had to be Kate, but before he could greet anyone, he was swept up in a hug from his favorite blonde vampire. I've missed you so terribly. Rosalie exclaimed, her slender arms surprisingly strong as she enveloped Harry in a rare display of genuine joy. Has it been terrible? Where's Teddy? Are you prepared to move to Alaska? You can have this house. No, Andes, no, sounds great, and I can't breathe, Rose, Harry managed to say, laughter bubbling up as Rosalie immediately released him, stepping back with a bright smile. It was a silly thought, but Harry couldn't help but notice that Rosalie looked exactly as she had the day she left him, tall, blonde, perfectly pale, dimpled, as if she had just stepped off a set for a Christmas sweater photo shoot. You didn't bring Teddy? Rosalie asked, her red lips forming a playful pout. Maybe if you wanted to see Teddy, you should come see me in Forks, Harry replied lightly, sidestepping Rosalie to greet the others. Esme caught his eye, and her feet, wearing a thick sweater, and wrapped Harry in a soft, sweet hug. We've missed you, darling, she said earnestly, making it hard to doubt her sincerity. How are you? Fine, Harry replied. He accepted a handshake from Carlisle, but before he knew it, Emmett pulled him into another bone-crushing hug while Jasper's parents greeted their son. You're going to break my ribs, Harry gasped after Emmett spun him around and set him back down. Merlin, M. You'll just heal them, Emmett laughed, his loud voice filling the room. You look less scrawny than usual. Well, you look buff, Harry admitted. Emmett was massive. He didn't care what nonsense Rosalie said about him being a vlogger. Emmett was basically a bodybuilder in his human life. And why are you all wearing sweaters? Alice made us, Edward said, stepping forward cautiously. He too wore a thick Christmas jumper, which Harry tried to ignore. Looking at Edward reminded him of how miserable Bella had been for weeks after he left. Without Harry, Ginny, Jasper, and Jacob, he doubted Bella would have even left her house. She said you and Jasper would be wearing them, and she wanted us all to match. She didn't say you'd be matching, though, Rosalie laughed, putting her arm happily over Harry's shoulder and turning him away from Edward. How do I get a cute sweater with my initial on it? You get adopted by Molly Weasley, Jasper said, puffing his chest out proudly to show off his first ever Weasley jumper. Molly had made them a matched set. Harry, Jasper, and Teddy each received a tan jumper with their initials on the front in green. Jacob got one too. His was yellow with a brown wolf on it since she didn't know what his colors were just yet. Though, apparently, she would get a chance to find out. Tell me what you've been up to, though, Harry said to Rosalie as he settled into the center of the room. Harry settled on the rug in front of the fire and smiled as Rosalie joined him. He had truly missed her. He understood why the Cullens, except for Edward, had left. They were a family, and it made sense for them to travel and move together. If he had a family, he wouldn't want to be across the country from them. Besides, Rosalie and Emmett had already claimed they were off to college. Staying in Forks would have raised too many questions. It's been rather dull, Rosalie admitted. Emmett and I have been doing some traveling. We went to Africa for a couple of weeks and then to Spain, but nothing too exciting. What have you been up to? Little of this, little of that, Harry replied, a bit evasively. Oh, hey. I brought you some pictures. He pulled a stack of photos from his expanded pockets and handed them to Rosalie. I know I sent them to you on your phone, but these are wizarding photos. Ooh. Rosalie exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as the images of Teddy moved around in the frames. Look, Emmett, Alice, Tanya, and Kate all crowded over Rosalie's shoulder. The Denali sisters let out excited gasps, while Alice made a delighted sound at the sight of Teddy blowing a bubble in Harry's backyard. Even Emmett couldn't help but grin. We got Teddy gifts to send back with you, Rosalie said. I wish you'd bring him here to see me. And I wish you hadn't left, Harry replied with a crooked smile, ensuring she knew he didn't hold it against her. But maybe I will. Alaska's a bit cold for Teddy, though. Perhaps we could meet somewhere nicer on one of my weekends next month? Harry and Rosalie debated the best place to meet, tossing around different activities that Teddy might enjoy. Kate and Tanya chimed in occasionally, both as smitten with Teddy as Rosalie was. Honestly, Jasper was probably lucky that Harry wasn't particularly attracted to women. Teddy was what Jacob once called a babe magnet. Jasper lounged on the sofa, catching up quietly with his parents and Edward while keeping an eye on Harry, who was sprawled on the floor with the rest of his family. If Harry weren't a wizard in a room full of 9 vampires, it could have passed for a typical Christmas gathering, complete with festive decorations, a crackling fire, and mountains of snow outside. Everyone sat around, enjoying some light conversation. Harry mostly lay on the floor, chatting with Rosalie. It seemed silly, but she was just like the older sister he had always imagined. A little haughty, stubborn, and blunt, qualities that Harry found endearing. "I wish you guys would come back," he said, a hint of sadness in his voice as he rested his head on Rosalie's lap, giving her his best pleading look. "You could tell everyone that college was terrible and you quit to pursue acting." "Acting? In Forks?" Rosalie smirked down at him, brushing his hair off his forehead. "I don't see that being very believable. But you could always come spend the weekends you don't have Teddy with us." Harry crinkled his nose, torn. He hadn't realized just how much he missed Rosalie, her snark, her affection, but he couldn't abandon Bella and Jacob every weekend. They needed him, Rosalie didn't. "We'll see," he replied noncommittally. Turning his head, he caught Jasper's gaze from the sofa, a brow raised as he looked down at Harry. "Is Rosalie's lap comfortable, love?" he asked dryly. "It is, yeah," Harry replied innocently, relaxing and smiling as Rosalie ran her cool fingers through his curls. "Is Jasper jealous?" Kate, who reminded Harry a bit of George with her playful spirit and mischievous smile, laughed at Jasper. She and Tanya sat with Emmett and Alice on one sofa, while Edward, Carlisle, and Esme occupied the other. Jasper sat alone, but Harry felt perfectly content. "Certainly," Jasper replied with a hint of amusement. "No," Jasper said with a playful sniff. He winked at Harry before swiftly lifting him off the ground and setting him on the sofa before Harry could even react. "Why would I be?" Jasper asked, adjusting Harry to replicate the cozy position he'd just shared with Rosalie. "Jasper's a jealous prat," Harry laughed, secretly enjoying the attention. It wasn't like he wasn't a little jealous himself. He'd bristled every time a muggle smiled a bit too long at Jasper when they were out together. While Harry tended to scowl at the offenders, Jasper always wore an innocent smile, making it clear they were together. It was cute. "We tried our best with him," Carlisle said, shaking his head at Jasper with mock solemnity. "I'm sorry, Harry. Perhaps I can offer you a less prattish child?" Harry glanced around at the other Cullens before smirking up at Jasper. "I think I'll keep this one," he replied lightly. "He's a decent cook." "Compared to you?" "I'm an excellent cook," Jasper retorted. "I don't like to cook, but I'm decent at it," Harry countered. "Oh. That reminds me. We got everyone gifts." Harry sat up and began pulling packages out of his pocket, resizing them with a flick of his wrist. Tanya and Kate's eyes widened in excitement as they witnessed the display of magic they'd never seen before. "We got one for Irina, Eliezer, and Carmen. Perhaps you could give it to them?" Jasper suggested to Tanya as Harry lazily levitated packages to everyone. "We'll see," Kate chimed in. "If Irina ever comes home. She swears she's in love for real this time." "Oh my God, what is this?" Tanya exclaimed, her eyes wide as she unwrapped her gift. "Those are blood pops," Harry said, nodding at the bag of red suckers nestled in everyone's gift box. "And I double-checked, it's not Muggle blood. It's actual rabbit blood, so it's supposed to be lucky, but I'm not sure if that's real or not." Jasper nodded toward the collection of whiz-bangs they'd brought for half the group. "Those are magical fireworks. George invented them. They're amazing." Harry bit his lip, almost correcting Jasper. It hadn't just been George who came up with them. George and his brother Fred, Jasper said, smoothly adjusting his statement. Fred was apparently a genius at inventing, while George was better at marketing. Harry smiled appreciatively at Jasper. This was what he believed soulmates should be. Sure, Jasper probably sensed the shift in Harry's emotions, but he'd been paying attention to every little detail Harry shared for over a year now. Jasper's gift didn't tell him what Harry was feeling, that was all Jasper. And those are enchanted chessboards, Jasper continued, steering the conversation away from the tension. The pieces argue back with you. This is amazing, Alice exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Ugh, your gifts are way better than the ones I picked. Thank you, Harry, Jasper, Edward said sincerely, admiring his new chess set. Harry felt a blush creep onto his cheeks and waved off their thanks. They weren't extravagant gifts, just little tokens he'd chosen for people who had more money than he could imagine. I have something for you too, Harry said softly to Jasper. He wiped his sweaty palms on the side of his black trousers, summoning every ounce of courage he could muster. He'd faced death before, this should be easy in comparison. Alice and Tanya squealed in excitement, and Rosalie gasped as Harry slid off the sofa and knelt before Jasper. Jazz, I love you. He held up a simple gold ring he'd found at Grimmauld, one that had once belonged to his dad. Dumbledore had saved it, preserving both his parents' wedding rings and sending them to the Potter vault. Harry had discovered it among the crates after Gringotts cleared out his 2 vaults. It was a piece of his family, and it meant everything to him. The same ring he'd been carrying for months weighed heavily in his pocket. He had waited for the right moment, questioning whether he should even ask. Harry didn't have a speech prepared or all the right words to say. But he knew Jasper loved him, and he wanted to spend the rest of their eternities together. Will you marry me? Harry asked simply. Jasper's jaw dropped, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Not exactly a promising reaction. The first words out of his mouth only added to Harry's anxiety. Are you serious? Harry carefully ignored the Cullens behind him, biting back the emotions that threatened to overwhelm him at Jasper's uncertain response. Hermione had been thrilled when Ron proposed. Had he messed this up? Maybe he should have done this in private instead of using Ron as a model for romance. It was still a shock to him that Ron had managed to win Hermione over. Harry glanced down at the ring in his hand and then back up at Jasper. Yeah, pretty serious here. He was preparing to apparate home, to hide from this embarrassment for the rest of his life, when Jasper suddenly burst into laughter. Hermione had cried when Ron proposed. Either Harry had completely botched this moment, or Jasper found the whole idea ridiculous and didn't want to marry him at all. As Harry began to get up, his face burning with shame, Jasper stopped him. Harry, he said, shaking his head. His golden eyes glowed warmly as he slid down to one knee in front of Harry, pulling a small black velvet box from his pocket. I was going to ask you. Harry let out a surprised sound when he saw the silver ring nestled in the center of the box. He looked back up at Jasper, and his worries began to fade at the glimmer of love in Jasper's eyes. Well, you should have done it then, he said with a grin. And you should answer me anyway, just for clarity's sake. Will you marry me or not? Harry James Potter, Jasper began, and Harry felt his heart race with anticipation. Nothing would make me happier, Harry exclaimed, forgetting all about their audience as he wrapped his arms around Jasper's neck and kissed him eagerly. Jasper mirrored his enthusiasm, lifting Harry by the waist and settling him on his lap right in the middle of Tanya's living room. I love you, Jasper said, pulling away with a victorious gleam in his eyes. May I see your hand? Harry offered his left hand, the ring securely in Jasper's right. He beamed as the silver band slid effortlessly onto his 4th finger. Yours now, Harry said, carefully placing the gold ring on Jasper's ring finger. This was my dad's, so please don't break it. Jasper pulled Harry close, his chest shaking with laughter. "Yours was my father's," he replied. "It's the only heirloom I have for my human life. I've had it with me since I was changed, waiting for you, my love." Harry glanced down at their matching rings, his solid gold band against Jasper's snow-white skin, and Jasper's silver band on his own darker finger. At that moment, he finally saw the humor in their situation, just as Jasper did, and soon they were both laughing together. Chapter 18, Just Got Engaged. December 25, 2004. Jasper held Harry tightly, pressed against his chest, as he considered the whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. Joy, love, lust, affection, victory. If Harry hadn't accidentally, or perhaps purposefully, operated them straight to their bedroom, Jasper would have been surprised. Harry's feelings mirrored those from the night they went to prom together, and even months later, he insisted that their destination that night had been a mistake. Sure enough, as soon as Jasper emerged from the peculiar space of apparition, he found himself in their bedroom, catching Harry just before he stumbled. Another accident, my love?" Jasper teased, holding his shorter fiancée close and tilting his face upward with his right hand. Fiancée. Finally. After months of agonizing over the perfect moment to propose, Harry had taken the plunge himself. It was absurd and lovely all at once. Harry flushed, a hint of embarrassment creeping in, but it quickly gave way to a bold smile, his eyes sparkling and his cheeks glowing with a soft pink hue. "Maybe I just thought we'd finish what we started earlier," he replied, his voice thick with anticipation and desire. Jasper nuzzled against Harry's neck, inhaling the scent that stirred a different kind of hunger within him. "When do we go get Teddy?" he murmured. "On the 27th, Harry answered. "Good." Jasper playfully bit the side of Harry's neck, careful not to break the soft skin. It was a treat for himself as much as it was for Harry. He loved teasing him, and Harry's breathy gasp and the sudden spark of pleasure always ignited something deep within Jasper. He remembered how worried he had been the first time they were intimate, fearful of accidentally hurting Harry. That thought hadn't stopped him, but it lingered in the back of his mind. Jasper hadn't entered their relationship with his sexual innocence intact. He had a few casual encounters during his time with Maria's clan, but nothing compared to the connection he shared with Harry. Jasper knew that his strength could easily and unintentionally hurt someone soft, someone fragile. But Harry was a marvel, his perfect match in every way. When Jasper thought his grip was a little too tight, Harry asked for more. When Jasper felt he was moving too quickly, Harry urged him to go faster. "You are lovely," Jasper whispered in Harry's ear, his hands wandering leisurely up Harry's back. "My lovely, beautiful, perfect fiancée." Harry let out a soft chuckle, mimicking Jasper's movements as his hands tentatively slipped under Jasper's sweater and up his chest. "Fiancé's a weird word," he said. "Might take some getting used to." Jasper took a moment to gently remove Harry's hands from his chest, pulling off his sweater and t-shirt. "Don't get used to it," he replied, pushing Harry back until he hit the bed, sitting on the edge. "I have plans to change it to husband soon enough." Harry's emotions flickered with surprise, but they were mostly filled with joy. "Husband," he repeated, testing the word as he tugged at Jasper's sweater in a silent command. "I like it." Jasper's joy only grew with Harry's enthusiasm. He shot Harry a playful smirk before pouncing, easily moving him back until they landed in the center of the bed, with Jasper straddling Harry's form. Jasper tenderly ran the back of his hand down the side of Harry's face, drinking in the adoration in his eyes and allowing their emotions to intertwine. There were moments when being near Harry felt almost painfully overwhelming, when Harry's feelings crashed against his senses, leaving him desperate for change. But in moments like this, he actively sought out Harry's emotions, drawing them in and letting himself be enveloped by them. "I'm glad," Jasper purred in response to Harry's last statement, letting his thumbnail graze lightly down Harry's face alongside his tender knuckles. "I intend on making it your permanent title soon." Jasper Potter?" Harry gasped, arching his back as Jasper's fingers danced across his chest. Jasper paused, his mouth hovering just above the scar that marked Harry's racing heart. "Jasper Potter?" he repeated, trying the name out as Harry had done with husband. "Not Harry Hale?" Harry asked, sitting up slightly, his pupils wide and his lips beautifully flushed. "Well, I didn't think I'd get rid of my last name." "And isn't Hale Rose's actual last name? Harry and Jasper Whitlock?" Jasper suggested, hope lighting up his voice. "Harry and Jasper Potter Whitlock?" Harry countered, leaning in until their faces were just inches apart. He smiled, a disarming and sweet grin, before planting a trail of gentle kisses along Jasper's collarbone. Each kiss was light, more breath than touch, but they left a spark of magic as Harry moved. "Devious," Jasper sighed, keeping his weight off Harry and balancing on his legs on either side. Harry was calm, confident, affectionate, and loving, sending a thrill through Jasper. He smiled gently, looking down at Harry's messy black hair. "We can take turns," he offered. "We'll have plenty of time to use different last names until we're so utterly bored we start making them up." Harry looked up, his eyes sparkling with so much intensity that the green seemed filled with tiny stars. "Perfect," he said, agreeing easily. He laid back, raising an eyebrow at Jasper, a cocky grin spreading across his lips. "If that's decided then." Jasper loved shy Harry, angsty Harry, sweet Harry, friendly Harry, and soldier Harry. But nothing compared to the way he adored Harry when his confidence soared high enough to bring that challenging glint to his eyes. And more than that, he cherished the way Harry made him feel alive. Jasper loved wiping that look right off Harry's face. He caught Harry's lips in a kiss that began softly, warm and tender. As Harry parted his lips with a gentle sigh, Jasper savored his utterly perfect, entirely unique scent and deepened their kiss. "You're perfect," Harry murmured against his lips. "You're..." Jasper struggled to find the right word. "You're everything." And he truly meant it. Harry was everything Jasper could have ever wanted in life, even if he had never possessed the creativity to imagine such a person. After that, conversation faded away as Jasper lost himself in Harry, his mouth, his body. It was so easy to get caught up in it all. It felt like a storm washing away the essence of himself, leaving only the exhilarating rush of energy building like thunder rumbling in the sky, with lightning threatening to strike. And Harry, of course, was the lightning. His beauty, his brilliance, his undeniable power, it was impossible not to seek out the sight of that brilliance flashing across the sky. As the saying goes, lightning never strikes the same place twice, which made Jasper feel like the luckiest soul on earth, a fact he was already well aware of. Harry was warm putty in his hands, and yet he made Jasper feel just as loose, carefree, and utterly relaxed. It was a game born of love for Jasper to tease him, to build his desire higher and higher. He would likely have continued it for much longer if Harry hadn't picked up on the game quickly and turned it around on him. "You're evil, love," Jasper said as Harry kissed a trail down his legs, deliberately avoiding the place Jasper wanted his mouth the most. Not nice, is it?" Harry murmured against his thigh. It wasn't nice, but they continued the playful torment for quite some time. "You're sure?" Harry asked later, his voice hoarse and thick with desire as he knelt between Jasper's legs, his hands resting on Jasper's hips. His eyes, so beautifully expressive, were filled with love. "I have never been so sure of anything in my life," Jasper assured him. And, while Harry approached every other aspect of his life with an exhilarating recklessness, his touch and movements now were soft and sweet, making Jasper want to weep. "I'm not made of glass, darling, you can move faster," Jasper playfully urged at one point. Well, perhaps he was begging, but he'd never admit it. Harry obliged, his sweat-slicked hips moving in a charmingly uneven rhythm, his eyes closed in pure bliss. It was rapturous to watch him, and it made Jasper lose himself completely, tightening all his muscles and crying out Harry's name shamelessly. Harry responded with a hiss, and wasn't that the most lovely sound? He slipped into a different language, completely wrapped up in Jasper's orbit. Jasper, one of the physically strongest beings on Earth, felt so pliant and weak in Harry's presence, and he loved it. So, he told him, "I love you." He breathed the words into Harry's skin as Harry cuddled against him, a blissful expression on his face after their intimacy. "I love you," Harry assured him. "Let's do this forever." Jasper laughed, loving how easily Harry used words like forever and now. Is engaged sex much better than regular sex, love? He teased, running a finger down Harry's arm. Harry smiled lazily, nuzzling his face into Jasper's neck, his warm breath unbearably lovely. "I think just got engaged shagging is my favorite kind of shagging so far." With Harry's voice all wrecked from pleasure, Jasper wholeheartedly agreed. Then he wrapped his own personal bolt of lightning in his arms and counted until he fell asleep, his eyes focused on the golden ring that once belonged to James Potter and was now his. Eternity. Chapter 19, The Statute of Secrecy. Who? Monday, January 17, 2005. Harry rested his head on his hand, struggling to stay awake in American politics, the most tedious class he could imagine. Mr. Neumeister could take notes from Professor Binns on how to make a lecture even more lifeless. After catching himself dozing off for the third time, he cautiously pulled out his phone and texted Bella. "Why are U.S. politics so daft?" He listened as his teacher droned on about the various political parties, waiting for Bella's reply. He found himself cursing the founding fathers for creating such a convoluted system. Finally, he felt his phone vibrate and glanced down at Bella's response. "We were trying to escape the British. Excuse us for not being perfect." Harry grinned and typed back, "You're excused. Wanna skip the rest of today?" Bella's reply came back much quicker this time. "No." Harry rolled his eyes and tucked his phone away. Honestly, Bella could be such a buzzkill sometimes. Even Hermione would skip classes for a good adventure. Well, maybe not. Or did she? Harry struggled to remember some of the smaller details from his time at Hogwarts. Hermione claimed it was a trauma, but he figured he had just fallen off his broomstick a few too many times. He decided to wait until his fourth-hour physics class to text Hermione about it. "Did you ever skip classes for one of our mad adventures?" Hermione was, thankfully, a much faster texter than Bella. Probably because she wasn't hiding beneath a desk. "Not if you don't include dropping out before 7th year, which I don't. Or 2nd year, when I spent a decent amount of time as a partial cat and then was petrified, which I also don't count. You shouldn't be skipping now. What adventures are you getting into?" Harry thought about the newest addition to the Quidditch shapeshifter pack, Paul, and his growing friendship with all of them except Sam. He also remembered the ring on his finger that he hadn't told any of them about yet. "None. I miss you. I miss you more. Pay attention in class. Let's get lunch soon." "Sounds good. Tell Ron I say hi. Love you guys." Harry put his phone away with an exaggerated sigh. He needed more friends who were willing to bend the rules with him. If Jacob wasn't off in Holyhead with Ginny, learning about Quidditch, and Jasper wasn't out hunting, they would surely be up for something more exciting than lectures and struggling to stay awake. Some days, he felt a nostalgic pang for the good times at Hogwarts, the days when he had Ron and Hermione by his side, solving mysteries and embarking on adventures. Was this what getting older felt like? He didn't care for it much. After school, since Bella didn't have to work, they sprawled across Harry's sitting room. They were supposed to be studying, but instead, they turned their time into a game, tossing little paper balls at each other's hair from across the room. "You're a cheater," Bella huffed as Harry levitated another ball right into her hair. "I'm just using my strengths," he grinned. "You're just jealous." Bella huffed again, but Harry didn't need Jasper home to know she was, in fact, a bit jealous. They kept up their game much longer than two adults should have, only stopping when the fireplace flared to life with green flames and Jacob tumbled out. "He's as clumsy as you are, Harry," Bella laughed. "How's Ginny?" "She's great." Jacob stood up, a dopey smile spreading across his face. His brown eyes were soft and relaxed, just like they always were after spending time with Ginny. "She sends her love." "PFT," Harry scoffed quietly, sending another paper ball toward Bella's hair. "Is she coming over soon?" Since Christmas Eve, much to Harry's begrudging joy, Ginny had been visiting every few days to spend time with Jacob. She claimed it was to see Harry, Jasper, Teddy, and Bella as well, but the rest of them weren't fools. Jacob and Ginny. Jacob had been obviously obsessed with Ginny ever since he imprinted on her. She didn't come over nearly as much before then, but now it felt like she was always around. "She can't come over for a few more weeks," Jacob said, making himself comfortable on the sofa. He stretched out, letting his legs dangle over the armrest. "And I either have to start showing up to school or officially drop out, so we'll see what happens." "Jacob," Bella exclaimed, throwing a paper ball at him. "You can't just drop out. You're 16. So?" Jacob shrugged carelessly. "Jared dropped out a few weeks ago, and Paul and Sam already graduated, or they would have too. Imagine if some kid shoves me in the hall and I accidentally wolf out. It's safer if I just quit." Harry thought privately that Jacob was just using that as an excuse to leave school. While it was a logical explanation, he knew it was complete nonsense. Jared had told him that Jacob was already the best in the pack at controlling his phasing. But if Jacob wanted to drop out, Harry didn't really care much. Some days, he even thought about taking a break between high school and college to travel with Jasper. They'd always talked about a trip around the world, and they could easily do it if they wanted to. Neither of them had any real need to work. Harry didn't ask about Jasper's finances, since that would be rude, but he knew he personally had more than enough money to live off of. That was before Rosalie helped him convert a chunk of it into American currency and invest it. He hadn't understood a word she said during that process, but Rosalie had promised him a guaranteed return. School was the only obstacle. He'd already told everyone he was going to graduate, and his friends and the Weasleys were all so excited about it. He was so close to finishing that he didn't want to give up now. But he had loads of time to go to college and pursue a career as a doctor. There was no rush. In fact, he actually hated school quite a bit. Taking some time off would be a relief. "Does your dad? Do you know?" Bella asked Jacob hesitantly. About any of it?" Harry watched as Jacob shifted uncomfortably on the sofa, his cheerful expression tightening slightly. "Kind of," he replied slowly. "I mean, I told him about Ginny on Christmas, and he said I should bring her around. Sam has to let Ginny come onto our land since we're together, but Ginny won't come if Harry isn't allowed there. So Dad hasn't met her yet, and we haven't really talked about school at all." "Does Sam know Ginny's a witch?" Harry asked, feeling a pang of betrayal that Ginny could visit La Push but not him. "Sam knows everything," Jacob said bluntly. "No secrets in wolf mode, remember?" "You guys are terrible at keeping secrets anyway," Bella pointed out. "Honestly, for a bunch of magical creatures, I think Harry's the only one who can actually keep a secret." "Oi. I am not secretive." Harry defended himself. "I told you about Jacob, didn't I?" He hadn't actually meant to spill the beans about the shapeshifters, it just came out. But he was glad it did, because it made being friends with everyone so much easier when nobody was hiding a secret identity. Bella shot him an unimpressed look that made him miss Hermione fiercely. "You spill other people's secrets, sure. But your own? You're a mystery." Harry stuck his chin out defiantly. "I'm an open book. You can ask me anything." "Okay, Why does Creature have a wall of newspaper articles about you? Except that. Harry jumped to his feet and flashed a bland smile at Bella and Jacob. You guys hungry? I've got stuff for sandwiches. I hate when Jasper isn't here, Jacob grumbled as Harry headed toward the kitchen. Harry doesn't know how to cook. I can cook just fine. Harry yelled back. He grabbed the sandwich ingredients from the fridge and tossed them onto the counter, along with 3 fizzy drinks. Harry returned with sandwiches in hand. He tossed one to Jacob and handed Bella hers before flopping back onto the floor. So, you're not going to answer me? Bella asked, clearly missing Harry's very obvious attempt to change the subject. You wouldn't skip classes with me, so I'm not answering you, Harry replied. He didn't really have a good excuse for not sharing a bit about his past, at least as much as Jasper and Jacob already knew, but it was a matter of principle. His friendship with Bella was simple and uncomplicated. They hung out, did homework, gossiped about their mutual friends, and sometimes vented about what a prat Edward was. That was it. Explaining the war would complicate everything. He didn't want to go from being her weird wizard friend Harry to Harry Potter. Being just Harry was easier, and he liked it that way. I'll skip tomorrow if you tell me why you're in the news so much and take me to Diagon Alley, Bella offered. I can't, Harry said, feeling genuinely bad about it. Jazz and Jake are part of the magical world, Bella. I could get arrested for bringing a muggle with no magical relatives to Diagon Alley. You could say we're related, Bella suggested, making her eyes big and sad as she pouted her lower lip pleadingly. Just tell them we're siblings, like we did with Mike. Please. When I say that every single person in the wizarding world knows I'm an orphan with no family, I mean every single person, Harry said, his tone deadpan. He nudged her apologetically with his foot. I'm sorry, Bells. Marry Paul, Charlie, or Alice, and then I can take you. Jacob snickered while Bella's cheeks flushed red. Harry felt a twinge of guilt for bringing up Bella's love life, knowing it was a sensitive subject for her. But he really thought she might be happier if she considered moving on. Preferably not with Alice, since that would be awkward with Edward, but Charlie and Paul were good options. Paul had a bit of a temper, but he was working on it. The last time he came over, he'd only accidentally phased once when Harry tripped over him. It ended with Jacob dragging Paul out to the yard while Jasper fretted over Harry's safety. Thankfully, no one got hurt, so Harry wasn't too concerned about it. I could never date a guy with the same name as my dad, Bella said. And Alice is pretty, but I think I'm definitely straight. Sorry, she added. What about Paul? Jacob grinned. He's a good-looking guy. And listen to sex jokes forever? Bella shook her head. No thanks. Harry shrugged. Paul did make a lot of sex jokes, usually at Harry or Jacob's expense, so Bella had a point. Worth a shot, he said. They dropped the subject and moved on to fill Jacob in on the latest gossip from Forks High School. But when Bella left for home that night, Harry felt a twinge of guilt. Bella had once been part of the supernatural world when she was with Edward. He hadn't just taken away her one true love, as she called it, he had also stripped her of the chance to be involved in an entirely new world. After a couple of days of debating the issue and considering how left out Bella must feel, Harry finally caved. He made it through the first hour of world economics on Thursday morning before he sent her a text. If you'll skip with me right now, I'll take you to DA. It took Bella record time to respond. Meet you in the car in 3 minutes. Harry immediately raised his hand and coughed to catch his teacher's attention. Excuse me, may I go to the restroom, ma'am? Of course, take a pass, Mrs. Knight said, waving her hand absent-mindedly. Harry shouldered his backpack and strode quickly from the room, not even bothering to take the pass. By the time he reached his car, Bella was already waiting, a manic light dancing in her eyes. I thought it wasn't allowed? She asked as soon as Harry shut the car door behind him. It's not, Harry shrugged. But sod it. You're coming with me. I want to go, and I want to take you with me. If we run into anyone official, I'll just say we eloped. It'll be such a huge scandal that no one will bother to check if I'm lying, Harry said with a mischievous grin. Bella laughed, her spirits lifting more than they had in months. Why would it be a huge scandal? Because I'm a muggle? Harry smirked, picturing the chaos that would follow if the world found out Harry Potter had eloped. Something like that, he replied evasively. I'll explain more when we get there, all right? He sighed heavily, recalling his last trip to Diagon Alley. I'll probably have to explain quite a bit. Maybe he should have thought this through before making such an impulsive offer. But school was dull, and he needed a good excuse to skip. Bella, undeterred by his fatigue, was practically bouncing in her seat. Can we stay all day? Just in case we never go again? Harry glanced at her and noticed the first genuine smile on her face since Edward left. All right, yeah, he agreed. But we're bringing my cloak. I get to be invisible again and go to Diagon Alley? I must be dreaming, she joked. Harry chuckled as Bella dramatically pinched her arm. She had definitely been spending too much time with Jasper, that dramatic prat. When they arrived at Harry's house, Jasper was lounging on the sofa. You're here early, love, he teased. Are you skipping school again? Yeah, but it's for a good reason this time, Harry replied, tossing his bag and keys onto the floor by the door. He rolled his eyes as Bella politely hung hers on the coat rack. Oh? And what is this worthy cause? Jasper asked, intrigued. I'm taking Bella to Diagon Alley. Jasper nodded sagely as Harry summoned his cloak. Yes, I can see how flaunting your disdain for the statute of secrecy is quite the worthy cause. Don't be a prat, Harry laughed, tucking his cloak into the pocket of his jumper. He leaned in and gave Jasper a light kiss. Bella wants to see it, and if we get stopped, we'll just say we eloped. You absolutely will not, Jasper said with a smile, pulling Harry back to him and running a hand through his hair. Just tell them she married Jacob if she needs a magical relative. You're ridiculous, Harry replied, kissing him once more before furrowing his brow in thought. You don't mind, do you? I didn't even think to ask if you wanted to come with us. Not at all, Jasper said, letting go of Harry so he could stand up straight. Go enjoy your crazy magical town. Just try to avoid being mobbed. Why would we be mobbed? Bella asked, looking puzzled. Jasper smirked at her and shrugged. You'll see, he said. We won't be, it's too early for that, Harry said confidently. After all, nobody was ever out shopping at 10 in the morning in Diagon Alley. Darling, remember there's a 5-hour time difference, right? Harry blinked, momentarily forgetting that detail. He did the math quickly and felt even more assured. 5 in the morning, then. It'll definitely be dead. We should probably hang out here for a couple of hours to give the shops a chance to open. Love. Jasper looked like he was trying not to laugh. Wrong way. It isn't 5 a.m. there, it's 3 p.m. Harry blinked, silently double-checking his calculations. Damn, he swore. Damn indeed, Jasper chuckled. Have fun, Isabella. Despite Jasper's ominous tone as they left, it wasn't too bad. As soon as they arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, Harry threw the cloak over them, relieved to see that the pub was mostly empty. Were those house elves too? Bella whispered after they passed the only other occupants in the pub. No, Jesus, Harry laughed, picturing the goblins' indignation at being mistaken for house elves. They're goblins. They run the bank. The one you're not allowed in? Right. Harry led Bella to the alley at the back and took off the cloak so he could see her face when the bricks opened. Ready? Ready. Harry grinned at the barely concealed joy on Bella's face and tapped the brick with his wand. Welcome to Diagon Alley, Bella. Bella's jaw dropped, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Harry thought that even if he got mobbed, it would be worth it just to see her gobsmacked expression. He glanced around the alley and felt relieved to see it wasn't too busy yet. "We can skip the cloak for now," he told her. "If it gets crowded later, we'll pull it out." "Okay, where first?" Bella's eyes were still huge as they entered the alley, her head whipping from side to take in all the shops. Harry decided it would be best to tackle the least favorite part first. "Want to go see George's shop?" "It's a joke shop. George is Ron and Ginny's brother, right?" "Right." Harry linked their arms together and guided Bella toward Weasley's Wizard Wheezes as she agreed eagerly. They walked in silence for a moment, with Bella still darting her gaze around to absorb all the sights of Diagon Alley. Harry was torn between enjoying the soft snowfall, a refreshing change from the rainy slush back in Forks, and keeping an eye out in case any curious shoppers took too much interest in them. They made it to the shop without incident. Harry glanced at Bella before slipping his ring off and tucking it safely into the front pocket of his trousers. "Don't mention our engagement, okay? I haven't told them yet." Bella had been captivated by the bright, flashing posters in the shop windows, but she paused to give Harry a curious look. "Why not?" "I just..." Harry hesitated, trying to pinpoint his exact reason. "I just like having it to myself for a little while. Once I tell them, everyone will want to know when we're getting married, where it's happening, all that stuff. I don't have any answers yet. It's just easier this way, trust me." Unlike some people, Bella rolled her eyes at Harry. "I can keep a secret." Harry opened the door, and a little musical chime rang out as they entered the shop. "You came to my house to warn me about Jasper just 24 hours after finding out about them," he reminded her. Bella waved off his completely accurate response, her attention captured by the wonders of the shop. "This is amazing. Isn't it?" Just then, George appeared out of nowhere, startling Bella. "Hello there." He grinned, extending his hand. "You must be Harry's new best friend. We met at the wedding, kind of." "George." Bella's cheeks flushed as she shook his hand. "Hello." Harry couldn't help but find it amusing how shy Bella became when meeting new people. She would chase after a vampire to save her mum without a second thought, but shaking hands with one of his friends made her blush instantly. "Bella Swan," she introduced herself, dropping George's hand and gazing around the shop again. "This place looks like something out of a fantasy book." "I assure you, it's as real as I am," George winked, then threw his arm over Harry's shoulder. "You guys want the grand tour?" Harry's seen it all before, of course, but I've made some updates over the last couple of months. Bella looked at Harry, who shrugged. "That would be amazing," she replied earnestly. George laughed, completely at ease, and began the tour. Harry loved this shop. He loved seeing George's dreams come to life. But he also hated it. He hated that the other half of George wasn't there to throw biting mice at him or try to trick him into eating a puking pie or any of the other mad, hilarious antics they used to share. George was determined to make up for the first time Harry had taken the grand tour. He enthusiastically explained the products to Bella, preening with pride whenever she complimented each item. But in between, he couldn't resist poking fun at Harry. "Sue, I'm sure you definitely got permission to bring a muggle here, right, Harrikins? You'd never break the law," George teased. "Me?" Harry blinked, trying to feign innocence. "Never. Bella and Jake eloped, so she's officially allowed here as a shapeshifter's wife." "Don't tell Ginny," George laughed. "She'll kill all of us." Apparently, she's never felt this way about anyone before. Bella let out a playful coo, while Harry bristled a bit, feeling a twinge of indignation. Oi. What was I then? It wasn't that he had any romantic interest in Ginny, but when they were together, she had sworn she loved him. It didn't feel great to think he could be replaced so easily. Gay, I reckon, George winked. And, yeah, that was fair enough. Ginny couldn't have you, so she found your closest relative, George added. Only relative besides Bill, Harry corrected, while Bella burst into laughter. George shook his head at Harry. One day, Ron, Bill, and I are going to hold you down and dye your hair red so you finally understand you're a Weasley. You've got a family, you prat. Harry rolled his eyes, but he secretly felt pleased. Even if it wasn't entirely true, it was nice of George to say. Of course, that niceness evaporated just 5 minutes later when George led them to a shelf of action figures. Oh, you're kidding me, Harry groaned, glaring at George. Bella laughed so hard that tears streamed down her cheeks. It's one of our best sellers, George grinned. Harry picked up the box closest to him, that Harry Potter action figure, and shook it accusingly in George's face. Get rid of it, he demanded. It has catchphrases. Harry, please. I promise I'll repay you if you lend me some wizard money to buy one. She gasped, struggling to speak through her laughter. Not a chance, Harry growled, still glaring at George. You can have one for free, George chimed in. If you pull on the wand, you can hear the catchphrases. Harry knew George thought he was hilarious, but he had never been less amused in his life. George. Get rid of them. No can do, Harry, George replied, grabbing another box that Harry hadn't noticed before and handing it to him. Look, there's a Neville too. And a Ron, and a Hermione. I even got an order for one of Mum cursing at Bellatrix. Harry took a deep breath, trying to remind himself that George was his friend and there was no real reason to hex him. He glanced down at the box George had given him, and despite himself, his lips twitched at the sight of the tiny Neville holding a sword up high. These are really bestsellers? He asked. Oh yeah. I've made a fortune off these since I put them out. Well, we have. You're part owner of the shop, remember? George grinned sheepishly and ruffled Harry's hair. And since it was the Harry Potter ones that sparked the idea, I set aside a 50% cut for you on yours. The others are getting the same. Ron's tickled pink about it. Harry nodded, placing the boxes back down. He didn't want any cut of George's shop, but... Can you put my shares in a vault for Teddy? I can see if Andy can come over one day to help set it up with you after you close or something. George agreed quickly, clearly relieved that Harry wasn't planning to destroy his inventory in retaliation. Teddy loves them, you know, he said casually. I sent him a full set. Harry didn't know how, but he was certain he would get even with George one day for such a betrayal. Bella, however, was delighted by the miniature Harry. She eagerly tried to unbox it as they left George's shop and headed toward the... Harry begged Bella not to mention the toys at the bookstore. He didn't want any extra attention on them. Fine, Bella said with a grin as she tucked the toy back into the bag George had given her. But I'm definitely showing Jasper when we get back. He'll want one for himself. Do that, and I'll kill you, Harry joked as he replaced his ring. Come on, let's browse the books and then grab something to eat. I'm starving. He should have known better. After being friends with Hermione Granger for 8 years, he should have remembered to suggest lunch before heading to the bookstore. Bella was in her element, wandering up and down the aisles for almost 2 hours, reading titles and trailing her fingers along the spines with reverence. Can we come back next Friday? She asked, excitement shining in her eyes. I want to exchange my check for wizard money and buy some books. Just get them, Harry shrugged. I'll buy them for you. No, it's fine. Bella's chin tilted stubbornly, a look Harry often associated with Ron. I'll see if Jacob can help me. Harry rolled his eyes, deciding not to argue. Instead, he focused on keeping track of the books she seemed interested in. He could always order them later as a surprise. Eventually, they made their way back toward the leaky cauldron. Harry found a quiet booth and asked Bella to order lunch while he ducked his head, trying to keep a low profile. "Are you going to explain to me now why you're so famous?" Bella asked when she returned with 2 plates of fish and chips. It's a long story," Harry said hesitantly. "I'm not really sure where to start." "The beginning is usually the safest bet," Bella replied gently, pushing a plate in front of him. "Eat and talk." So he did. Harry gave her a brief overview of the war, explaining blood statuses and how some people placed great importance on them, leading to more deaths than he could count. He tried to keep his own role in it all as concise as possible. Harry tried to keep his explanation brief, but he sensed that Bella had picked up on more than he was saying. "So, basically, you saved thousands of witches and wizards, probably millions of muggles, and you're a hero?" she asked after he finished and their plates were empty. That makes it sound way better than it was," Harry replied quietly. "It's not like I did it alone, and it definitely came with a cost." Harry. He looked up at Bella and felt a wave of relief, mixed with admiration, when he saw that she didn't look at him any differently than usual. "Just because it came with a cost doesn't mean it wasn't truly amazing of you to do," she said. Harry scoffed, a blush creeping up his neck at her kind words. He quickly shifted the topic. "Well, it's all fun and games until you're forever 17, he said with a forced cheerfulness. "So, cheers." He couldn't quite understand why Bella suddenly looked so sad, but it didn't take long for the realization to hit him. How could he have forgotten that she wanted to be a vampire with Edward? "Hey." Harry reached across the table and took her hand. "Bells, listen. I know you miss him, and I know you think being human is awful, but do you know what I'd do to have a normal human life? Anything," he swore. "I'd do anything to avoid one day attending Ron and Hermione's funerals, or Teddy's. Merlin, Bella, I'd do anything to skip that." Bella ducked her head, a sniffle escaping her, but when she looked back up, Harry thought she seemed a little comforted. "I never thought of that," she said softly. All my friends are magic, and I'm just plain boring Bella who's going to grow old and gray, and you'll all leave me one day." "You are not plain or boring," Harry said, his voice firm. "Getting older is normal, it's natural. Not everyone gets the chance to grow gray hair, Bells." Bella nodded, and Bella squeezed Harry's hand and gave him a watery smile. "Thanks, Harry. You're the best friend I've ever had. A good enough friend that you'll leave that toy here and not show Jasper?" Harry asked hopefully, trying to lighten the mood. It worked, at least a little. Bella laughed, but her eyes sparkled with mischief, much like George's usually did. "No way. He's going to love it." And he did. When Harry and Bella returned to his house around 3 o'clock, the first thing Bella did was show Jasper her new action figure. Jasper immediately asked Jacob to have Ginny order him one too. This meant Harry would have to hex George after all. The next morning, while Harry was recounting his trip to Diagon Alley with Bella to Jacob over breakfast, which Jasper had made, they were interrupted by a light tap-tap. "Is that an owl?" Jacob asked. "It has mail." Jasper jumped out of his seat and opened the window for the small tan owl. Harry winced as the owl flew straight to him and dropped 2 envelopes on the counter. One was a harmless-looking envelope with his address on the front, while the other was a smoldering red envelope that Harry had a sinking feeling contained an unwelcome message. "What is that?" Jasper asked, his curiosity piqued as Harry's anxiety began to rise. "A howler," Harry sighed. "I'm guessing a reporter saw me in Diagon Alley yesterday." "What's a howler?" Jacob asked, but whatever he was about to say was drowned out by the sound of the howler unraveling, giving Harry a glare that was far from impressed. "Harry James Potter." Molly's voice echoed loudly around the kitchen. "Did you go and get married without telling us? That better be an engagement ring on your finger, and it better have been a recent addition, or I swear you are grounded for the rest of your life." At the end of Ron's howler, Ginny couldn't help but feel a little sorry for Jasper. The howler turned its glare on him, unwavering. "And you, Jasper Whitlock. I expect this kind of nonsense from Harry, he doesn't know any better. But you, young man, have no excuse. If you married my son and didn't tell us, then I will be grounding you as well." With that, the howler blew a papery raspberry at the three of them before bursting into ashes, which rained down and mixed with their food. Harry was stunned. He'd never received a howler before, and he blinked rapidly, trying to process it all. Molly had never explicitly called him her son before. Was it disrespectful to his own mother to feel that way about Molly? Would she be happy for him, or would she feel replaced? Did she understand that he could never replace her, but sometimes he wished for a real family so badly it hurt? "That was unexpected," he said, letting out a small laugh at Jasper's underwhelming observation. "I think she could definitely ground you both." "She's a bit terrifying," Jacob added fondly, reaching for the other envelope and opening it when Harry didn't protest. "And she'll be fine when she finds out you're just." "Oh my God." Harry shook his head, trying to clear the conflicting emotions the howler had stirred up. He glanced at Jacob, who seemed utterly speechless. "What is it?" Harry asked, curiosity piqued. Jacob couldn't manage a response, he just started laughing. Carefully, Harry pulled the parchment from Jacob's hands. But it wasn't a letter. It was a newspaper clipping with the headline, "Man Who Conquered Ditches, Undead Lover, and Marries Mystery Woman." Beneath the title was a photo of Harry and Bella, happily walking arm in arm down the cobbled pavement. The image played on a never-ending loop, zooming in on Harry's left hand and lingering on his ring. Bella was laughing at something Harry had just said, and the byline read, "Rita Skeeter, of course." Well. Harry hesitated, his eyes glued to the photo. "I should probably let Molly know it's an engagement ring. Would you mind mentioning to her that it's a ring from your undead lover, not one from Isabella?" Jasper asked, glancing at the article Harry was holding loosely. "Seems like she already knows that," Jacob chimed in. "But I'd maybe pretend you just got it, so she doesn't find out you've been engaged for weeks now." Harry nodded in agreement as he snapped a photo of the article to send to Bella. "I should tell Hermione too, before she sends her own howler." Harry." Jacob coughed and gestured toward the window. "Is that another owl?" Harry squinted out the still-open window and sighed as a large black owl headed straight for him, another red envelope in its grasp. "I told you we should have told them," Jasper murmured. "This could have been avoided." "Thanks, Jazz. What I really needed was an 'I told you so,'" Harry scowled. "I thought we were a team." "We are." Jasper kissed his cheek and squared his shoulders, preparing for battle as the owl swooped in and dropped off the envelope. Surely it can't be worse than Molly's. It was. It was 1,000 times worse. Molly was too nice to guilt-trip Harry with phrases like, "We'd been through so much together," or "Since when did keeping secrets ever work out for us?" Harry's favorite line, though, was when Hermione said, "You're our brother, Harry. Don't you want us to know about your good news?" It ended with the wish that Harry and Jasper both learn a valuable lesson from this. And Harry did learn a lesson. Hermione should have been a Slytherin with the cunning way she made him regret every little thing he'd never told her. But the most important lesson here was, Rita Skeeter better hope Harry never crosses her path in public. Dear Molly, Arthur, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, and everyone else. I have some exciting news to share. Jasper and I are engaged. I asked him to marry me, and he said yes. Well, technically, I think I said, "Are you serious?" And he confirmed it. Quite rude, right? We're considering a summer wedding after I graduate. I guess summer is just a popular time to tie the knot. Is it strange that Bill, Ron, and I might all have summer weddings 3 years in a row? That seems a bit odd, doesn't it? No matter when we decide to do it, You'll be the first to know once we set a date. So, surprise. Or maybe not, since I know you read about it in the paper. I can only imagine how hurt you must have felt, and I truly apologize for not telling you sooner. Just to echo what Jasper said, no more howlers, please. We miss you all. Best. Harry Jasper. P.S. Jasper wants to make it clear that the ring on my finger is his, not Bella's. Chapter 20. Alice is pouting, Harry is planning. Sunday, January 30th, 2005. I am never, ever, ever talking to either of you again. All right then. Jasper rolled his eyes at Alice as he and Harry maneuvered around her to enter Tanya's house. Harry had Teddy on his hip and kept shooting Jasper curious looks as they listened to Alice's quiet grumblings. Jasper had a good idea of why Alice was upset, but he decided to wait for her to explain herself. Teddy. Rosalie darted to the door the instant Jasper opened it for Harry. I've missed you so, ugh. Rosalie's nose curled as she grabbed Teddy from Harry and swung him into the air. Why do you stink, Teddy Bug? I just changed him before we left, Harry protested. He can't possibly need another change already. I don't smell anything, Jasper assured him. Rosalie pulled Teddy down closer to her face and inhaled deeply as the others filtered into the parlor. Jasper nodded politely at Tanya, Kate, Emmett, and Esme. Edward had apparently taken off to travel on his own for a while, which Jasper believed meant he was sick of forcing his self-imposed misery on everyone else. Carlisle, on the other hand, had already found a position at the local hospital in their emergency room. He definitely smells weird, Emmett said, wrapping his arm around Rosalie's waist and sniffing hesitantly at Teddy. Like a dog or something gross. Oh. Weird. Harry laughed nervously, grabbing Teddy from Rosalie and standing him on the floor. Look how good he is at walking now. Jasper bit back a groan as he realized what Harry must have also figured out. Teddy smelled like Jacob and his pack members, and if Jasper didn't notice it, it meant he had acclimated to the stench. He felt like a disgrace of a vampire. Harry's never-ending friendships with the most dangerous creatures he could find had caused Jasper to. Harry had gotten used to the unpleasant smell that came from the wolves. He was worth it, of course, but just barely. Rosalie looked down at Teddy, always charmed by him, yet she wasn't swayed by Harry's obvious attempt to change the subject. Teddy Bug, did Uncle Harry get a puppy dog? She asked. Papa Doggy. Teddy laughed as he dashed over to Jasper, lifting his arms in excitement. Uppy Jazz. Jasper couldn't help but smile at the little boy, soaking in the love that radiated from him in the innocent way only small children can manage. Uppy, Teddy said seriously as Jasper lifted him into his arms. With a bright green-eyed smile, he asked, Papa? No puppy, Harry gently scolded. We don't need a dog, Teddy. Teddy pouted, and Rosalie's suspicion began to grow. So you don't have a dirty wet dog in your house? She pressed. Why are you mad at us, Alice? Harry asked, redirecting the conversation. Rosalie rolled her eyes and led everyone into the living room. I'm not mad, I'm disappointed, Alice said with a hint of sadness in her voice. I thought we were best friends, Harry. So did I, Harry replied with a wry smile as he settled on the floor next to Rosalie. He effortlessly levitated a stack of toys from the side of the room to the center of the rug. Jasper sat across from him and placed Teddy down, laughing as the little boy crawled straight toward the toys. But then you left me, so I had to replace you, Harry said, looking up at Alice with a shrug that said, What can you do? Replaced me? Alice's expression shifted to genuine sorrow as she slid to the floor opposite Harry, folding her legs beneath her. Did you really? Harry quickly realized the hurt in her eyes and backtracked. You're not really replaceable, he said earnestly. I was just kidding, Alice. You said you were disappointed in me, so I was trying to lighten the mood. I'm sorry, but why were you upset when we arrived? Jasper asked, relieved that Edward wasn't around. He couldn't help but have an unkind thought about his sister. While everyone had been shocked to hear James mention that he had seen Alice in her human life, Jasper wasn't entirely surprised to learn that she had lived in an asylum. With her psychic visions and her mood swinging from one extreme to another, he understood why humans might have labeled her crazy and locked her away. It was disturbing and infuriating, making him want to tear apart those who had wronged her. Yet, it was not entirely unfathomable, especially since Alice's sorrow faded quickly, leaving her practically sparkling with mischief. "Because I have had a vision," Alice declared dramatically. She closed her eyes and hummed, wiggling her fingers in front of her chest. Then, she peeked one eye open and grinned at Teddy, who was utterly captivated by her performance. "In my vision, I have foreseen that you have betrayed me," Alice whispered. Enough with the sideshow gimmick, Jasper groaned good-naturedly. "Just tell us what we've done to disappoint you, and we'll decide if it's worth hearing about for a decade or not." "A decade?" Rosalie raised an eyebrow sarcastically as she pushed a red plastic train back and forth for Teddy. "I've been hearing about it for days. I'm sure you'll have to listen to it for a century." "Hear about what?" Harry asked, his confusion growing. Tanya and Kate exchanged amused glances as they knelt gracefully on the ground, their hands full of toys for Mr. I Charm Everyone Lupin. "About you ruining Alice's wedding," Kate said cheerfully, trying to entice Teddy to her side with a plush stuffed kitten. "She's been pouting for days." "Your wedding?" Harry looked incredulously at Alice, a hint of joy creeping into his expression. "I didn't know you were even seeing anyone." "Who is it?" Even Emmett roared with laughter at Harry's innocent question. "Not my wedding, yours," Alice said, her expression sulky. "Esme and I had." "Leave me out of this," Esme murmured softly. "I told you it's up to Harry and Jasper how their wedding is done." "Fine," Alice huffed. "I had so many amazing ideas I wanted to share with you, and then suddenly, 2 days ago, they disappeared, and the whole wedding went white." Harry glanced guiltily at Jasper. "Well, 2 days ago was Friday, wasn't it? When we got Teddy?" "It was," Jasper replied evenly, casting a warning look at Alice. He had suspected Harry was interested in Andromeda's suggestion when they got Teddy, but Harry hadn't mentioned anything, and Jasper had been waiting for him to bring it up. Well, I guess it went white because Andy always thought I'd get married at Hogwarts," Harry said quietly, his gaze focused on his godson. "And I've been thinking about it." "Boo. Does that mean we'd all get to see it?" Esme asked eagerly. "It sounds so beautiful when you describe it, Harry." Harry's lips twitched into a small smile, but his emotions began to dip into sadness. "Or we could get married in Molly and Arthur Weasley's backyard," Jasper suggested, playfully nudging Harry's shoulder. "I heard it's quite the tradition." Harry chuckled. "So are summer weddings, apparently." Jasper smiled broadly, enough to make Kate and Tanya giggle at him. How could he not? In just 6 to 8 months, he would have Harry, his Harry, as his lawfully wedded husband. It was more than he ever deserved and more amazing than words could express. "Have you guys already made tons of decisions then?" Alice asked with a little pout. "You don't need to. Is my help not wanted at all?" Harry sighed, and Jasper noticed his resolve beginning to waver. Stepping in firmly, he said, "No, Alice. This is our wedding. You can help us execute our ideas once we decide on them, but that's it. No pressuring or guilting Harry into letting you plan the whole thing." Harry shot him a grateful look while Alice sighed in defeat. "You can plan our next wedding," Rosalie suggested to her sister. "And maybe Irina will settle down with this mystery man, and you can plan their wedding too," Tanya added playfully. "Can I at least come see Hogwarts?" Alice pleaded. "Then I can help you bring your exact vision to life." Harry hesitated before slowly shaking his head. Not this time, he said carefully. I don't think it'll be much fun. And we haven't really made any decisions yet anyway. Maybe we'll have it at the Burrow, Molly would love that. Jasper smiled at the wistful tone in Harry's voice. He understood the brief but intense longing Harry felt when Andromeda mentioned a wedding at Hogwarts. Jasper had no sentimental attachment to any specific location, he would happily marry Harry anywhere. Especially if it meant choosing a place that stirred complex emotions for Harry and could bring him happiness when remembered in the future. Plus, Jasper desperately wanted to see Hogwarts. The three of them spent a pleasant afternoon at Tanya's after Alice finished her petulant pouting over Jasper's refusal to compromise Harry's ideas for her indulgence. Tanya and Kate were incredibly interested in Teddy, oohing and awing at every story and photo Harry shared of his beloved godson. He's just so cute, Kate sighed after Harry showed her what felt like the 50th photo of Teddy at his first birthday party last April. And he can change his appearance any time he wants. Just like that? Just like that, Harry grinned. He usually just mimics whoever's his favorite at the time. Which is why he typically looks like Harry, Jasper said, gesturing to Teddy's curly black hair and impish green eyes. He's quite fond of Unca Hoy. Unca Hoy. Teddy cried, toddling over to Harry and throwing his arms around his neck, proving Jasper's point perfectly. The women around them cooed at the sweet sight. Love you, Teddy Bug, Harry said, giving Teddy a gentle boop on the nose. Jasper didn't start a countdown. He had learned his lesson from last Christmas break, thank you very much, but he was very aware that in about 186 to 248 days, Harry and Teddy would officially be his family. It was a comforting thought. Later that night, as they returned Teddy to Andromeda and settled into bed, Jasper breathed in the scent of Harry's hair. He could sense Harry's emotions flickering erratically. This wasn't entirely unusual. Harry was an emotional person, and he often spiraled more at night than during the day. When Harry felt like this, Jasper simply held him tightly and waited for him to speak. Eventually, Harry whispered in the dark, "Is it disrespectful to get married in a place where Teddy's parents died?" Jasper paused to consider. "No, I don't think so," he replied softly. "Wasn't Teddy's father a teacher at Hogwarts?" "Yeah," Harry said, his voice tinged with sadness. "Then he must have loved Hogwarts very much," Jasper said. "I'm sure he would be pleased to know that you took a place that could carry bad memories for Teddy and turned it into somewhere he can one day tell his little, first-year friends, I was the ring bearer at a wedding here, instead of, my parents died here." Harry was quiet for a few moments, then suddenly, his somber mood shifted to amusement. "Professor McGonagall might tell me no," he said, half smiling. Harry chuckled softly. "Merlin knows she's probably had enough of me." Jasper smiled, burying his face in Harry's hair as he remembered the witch brimming with maternal affection for Harry at Ron and Hermione's wedding. "Perhaps," he replied, though he was skeptical. "But we'll never find out if we don't ask her. What are you doing next weekend, Jazz?" Am I going to visit Hogwarts?" Jasper guessed. Harry sighed and nodded slightly. "Yeah," he said. "I guess we're going to visit Hogwarts." Chapter 21, Trip to Hogwarts. Sunday, February 6th. Harry stood in front of the mirror, brushing his hair down as he examined his reflection. He was giving himself a silent pep talk, careful to keep his thoughts quiet so Jasper wouldn't overhear him. He knew Jasper could pick up on even the faintest whisper. "Hogwarts was your first home," he told himself firmly. "Everyone else is going back. You're the only one avoiding it." He recalled the last time he had returned and how that had turned out. That was ages ago. He was better now. Not so messed up. "Love?" Jasper called from the sitting room. "We don't have to do this." "It's fine," Harry replied, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, aware that they might be affecting Jasper. "You'll love it there, Jazz. It's beautiful." He splashed some water on his face and stared intently into his own green eyes. Hogwarts was his home once, it could be that again. Turning off the sink, he nodded at his reflection. Voldemort didn't get to take Hogwarts from him. With a smile plastered on his face, Harry joined Jasper in the sitting room. "Let's go see McGonagall," he said, forcing a cheerful tone that made him internally cringe. Why was it that others could fake their emotions so effortlessly while he struggled? Oh, right. He wasn't great at clearing his mind. Jasper held Harry at arm's length, studying his face closely. "You're sure this is what you want to do?" "I mean, McGonagall might really say no," Harry admitted with a small shrug. "But it would be nice." It had been a fleeting thought, a brief image from his 6th year when he imagined that Ginny might one day be his wife. They had lain together on the Quidditch pitch, watching the stars and whispering to each other. In that moment, he had thought that if they ever got married, he would want to do it there, in the first place where he truly felt free and happy. He had forgotten about that night until Andy congratulated him on his engagement. Harry was immediately bombarded with questions about the wedding. "You're a Gryffindor through and through, Harry," she said with a motherly smile. "I doubt you're planning on having a long engagement." We aren't," Harry admitted. "We just don't have many details worked out yet." "When are you having it?" "I dunno." "Have you decided who will stand with you?" "Not yet." "Are you having it at Hogwarts?" Harry's head snapped up at that last question. "What?" Andy brushed her dark hair back off her shoulder and frowned at him. "I apologize if I'm being presumptuous, but from what I heard Remus say about your love for the school, I just assumed you would want to have it there. The grounds are beautiful. I doubt you could find a more private or picturesque scene if you tried." The day after Alice complained that her visions of their wedding had gone white, Harry wrote to Professor McGonagall, asking if he could bring Jasper to see Hogwarts and maybe ask her for a tiny little favor. He felt both happy and a bit dismayed when her reply arrived the next morning. She welcomed them to tour the castle, as long as they came on a weekend, since his presence would certainly disturb the students in class, and she would consider his favor. Harry snorted in amusement as he slid the letter to Jasper for him to read. Jasper's lips twitched, and he said he doubted McGonagall would say no, but Harry knew she had taught him for 6 years. She might actually be glad to be rid of him. Harry checked his pockets one last time, ensuring he had his cloak and wand before giving Jasper another fake smile and gesturing toward the floor. "After you," he said pompously. "We're going to Headmistress McGonagall's office at Hogwarts." "You're sure?" Jasper asked again. Harry rolled his eyes and feigned nonchalance. "I'm sure," he replied, waving his hand toward the fireplace. "Go." "McGonagall will put us both in detention if we're late," Jasper said, a smile creeping onto his lips as he leaned in for a quick kiss. "I'll see you in a moment, love." Harry watched as Jasper fled away, then let his smile fade. He closed his eyes for a moment, inhaling the familiar sense of his home before exhaling slowly. "Headmistress McGonagall's office," he called out, tossing in the powder and spinning away through the floor. As soon as Harry emerged, he groaned. Of all the portraits for Jasper to chat with while he was gone, it had to be Dumbledore. "Harry, how are you?" Dumbledore exclaimed from his portrait, his eyes sparkling. "I can't tell you how happy I am to see you, my boy." "Hello, sir," Harry replied politely, stepping beside Jasper and glancing up at Dumbledore's painting with a hint of sadness. "Is Professor McGonagall in?" "She was expecting us. She had to run off to deal with a couple of students who got into some mischief in the halls," Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling even in the frame. "I'm sure that doesn't sound familiar to you, does it?" Harry chuckled and shook his head. "Not me, sir." He shot a lopsided grin at Jasper. "Want to go on a self-guided tour of Hogwarts?" "Oh, Minerva won't like that at all," Dumbledore laughed. "But go quickly, and I'll stall her as long as I can." "Good to see you, sir," Harry said, feeling more genuine this time. "Come on, Jazz." He took Jasper's hand and led him through the office, down the spiral staircase, and out the door between the gargoyle statues. "Damn, I should have grabbed my map," Harry groaned, looking up and down the hallway nervously. Harry tried to figure out the best path that would lead them past the most interesting spots while ensuring they could slip outside without being noticed. "This way," he said, attempting to walk slowly to give Jasper a chance to take in the sights. Still, he didn't want to be seen just yet. "Care to take the tour under my cloak?" he suggested. "We can," Jasper agreed, smiling as Harry pulled the cloak out of his bag. "Will it fit over both of us?" "Not really," Harry chuckled. He nestled himself against Jasper's side, knowing they needed to huddle together to improve their chances of staying hidden, and draped the cloak over them both. "You're very tall," he teased. The cloak covered them, but just barely. "Apologies," Jasper replied, stifling a quiet laugh as Harry led him toward the 6th floor. "Where are we going first?" Jasper asked. "To sweet-talk a fat lady into letting me past her portrait," Harry murmured. "That seems rude," Jasper said slowly, "but okay." Harry let out a small laugh as he approached the Gryffindor entrance. He looked up at the portrait of the fat lady and felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Sirius had once torn her portrait to shreds, apparently without a better idea than to act like an escaped madman. Harry pulled the cloak off his head, and the fat lady gasped. "Harry Potter? Is it really you?" she exclaimed. "I haven't seen you since." "It's me," Harry interrupted, eager to avoid any unpleasant memories. "I was just wondering if there's any way you could let me in, maybe? I'd like to see the old common room for a minute." The fat lady batted her eyelashes at him. "I can't let you in without a password," she said primly, pulling out her paper fan to toy with. "So you'll have to guess it." "How am I supposed to guess the password?" Harry exclaimed, throwing his hands up in exasperation. "Balderdash? No. Lion? No. Dumbledore? No." It was Jasper who finally guessed it. Merlin only knows how. "Lightning? Hooray. You've got it." The fat lady laughed, swinging her portrait open to let them through. "How did you do that?" Harry asked Jasper as they climbed inside. "Love," Jasper replied, giving him an exasperated look of affection. "Didn't you see the lightning bolt painted above her portrait?" She was pointing right at it. Harry hadn't noticed, actually. He was about to say so when they stepped into the common room, suddenly confronted by about a dozen wide-eyed students in red robes. Hello." Jasper smiled and took Harry's hand. "You are the brave ones, I presume?" Harry wasn't sure if Jasper was using some sort of charm, but suddenly, the students laughed and seemed much more at ease. "That's us, the brave ones," a girl chimed in. "Chivalrous," added her friend, who was busy playing gobs tones. "Can we help you find something, Mr. Potter?" A young boy, probably a first year, asked Harry with wide eyes. No," Harry replied, not unkindly. "I just wanted to show Jasper my old common room. Do you want to see the dorms?" Harry turned to the student who had spoken and felt a little piece of his heart break away. It was Dennis Creevy, surrounded by 7th-year students and looking older than Colin ever had. That's okay," Harry said softly. "We'll just be going. Don't be daft." Dennis jumped to his feet, wearing an easy smile. "Come on, you can see your old dorm. It's the 2nd year's dorm now, but they won't mind." Jasper squeezed Harry's hand as he helplessly followed behind Dennis. Dennis chatted easily as they climbed the stairs, talking about his classes, his friends, and photography. "I found a lot of old film of Colin's the summer after." "Well, you know," Dennis said, shrugging with a small frown as he opened the dorm door. Dennis opened the door and gestured for Harry and Jasper to step inside. You were in a lot of these pictures. Do you want copies? No, Harry replied quickly. Thanks, though. No problem, Dennis smiled, looking around the room fondly. The kids who got this room were really excited to have your old dorm. Harry brushed his fingers over the bed where he used to sleep. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Dennis laughed. We even tried to convince Professor McGonagall to let us keep this room closed off as a memorial, but she said no. Thank God, Harry thought to himself. That would have been weird. Right. Well, he forced a smile at Jasper. This was my room. It looks cozy, Jasper said, grinning. My Hufflepuff heart is very jealous. Are you a Hufflepuff? Dennis asked, sounding excited. My girlfriend's a Hufflepuff. Their dorms are way cozier than ours. Harry chuckled, though it was slightly strained this time, and raised his eyebrows at Dennis. How do you know? Dennis turned bright red and mumbled something about hanging out there under his breath. Right, Harry said. Well, we're going to head out. I appreciate you showing us the dorms. Sure. Oh. Wait. Are you guys really getting married? Harry hesitated. Yeah. Dennis rummaged through his pocket and pulled out what looked like a Muggle business card. Here, he said, thrusting the card toward Harry. If you haven't already hired someone. Jasper leaned in to read over Harry's shoulder. Dennis Creevy, photographer. Weddings, birthdays, graduations. You're hired, Harry blurted. Done. Jasper watched with bemusement as Harry and Dennis exchanged information to discuss the date and cost of Dennis' services. Once they finally left the Gryffindor common room, Jasper gave Harry a curious look. So we have a photographer now? He asked calmly. Harry looked up at Jasper, mentally smacking himself in the face. That was probably. That's something we should have decided together, wasn't it? Jasper laughed, moving his hand from Harry's to his back, pulling him a little closer since they had left the cloak behind on their way to the main doors. I don't mind, he said. Is he any good? Dunno, Harry shrugged. His brother was, though. Jasper let out a small, understanding, but Harry chose to ignore it. He peeked into the great hall and gestured for Jasper to join him when he saw it was empty. Look, Harry pointed up at the ceiling. The enchanted glass displayed a clear blue sky, so convincing it could trick anyone into thinking it wasn't absolutely freezing outside. It's an enchantment. They talk about it in Hogwarts, a history, Jasper interjected, his eyes lighting up as he gazed at the ceiling. This is amazing. Harry smiled at Jasper's enthusiasm, which reminded him of Hermione reciting book titles. He pointed out the different tables for each house, the banners representing them, and gave Jasper a few moments to take it all in. Meanwhile, Harry found himself staring at a spot near the head table, exactly where the Weasleys had gathered around Fred's body, where Molly had wept for her lost son, and where George had sobbed for the first time in Harry's memory. Let's go, Jasper murmured, grabbing Harry's hand and gently pulling him back to the present with a soft smile. You make me want to break my promise quite often. What promise? Harry asked dully, his gaze still lingering on that spot as Jasper led him toward the doors. Not to manipulate your emotions, Jasper explained as they stepped out of the Great Hall. I wish I could just fill you with happiness and joy 24/7. That would be fake, Harry pointed out. Like the Imperious Curse, a bit. What's? Wow. Jasper's question faded as they stepped out onto the lawns, revealing Hogwarts in all her splendid beauty. Harry watched Jasper's face light up with surprise and awe as he took in the snow-covered hills and the frozen lake. I died in there, Harry said quietly, pointing toward the forbidden forest. He squinted, trying to make sense of the landscape blanketed in white. And lavender brown died over there. In an instant, Jasper wrapped his arms around Harry, holding him gently as he studied his face. Why don't we get married in the church Ron and Hermione used? He suggested. We don't have to do it here. It doesn't matter to me. Don't be daft, Harry replied, forcing a smile. We wouldn't do it here. We'd do it on the bit of sand by the Black Lake or at the Quidditch pitch, of course. Of course, Jasper said softly. He let his arms drop from Harry's waist but intertwined their fingers. Lead the way then, my beloved. As they walked, Harry pointed out little details. I had my first flying lesson over there, he said, gesturing. And that's Hagrid's old cabin. He's in France with Madame Maxime right now. Hagrid is the one with a fondness for creatures, right? Right, Harry laughed. And this, he darted to the center of the Quidditch pitch, the only snow-free patch of land on the grounds, and spread his arms wide. Is where the real magic happens. The real magic? Jasper chuckled, bright and free. I thought wands were the real magic. You thought wrong, Harry said, adopting a serious tone. Everyone knows it's Quidditch. Jasper sidled up to Harry, his gaze sweeping across the pitch. Hogwarts is beautiful. I can see why you love it here. Oh, that's not why I love it here, Harry replied, his thoughts drifting to the Quidditch pitch and the moment he was put on the Gryffindor team. He remembered his friends cheering him on at every single match, no matter what. Harry gazed up at the blue sky, a smile spreading across his face as he thought about the weather, his rivalry with Draco, and McGonagall's pride when he helped his team win. As he and Jasper re-entered the castle, excitement bubbled between them. We could have our second wedding on a beach, Jasper laughed, letting Harry pull him through the corridors. How many weddings have Rosalie and Emmett had? Harry asked, peeking into empty classrooms in search of the headmistress. 11, Jasper replied. I think the 12th time will be the charm. Don't weddings ever get boring? Harry mused, contemplating whether to head straight to McGonagall's office and wait for her there. Love, Jasper said, pulling Harry away from poking at a suit of armor with his wand. Alice just loves throwing parties, Rosalie enjoys being the center of attention, and Emmett is completely smitten. We can just have one perfect wedding. Harry considered this, twisting his lips. Will it be a perfect wedding if I freak out halfway through? He attempted to grin, but it felt awkward, so he let it fade. Jasper, undeterred by Harry's lack of enthusiasm, rubbed a small circle on his back and turned him toward the window they were standing by. Just because something bad happened here doesn't mean it's not still beautiful, he said softly. If you want, we could just go to Vegas and have an Elvis impersonator marry us. Or we could stay engaged forever. Harry turned back from the window, his brow furrowed. Who's Elvis? I'm going to pretend I didn't just hear you say that, Jasper replied, and together they turned to McGonagall, both offering her bright smiles. Their expressions slowly faded as her thin-lipped look met them. Have you been running around the castle unsupervised? McGonagall asked Harry, peering over her glasses with a stern expression. No, Harry replied slowly. Jasper was with me. McGonagall didn't seem impressed, and soon Harry found himself on a trip to the headmistress's office. By the time they fled back home, he felt genuinely sorry for the current Gryffindor students. She shouldn't be allowed to dock points for nostalgia, Harry said. And you aren't even an official Hufflepuff. I feel official now, Jasper grinned. And I think the students will all forgive you when you come for your guest speech. He wandered over to the fridge and brought Harry an energy drink before settling on the sofa beside him. That'll be exciting for them, learning about defense from the Harry Potter. That's a punishment, Jazz, Harry shook his head. That's literally my punishment. Yeah, it did seem a bit that way, Jasper agreed. He slung his arm over Harry's shoulders and hugged him close. But 30 points from Gryffindor, 10 from Hufflepuff, 1 guest speech for the defense class, and we can get married at Hogwarts. Yeah. Harry tilted the silver can in his hands, considering. But now that we have a place and a date, we actually have to start planning. And I have to pick a best man. Jasper frowned, likely noticing Harry's sudden shift from irritation to frustration and fear. Is that a real problem? He asked curiously. I'm going to ask Emmett. Harry sighed and shot Jasper a fond but exasperated look. Jas, I have to choose between Ron or Hermione. If I don't pick Hermione, she might kill me. And if I don't pick Ron, he'll definitely cry. Isn't that backwards? Jasper questioned. No, Harry replied, as serious as he'd ever been. It's not backwards at all, Jas. Jasper looked confused, but since Harry was the one who had to make the decision, he kept quiet. In the worst situation of his entire life, he lacked the mental strength to explain himself clearly. Chapter 22, Jacob is surrounded by dumbass. Friday, February 11th. Jake. You're home. Jacob's dad, Billy, greeted him with a bright smile as he stepped inside. His eyes crinkled with amusement as he glanced at the time on the microwave. And you're skipping school, he chuckled. What's the occasion, son? Jacob let out a sigh, bracing himself for his dad's disappointment. I need to talk with Sam, he said. But I wanted to tell you first, I'm letting Sam stay alpha of the pack. Billy's smile faltered slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He wheeled himself over to the fridge, grabbed a couple of sodas, tossed one to Jacob, and cracked open his own. Does this have something to do with Ginny? He asked, a sly smile creeping across his face as he took a long drink. Jacob huffed out a laugh and nodded. Partly, yeah, he admitted. Ginny's a part of a different world, Dad, and that means I'm going to be torn between both our worlds for a while, you know? The pack needs a leader who's here all the time, especially with the new wolves. Billy frowned at the reminder of the recent influx of young wolves. None of them could figure out the cause. Sam had probably phased because of the Cullens. Jacob, Paul, Quill, Embry, and Jared had likely phased due to the time they spent around Harry and Jasper. But Seth? Brady? Leah? None of them had any contact with vampires. The legend said that an influx of phasing like they were experiencing now usually indicated impending threats from their enemy, the Cold Ones. Yet, there was only one vampire left in Forks, and he wasn't exactly a threat, was he? Sam wouldn't admit it, stubborn as he was, but Jasper posed about as much of a threat to the pack as Harry did. Sure, both Jasper and Harry could cause some damage, but they were both too caught up in their own world of love, being the most thoughtful guys Jacob had ever met. Sure, Harry had his moments of being a bit difficult, but he'd come around. Mostly. Jacob still caught Harry giving him side-eye whenever he mentioned Ginny. And those few times she'd come over on Teddy weekend since they got together? Yeah, it had been a little tense. But things were definitely better now. In fact, just last night, Jacob and Harry had a solid talk about everything, and Jacob felt like their friendship, or cousinship, was stronger than ever. Surprisingly, Harry had accepted Jacob's decision not to be the alpha without much fuss, even though it meant Jacob was officially banned from La Push. That was a wrong Jacob planned to right when he spoke with Sam later that day. Are you certain? Billy asked, his voice serious. I support whatever choice you make, I always will, son, but this isn't one you can easily change your mind about later. Jacob took a deep breath and nodded as he exhaled. It's the right thing for the pack, the right thing for me, and the right thing for Ginny. And honestly, Ginny was all that mattered to him. With that thought in mind, Jacob hopped on Harry's loaner bike, the new one, never the one that belonged to Jacob's distant cousin, and rode over to Sam and Emily's place. It was a short ride, made even shorter by Jacob's last-minute uncertainty, and he zipped past every speed limit sign he spotted. 25? He scoffed. Harry's bike could hit 80 in just fifth gear. If Jacob ever won the lottery, a bike just like it would be his first purchase. He did slow down as he pulled into Sam's driveway, not wanting to slide the bike on the gravel and give Harry a reason to complain about touch-up paint jobs. Apparently, there wasn't a magical spell for everything, which was a bummer, in Jacob's opinion. He shoved his hands deep into his shorts pockets as he leaped easily over the 3 steps on Sam's porch and politely. Jacob waited for an answer, but it wasn't Sam who responded, it was Emily. He smiled at her, and she returned the gesture with enthusiasm. "I haven't seen you in so long," Emily exclaimed, wiping the flour from her hands onto her apron. "I thought maybe you left us for the magical world forever." Jacob felt his tense muscles relax at the reminder of Ginny. "Not yet," he grinned. "Is Sam around? I need to talk to him." Emily's almond-shaped eyes narrowed thoughtfully for a moment, her lips pursing as they traced the long scars down the side of her face. "Should I send him out, or would you like to come in?" she finally asked. "Better send him out, if you don't mind," Jacob replied, shrugging. He figured Sam would be pleased with his decision, but he wasn't sure how Sam would react to the threats he had in mind. "Okay," Emily said, her easygoing nature shining through. She left the door open as she turned to find Sam. Jacob stepped back from the doorway a bit, casually leaning against the banister. He ran through his carefully planned speech in his head, debating whether it would be enough for what he wanted to achieve. When Sam appeared at the doorway, dressed only in a pair of shorts, Jacob still hadn't settled on the right words. "Jacob," Sam nodded, stepping outside and closing the door carefully behind him. "We haven't seen you in a while," he added, a hint of reproach in his tone. Jacob felt a flicker of relief that he hadn't spent as much time in wolf mode as the others. He loved his brothers in his pack, but he didn't want to start talking in the plural like Sam and the rest did so easily. "Been busy," Jacob said nonchalantly. He knew Sam had been supportive of Ginny, not that he had much choice in the matter. Still, it annoyed Jacob that his imprint had been accepted as family while his own family hadn't received the same treatment. He understood Sam's perspective, but it still stung. It was hard not to feel for Sam, especially after witnessing his thoughts and emotions firsthand. Sam carried guilt, but he was determined not to let his feelings cloud his judgment about the safety of their tribe and town. It was understandable, yet it felt wrong. "Been busy," Sam repeated, "fair enough. What can I do for you now?" "I want to tell you a story," Jacob replied evenly. "Did you know that witches and wizards in the United Kingdom just finished a war? It ended 2 years ago this May." That was just 3 months before Jacob's cousin moved to America, spinning some tale about wanting to experience American culture. Now that Jacob had heard the full story from Ginny and her parents, he understood why Harry had shown up looking like a zombie haunted by ghosts. Harry had lost all his relatives in that war, his parents, Teddy's dad who was like an uncle to him, some friends, and his godfather, who was Jacob's distant cousin. The one Harry had conveniently forgotten to mention had been a convicted murderer. Sure, it wasn't true, supposedly. But still, it would have been nice to know. It was like being related to Charles Manson, not exactly something to brag about, but definitely a conversation starter at parties. "Fascinating," Sam said drily, cutting into Jacob's thoughts. "I assume that witches and wizards are able to have much more deadly wars than we are." Jacob thought about it. One good fleet of bombs could probably wipe out a significant number of witches and wizards. He had even had a friendly debate about Muggle versus magical warfare with Bill, who no longer seemed to hate Jacob now that he'd gotten all his terrifying threats out during Christmas Eve. But he wasn't about to dive into that discussion with Sam if he could avoid it. "Different weapons, different war," Jacob said, pleased with how wise he sounded rather than deliberately vague. "But that isn't the point. The point is, there was a crazy and powerful wizard who wanted to kill and enslave everyone who. People like us don't have magic," Sam said, his eyes sparking with indignation. He looked ready to blurt out something impulsive, like, "I knew it." So Jacob hurried on. And do you know who stopped him? Jacob continued. Harry. That short, scrawny, big-hearted kid you kicked off our land risked his life to save people without magic. He isn't a threat, Sam. In fact, I think he'd be an asset to the tribe. Billy nodded in agreement, and so did Jared, Paul, Quill, and Embry. Led sided with Sam, of course, while Seth and Brady remained neutral, not knowing enough to take a stand. No, Sam replied curtly. You expect me to believe that Potter has enough magical power to supposedly end a war and then invite him onto our land? Stop thinking with your feelings and use some damn logic, Jacob. Quit being an asshole and try using some logic, Jacob shot back. Harry could have died just to save people he didn't even know. Why can't you see that he'd be an asset, Sam? I won't discuss this again, Sam insisted. Is this all you wanted? No, Jacob said, taking a deep breath to calm his anger. He stood tall, squared his shoulders, and continued, when I first phased, you told me that if I wanted to be alpha, it was my right and you'd give me time to consider it. Have you? Sam asked seriously. It's a big responsibility, Jacob. Our pack needs a dedicated leader now more than ever. I know, Jacob nodded. He truly did know. He had thought it over, discussed it, and considered every angle. The pack was important, they were his family. He could be a good brother, but he couldn't be a good leader while he was so conflicted. Ginny had a contract that would keep her in Holyhead until at least August, possibly longer if she received a renewal. And Ginny was the best flyer Jacob had ever seen. Of course, she'd be offered a renewal. But that meant Jacob's time was running short. Jacob felt divided, ready to voice his thoughts to Sam when a howl echoed from the woods. Paul, Sam said, his tone tense. Shit. He swung open the door. Emily, I have to go. I love you. Jacob was already shifting into his wolf form before he heard Emily's response. Bloodsucker by the river, Paul reported immediately. Is it Jasper? Jacob asked as he sprinted toward the river. It doesn't matter, Sam replied, keeping pace behind him. If he's on our land, he's broken the treaty. I'm not killing Jasper, Jacob growled. You will do as you are told, or you can go join the others at school. It isn't Jasper, Jared chimed in helpfully. Jacob felt a brief pang of wistfulness from Jared and rolled his eyes. Jared liked Jasper well enough, but he wouldn't be too upset if it came to that. Fuck off, Jared shot back, irritation creeping into his thoughts. Why don't you go back to thinking about Harry's ex-girlfriend? Why don't you both focus on this? Sam snapped before Jacob could remind Jared that Ginny was absolutely his, even if she had once loved Harry and sent him a little poem. Harry was just too likable for his own good. Paul, is it the same one as before? Yeah. Paul conjured the memory of the dreadlocked vampire they had tracked just days ago, skirting the edges of Forks. When did this happen? Why did no one tell me? Jacob exclaimed. You were off with your new family, Paul teased lightly. It was one rogue vampire, we had it handled. There. He's on our side. Jared shouted. Take him down, Sam ordered. Any vampire on our side is fair game. Oh, shit. Jacob's confusion mirrored Sam and Paul's as Jared suddenly started singing an annoyingly catchy pop song in his mind. Jared, quit. Sam commanded. Do you have the vampire or not? He does, and, shit. Paul, who struggled to keep his thoughts focused, faltered. Jacob wrestled with his thoughts, realizing just how serious the situation had become. Shit barely captured it. Take him out too. Sam howled as they spotted Jared heading toward the scene where Harry and Bella stood facing the dark-skinned vampire from Paul's memory. Do not hurt the girl. Do not hurt Harry either. Jacob growled, directing his frustration mostly at Paul. He doubted Jared would even growl at Harry. Sure, Paul and Harry were friends, but Paul had a terrible temper and sometimes listened to Sam a bit too much. I will mess you up. Jacob pushed himself to run faster, eager to reach the argument unfolding between the vampire, the wizard, and the human. Jesus, it sounded like a bad joke. And now there were wolves. Oh, great. And fire. Jacob reached the scene first, leaping over Harry while carefully dodging the flames shooting from his wand. He charged straight at the dark-skinned vampire. Go. 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 Sam urged. You heard him threaten the girl, Jared. He's on our land, take him out. Jacob exchanged a sharp, wolfish grin with Paul and Jared before they sprinted after the vampire, chasing him for miles. The bloodsucker was fast, but they were faster. Honestly, 3 against 1 hardly felt fair. When it was over, Jacob could sense Jared and Paul's overwhelming smugness. Hell yeah. Paul cheered in his mind. Finally, one of those bastards we can take down. Jacob barked a laugh, the sound escaping through his muzzle. Sam, want us to burn the pieces? Silence. Sam. Jake, bro. I think he's back there with Harry. Jacob's heart dropped. He took off running while Paul assured Jared he'd handle the remains. He focused on the voices echoing in the distance and growled when he heard Sam threatening Harry. Sam is a total idiot, Jacob thought. Honestly, he was pretty sure that one-on-one, Harry could take Sam down. He hadn't always believed that, but after Ginny had chewed him out for calling Harry scary, his perspective had shifted. As a kitten, Jacob thought, recalling the long list of Harry Potter's greatest accomplishments. Sure, Harry was undeniably impressive, but Jacob felt a strange relief knowing Harry was gay. He really didn't want to endure another night of Ginny bragging about him to her family. And honestly, he needed to figure out what a basilisk was at some point. Hey, Sam, let's be cool, Harry was saying when Jacob burst into the clearing. He held his wand defensively in one hand while keeping Bella tucked safely behind him with the other. I wasn't trying to hurt anyone, I swear. I didn't mean to cross the border. You could have burnt down the entire forest. Sam yelled, his voice echoing with anger. You are on our land. Hey! Jacob shouted as he phased back mid-stride and stormed up to the trio. He had momentarily forgotten he was naked until he noticed Bella and Harry both turn a deep shade of red, quickly averting their eyes. Bella looked up at the sky, while Harry turned his head slightly, keeping an eye on Sam. What's going on? Jacob demanded, catching the burnt orange shorts that Harry had hastily transfigured from a pile of leaves. He pulled them on, amused by how uncomfortable Harry was with male nudity. Harry was gay, after all. If they weren't related, Jacob might have been offended by Harry's obvious discomfort at seeing him naked. He's on our land, Sam snapped coolly, his eyes wary as they tracked Harry's wand. Jacob tried to silently signal Harry to lower the wand, hoping to ease Sam's fears so they could talk rationally. But Harry shook his head, his wide eyes still focused on Sam. I didn't mean to, Harry said to Jacob, keeping his gaze on Sam. You know I haven't broken the treaty or anything. Bella sent me her location, and I just popped here. I'm sorry. Jacob glanced at Bella just as Paul and Jared leaped into the clearing, both still in wolf form. Jared quickly phased back to human. Jared stood on his own 2 feet and winked at Harry, who felt his face heat up again. What's wrong, Harry? Jared grinned, yawning dramatically as he stretched his arms high. See something you like? Bella snorted, and Harry's blush deepened. Jared's odd crush on Jacob's very unavailable cousin was becoming tiresome. Jacob didn't care how confused about his sexuality Jared claimed to be, the pack was tired of hearing him obsess over it. Still, it was somewhat amusing that Harry was charming enough to sway Jared onto Team Rainbow. God, I hate you, Harry sighed. He twitched his wand at his side, transforming a rock into a pair of gray sweats, which he sent flying toward Jared's chest. "Why are you all always naked?" "Do not put those on," Sam snapped at Jared, who already had one foot in the sweats. "Change back, immediately. Potter broke the treaty, we meet to tell the others." "What for?" Jared scoffed, ignoring Sam's order as he slid the pants on. "We're not fighting Harry just because he showed up to help his friend. He couldn't have known it was on the other side of the boundary line, Sam." "I didn't," Harry said quickly. He pulled out his cell phone and held it out toward Sam. "See? Bella just hit a button on hers, and it sent me the coordinates, I swear." "It's true," Bella added, sounding a bit breathless from fear. "I didn't know either. It's my fault, not Harry's." Jacob noticed Bella subtly doing something on her phone behind her back and really hoped she wasn't texting Jasper. The last thing they needed was for Jasper to show up and really irritate Sam. Jacob stepped closer to Harry, standing shoulder to shoulder with his cousin, and raised an eyebrow at Sam. "Why don't we let Harry send himself and Bella back home and chalk this up to a misunderstanding?" "Bella is free to go," Sam replied coolly. "She didn't commit a crime." "Oh, damn it, Sam," Jared said, shaking his head as he moved closer to Harry. "This was an accident. That leech probably would have drained Bella dry if Harry hadn't gotten here first." Actually, he was looking for me," Harry replied. "I think he was just using Bella to lure me here." Jacob sighed, while Jared rolled his eyes at Harry. "Did that seem helpful to say?" He whispered. "Did it, Harry?" "It's the truth," Harry whispered back defensively. "Learn to lie," Paul chimed in, shifting back to his human form with a grin. "And make me some pants, if you wouldn't mind." "I'll make you some trousers," Harry shot back sarcastically. It was actually kind of amusing how, whenever Harry twitched his wand, Sam would twitch too. What wasn't funny, though, was the sudden scent that Jacob caught in the air. "Back up, now," he barked at Harry and Bella. He grabbed Bella's arm and pulled her back as quickly as he could, while Jared did the same with Harry. Sam yelled at them as he and Paul followed, but Jacob focused solely on moving Harry and Bella to the other side of the treaty line before Jasper caught up and decided to start a war with Sam. The moment they crossed the line, Jacob released Bella's arm, just half a second before Jasper caught up to them and snarled at Jared. "Drop him, now," he said in a tone that was cooler than Jacob had ever heard from him. Jared immediately released Harry's arm and stepped back, hands raised. "I wasn't doing anything," he protested quickly. "Who was attacking Harry?" Jasper asked, looking at Bella. Bella pointed at Sam, who glared back at her, baring his teeth. "He crossed the line," Sam said, torn between watching Jasper and glancing at the wand Harry still held. "Everyone should calm down," Harry said nervously as Jasper growled at Sam. "It was an accident, so maybe we can all just go home," Harry suggested, a hopeful smile crossing his face as he turned to Sam. "Or you guys could come over, and we can order pizza and talk about this calmly." Jacob admired Harry, but he couldn't help but think how naive he was. Only Harry would offer pizza to someone who was gearing up to kill him. "I'll bring beer," Paul chimed in with a laugh. It was infuriating, especially since Jacob was pretty sure Harry was either a current alcoholic or a recovering one. Everyone knew they weren't supposed to drink around him, but Paul could be just as clueless. "No!" Sam roared, startling both Harry and Bella with his sudden outburst. He took a step toward Harry, finger pointed, which prompted Jasper to instinctively pull Harry behind him. But Harry just scoffed and stepped up beside Jasper, pushing Bella behind him instead. Jacob found himself wishing he could just go to the burrow. He bet Molly would feed him and listen to his ridiculous day while they waited for Ginny to arrive. Molly was the best. "Our treaty is void," Sam said firmly, his tone heavy with warning. "I warned you." "What did he do?" Jasper demanded, his face twisted in anger, a look Jacob had never seen on him before. Jasper was usually the peacekeeper, calm and passive, always up for a race but never one for a fight. But if someone were pointing a finger at Ginny, Jacob wouldn't be peaceful either. In fact, he felt a surge of anger just imagining it. Enough. Jacob shouted, his voice laced with frustration. Jasper, take Harry and Bella home, please. Sam, let it go, man. What did you do? Jasper whispered quickly to Harry. I operate into a shapeshifter zone, Harry murmured. Remember that leech with the braids? He was here, threatening Bella. What? Jasper's eyes widened as he glanced between Bella and Jacob. Did you find him? Jared scoffed. Jacob wore a cocky grin as he said, we tore him apart. He winked at Harry, completely oblivious to the way Bella's face went pale. Jacob couldn't help but think he was surrounded by idiots. Thank you, Jasper said earnestly, his sincerity undeniable. Then we'll just be going. You damn well won't. Sam screamed, his patience finally breaking as everyone ignored him. We had an agreement. Leave Harry alone, Sam, Jacob warned, his temper flaring at the sight of Harry's dejected expression. He didn't mean to cross the border, and you're not attacking him over an accident. Who are you to tell me what to do? Sam snarled, matching Jacob's anger. Potter made an agreement, and he broke it. Jacob scrambled for a way to defuse the situation. He stood tall and locked eyes with Sam. I'm claiming my rightful position as alpha. I'm lifting Harry's ban on La Push, effective yesterday. Sam's eyes widened, but he wisely chose not to challenge Jacob's authority as the rightful alpha. You'll need the approval of the council to revoke the revision to the treaty. Then Harry and I will be at the next meeting, Jacob growled. I'll inform them of the changes in the pack and get Harry's ban lifted. Really? Harry frowned at Jacob but then slowly smiled, a hint of shyness in his expression. Wicked. Alpha Jacob. Wait, what? Jacob cursed under his breath. He definitely hadn't intended to accept that title. Oh, Ginny's going to love this, he sighed. Harry, what time is it? Harry blinked for a moment, then shook his head and checked his wristwatch. 5. Jacob did the quick math in his head, realizing it was around 1 in the morning in Holyhead. He figured he should probably wait until at least 7 to call Ginny and let her know what he'd done. Who knows? Maybe she'll be excited about living in La Push. Jacob let his temper push him into becoming the alpha of his pack. The alpha's girlfriend sounded like the title of a trashy romance novel, so Ginny probably wouldn't be a fan at all. Great. Chapter 23, Grimald Place La Push. Sunday, February 13th. Can we get pizza, alcohol, and terrible movies, and skip school tomorrow? Yes. Did I need the movies or pizza as incentive? Nope. Let's skip school tomorrow. You're my best friend. I'm the best in general. Harry grinned as he pocketed his phone. What's got you so happy? Jasper asked curiously when he joined Harry in the sitting room, finally dressed. Bella wants to skip school tomorrow and watch movies, Harry laughed. She thought she had to bribe me with pizza. Instead of laughing, Jasper sighed heavily. What's wrong? Harry asked. He wasn't an empath like Jasper, but he could tell that Jasper seemed disappointed about Harry's plans. Nothing. Jasper shook his head and kissed Harry briefly. Are you ready to go? Yeah, hold on. Harry leaned around Jasper to avoid shouting in his ear. Jake. Let's go. He does know how to use the flow on his own, Jasper said playfully. He could meet us there. Right. Harry fidgeted with his hair, subtly trying to stall. It's just you don't want to see Ron and Hermione? Jasper suggested wryly. Love, they aren't going to be mad. I do want to see them, Harry scowled. I know they won't be mad. Just disappointed. Ugh. Harry sighed and looked up at the ceiling for a moment. If Jacob could tell Ginny his news tonight, then Harry could definitely share his news with Ron and Hermione. You are a Gryffindor, he reminded himself. Let's go, Harry said flatly. If anyone starts screaming or crying, then I need you to take over, please. Jasper laughed at Harry's statement, as if they hadn't just gotten into an argument with a shapeshifter and a vampire a few days ago. Harry didn't really fancy fighting with a witch and a. Harry stepped into the fireplace, tossing in some Flo powder and calling out for Grimmauld Place. As soon as he arrived, he was unexpectedly tackled to the ground. What the hell? He exclaimed, looking down to see Creature, who had rushed at him, knocking him over. Creature is hugging you? The house elf asked uncertainly, peering up at Harry with wide eyes. Is he doing it, Rom? Nah. Harry glanced up and saw Ron grinning in the doorway of the library. That's exactly how Harry likes to be hugged. Creature rolled off Harry's legs, offering him a toothy smile and a deep bow as Jasper stepped gracefully from the floor and moved to help Harry to his feet. Creature is making all of Master Harry's favorites, the elf announced proudly. And Creature is cleaning Master's room so he can stay the night with his nasty betrothed. Oi. Harry frowned as he walked over to Ron and clapped him on the shoulder. We aren't staying the night, and don't call Jasper nasty, Creature. That's rude. Creature and Jasper exchanged a knowing look, but Jasper simply smiled. It's fine, he said. How are you, Ron? Me? Ron puffed out his chest, grinning. I've got a fun job working with my brother, a beautiful and brilliant wife, and now I'm having dinner with my best mate. Life doesn't get better than this, does it? Harry felt a twist of guilt in his stomach. Ron was going to be so upset. Just then, Jacob tripped out of the flue, looking far clumsier with his taller build than Harry ever did. It does get worse though, Ron muttered, narrowing his eyes distrustfully at Jacob. Harry could empathize with Ron's skepticism, but it also felt a bit offensive. He was torn on how to react. Delightful, Master has made more wonderful friends, Creature added sarcastically. Creature scowled as Jacob straightened up, beaming with a bright smile. Creature will inform the Mrs. Weasleys to light some candles to mask the smell, he said. Jasper chuckled quietly, while Jacob shrugged nonchalantly, taking in the library surroundings. This place is nice, Jacob remarked to Ron. A little stuffy, but nice. Harry glanced around and suddenly realized that Ron and Hermione had completely redecorated. The dark cherry bookcases that once lined the walls, filled with books and various brass instruments, had been replaced with gleaming tan shelves, neatly organized with books, undoubtedly categorized with care. Oi! Where's all my stuff? Harry exclaimed, missing the shelves filled with creepy little statues and decorations that Creature had gathered for him. Ron rolled his eyes over his shoulder as he led them toward the dining room. You mean the knickknacks you decorated with just so you could destroy them? Yeah, Harry, we really wanted to keep those out. Why were you destroying knickknacks? Jacob asked, curiosity peeped as he scanned the decor of Grimmauld Place. Because Master is a madman who used to smoke on rooftops and try to jump, Creature muttered. Thanks, Creature, Harry sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. That's super helpful and doesn't make me sound insane at all. Ron came to a sudden halt in the doorway of the dining room, turning to Harry with his eyebrows raised high. What did you just call him? Harry glanced at Jasper and Jacob. Jasper merely smiled in amusement, while Jacob looked as confused as Harry felt. I dunno. Creature, I think. You called him, bro, Jasper pointed out. Oh. Harry ran a hand through his hair and shrugged, while Creature muttered something that sounded rude and stalked into the dining room past Ron. My bad. I think Paul says it a lot, or maybe Jared. Your pack is turning Harry into a madman, Ron teased. A teenager. Ron exclaimed, struggling to find the right word before jabbing his finger in Jacob's direction. The horror, Jasper said dryly. Jacob grinned and shrugged. It's not my fault if Harry picks up our slang, bro. Ron opened his mouth, ready to deliver a witty comeback, but was interrupted by Ginny's eager squeal. Harry. She pushed past Ron and threw herself into Harry's arms, giving him a tight hug. How are you? She asked, pulling back to look at him. I've missed you. Good, I think, Harry replied with a grin. It was hard not to smile around Ginny. She was so full of life, and she truly was one of the best friends he'd ever had. PFT, Harry got in a fight with a bunch of werewolves, Jacob chimed in, throwing Harry right under the bus. He did what? Ginny exclaimed. Harry peeked past Ginny and waved at Hermione. Jacob's exaggerating. They're called shapeshifters. Hermione didn't look relieved at all. Harry sighed and ended up explaining the whole ridiculous story over dinner, carefully omitting Jacob's new pack position since that was his news to share. Ron found it hilarious, Ginny rolled her eyes, and Hermione looked annoyed. We can't ever leave you alone, or you just get yourself into the most ridiculous situations, she sighed. Harry, why would you go face down a vampire by yourself? You live with a shapeshifter and a vampire. Wait. Ron cut in before Harry could respond. He cleared his throat and pretended to adjust a pair of glasses. Let me guess. Bella said she needed help, so I just went to help her. I wasn't thinking, I guess. Ginny and Jacob laughed, while Jasper remained stoically loyal and didn't join in. Since that was exactly what Harry was going to say, he rolled his eyes at Ron. I wasn't going to say that at all, he lied smoothly. I was going to say that Jasper was finalizing some wedding details with. Rosalie and Jacob were at Sam's, Harry explained, offering a perfectly rational distraction. Boo. What have you guys planned so far? Hermione asked eagerly. Harry couldn't help but hide a smug smile as he quickly filled her in on the details they'd finalized. They had accomplished a lot, in his opinion. The ceremony would take place on the Quidditch pitch. Jock, Ron scoffed affectionately. Afterward, they planned dinner and dancing in the Great Hall, although Harry secretly hoped he could avoid too much of the dancing. And Creature will be in charge of the menu, Creature announced ominously. Creature and the Mrs. Molly Weasleys. Dennis Creevy would be handling the photos, which the three Gryffindors at the table solemnly approved. Alice was responsible for decorations since Harry and Jasper had said they didn't really care about that aspect. Ginny quickly offered to take Alice around the castle so she could, as she put it, know what aesthetic to use, whatever that meant. All Harry had to do was pick out clothes for the groomsmen and bridesmaids, a task he hoped Alice or Ginny would help with. Jasper had said it was Harry's decision since he wanted to choose the music and the honeymoon. Taking a deep breath, Harry finally asked, Hermione, will you be my best man? Yes. Hermione jumped to her feet, pumping her fist in the air before sticking her tongue out at Ron. Told you so. I win. Harry was taken aback. He had never seen Hermione behave so immaturely. He had witnessed her slap Draco in the face and giggle at Gilderoy Lockhart, but this was different. It's because of fourth year, isn't it? Ron asked, looking at Harry with big blue eyes that seemed suspiciously wet. Hermione's always been the better friend. What happened fourth year? Jasper asked curiously, while Harry's stomach twisted with guilt. Harry got entered in the Triwizard Tournament, and Ron was jealous and acted like an ignorant prat, Hermione replied, her tone light but pointed. Ginny smirked. Is that when Harry fought a dragon and a mermaid? Jasper asked her. Why would anyone be jealous of that? It wasn't about that, Harry assured Ron quickly, momentarily ignoring Jasper. He could tell Ron was on the verge of tears. It's just, look, Jasper's having Emmett, Rosalie, and Alice stand by him, in that order. So I thought I'd match you guys up, Hermione with Emmett, you with Rosalie, and Ginny with Alice. I thought that would look good. Right? Ron's face brightened. I get to walk with Rosalie. Hermione, however, looked less pleased. What? Wait, Ron can be best man. I'm a bridesmaid. Ginny exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Jacob accepted the alpha position in his pack. Harry yelled, desperately trying to divert attention from his, apparently poorly thought out, lineup. It worked. Hermione, Ron, and Ginny all fell silent, turning their focus to Jacob. Jasper leaned closer to Harry and whispered, "It's not too late to run away and elope." Harry grinned, but his smile faded when he caught Jacob's annoyed expression. "You are the worst cousin I've ever had," Jacob hissed. That was probably fair. "Wait, do you have any other cousins?" Harry asked, genuinely curious. Jacob didn't have a chance to respond because Ginny was glaring at him, her lips pursed and a single fingernail tapping rhythmically on the table. Harry felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for having Jasper by his side. It was Harry's fault, Jacob said immediately, raising his hands in mock innocence. "I went to tell Sam no, just like we discussed, and then Harry pissed off Sam, which made me mad, and before I knew it, I just blurted it out. And you couldn't have sent me a text." "Well, considering it seems like maybe you don't understand cell phones," Harry teased. Harry's grin faded quickly under the unamused gaze Ginny shot him. He cleared his throat and glanced at Ron and Hermione. "How about a tour? I'd love to see the changes you guys have made to this place." "Absolutely," Ron replied, equally uncomfortable. "Come on, we redecorated the upstairs hall. Hope you don't mind that the Harry Potter memorabilia is gone." "It is not gone, Creature is hiding it," Creature cackled, leading them up the stairs. "Creature, have you added a Harry Potter action figure to your collection?" Jasper asked, while Harry surveyed the walls where articles and elf heads used to hang. Creature stiffened and lifted his head to look at Jasper. "There are Harry Potter action figures?" "There are," Jasper confirmed. "It has catchphrases." Harry focused intently on the various photos hanging around him, many of which he had never seen before. He clenched his jaw as Hermione gushed about the brilliant magic George used to make the Harry Potter figurine disarm the others. Harry was pretty sure Expelliarmus wasn't a catchphrase, but he kept that thought to himself as he tried to ignore the figurine's existence. Ron stepped up beside Harry when a photo of the three of them playing Quidditch in their 6th year caught his eye. "That was our first match as teammates," Ron said, a fond smile spreading across his face. "Crazy that Ginny went pro, isn't it?" "Not really," Harry shrugged. "Ginny loves Quidditch more than all of us. I think that's why Jacob feels so bad about taking the alpha position." "Why does that matter?" Ron asked, frowning. "Ginny doesn't have to give up her career for him. It's not like they're married and living together." Yet, Hermione interjected, joining the conversation. "But Jacob's going to have to stay in La Push now, and it would be easier for him if Ginny lived there too." "Ginny is not moving to La Push," Ron said hotly. "Merlin, love, they just started dating," Ron said. "It's more than dating, it's..." Hermione shook her head. "Shapeshifters experience pain when they go without seeing their soulmate. That's why they usually have to see them every day." Harry glanced over at Jasper, raising his brows. "I thought Jake was just clingy." "He is," Jasper replied. "But it's more about emotional and mental pain than physical, darling. Just as I worry about your safety when you're off with Isabella, Jacob worries about Ginny. It's just much more intense." "What are you and Bella doing that's causing Jasper to worry?" Hermione asked slowly, her eyes narrowed with suspicion. Harry thought of taking Bella flying beneath his cloak, speeding up and down the narrow mountain trails on his bike, and the cliff diving they planned if Jacob could get his ban lifted. "Nothing, really," he said airily. "I'm just trying to get her to start dating again." I thought about setting her up with Charlie, but she won't go out with someone who shares the same name as her dad. Another excellent diversion. Harry was really on a roll today. He'd probably never tell Bella that her love life had carried the conversation all the way back downstairs and into the library. What about Draco? Or George? Ron suggested. They're both single. Yeah, Draco has that nasty little tattoo, but you've got one now too. Not that a dragon is the same as the Dark Mark, he added hastily, but just, he's single, and maybe they'd get along. Draco is gay, Jasper told Ron. He's got a crush on Harry. Does he? Hermione grinned while Harry rolled his eyes. Jasper was midway through his ridiculous story about Draco's jealous emotions at Ron and Hermione's wedding when Jacob and Ginny entered the library. Why didn't you tell me you're being interrogated this weekend? Ginny immediately asked Harry. Who's interrogating Harry? Ron inquired. The tribe council, Jacob said, shooting a smug look at Harry. Payback for Harry blurting out his news. On Saturday, we have to go to a meeting to see if the tribe will let Harry come back to La Push, Ron explained. Oh, that's not so bad, Hermione replied. We thought you meant a court or something. Again, Ron grinned. Ginny didn't laugh at Ron's joke. Instead, she shot Harry a serious look. I'm coming. Ginny, I really don't want to go, Harry said. You shouldn't come along. It's just going to be more of the "you're dangerous and we hate you" nonsense. All the more reason for Ginny to go, Jasper chimed in, sounding like a traitor. Merlin, for a Hufflepuff, he wasn't very loyal sometimes. By the time Harry, Jasper, and Jacob were ready to fly home, Ginny was determined to attend the council meeting on Saturday, no matter how much Harry protested. I hate you, Harry told Jacob as soon as they arrived back at his house. You don't, Jacob replied with a broad smile. Ginny wants to come defend you. It's sweet. How did she take your news? Jasper asked Jacob. Amazingly, Jacob said, a dopey smile spreading across his face. She's going to find out about transferring Quidditch teams after this season ends. Apparently, there's one in Massachusetts, but the one in Texas is much better. Harry rolled his eyes and dramatically threw himself across the sofa, blocking Jacob from taking it. He listened half-heartedly as Jacob recounted his conversation with Ginny. It wasn't that he didn't want her there, but it was already embarrassing enough to ask to be unbanned from a town. Having more witnesses wouldn't make it any easier. At least he didn't have school the next day, that was a silver lining. And Saturday was still ages away, really. Harry firmly blamed his optimistic outlook on Jasper's influence. The next afternoon, Bella arrived around noon with 2 pizza boxes and a case of drinks. I was surprised you guys didn't have plans today, she said. Bella confided in Harry that she had bribed Angela's older brother to buy them some beer. They had quickly devoured one of the pizzas while binge-watching a series of movies that Bella described as terrible. Harry, on the other hand, found them entertaining. He thought the X-Men resembled the Order of the Phoenix and spent a good portion of one film imagining Dumbledore dressed in a suit like Professor X's. It's Monday, Harry said as they watched the mutants battle it out on screen. Why would we have plans for a Monday? Bella replied, turning away from the television and frowning at him. It's Valentine's Day. Harry straightened up from where he had been lounging on the floor and snatched Bella's phone off the table to check the date. February 14th. Oh no. Why didn't you tell me? He groaned. You're supposed to be my friend. Bella looked torn between laughter and a sigh, a reaction Harry had come to expect from his friends. I thought you knew, she said. Did Jasper not remind you? No, Jasper hadn't. In fact, Jasper had seemed mildly disappointed that Harry made plans with Bella after telling him yesterday and had kissed him sweetly before heading out to hunt when Bella arrived. You gotta go, Harry said abruptly. I should do something for Jasper before he gets back. What that something would be, he had no idea. All right, Bella laughed. Good luck. If Jasper kicks you out for forgetting, you can always crash at my place. Goodbye, Bella. Harry scowled as he quickly began cleaning up the living room, trying to think of something nice to do. Wait! Bella exclaimed as she opened the front door. What should I do? He asked a bit desperately. Bella chewed her lip and shrugged sheepishly. If you're the least romantic person I know, then I'm a close second, she admitted. Flowers, maybe? Candles and… You know. Get out, Harry laughed, shaking his head. You're worse than Ron. After closing the door, Harry tossed the trash into the kitchen and quickly sent a text to Rosalie. I forgot it's Valentine's Day, and Jasper will be home in an hour. What do I do? Flowers, candles, and sex. It couldn't possibly be that easy. But it was. That night, Harry and Jasper lounged lazily in bed, and Harry couldn't wipe the smile off his face if he tried. This is the best Valentine's Day I've ever had, Harry told Jasper. I feel guilty, Jasper replied, though he wore a silly grin that made him look adorable. I thought you didn't celebrate Valentine's Day, so I didn't get you anything. Harry glanced around at the candles and flowers he'd hastily conjured to decorate their room. He could admit he'd forgotten, but… There's always next year, he said. You can do that thing with your tongue again. Jasper laughed and pulled Harry closer. Why wait another year? He murmured, leaning down to kiss Harry's neck. Why indeed? All right, just tell them the truth, Jacob advised Harry on Saturday night when they arrived in La Push. You're not a threat, you're family, and you're an ally. You're also Harry Potter, and you're brilliant, Ginny chimed in as she climbed off the bike Harry had loaned Jacob. And if Sam Bloody Yulee starts his nonsense, I'll curse him. That's helpful, Gin, Harry sighed, running his sweaty palms down his jeans and tucking his hands into his pockets. He couldn't quite explain why he felt so nervous, but he suspected it was because he'd never had to argue in his own defense about how harmless he was. He really wished Jasper could have come. If Ginny was going to witness this, then Jasper should have been there too. The difference between them was that if anything went wrong and Harry suddenly found himself. Harry knew he was walking into a tense situation with a group of angry shapeshifters. Ginny would jump in to fight by his side, while Jasper would likely try to calm things down before joining the fray. In the past, Harry hadn't seen the value in diffusing a situation, his hot temper often got the better of him. But now, he understood that peaceful resolutions were preferable to conflict, when possible, at least. If Sam made any comments about Ginny being a witch, Harry would gladly curse him and call it a day. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the smoke spiraling into the sky from the bonfire that the pack and council had lit. Let's get this over with, he muttered. Jacob placed a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder as they began their slow walk. All you have to do is show the council how awesome you are, all right? Just talk about magic a little, let them see you aren't some scary, evil wizard. And if they still ban you, then I vote you wear your invisibility cloak, come here at night, and burn down their buildings, Ginny said with a wide smile and earnest eyes. Jacob sighed and looked up for a moment. Gin, I did mention that the pack members have sensitive hearing, right? So, they probably heard you. Ginny raised an eyebrow at Jacob. That was the point, she replied simply. Harry chuckled lightly and fell back behind Jacob and Ginny as they led the way to the meeting. When they stepped into the clearing, he came to a halt, taken aback by the sheer number of people gathered. In addition to the La Push guys, Leah and her brother were there, along with a couple of younger guys, a woman with Sam, an older woman sitting on a log with Leah, and two older men seated next to Billy on the far side of the bonfire. Potter. Embry jumped to his feet and clapped Harry on the shoulder hard enough to make him stumble slightly. Bro, I heard you were fighting with a vamp. You couldn't have sent me a text. He wanted to take out the bloodsucker himself and steal all the glory, Ginny chimed in with a playful grin. Glory hog, Quill snorted from his spot with Jared and Paul. Ginny chuckled, which thankfully distracted Embry and Quill from Harry. Okay, now I know imprinting is nonsense, Embry said, eyeing Ginny appreciatively. There's no way you're stuck with an oaf like Jake forever. I dare you to say that to my face again after this ridiculous meeting, Ginny winked, causing the guys to laugh. Knock it off, Jacob said as it looked like Embry was about to respond. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder and guided him over to where Billy and the other two men sat. Harry, this is Harry Clearwater. The man next to Billy lifted a hand and nodded at Harry. And Quill's grandfather, Quill Eteria. The other man, the oldest of the three, didn't raise a hand or nod. Instead, he stared intently at Harry, as if he were inspecting something unsightly on his nose. I'm going to let Harry explain for himself why he should be allowed back in La Push, but first, Jacob stood tall and looked each man in the eye. I accepted the position of Alpha for our pack, as is my right. And as Alpha, Harry has my full confidence. I believe he isn't a threat to us. He nudged Harry forward slightly, causing him to stumble, then stepped back to give Harry the floor. This felt just like fifth year all over again, when everyone insisted he should lead the defense club. Hi, Harry said awkwardly, waving at everyone. I'm Harry, and, I'm a wizard. He heard Ginny snort but ignored her, feeling heat rise to his cheeks as he focused on the council before him. I know you probably heard about magic from Sam, but nobody freak out. Slowly, he pulled his wand from his pocket and held it up. Magic isn't just fun little tricks. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a trio of golden birds, letting them tweet as they circled around the group. Harry conjured a small flame, holding it carefully in his hands before tossing it into the air. It exploded in a dazzling display of sparks, eliciting wondrous looks from those around him. It can also be dangerous, he added with a grin. But I've always viewed magic as a protector, much like how you all protect your tribe. As he thought of Jasper, he silently cast his Patronus. The council members watched in silence as he stepped beside the shimmering stag and smiled slightly, patting it gently on the neck. This is a Patronus, one of the purest forms of magical protection. Every witch or wizard has a different animal Patronus. Mine is a stag, just like my dad's was before he died. Harry took a deep breath, focusing on the stag as he continued. My parents were killed by a wizard when I was just a baby. They died to protect me, even though they didn't have to. It sounds crazy, but it's true. When that same wizard started a war, we lost so many good people who should still be here. I witnessed how magic was used to fight back, to protect others. I saw that magic can be protective and comforting, but it can also be cruel, though it shouldn't be. He shrugged and dispelled the stag, looking each council member in the eye for a brief moment. You might not use wands, but you've got magic in your blood just like I do. It allows the pack to transform and protect your people from real threats, like Jasper, who isn't a threat to you any more than I am. I just want to say that Jacob, Billy, and Ginny are my family, and I'd love to visit them. If you let me back into La Push, I'd be happy to use my magic to help protect you all, just like your pack does. Harry Clearwater nodded thoughtfully. You've given us a lot to think about. Would you? Hold on. Ginny interjected, stepping up beside Harry and fixing the council with a fierce look. Harry's being so modest, it's disgusting. That didn't sound very nice. Harry mentioned a war, but what he didn't say is that he was the one leading the resistance against the evil wizard who, by the way, would have killed you all if he had won. Harry wasn't even sure if Voldemort had worldwide ambitions or if he would have stuck to Europe, so that didn't seem entirely accurate. Harry could have easily said, "Screw you guys," and ridden off into the sunset. Not really, not with a Horcrux in his head and a prophecy hanging over him. But he didn't. Harry saved millions of lives and didn't even brag about it to you all. He's a hero. Harry distinctly heard someone sigh. He glanced quickly toward Jacob, who was the one sighing, but he also rolled his eyes playfully. Jared, standing by Jacob, winked at Harry, so he turned back to the council. Harry sacrificed his life to save you all, and you don't want him on your land? Do you know how insane that is? Ginny hooked her arm in Harry's, showing her loyalty. Harry's one of the best people I'll ever meet. He could kill you all in the blink of an eye. That was unhelpful and untrue. The shapeshifters were pretty fast. Still, Harry liked his odds against Billy. But he wouldn't. Instead, Harry would sacrifice himself to save any one of you. Probably not Sam. Harry had given him plenty of chances to be friends. Harry saved my life when I was a kid. He saved my brother's life multiple times. And honestly, the fact that witches and wizards even still exist is thanks to Harry here. Harry's face turned red, so he looked up at the sky. It was a nice night for February. So you should really consider how much of an ally you'd be losing and how powerful an enemy you could be gaining. That was super unhelpful. By maintaining your ridiculous anti-Harry stance. Potter's nonsense, Ginny said with a sudden smile, flipping her hair back. I'll tell you something for free, the last group of people who started anti-Harry Potter nonsense are either dead or in prison. Take that as you will. Harry felt fine hanging out with the law push guys in Forks. In fact, he didn't mind the ban, it seemed like it was becoming a permanent situation. To his surprise, Billy smiled at Ginny, his eyes crinkling with barely contained laughter. Magic doesn't make mistakes, does it, Ginny? I can see why it chose such a loyal and brave young woman for my son, he said. Ginny had the good sense to accept the compliment gracefully. Thank you, she replied. I hope you can also see why keeping Harry banned from La Push would be a mistake. I certainly do, Billy agreed. He turned to Harry Clearwater and Quill's grandfather. All in favor of removing Harry's ban from La Push and inducting my nephew into the Quillut Pack as a protector of our people? Harry smiled as all three men raised their hands. He hadn't expected to be included in the pack, he just wanted to cliff dive with his friends again. Harry, I'm pleased to tell you that you're once more welcome on our land, Billy said with a broad smile, while Jacob led a cheer from their group. Also, I expect you over for dinner soon. He winked. Okay, thank you, Harry replied. Does that mean Jasper as well, or? The cold one? Quill's grandfather gasped. We don't allow them on our land. It's one thing for a magical and powerful protector to be welcomed, but the cold ones have been our natural enemies since the beginning of our tribe. Right. Harry said, shoving his hands in his pockets as he thought quickly. It's just that you know how Jacob has to see Ginny all the time, or else it causes him pain. What? Ginny hissed, realizing she had let something slip. Well, Jasper and I are sort of like that, Harry said, trying to cover up. I'm, a much more powerful protector when Jasper's around. So if there's ever an attack, like with Lauren last week, and you need my help, I'd be better with him here. Plus, he's a vegetarian and doesn't eat people. He's a good fighter, protector too. But he trailed off and shrugged. It's up to you, I guess. How did I never see your Slytherin side before? Ginny murmured after another vote was taken, and the council members excused themselves to let the younger ones hang out. Harry grinned and playfully punched her arm. Probably because you could never imagine your hero being considered for Slytherin. You're my hero, Jacob laughed, pretending to fan himself as he bounded over to Harry and Ginny. Come on, the rest of the pack is ready to meet our newest pack mate. Jacob grabbed Ginny's hand and led her and Harry over to Seth and Leah. Seth, Leah, this is Ginny and Harry. We've met Harry before, Leah rolled her eyes. Of course, I didn't know what a badass you were. She eyed Harry from head to toe and grinned. You don't look very scary. Oh, he is, Jared chimed in, joining them and slinging a heavy arm over Harry's shoulders. Harry's terrifying, really. You should see him changing Teddy's diapers and pushing him in his little red stroller. Super scary. But he batted his eyelashes at Harry. Of course, you're such a hero. Okay, so Ginny didn't solidify Harry's ban on La Push, but that didn't mean she was doing him any favors either. Piss off, Harry said with a grin, giving Jared a playful shove. Ginny exaggerated. Not according to what I heard, Jacob laughed. And trust me, I had to listen to hours of Harry Potter's greatest hits at dinner one night. It was embarrassing. The Weasleys could be so embarrassing, but they were also brilliant. It made Harry stand a little taller to know that his makeshift family spent hours bragging about him. Let's see some more magic then. Seth, an excitable kid who reminded Harry a bit of Colin Creevey, said with a wide smile. What all can you do? Air. Harry tried to think of something interesting to show them. He'd already conjured birds, fire, and his Patronus, but... Oh. I know. He grinned and pulled out his wand again. With a flick, he made Seth float into the air with a harmless Wingardium Leviosa. Tada. Whoa. Seth did a little somersault as he floated less than 5 feet off the ground. Awesome. Like I said, Harry's magic is super scary. Jared laughed as Harry carefully lowered Seth back to the ground. He's just waiting for the right moment to kill us all, right, Sam? Harry followed Jared's gaze and spotted Sam standing on the other side of the bonfire with a pretty woman by his side. Sam didn't respond, refusing to rise to Jared's bait, but the woman leaned in, kissed Sam's cheek, and approached Harry. Hello, Harry Potter. She extended her hand with a shy smile. I'm Emily Clearwater. Harry, who had spent a lifetime wishing people would overlook his scars, made sure to look her in the eyes rather than at the 3 dark red scars that ran from her hairline down the side of her neck, likely disappearing beneath the jumper she wore. Nice to meet you, he said politely. Are you a shapeshifter too? He means a wolf, and no, she isn't, Leah interjected, her tone suddenly cold. She's Sam's fiancée. With a scowl, Leah stormed away, quickly followed by a frowning Seth and a curious Ginny, leaving Harry alone to navigate awkward small talk with Sam's fiancée. Oh, cool, Harry said, trying to brush off the strange way Emily stiffened and the flash of grief in her eyes at Leah's words. When are you guys getting married? We haven't set a date yet, Emily replied, glancing down at Harry's hand and offering him a warm smile. Are you marrying your Jasper, or are you already married? We're getting married this summer, Harry said. I guess since I'm part of the pack, you're all welcome to come if you want. It'll be at my old school. Emily looked back at Sam before returning to Harry with a smaller, but still warm, smile. Thank you for the offer. We'll check to see if we can make it, she said lightly. Aren't you worried about your safety, marrying a vampire? No. Harry shrugged. Are you worried about yours, marrying a shapeshifter? The sudden silence that followed his innocent question felt heavy and awkward, answering his curiosity about her scars immediately. But Emily lifted her chin defiantly. I am not, she said loudly and clearly. My Sam loves me. He would never hurt me. On purpose, someone muttered, and Harry strongly suspected it was Leah. The comment caused Emily to lose her kind smile. Harry squinted over Emily's shoulder, unsure if he was about to be rude. So, if you ever decided you didn't want those scars anymore, I know a potion you could use. It might not make them disappear completely, but they'd be a lot smaller and less noticeable. Emily gasped softly, and Harry suddenly realized that might have been a very rude thing to say. She seemed proud, a bit like Andy, so maybe she liked wearing her scars. I thought you couldn't heal werewolf scars. Ginny chimed in from where she stood near Jacob. That's why Bill. They aren't werewolves, Gin, Harry sighed. They're shapeshifters. Their claws and teeth don't have any venom or anything. It's magic in their blood, not lycanthropy. It felt like no one was listening to him. Harry wasn't an expert on werewolves or shapeshifters by any means, but he had done a lot of research for Teddy. If there were ever an OWL specifically on werewolves, he was sure he could pass it. You can heal them? Emily asked quietly. Harry noticed her voice was breathy, and her eyes were glistening with unshed tears. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely shrink them and make them. Hold on, let me check with an expert, he said quickly. He didn't even register the eerie silence that had fallen over the group as he pulled out his cell phone and texted Hermione, "Can I use a scar reduction potion on a muggle who was scratched by a shapeshifter? Do you care at all about the law?" Harry chuckled and gave Emily a wry grin. Hermione Granger, she's a genius, really, but she always thinks I'm up to no good. He added, "It's for Sam's fiancé, and I've already done loads of magic in front of them. Can I or not?" "Because I already told her I can. You can use topical potions on muggles. Please try to avoid exposing magic to muggles who aren't in your pack of shapeshifters or your clan of vampires. Your family of witches and wizards are exasperated by you and will not be bailing you out when you're inevitably arrested." Harry laughed again and shook his head. "I'll keep that in mind. Thanks. Love you." "I love you too," came Hermione's reply. "All right." Harry smiled brightly as he tucked his phone away, making sure it wasn't in the same pocket as his wand. "If you want, I can bring that potion by tomorrow and help you apply it." "Oh." Harry shifted uncomfortably as he noticed the tears streaming down Emily's face and the solemn expressions of everyone else around them. "Good one, Harry. You're really great with women." It felt like Harry was reliving the worst moments of his 5th year all over again, giving a speech, making a girl cry. All he needed was someone to cut his hand open and take away someone he loved, and it would truly be a walk down not-so-good memory lane. "Emily, I'm so sorry," Harry said quickly. I mean, you're beautiful. I wasn't trying to insult you, I swear. I just thought, look." He pushed his fringe aside to reveal his lightning bolt scar, then pulled down the neck of his shirt so she could see the top of another scar, before rolling up his sleeve to show her the basilisk scar. He could have kept going, which was a sad thought. "I don't like my scars," he admitted, trying to make her stop crying. "I didn't know you liked yours. I didn't mean anything by it. You're very pretty. And the scars just..." Emily let out a sob, and Harry instinctively cringed backward, thinking he was about to get punched by a muggle girl. Instead, she threw her arms around his shoulders and clung to him while she cried. Harry felt a wave of relief. He was really, truly happy to be marrying Jasper. Jasper would never do this to him. Jasper couldn't even cry actual tears. Desperately, Harry glanced around until he spotted Ginny, doubled over with silent laughter. Then he looked for Jacob but got distracted by the sight of Sam stalking straight toward him. This was just great. He had just insulted his fiancée, made her cry, and now she was hugging him, while Sam already didn't like him. Sam stopped in front of Harry and gently removed Emily from his chest. Emily stepped back beside Sam, her pretty eyes glistening with tears that Harry could feel soaking through his shirt. "You can remove Emily's scars?" Sam asked gravely. "Remove is a strong word." Harry hesitated. "I can shrink them. I can make them a bit less noticeable, unless she likes them." He added that last part quickly. "But yeah, I do have a potion for that I can get." Sam inhaled deeply, straightening up. "Harry Potter, I misjudged you, and I apologize. If you'll accept this apology, I'd like to start over." He extended his hand toward Harry, locking eyes in a way that felt intense and a little uncomfortable. "I'm Sam Yulee, and I'm pleased to have you in our pack." By the time Harry got home, he was still trying to wrap his head around everything as he recounted the day's events to Jasper. Jacob and Ginny had decided to stay behind in La Push, planning to spend some time at Jacob's house so Billy could get to know Ginny better. But Harry had been eager to leave. Even the promise of hot dogs and s'mores hadn't been enough to keep him there after the incident with Emily. "And now," he said, shaking his head in exasperation, "because I can remove a few measly scars from Emily's face, suddenly Sam is all, oh, let's start fresh. Isn't that mad, Jazz?" Jasper stroked Harry's hair lovingly while Harry rested his head in Jasper's lap, lost in thought. "Is it insane?" "Yes." "Are most of the things you say to me insane?" "Also yes." "Am I shocked that you're now somehow a member of a pack of werewolves?" "Not at all." "Shapeshifters," Harry corrected with a grin, reaching up to cup Jasper's cheek teasingly. "And did I mention that we're a package deal, darling? You've also been unbanned from La Push." Jasper's mouth fell open in a little "oh" of shock. "Harry, my beloved, my best friend, my soon-to-be husband, you didn't just overturn an ancient treaty and include me in this pack of shapeshifters, did you?" Harry couldn't help but grin wider. "Jazz, come on, of course I did." He sighed, took Harry's hand from his cheek, and kissed his knuckles. "Of course you did." Chapter 24, Strawberry-Flavored Muffins. Monday, February 21st. Jasper was deep into a new piece of art he was creating, a gift for Harry. He had drawn the outline and sketched the details onto the canvas, but he was struggling to bring it to life with paint. He wanted the colors to be bright, warm, and inviting, yet he couldn't find the precise shade he envisioned. This was why he preferred working with charcoal and sepia tones. There was no arguing with paint. "To be continued," he muttered darkly to the paint as he checked the time. Harry would be back from Emily Clearwater's house soon, and the painting was meant to be a surprise. Just as he rinsed off his brushes, his phone began to vibrate. It was Rosalie. "Rosalie, how are you?" He answered. "Jasper, did Harry kill Lauren?" Why did no one in his family ever answer their phones politely? Even Harry barely managed a polite greeting. Alice always anticipated his questions, Rosalie made demands, Emmett cracked jokes, and Harry often sounded confused when he answered. "He did not," Jasper replied. He propped his phone against his shoulder and began gathering his supplies to put away in the small cabinet he had claimed for their use. The Quilute pack did, though. The what? He had forgotten that this was supposed to be a secret. Harry had refused to discuss the pack, his cousin, or Isabella with Jasper's family since they packed their bags and pissed off to Alaska. "Who told you about Lauren's death?" Jasper asked, realizing he might not be able to divert Rosalie for long. She was notoriously hard to distract. "Irina." Jasper's hand froze midway to the cabinet. "Irina? Tanya's sister?" "Yes." He could hear the sneer in Rosalie's voice even through the phone. Apparently, Lauren was Irina's mystery man. She said he went to Forks to visit Harry and never returned. Jasper let out a startled laugh. "Anne, you believed her?" Lauren was with Victoria, who wanted Harry dead, and James, whom Harry and Edward killed. "And you thought he was coming for a friendly chat?" "Of course not." Rosalie's tone was dripping with sarcasm. "We didn't know anything about it until this morning when Irina came home, yelling about how that wizard killed her lover." "Harry didn't kill him, though he should have," Jasper snapped. "From what I understand, Lauren tracked Isabella until he could corner her, believing she would contact Harry." "Why Harry?" Rosalie asked, her curiosity piqued. "Why not call one of us?" "Because they are friends." Jasper bit back the urge to call Rosalie a daft bint, one of Ginny Weasley's preferred insults. "Why would Isabella call you or Edward, Rosalie?" "It's not like she hadn't tried before." "She certainly never tried to call me," Rosalie huffed, her pride flaring. Jasper couldn't help but smile slightly as he finished putting away his supplies and settled onto a kitchen barstool. Rosalie sighed, her defeat evident. A pack, huh? Jasper replied non-committally. And you won't talk about them since you never bothered to tell me before now? You're keeping secrets, and I don't like it, Jasper Hale, she snapped. You and Harry have Alice's vision so messed up that she can't see more than a couple of seconds into your futures. Everything is filled with black and white spots, and now we're all splitting up. Wait, Jasper interrupted before her tirade could escalate. Splitting up? Yes, brainless. Rosalie's rudeness made Jasper wonder what Harry saw in her that forged such a close friendship. Did you think Irina and her sisters would let us stay in their house when Irina believes Harry killed her mate? It won't help to say the pack did it, since I'm assuming Harry's cousin is involved, which is why there's been so much secrecy. That kid's got such a big heart, he won't just stand by while Irina seeks revenge. Fair enough, Jasper replied, agreeing without revealing too much about Harry's pack. You could all come back here. Emmett and I are planning to, soon, Rosalie said, her words lifting Jasper's spirits considerably. He missed his siblings, even Rosalie, despite her occasional rudeness. But first, we're heading to Spain for a couple of weeks. Carlisle and Esme are off to Poland, and Edward and Alice are going to Romania. Odd choices, Jasper remarked, trying to keep his tone light. He wished his entire family could return to Forks. Living with Harry and being included in his circle felt like a dream, but he still missed his own family fiercely. What's in Spain? Dancing, Rosalie replied wistfully, then laughed softly. But the real question is, what's in Romania? Jasper waited patiently. If Rosalie had any gossip about their siblings, she would share it. He wasn't going to pry. Dragons, she finally declared, and Jasper could practically hear her roll her eyes through the phone. And Charlie Weasley. You're joking, Jasper said, a smile spreading across his face. Is Alice wanting to see him or is it Edward? Alice, obviously, Rosalie drawled. Jasper held the phone away for a moment as he heard Harry's car pull into the driveway. Edward still mooning over the human mouse, Rosalie continued. I think he's going to want her back soon, and then everyone can come home. Alice can't see it because, apparently, Harry's messing up her vision, as usual, but I think it'll happen before Harry graduates. It was definitely Harry's car in the driveway. Jasper could sense his exasperation from the kitchen. Harry will be pleased to hear that, Jasper said honestly. Shall I tell him you'll be back in a couple of weeks? Or is it a surprise? Decide quickly, he's walking in now. A surprise, Rosalie replied without hesitation. Tell him I love him. Bye. No, I'm just your brother. Why would you love me? Jasper muttered as he quickly pocketed his phone. Daft bint. He straightened up just as Harry entered the room, offering him a genuine smile. Hello, love. How was your day? Terrible, Harry deadpanned. How was yours? Irksome, Jasper said with a wry smile, thinking of his ongoing battle with his own art. I spoke with Rosalie. She said to tell you she loves you. Cool, Harry muttered, still annoyed. Even in his irritation, Harry was rather cute with that pout. Why was your day terrible, darlin'? Harry perked up a bit, clearly eager to share. First off, school is just the worst, Jazz. Jasper couldn't argue with that. Second, I made Emily cry again, and she kept trying to feed me muffins. Atrocious behavior for her personal hero, Jasper grinned. Harry shrugged off his backpack and jacket, then dramatically slumped over the countertop beside Jasper. Strawberry muffins, Jazz, he said, scowling adorably. Homemade strawberry muffins the size of my bloody head. Jasper tucked a stray strand of hair behind Harry's ear. Despite Harry's lack of aging, his hair continued to grow, a curious phenomenon that came with his utterly unique title, the Master of Death and his undead lover. Absurd, yet lovely. Were they, thank you for removing the scars from my face, muffins? Yup. Oh, and Sam didn't cry, even though it was close. He said they'd be honored to attend our wedding. Isn't that daft? I made his wife a little prettier, and now he wants to be friends? I imagine Sam Yulee feels guilty for inflicting those scars on her. I doubt his offer of friendship is really about making her prettier, but rather about removing the physical reminder of his guilt. Well, either way, it was ridiculous, Harry huffed. So after Emily tried to feed me muffins and Sam started acting like we're best mates, I went on patrol with Jake and a couple of the guys because there was another leech on the edges of the woods, and then... Pause, please. Jasper stared incredulously at Harry. Love, did you really think the flavor of muffins was more important to tell me than the fact that a rogue vampire is in the woods and you went on patrol with the shapeshifters? Hermione Granger was right. Harry had no sense of self-preservation. Jazz. Harry gave him a steely, serious look. I hate strawberry-flavored things. The vampire, love. Jasper covered his eyes in exasperation. If you don't mind, we can plot revenge against Emily for offering you strawberry-flavored muffins afterward. As long as we plot revenge, Harry said brightly. Okay, so they don't know who it was, obviously. They want to run patrols and said we could coordinate with them if we want to help. And I do, by the way. I called Alice to see if she decided to come back, but it wasn't heard because guess where she's going? Romania, Jasper said just as Harry answered his own question with, to see dragons. Dragon tamer, Jasper mentally corrected, but Harry was adorably naive in many ways. He never noticed Jasper's flirtations. He never noticed Jared's annoying preening and flirty banter. He believed he had insulted Emily with his offer to remove her scars, rather than possibly gifting a reportedly beautiful young woman with her looks fully restored. And Harry still refused to acknowledge his friend's irritating crush on him. Back to the vampire visitor, love, Jasper said, remembering. Harry pondered the possibility that Irina might be plotting against his partner in retaliation for her mate's death. Do they have any idea who it was? Not even a glimpse. No, Jasper replied, watching as Harry pulled out his wand and began to twirl it between his fingers, deep in thought. Just as it slipped from his grasp, Jasper instinctively caught it. Harry flashed him a crooked grin as Jasper handed it back. Thanks. If it wasn't any of your family, then it was either a stranger curious about the strange smells coming from La Push or Victoria. The mention of Victoria brought back memories of their disastrous attempt to track her over the summer, a thought Jasper had managed to push aside. Or Irina, he groaned, burying his face in his hands once more. Your cousin. Why would she be in La Push without telling us? Jasper lifted his head and rested his chin on his hand, studying his beautiful fiancée. His effortlessly charming fiancée. His effortlessly powerful fiancée, whose magic inspired friends and foes alike. Jasper traced Harry's jawline with his empty hand, reveling in the simple pleasure of the gesture. Because, you image of absolute perfection, Irina was apparently heavily involved with Laurent. She's quite upset that he never returned from visiting you. Visiting me? Harry exclaimed, his initial pleasure quickly morphing into indignation. He tried to kill me. And Bella too. If Jake and the others hadn't shown up, would have, well, not dead, probably. He paused, tapping his index finger on the counter as he considered the implications. I'd either have been decapitated or turned into a squid vampire, and neither option sounds appealing, frankly. Would you even be a squid vampire, though? Jasper asked, intrigued by the mythical implications of the conversation. It was quite the oxymoron. You're not exactly an average wizard, he added carefully, not wanting to evoke anger or sadness in Harry. I imagine there aren't many masters of death who had been changed, and personally, I don't know of any vampires who have ever turned a wizard. Jasper hadn't known about true wizards until last fall, but that was beside the point. Harry rolled his eyes, though he relaxed in his seat, appearing at ease. I mean, I don't know of any either, Harry continued, but that's what Snape, my defense teacher, said. He mentioned that the venom burns out or replaces the magic in our blood. And this is a direct quote, so don't be offended. He cannot imagine the level of arrogance and idiocy that would convince a wizard to trade the gift of magic for immortality. Despite himself, Jasper was impressed by the accuracy of the quote. Why did you memorize that? He asked. Harry wasn't unintelligent. He had successfully rejoined Muggle school after nearly a 9-year break and managed to work his way up to standard classes and average grades after just one semester. As he had once put it, he was more of a hands-on learner, not really the type to memorize lectures. Proving Jasper's belief in his intelligence, Harry snorted and carelessly summoned a beer from the fridge. He made eye contact with me the whole time, Jas. As if I were the arrogant moron trying to achieve immortality. Jasper hummed, spotting an excellent opportunity to ask about something Ginny Weasley had told him during their prom. That would be Mr. Snape. Ginny had mentioned that Snape hated Harry, but loved his mum, and Harry hated him until he died, and now he worships him. She also said it was a bit of a mess. Harry chuckled and took a drink. Professor Snape, yeah. He didn't like me much, or, I dunno. He acted like he hated me, but he put his life in danger to protect mine. But it was really for my mum's memory, or... Harry's emotions grew frustrated as he trailed off. Harry struggled to find the right words. I dunno, it's a bit of a mess, really. Well, here's to you achieving immortality while keeping your magic, you arrogant wizard, Jasper winked. Harry laughed, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. Snape must be pissed, he said, a genuine cheer in his voice. He raised his bottle, his smile widening. Thanks for believing in me, Snape, he added, looking up at the ceiling before taking a long drink. Jasper silently echoed his gratitude, wishing to thank Snape for his protection but also feeling the sting of resentment. Was protection less meaningful when it came from someone who despised you? Jasper was starting to understand why both Harry and Ginny referred to it as a bit of a mess. Before he could delve deeper into the topic or ask about any of Harry's other teachers, the familiar scent of Isabella wafted into the room, accompanied by a soft knock on the door. That's probably Bella, Harry said, stretching as he stood up. He tossed the empty bottle toward the trash can, missing completely and sending it shattering to the floor. Sorry, he said, blushing as he waved his hand dismissively, causing the shards of glass to glide toward the bin. You'd never guess that some people think I'm rather athletic, would you? Jasper watched Harry as he made his way to the door, admiring his firm shoulders and the wiry muscles barely visible through his t-shirt, along with his trim waist. I think you look incredibly athletic, Jasper murmured, smirking to himself as Harry shot him an embarrassed glance over his shoulder, his mood shifting back to one of pleased amusement. Harry shook his head, then opened the door to greet Isabella. Come on in, and I'll tell you about my terrible day, he sighed heavily. Jasper's lips twitched. For someone who scoffed at theatrics, Harry didn't seem to recognize his own flair for drama. Isabella led the way to the living room, and Jasper followed closely behind. He leaned against the doorway and winked at Harry when their eyes met, causing a familiar blush to creep across Harry's cheeks. Making Harry blush was one of Jasper's greatest pleasures. So, what happened with Emily? Isabella asked, her curiosity piqued as she politely overlooked the silent flirting between the two boys. If Isabella's blood didn't smell like a mouth-watering four-course meal, Jasper might actually enjoy her company. She had been a steadfast friend to Harry, someone he could confide in about all aspects of his life, his human classmates, his magical friends and family, his vampire fiancé, and his shapeshifter cousin. Jasper supposed Isabella wasn't entirely intolerable. First off, she tried to feed me strawberry muffins, Bella. Homemade strawberry muffins the size of my head. Ugh. Isabella scrunched her nose in distaste. Did you tell her you don't like strawberry-flavored things? How did you know that? Jasper asked, slightly surprised that she knew something about Harry that he had only just learned. Angela brought cupcakes to school one day, and I watched Harry force himself to eat one. He looked like he was going to be sick, Isabella explained, giving Harry an exasperated look. I don't understand why you still ate it. You could have just said you didn't like it. Harry found the texture of the ceiling suddenly fascinating, his embarrassment washing over him. Love. Jasper grinned at Harry. Did you eat the muffins Emily made today? Harry nodded, his blush deepening as it crept down his neck. Harry. Isabella let out a quiet laugh. Why would you eat a strawberry muffin? Why not just say, no thanks? Because they were homemade, Harry replied through clenched teeth. She worked really hard on them, and she was. Harry shook his head, feeling the heat rise to his cheeks. I couldn't just say no. She was crying and shoving the muffins in my face. It would have been rude. He raised his voice slightly over Isabella's giggles and Jasper's soft laughter. Plus, I hadn't eaten lunch and was a bit hungry. And she worked really hard on them. Isabella raised an eyebrow. You'd rather eat something you actively hate than wait another hour for something you like? Harry furrowed his brows, a mix of shame and embarrassment flashing across his face. But then he blinked and appeared almost bored, if it weren't for Jasper's ongoing contemplation of his strong emotions. Muffins aside, Harry said with a casual wave of his hand, I also went on patrol with Jake, Jared, and Paul for a bit. There's another leech hanging around town, and it's stressing Jake about. Harry was great at diverting attention. Jasper continued to ponder Harry's peculiar feelings about a simple question, even as Harry filled him in on his day. It wasn't until Isabella asked how Harry kept up with the pack during patrol that Jasper tuned back into the conversation. Did you fly? Isabella asked. Because when we saw them in the woods, they were fast, faster than even Ed. She caught herself, her cheeks flushing as she stumbled over her words. I mean, Jasper. I rode bareback, Harry replied, a hint of mischief in his voice. Isabella choked on her saliva while Jasper closed his eyes, bursting with amusement. He loved his painfully oblivious, outrageously brave, powerful little wizard more than he could express. Once Isabella cleared her throat, she fixed Harry with a determined gaze, her cheeks still red. Harry, you know that, most people, most teenagers anyway, certainly American ones, say that when they have sex without a condom, right? Harry blinked twice, confusion written all over his face. I didn't know that, he admitted, clearly taken aback. I'm going to kill Jared, Harry said, burying his face in his hands to muffle his voice. That's why he was laughing. What a... Harry, love, could you do me a favor? Jasper asked lightly. Harry kept his face buried in his hands but nodded in response. Would you kindly refrain from riding Jared bareback? I might actually snap and kill him otherwise. Harry peeked up at Jasper, his dark hair flopping into his eyes until he pushed it back. Why? Isabella sighed and shot Jasper a sympathetic look. It truly was a shame that Isabella's blood had such a potent scent, otherwise, Jasper would be quite fond of her. Chapter 25. Bella kind of wished she tried to make normal friends. Saturday, February 26th. Where's Teddy? Bella asked instead of greeting Harry as she stepped into his silent house and shivered. Harry, it's freezing in here. Is it? Harry looked up from the book he was reading. You can change the thermostat. I didn't even notice. BRRR, Bella replied, pressing buttons until the temperature climbed above the chilly 54 degrees. She then joined Harry on the couch. Teddy? She asked again, disappointed not to see or hear him anywhere. Andy is taking him to meet her sister, Harry said, not lifting his eyes from the book. Bella watched as his lip curled in an interesting way, then seemed to fight to uncurl it, resulting in a face that looked both disgusted and a little pained. Apparently, it's Narcissa's birthday, so letting her play with my godson is a gift. Is that a problem? Bella asked slowly, trying to interpret Harry's tone and expression. He usually got along with everyone, so if he was struggling to keep a neutral face while discussing Andy's sister, there had to be a good reason. Harry sighed, closed the book, and tossed it onto the coffee table. Bella glanced at it, surprised to see it was a criminology textbook. No, not really, he said, turning so his back rested against the armrest. He slumped against it. Narcissa saved my life, so I should be grateful, really. Except she also used to call Hermione a mudblood and probably still thinks she's better than everyone. But if I can be mates with Draco, then I can be friendly to Narcissa. He looked up from his lap, meeting Bella's gaze with his wide, earnest eyes. Right? Bella really wished Harry came with a manual or a cheat sheet sometimes. She figured it was probably a good thing he was with Jasper, because only a vampire with perfect memory could possibly keep track of the unbelievable stories that flowed from Harry's lips. She believed him wholeheartedly. The one time she expressed any doubt, it seemed to bring him genuine joy to call Hermione and have her confirm his tale. Excuse her for not instantly believing that Harry had fallen 100 feet from the sky on his broom, chased by soul-sucking dementors, and somehow survived. I mean, if you're friends with Draco, why not Narcissa? Are they related? Bella asked. Both names were unique, like Andromeda's, so she assumed they were connected. Most of the people Harry spoke about had unusual names, which made her appreciate the simplicity of being Isabella. Narcissa and Lucius are Draco's parents. Lucius is a Death Eater and has been in prison for 50 years for his crimes. I kind of kept Draco and Narcissa from joining him, but that doesn't mean I trust her around Teddy, you know? Not really, she replied, unsure. What she did understand was that Harry loved Teddy more than anyone or anything in the world and would never want to put his safety at risk. He's with Andy, though, right? I think she's just as protective of him as you are. You're right, Harry said, scrubbing his face with his hands and smiling. Thanks, Bella. Happy to help, Bella grinned. She turned on the couch to mirror Harry's position and nudged his foot with hers. What's with the textbook? Harry laughed, his mood brightening at the new topic. Your dad pulled me aside earlier and handed it to me. He said if I didn't have any immediate college plans, I should know that the Forks Police Department only requires a high school diploma and a 12-week training course. He gestured to a thick packet of paperwork she hadn't noticed on the TV stand. He also gave me a job application. Bella inhaled slowly, then exhaled. She ran her fingers through her thick hair, pulling it back into a messy bun, and rolled her neck. As soon as she was ready to respond, Bella felt relieved that Harry wasn't about to burst into laughter. She asked calmly, did he? Honestly, she should have seen it coming. A job application was certainly better than adoption papers or a marriage proposal, neither of which would have surprised her. Her poor dad, like everyone else who met Harry, had fallen under the spell of those big green eyes that seemed to hold a touching vulnerability. She suspected that her dad had also been charmed by Harry's witty, carefree personality and the contrast between his fragile appearance and his fiery spirit. Deep down, Bella knew Harry was strong and powerful, even a bit intimidating. But perhaps that was another reason Charlie liked him. He did, Harry replied, flashing a crooked, amused grin. I don't think he would have even pulled me over if he wasn't trying to talk me into filling out the application. Are you going to? Harry hesitated, running a hand through his long hair, which always seemed to flop in his face. I don't know. I wanted to go to medical school, like Carlisle, but you hate school? Bella suggested with a smirk. Harry laughed. Yeah, but I don't fancy being unemployed either. I don't know how Jasper does it. I'm bored to tears right now. Did you write your paper for English? Nope. Bella sighed. Harry would probably struggle in medical school at this rate. She loved him, he was honestly her best friend, but Harry had the attention span of a gnat and seemed intent on chasing thrills and adrenaline. Sometimes she wondered if his maturity had frozen at 17, the age he was when he selflessly sacrificed himself to save so many others. "You should apply," Bella said firmly. "I think you'd be a great cop." Harry bit his lip, looking suddenly pensive. "Maybe," he said, unconvinced. I don't know if I want to be fighting with anyone. It gets old." His lips quirked up. Harry forced a joyless grin. "Except I think I'm the most criminal citizen of Forks, and it's not like I can stay here more than 4 more years anyway. So maybe I will. We'll see." Bella felt a stab of grief at the reminder that Harry and Jasper couldn't, stay in Forks forever. "Where is Jasper?" she asked, eager to shift the conversation. Harry stretched out, accidentally kicking Bella slightly, and rolled his eyes. "He's with Jacob and Paul on patrol. I was with them all night last night, and he sent me home this morning to get some rest." He shot Bella an exasperated look. "I thought he was joking, but he was dead serious." Bella noticed the blue smudges beneath Harry's eyes. "Did you go to sleep?" "Nope." Despite herself, Bella chuckled softly. "You do look tired. Maybe you should sleep until he gets back." Harry gave her an exaggeratedly sarcastic look, prompting her to raise her hands and laugh again. "Or not," she said playfully. "You could come with me to Port Angeles to get my hair trimmed, if you want." "You're cutting out the purple?" Harry asked, feigning disappointment. "But it looks so good." Bella lifted her bangs, a remnant of the time she let Ginny Weasley help her cut and dye her hair in a silly attempt to match her inner feelings after Edward left. "The purple has faded to pink, Harry. I don't want to have pink hair." "Yeah, fair enough," he grinned. He stood up gracefully, stretching his arms overhead. "Maybe I'll get mine cut too." He shook his head, letting his messy black hair whip around a bit. "It's getting long," he grimaced. "Are you sure Jasper won't mind?" Bella teased as she got to her feet, not quite as gracefully as Harry. It was going to give her a complex, hanging around with Jasper, who moved with effortless grace, and Harry, who moved with vigilant finesse. Even Ginny moved with a purpose that spoke of her years of experience. Should I ask him?" Harry hesitated, pulling on his sneakers. "Nope. Make it a surprise." "I'm sure he won't care either way," Bella replied. Harry looked adorably uncertain for a moment before lifting one shoulder in what he thought was a casual shrug. "If he hates it, I can grow it back." It wasn't until they were halfway to Port Angeles, riding in Harry's car after a heated argument, Bella's truck was ancient, but Harry was a terrible driver, that it finally dawned on Bella why Harry's wording sounded so strange. "Harry, is there a magic spell to make your hair grow?" she asked, interrupting Harry's hilarious drum solo on the steering wheel. "Bella, no, there is no bloody magic spell to make your hair grow." Bella nodded, slightly disappointed. "There is a potion, though." She rolled her eyes and glared half-heartedly at Harry. "Where were you when I was in 4th grade with a bowl cut?" "How old were you in 4th grade?" 10. Harry hummed thoughtfully, and his hands finally stopped tapping. "So, 8 years ago? I would have been 11. I suppose I was learning to fly, making friends, and defeating 3-headed dogs." That story took them the rest of the drive to explain, and they ended up having a good time. Bella got the pink trimmed from her hair and let them feather her outgrown bangs back while Harry chattered brightly to the starry-eyed girl cutting his hair. Bella couldn't hear exactly what Harry was saying, but it involved a lot of hand gestures and snippets that almost always included Jasper's name. Bella couldn't understand why the girl looked so disappointed when Harry awkwardly turned down her offer for drinks after her shift. If anyone was absolutely unavailable, it was Harry. After their haircuts, Harry insisted on buying Bella dinner. I don't have any friends besides you to really buy dinner for, he pleaded with his puppy dog eyes. Harry's eyes widened behind his glasses. And I'm starving, Bella. Fine, she huffed. But next time, I'm buying you dinner. Unless I obliviate you and you forget we agreed on that, Harry whispered with a wink, leading them to a nearby Chinese restaurant. To Bella's surprise, Harry had never tried Chinese food before, and he absolutely loved it. By the time they got back to his car, his pockets were stuffed with fortune cookies, a generous gift from the kind older lady at the register who had listened to him rave about how delicious everything was. Let's see what this one says, Harry said, poking his tongue between his teeth as he opened another cookie and pulled out the slip of paper. The road. Bella exclaimed anxiously. Harry, watch the road. What? Harry looked up from the fortune and jerked the steering wheel to get them back in their lane. Sorry, he grinned. Do you want to hear this fortune? Does it say we're going to die in a fiery wreck? Bella shot back sarcastically. Harry had read her the last dozen fortunes, just as delighted by each one as he had been with the first. Ignoring her, Harry held the little scrap of paper up. It says, if you eat food and nobody sees it, did the food have any calories? Harry furrowed his brows and took a turn so quickly that Bella gripped the handle on the dash tightly. What does that mean? It's a joke, Bella replied, keeping her eyes firmly on the road. It's something about dieting. Put your seatbelt on. She shrieked when she realized Harry was driving 90 miles an hour, and he wasn't even wearing his seatbelt. Bella. Harry turned his head, flashing her his charming, crooked smile. We're not going to. F-U-U, Bella let out a terrified scream as the car jerked, hit the guardrail, and suddenly they were rolling. Crunch. Everything went blissfully, painlessly black. Reneverate, Bella moaned miserably as a jolt of energy surged through her. A rush of warmth flooded Bella's veins, pulling her back to a state of semi-awareness. She tried to open her eyes, but they felt heavy, reluctant to stay open for long. The images around her were a blur. Was Harry bleeding? Harry? She groaned, her voice barely above a whisper. Harry? She forced her eyes open again, squinting until he came into focus, though everything still seemed fuzzy. What happened? We crashed. I died. You're going to be fine, Harry murmured as he unbuckled Bella's seatbelt and carefully pulled her from the wreckage of the car. Oh, and I lost my glasses. Why did he think his glasses mattered right now? You died. Bella managed to say as she leaned against a tree trunk that Harry had dragged her to, trying to get a better look at him. He was shockingly pale, the contrast of his skin stark against the purple bruises and dark red blood covering him. His hands fluttered nervously at his sides, and he looked terrified. Somehow, knowing that Harry was scared calmed Bella a little. You're bleeding, she said, surprised by how steady her voice sounded. Harry glanced down at his torso, swallowing hard. I had a bit of metal, here. His hand moved to the area where his shirt was torn, revealing a thick red scar crisscrossing his bare chest. Bella had never seen him without a shirt before, but it looked like a new scar. He dropped his hand back to his side. The rest will heal quickly. Let's get you. Hey. Are you guys all right? I called an ambulance. Fuck me, Harry whispered, quickly pocketing the wand he had pulled out. A man came running down the hill they had rolled down and stopped short at the sight of them. They made an odd pair, Bella thought. Harry looked like he had survived a fatal car accident yet was still talking and walking. As for Bella, she wasn't sure how she looked, but she felt the world fading in and out, threatening to pull her under once again. Holy shit, kid, sit down. The man's face went pale as he approached Harry. He reached out, trying to guide him to the ground, but Harry jerked away. I'm fine, Harry insisted, almost convincing himself. It's my friend who got hurt. The man studied Harry carefully, then hesitated, lifting his hand as if to touch Harry's chest before pulling it back. I saw you go over the rail," he said slowly. "You flipped right through the windshield, kid. I thought you'd be more hurt." Bella closed her eyes, overwhelmed by dizziness at the thought of Harry flying through the windshield and potentially dying. She had told him to wear his damn seatbelt. Why didn't she have more normal friends? Friends who didn't drive like maniacs? "You were seeing things," Harry replied firmly. "I wasn't even driving." Bella's eyes shot open. What? Harry was a wizard. A rich wizard, she was pretty sure. Was he really worried about his insurance premiums if he admitted he was driving? He looked uncertainly at her. "Aren't drivers usually more injured? It makes sense that I'm fine if you were driving, right?" Bella closed her eyes again, trying to stave off the sharp pain in her stomach. Harry was so stupid. He would never pass medical school. "I saw you," the man insisted stubbornly. "How are you even alive?" Harry groaned, and Bella attempted to peek through her eyelids to see what was happening. It hurt, but she was determined. Harry stepped closer to the man, frowning as he slowly pulled his wand from his pocket once more. "I'm sorry, mate, but..." "Obliviate." Bella lost the battle against her eyelids as Harry pointed his wand at the man, engaging in an intense, creepy stare while silently moving his lips. She must have drifted off for a moment, only to be jolted back to consciousness by a sharp pain in her shoulder. "Don't touch me," she groaned. I can't use any more magic right now." "I hear sirens," Harry whispered urgently. "The muggle is gone." "I think I did that spell right." The uncertainty in his voice was unsettling. It was terrifying to think he might not have erased the man's memory correctly. "But I can't heal you yet," he continued. "I will as soon as there aren't any more witnesses." "I'm so sorry, Bella." Bella opened one eye and took in Harry's bruised and solemn face. "I forgive you," she said, her voice strained. "I hate you, but if you keep me out of a cast, then I forgive you." "Deal, OUCH." Harry yelped, his hand flying to his back pocket where he had just shoved his wand. "Son of a bitch." "Motherf." Bella watched with a hazy detachment as he pulled out the smoking remains of what looked like his cell phone. "I just learned how to download songs on here," Harry said sadly, the sirens growing closer. "Bella, do you have your phone? I should call Jasper and let him know we're fine." If Bella could have laughed, she would have. It would have been a hysterical sound, but she would have laughed herself sick. Harry had flown through a windshield and nearly died. He was covered in cuts and bruises, and she could tell he was in horrible pain. She was, too. "In my purse," she managed to say. "In the car." Good. Harry scrubbed his face with his hands, then let out a sharp hiss and dropped them again. "Because that car is wrecked, Bella." Bella squinted through the haze in her mind at the mangled red metal that had once been Harry's flashy sports car, now buried under tree branches thicker than her entire body. "Don't tell them I was driving, and don't give our names," Harry hissed as the sirens cut off, signaling the arrival of the ambulance. "Just try to seem really hurt, okay?" Bella hoped her groan of pain accurately conveyed just how hurt she really was. She kept herself focused, bracing for what was to come. Bella kept her eyes closed as she heard several people rushing down the hill toward them. Harry quickly launched into his carefully crafted story. Bella was driving, at the speed limit, of course. She had her seatbelt on. A stag ran out in front of us, so she swerved to avoid it and went over the guardrail. "I'm fine, really, I don't need an ambulance." But she could use some help. "Hey, miss, can you hear me?" A man with a medical bag approached, accompanied by a younger woman holding a backboard. Bella opened one eye just enough to see them. "Yes," she replied hoarsely, trying to suppress the pain that threatened to overwhelm her. "You look pretty hurt," the man said as he knelt beside her, shining a small penlight in her eyes. Your friend said you wrecked? Bella glanced over to where Harry was recounting his tale to the newly arrived police officers. Yes, she managed, clenching her jaw and closing her eyes again to keep the tears from spilling over. Accident. All right, we're going to get you loaded up and take you to the ER, if that's okay? Bella looked at Harry, who subtly nodded without breaking his narrative. Sounds great, she sighed. She hated hospitals, and Harry owed her big time. The police officer was speaking sternly to Harry. I need your names, proof of insurance, and IDs. Susan and Henry Bones, Harry replied smoothly, lying effortlessly. Her purse and my wallet are in the car, our IDs are with them. Bella focused on Harry instead of the terrible pain radiating through her leg as the medics lifted her onto the backboard. It was only by watching him closely that she noticed his expression shift to one of genuine heartbreak before his hand dipped into his pocket. Suddenly, there was an explosion and a rush of heat. Get back! The cop shouted, yanking Harry away from the fireball that had erupted from his car. Damn, the fuel tank must have blown. Harry exclaimed, his desperation clear. It was almost as if he didn't want to reveal their names for some reason, so he blew up his own car. Bella closed her eyes as the medics wheeled her toward the ambulance on a stretcher. Harry was acting insane, and now she had to think about replacing her purse, her ID, and her debit card. Once they got her loaded into the ambulance, Harry quickly climbed in beside her. He let out a small huff of air as the ambulance took off, lights flashing and sirens blaring. Wow, he said, his voice tinged with excitement, even through Bella's haze of pain. You guys are allowed to drive this fast? A paramedic, inserting an 4 into Bella's arm, answered him. Poke in 3, he said, and she felt the needle. 1, 2, poke, done. A metallic taste filled her mouth, and she started to feel floaty as the medic carefully removed her torn clothing, replacing it with a hospital gown. The embarrassment of it all barely registered through her discomfort. As he worked, he chatted with Harry. We can't just go as fast as we want, it's a safety hazard, he said, a hint of reproach in his tone. He clearly didn't believe Harry's claim that they had been driving the speed limit before the crash. We can speed a little, but we mostly rely on our lights and sirens to clear the roads and get to the hospital quicker. Wicked, Harry replied, clearly impressed. And you're like a doctor, right? A doctor in a mobile hospital? The paramedic chuckled, and Bella couldn't help but smile slightly at the exchange. Not really, he said slowly. I'm a paramedic. My partner is an EMT, and our scope of practice is much different than a doctor's. What does that mean? Harry asked, curiosity sparking in his voice. It means about 10 years of medical school in my case, the medic explained. Wait, how much school do you have to do to be a... How long does it take to become a paramedic? Harry asked slowly. 2 years to be a medic, 4 months to be an EMT, the paramedic replied. Bella didn't need to see Harry's face to know his eyes were likely sparkling with excitement. Poor Charlie had no idea he'd just lost his future patrolman to the world of emergency medicine. Bella floated in a comfortable narcotic haze as the ambulance arrived at the ER. She was wheeled into a small room and quickly transferred from a stretcher to a bed. Just a few more minutes, Harry whispered to her. Then I'll heal you up, and we'll sneak right out of here. Bella loved Harry, but she also felt a pang of frustration. Maybe that was what it meant to have a brother, those complicated feelings that people often described. She closed her eyes and let herself drift until the emergency room nurse entered to begin her assessment. What's her name? The nurse asked. Susan Bones, Harry said smoothly. Her birthday? July 30th. And her age? 19. What happened? A stag ran out in front of our car, and we swerved to avoid it. Any allergies? None, Bella groaned. Any chance of pregnancy? The nurse's question made Harry hesitate, which was awkward since he knew Bella wasn't seeing anyone. "No," Bella said firmly. "Next of kin?" "Me," Harry responded without missing a beat. "I'm her brother." "All right, Miss Bones, we're going to get an X-ray tech in here shortly to take some pictures before we move you to CT, okay?" The nurse smiled reassuringly as she patted Bella's hand. "And how are you two related?" The nurse asked Harry. "I'm her brother, Henry, Bones," he said quickly. "Sure," the nurse replied, skepticism lacing her tone. "Well, Henry Bones, we will be doing a drug screen on your sister." "Whatever," Harry snapped irritably. "She's not taking heroin." Bella couldn't help but grin in her haze. The only drug Harry seemed to know about was heroin, so of course, that was his go-to response. Now, it sounded like Bella was on heroin, and a drug screening was almost guaranteed. Harry must have looked worse than Bella thought because the nurse paused in the doorway and asked if he was sure he didn't want to be seen. "Being high isn't a crime," she said gently, trying to coax him. "Even if there are drugs in your system, you won't go to jail." "I'm not on heroin, and I'm fine," Harry replied stubbornly. "Suit yourself. Just don't faint on my floor." As soon as the door closed, Harry sprang into action. "Bella, I'm going to levitate you into that wheelchair, all right? Then we'll get under my cloak, slip out of this room, and I'll heal you up so we can get home." "Every time you say that, it makes me nervous," Bella murmured. She felt herself physically floating, a contrast to the mental drifting she had been doing, and she hissed sharply when he set her down in a sitting position. "I think I've got a broken rib," she groaned. "Oh, you've definitely got a broken rib," Harry said knowingly. "Honestly, Bella, I think you've broken everything. I have no idea why you're in worse shape than I am. You died. But did I break anything? No. Not that I know of, anyway. Now be quiet. I'm going to put a silencing charm on us until we get out of here. Try not to move." Bella stayed absolutely silent and still as Harry draped his cloak over her and ducked by the wheelchair's handlebars. "Here we go," he whispered. The hospital room door seemed to open silently, likely thanks to Harry, and he carefully pushed her through. For the first time that day, luck appeared to be on their side. The hallway was mostly empty, allowing Harry to maneuver around the machines as he made his way toward the ambulance entrance they had come through. They were nearly through the exit when Bella pressed the button for the automatic doors, allowing them to slide open without Harry needing to cast another spell. Just then, she heard the nurse's frantic voice echoing down the corridor. "Where did they go? Did anyone see my patient leave? Or her crackhead brother?" "Whoops, probably should have confounded her," Harry whispered as they hurried through the doors. "And freedom." Bella sighed in relief as Harry wheeled her into a room labeled EMS Lounge. He quickly locked the door behind them and removed his cloak. "All right, Bella, let's get to healing," Harry said with a bright smile. Bella eyed his wand warily but then obediently closed her eyes, allowing him to work. Harry spoke softly, his voice soothing as he focused on her injuries. "This is going to hurt, snap, yep, broken leg. I'd cast a full diagnostic, but I'm not sure how. I just want to get you home. Then we can use Jasper's phone to call Hermione or Molly, they'll know how to handle it. Until then, deep breath, crack, I just need you to be able to walk a couple of blocks, and I'll apparate us back. We'll need to get a potion from them for the bruising too, don't move, tap, I think you've probably got a concussion." "Hell, I probably have a concussion." He paused, realizing he was a 17-year-old with a concussion trying to heal her broken bones. "But that can be fixed with a quick rap, there. Is your vision better?" It was. Bella blinked at Harry's pale, worried face and changed her mind about the earlier thought. Never let her dad find out she let a 17-year-old with a concussion heal her broken bones, especially when he didn't even have his glasses on. I feel. Bella stretched her legs and arms experimentally, wincing as she did. Sore, she said. I'm sore, but nothing feels broken anymore. Good, Harry replied, biting his lip as he tapped his wand against his leg. I, need to see if you're bleeding, you know. He gestured to his own chest, his face turning a deeper shade of red than Bella had ever seen. Didn't you fight in a war? Bella asked, her sarcasm attempting to mask her embarrassment as she quickly adjusted the neckline of her gown. Not a lot of naked people in a wizarding war, Harry quipped, his wand gliding gently over her collarbones, leaving behind smooth, healed skin. He moved down to her stomach, where numerous cuts surrounded a dark blue splotch that made Bella feel queasy. Probably internal bleeding, Harry said slowly after he finished healing her cuts. He gestured for her to lean forward so he could examine her back. I think I can heal it, but if you can walk okay, it might be better to wait until we get back. Hermione's going to yell at both of us, but it'll be worth it because she's much better at healing spells than I am. Those were a 7th-year charms thing. Done. Harry said, looking almost insultingly relieved as Bella pulled her gown back up to cover herself. Okay, now stand up, he instructed. He pocketed his wand and held out his hands to help steady her as she got to her feet. Bella bit back any sound of discomfort, feeling as if she had just survived a car wreck. She took a tentative step. Much better, she said tightly. Can you, maybe change this into something less horribly exposing? She grimaced, gesturing to the thin green gown she wore. Yes. I can do that for sure. Harry replied enthusiastically. He waved his wand, and Bella watched with interest as the gown shimmered and transformed into a long-sleeve green dress, the same shade as the gown. She swished the casual skirt and thought that if it were a little longer, it would be a cute dress. She decided she was keeping it. Ready? Harry asked. Bella glanced at his torn and bloodied clothing. Maybe you should heal your cuts and your clothes before we go. Harry seemed surprised to remember his own injuries. While he wasn't bleeding anymore, he still looked terrible. Bella carefully edged closer, ready to help. Bella walked over to the counter where small bottles of water were labeled free to providers. She felt only a twinge of guilt as she grabbed one. After all, Harry was kind of a provider. Catch, she said, tossing a bottle to him after he had finished closing up his cuts and fixing his clothes as best he could. Cheers, Harry replied with a grin, catching the bottle midair. He popped the top and drained it in one go. Ready then? God, yes. Bella accepted the arm he offered her, but they both froze when they opened the door to find 2 medics, thankfully different ones than those who had brought them there, standing right outside. The medics stared at Bella and Harry, and Bella and Harry stared back. We were having sex, Harry blurted out. Have a good night, he added quickly. Bella struggled to hold back her laughter as Harry guided them swiftly toward the exit, putting distance between them and the door. We were having sex, she exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Harry, why? Harry shrugged, a sheepish grin on his face. People are uncomfortable talking about sex, aren't they? I just said the first thing that came to mind to keep them from asking more questions. You are uncomfortable talking about sex, Bella corrected him, her grin widening. Oh. Harry said as they stepped onto the sidewalk in front of the hospital. So, you want to tell me all about your private life? I don't have a private life, Bella huffed. I've never done that. She was grateful for the cold air because her face was burning with embarrassment. Oh. Harry fell silent as they navigated through a crowd lingering by a food truck. He hesitated, glancing over his shoulder, which prompted Bella to do the same. Noticing only 2 men in casual clothes walking a safe distance behind them, Harry lowered his voice. I thought you and Edward. Bella scowled down at her feet, momentarily surprised to see that Harry had transformed her yellow hospital socks into a pair of cozy yellow boots. No, she replied shortly. I smelled too good, and he didn't trust himself. Harry turned them down a less crowded sidewalk, likely searching for a more private place to apparate. You know, if you wanted to see other people. Harry, Bella said with a grin, recognizing the cliché he had unknowingly quoted, are you breaking up with me? What? Harry frowned at her, then stumbled at something he spotted out of the corner of his eye. This way. He abruptly changed direction onto an even busier sidewalk, leaving Bella puzzled about his intentions. Quick. And don't talk, he added hastily when she opened her mouth to ask what they were doing. Come on, this way, Harry muttered, pulling her through the crowd. Bella bit her tongue to suppress a hiss as she was jostled, but Harry didn't linger, he was pulling her along a little frantically now. As they approached a T in the sidewalk, Harry glanced over his shoulder, his scowl deepening. In that moment, Bella was reminded that Harry wasn't just her funny, oblivious friend, he was a wizard who had ended a war and gained immortality for his bravery. If they turn left, I'm going to have to fight, Harry whispered. I need you to stay out of the way. Okay? Bella nodded, glancing back to see that the same two men from earlier were still right behind them. Harry led her left, directly toward a dead end, and she could hear the footsteps following closely. I'm going to let them catch up. Don't let go of my arm, Harry whispered. They might be reporters or something ridiculous, but I don't think they are. He slowed their pace, and Bella quickly looked over her shoulder as the footsteps grew even closer. The two men were tall and broad-shouldered, dressed in casual shirts and khaki pants, their identical bland expressions hidden behind dark sunglasses, one on either side of them. Bella had never been arrested before, but in that moment, she felt certain that was exactly how this would end. Evening, Mr. Potter, the man beside Harry said in a calm, dispassionate voice. Harry glanced at him, curiosity flickering in his eyes before he let out a loud sigh. Well, dang, he replied flatly, his tone only heightening Bella's panic. You're Aurors, aren't you? The man next to Bella let out a barely audible snort, while the one beside Harry raised his eyebrows. They kept pace with them as Harry subtly attempted to steer them back toward the main road. We are, the man by Harry confirmed. I'm afraid you'll need to come with us, Mr. Potter. You as well, Miss Swan, the other man said, startling Bella with his familiar tone. I'm afraid that I'm not a moron, Harry sneered. He abruptly stopped, pulling Bella to a halt, and glared at the men as he straightened up. I want to see your IDs and forearms. The men didn't hesitate. They slowly reached into their front pockets, pulling out their IDs and handing them over to Harry before rolling up their sleeves to reveal their bare forearms. I didn't break the law, technically, Harry hissed as he returned their IDs, apparently satisfied. I obliviated the muggle at the wreck and snuck Bella out under my cloak. There's no way we were. Recently seen by witnesses on a flying motorcycle back in December? And 3 times before that? Caught operating in the woods around your house by 2 no-mages on 2 separate occasions? Spotted today just after what should have been a fatal accident. The man beside Bella raised a thick black eyebrow and shook his head. Mr. Potter, surely you don't believe today was the first time we've heard of you using magic in front of no-mages, do you? Harry squeezed Bella's hand tightly, a warning of some sort, then cleared his throat. In that case, I'd appreciate it if you'd address my wife properly. Proper title, Mrs. Potter. Oh great. Just when Jasper seemed to be warming up to her, now he was going to kill her, and for once, her blood had nothing to do with it. Bella swallowed hard as she remembered Harry mentioning that Aurors were the magical equivalent of cops. Charlie was definitely going to kill her. If the magical police didn't get to her first. Chapter 26, Mikusa. Saturday, February 26th. Harry. Harry raised a finger to silence Bella, his gaze fixed on the mirror in front of him. But he shook his head. Bella was clearly confused and likely in as much pain as he was, but he couldn't risk her asking questions while they were being watched. The Aurors who had confronted them in Port Angeles had operated them directly to this interrogation room before walking through a wall that had turned solid behind them. They hadn't even bothered to take Harry's wand, but a silent test spell confirmed his suspicion that the room was warded against magic. Bloody Makosa. He regretted not listening to Bill when he talked about how much more professional and competent the American ministry was. Not that he thought the British government was any better, in his opinion. Now, Harry and Bella had been sitting there for. He glanced at his wristwatch, relieved to see it hadn't broken in the wreck. 4 hours had passed. Oddly enough, he realized it was nearly midnight back home, and Jasper was probably worried. He hadn't told Jasper he was leaving, and even if Jasper assumed he'd gone off with Bella for the day, since her truck was still in the driveway, he'd definitely start to panic when neither of them answered their phones and Bella wasn't home at a reasonable hour. Shit. Charlie would be worried sick too. Hopefully, Jasper would think to cover for Bella. The two of them sat in silence for another hour. Bella had drifted off to sleep, her head resting on her folded arms on the table. Harry felt his own eyelids growing heavy, the deep aches in his bones calling him to rest. But his long-held mistrust of any type of government kept his eyes trained on the mirror, his, currently useless, wand clenched tightly in his hand. It was 7:30. Harry struggled to stay awake, his head drooping forward repeatedly until he caught himself just as someone entered the room. A man stepped in, flanked by two Aurors dressed similarly to those who had brought Harry and Bella here. This man clearly held an important position. He wore a sharp dark blue muggle suit with a red tie. His clean-cut face, touched with gray at the temples, framed soft but inquisitive eyes. "Mr. Harry Potter," the man said, stepping forward. The movement jolted Harry to his feet, causing his chair to scrape against the floor and startling Bella awake. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you. My name is President Quahog." Harry glanced at the hand extended toward him and grimaced internally as he shook it, his own hand still stained with dried blood. A shower sounded like a luxury right now. "I'd say it's a pleasure, but..." He gestured around the bland interrogation room. "It really isn't." Harry had never worn repentance well. It felt like an itchy fabric against his skin, too tight, too stifling. He'd rather kick it under the bed with his old trainers. Defiance was far more comfortable. "Yes, well," the man replied with a wry smile, snapping his fingers. Suddenly, a large box appeared in the center of the table. "Unfortunately, Mr. Potter, we feel that we've given you as much leeway as possible while you adjusted to your post-war life, and honestly..." He waved a hand at the box. "You've become a bit of a nuisance." To Harry's surprise, Bella scoffed and stood beside him. "That's the oldest trick in the book," she said, her voice gravelly from sleep and pain. "Let me guess, you're going to say that the box is full of Harry's crimes, even though we both know it's empty?" Having the daughter of a cop with him was turning out to be an excellent advantage. Harry had never even considered that it could be a trick. "Is it, Mrs. Potter?" President Quahog asked. Quahog asked, moving to the table and taking a seat. He somehow made the plain white metal chairs look elegant just by sitting down. With a swift motion, he removed the lid from the box, revealing it was filled with neatly typed reports. Not much of an advantage after all. Ahem. President Quahog cleared his throat and picked up the top report. September 9, 2003. Subject Harry Potter reportedly seen disapparating from Pine Hill Road in Forks, Washington. Witness statements made by Michelle and Daniel Norris, citizens of Forks, Washington. Report filed by Auror Brian Cassidy. He glanced up from the report, fixing Harry with an even look. "I can fetch him if you'd like to speak with him yourself, or I can continue." "No," Harry replied with a sigh, leaning back in his chair. Bella quickly followed his lead. "Look, I might have made a few." One of the Aurors flanking the president scoffed quietly, prompting a glare from Harry as anger bubbled up inside him. "A few accidents," he continued tersely, but I don't think that really warrants being arrested, does it? Mr. Potter. The president laced his hands together on the table and leaned forward. This is merely a friendly discussion. We have yet to decide on your charges. Harry crossed his arms and sat back in his seat, his wand still firmly in his hand. I see, he said coolly. So you left us in here all night for a friendly discussion? That was a miscommunication on our part, the president replied, attempting what was probably meant to be a friendly smile. Harry didn't trust him any more than he trusted Thickness, Scrimgeour, or Fudge. The only leader of the magical community he could rely on was Kingsley, who had earned that trust by fighting tooth and nail for the order against Voldemort. This man's smile might seem welcoming, but his gaze was unwavering as he slowly assessed Harry. I advised my Aurors not to speak with you until I arrived, Quahog continued. Good morning, on my day off, no less, Harry said, his voice steady. I didn't intend for you and your wife to be left injured and in interrogation all night. A simple misunderstanding, then, the president replied coolly. Precisely, he added, a wide smile spreading across his face. Harry felt the urge to scoff but managed to hold his composure. He kept his gaze locked on the president, waiting for him to get to the point. If the president of Makusa had come to see him on his day off, it was clear he wanted something. After a moment, the man cleared his throat and glanced between Harry and Bella. Can I have someone fetch you something to eat or drink? Water, soda? I know you Brits love your tea. You must be hungry after such a busy day yesterday. A busy day barely scratched the surface, and Harry didn't bother to correct him. It hadn't been just a busy day, it had been a nightmare. He had always thought he could handle anything, even when Snape had accused him of arrogance. But when Bella warned him about the dangers, he'd laughed it off. And now? He could have killed her. He had nearly done just that. He had hurt himself too, of course, but that was secondary to the fear that had gripped him when he thought of Bella. He could still remember the impact, the way his head struck the tree before everything went black. When he woke up, he was bruised, bloodied, and sporting a new scar across his chest. But Bella? She could have closed her eyes and never woken up again, all because of him. And instead of returning home for some bruise balm and a proper checkup from Hermione and Molly, she had to endure this interrogation all night. No thanks, Harry replied, trying to keep his voice calm. What I'd really like to know is what we're doing here because my wife is injured, and she needs to get home. The president turned to Bella, who looked worse for wear. Her hair was matted with dried blood, whether it was hers or Harry's, he couldn't tell, and her face bore bruises that matched his own. A small part of him was relieved not to be wearing his glasses, as it spared him the sight of their injuries. Harry couldn't bring himself to look at her in detail, guilt washed over him every time he did. Understood, Mr. Potter. The president leaned forward, and Harry sensed they were finally getting to the heart of the matter. Why did you move here? What? Harry squinted in confusion. Why does that matter? Well, it's quite curious, isn't it? The president smiled again. You're a hero, a beloved national figure in the United Kingdom. You defeated a powerful dark wizard. I imagine you could have your pick of jobs, perhaps even become their minister when the time came. From what I understand, you had loyal friends and family there, even a metamorphmagus godson. And yet, you gave all that up to move to America and befriend a clan of vampires and a pack of shapeshifters? You can understand how many of us are confused about your motives. My motives? Harry repeated blankly. Why did he know so much about Harry? Sure, he was a bit famous, but it felt unsettling. You make it sound like I'm on some sort of watch list, Bella said softly from her seat beside him. The president spread his hands wide before lacing them back together in front of him. Did you think the wizard who defeated Tom Riddle could just move here without us keeping an eye on him? Harry felt a brief flicker of respect that the president didn't refer to Voldemort by name before he processed the implication. You think I'm, what? A threat? Harry laughed. Why did everyone think he was out to get them? That's absurd. I didn't move here to become some Dark Lord. I moved here because I have family in Washington and needed a break from England. And the vampires and shapeshifters are my friends and family, Harry said, realizing it wasn't funny anymore that his presence had drawn Makus's attention toward the La Push pack or the Cullens. Let me guess, Harry began, curling his. Harry wrinkled his lip in disgust. You think they're dark creatures? I do not, the president replied, his voice calm and composed. But I do think they are powerful beings allied with a very influential wizard. Maybe you just don't understand what friendship is, Bella suggested quietly. Harry and those powerful creatures spend most of their time drinking, studying, and just hanging out like normal teenagers. The president hummed softly. Do they? They do, Bella insisted, her tone growing firmer. Harry even has an Xbox. Technically, it was a gift from Emmett and Rosalie. But during a game with Embry and Quill, Harry had gotten lazy, summoned a drink, and accidentally blown the Xbox up. The worst part was that Embry had been in the lead and claimed victory when the game ended abruptly. The president didn't seem amused, and Harry felt no need for Bella to defend him. Look, Harry said, trying to smile, but it came out more like an exhausted grimace. He let it fade quickly. I just came here to be a normal bloke. Go to school, make some friends. Marry a nomage you've only known for a year. Well. Harry reached over, grabbing Bella's hand and squeezing it tightly. When you know, you know. And when you don't want your best friend to be obliviated, you lie and hope nobody checks. And you're fine with Mr. Potter's vampire lover? The president asked Bella curiously. The aurors by the wall shifted, and Harry sensed disapproval radiating from one of them. He snorted, realizing the president was trying to create a divide between them to uncover Harry's motives for moving here. Bella, however, remained unflappable. I do, she said, squeezing Harry's hand and offering him a warm smile that made the guilt twist in his stomach. Harry's bisexual, and we agreed on an open marriage from the get-go. Jesus Christ. Harry struggled to suppress his reaction. That was an embarrassing thing to say, especially with one of the aurors barely holding back laughter. I see, the president said, looking mildly amused but mostly appeased. He stood up and smiled blandly down at them. Well, I suppose we'll just wait and see what charges our prosecuting department wants to bring against you, Mr. Potter. Great, Harry gritted out. Can Bella go home? She didn't break the law. I was with him the whole time, Bella interjected quickly, cutting off the president. So if he broke the law, then so did I. It felt like Harry's stupidity was contagious. Suit yourself, the president replied as he moved toward the wall, addressing the aurors over his shoulder. The prosecutor will be in Monday morning. Are you sure you wouldn't like something to eat? Awesome. A couple of hours after the president left, 3 more aurors entered the room, carrying a case of soda and brown bags filled with what smelled like warm burgers and chips. Harry checked his watch in surprise, thinking it was still morning, and groaned when he saw it was already noon. They had left at 5 on Saturday. Jasper was probably worried sick. Do we get a phone call or something? Harry asked the silent aurors as they set the food on the table in front of them, food that Harry had no intention of touching. Isn't that a thing in the States? One free phone call. It is, Bella replied quickly. We both get a phone call. The aurors exchanged a quick glance, and Harry got the distinct impression that their detainment was already considered a unique scenario. We'll ask, Mr. Potter, one of them said. Just sit tight. Bella clicked her tongue after they walked through the wall. It's like they can't decide if they're afraid of you or if they want you to like them, she said, cracking open a can of soda. Scary Harry and his clan of creatures. Harry waited until Bella took a drink before asking, what's the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to you? Bella blinked at him. Why? Not Veritaserum then, he thought. He grabbed a soda and took a long drink, slumping back in his chair and staring up at the ceiling. Never mind. They had made a dent in the food by the time an Auror returned, carrying a slim metal cell phone and a large stone basin filled with green flames. Portable fluid dialer. Just put your face in front of it, and it'll connect you, he explained, setting both items on the table before taking a seat across from Harry. You each get one call, 5 minutes. Bella looked at Harry, who hesitated. They could make a collective 2 calls. Do you know Jasper's cell number? He asked. Bella bit her lower lip and shook her head. Harry sighed and pulled the fluid dialer closer. Grim old place. Harry? He hoped Ron would answer, especially since Hermione had just warned him about using magic around muggles last week. She had said she wouldn't help him, and he wouldn't ask her to. Hey, Hermione, he said, trying to smile, but Hermione gasped. What happened to you? She cried. Harry, where are you? Jasper's been calling everyone. Jacob. I'm being detained by Makusa, Harry said quickly. My phone broke. Can you let Jasper know? Detained? Hermione's shrill voice echoed in the room, intensifying Harry's throbbing headache. Harry, what did you do? I don't have a lot of time to explain, he hedged. Can you just let Jasper know where we are? Please. We? Hermione's head turned back and forth in the miniature flow. Who's we? Hi, Hermione, Bella called cheerfully. Harry wrecked his car, and now we're in jail. Hermione closed her eyes for a moment, processing the news. Harry huffed, rolling his eyes. Hermione, you ungodly, insufferable moron. Hermione, can you get a hold of him or not? Harry pressed, feeling the urgency of their situation. I only get 5 bloody minutes, and I won't even know my charges until tomorrow morning. Hermione's eyes flashed with concern. What? Why? An Auror cleared his throat and glanced down at his watch. I've got to go, Harry said hastily. Just tell Jasper, all right? Hermione growled at him, a low, frustrated sound, and then disconnected the call without even saying goodbye or confirming she'd do it. He should have expected that. After all, she had warned him she wouldn't be helping him if he got arrested. Harry slid the cell phone across the table to Bella. Might as well call Charlie. He's going to be mad as hell. Bella smiled slightly and shook her head as she dialed her dad. Harry could only catch snippets of the conversation, but it was almost as awkward as hearing Harry's bisexual. Hey, Dad, it's me. No, I broke it. I know, I'm sorry I didn't call sooner, but I'm with Harry. Probably not for a couple of days. Don't freak out. Harry. Bella glanced at Harry and grinned mischievously. Harry's been having a hard time lately and decided to go camping for a few days. I couldn't let him go alone. You know how he is, he'll get drunk and fall off a cliff. Bella laughed. Exactly. Of course. I'll be back when I can. Love you too. She ended the call and slid the phone back to Harry. He isn't mad, she said calmly. He told you to be careful and that he'll see us when we get back. Thanks, Harry replied, rolling his eyes as he watched the Auror grin and take the portable flu and phone from the room. What now? Bella asked. Harry checked his watch. It was 3 o'clock. Now we wait, he sighed. Being a criminal was apparently really boring. Harry and Bella were on their 91st game of. Harry and Bella were in the middle of a game of rock, paper, scissors when someone else entered the room. It was the president. I thought it was your day off. Harry asked, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. After all, he had already been arrested and detained. What more could they do to him? It is, the president replied, pushing aside some of the clutter Harry had left on the table as he took a seat. I received an interesting flow call while I was at home. Harry waited for the president to elaborate, but when it became clear he was expecting Harry to prompt him, Harry shifted his focus back to Bella and raised his fist. Bella grinned and mirrored his gesture. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Dang. Harry scowled as Bella's scissors cut through his paper. Again? We've decided not to prosecute you. Oh, great. Harry stood up, his relief evident. On a few conditions. Not great. Harry sat back down, his expression shifting. What conditions? He asked flatly. The president cleared his throat and pulled a piece of paper from his inner suit pocket. After speaking with Minister Shacklebolt and having him fill me in on your conditions. My what? Harry interjected, taken aback. I am not delicate. The president raised an eyebrow and continued, Minister Shacklebolt mentioned that you are suffering from PTSD, survivor's guilt, depression, intermixed with bouts of mania, anxiety, insomnia, and alcoholism. Hermione. Harry was going to have a word with her. He is, Bella chimed in. Harry did fight in a war, you know, and was subsequently struck by the killing curse for the second time in his life. The president nodded at Harry's forehead, which caused these difficulties. Harry clenched his teeth and gave a terse nod. Who cared if they thought he was crazy? Plenty of people had thought so at various points in his life. This wasn't anything new. Maybe, he conceded, but go on. We would rather not send a mentally ill, well-known war hero to prison, the president said, his tone calm, as if his words weren't an insult. I have two offers for you, Mr. Potter, one that I believe you may find quite appealing. Harry had never liked anything the ministry had decided for him, but he certainly preferred it to the idea of prison. The first offer, regarding the 18 counts of breaching the International Statute of Secrecy, is a position within our ranks. Our head Auror, Elliot Benson, has expressed a willingness to train you and help you address both your mental health issues and your extensive magical powers. Next, Harry interrupted, his reluctance clear. He had no interest in working for Makusa, and he suspected the offer stemmed from concerns about his motives rather than genuine help. Why couldn't anyone believe him when he said he just wanted a break from England? The second offer is a fine of 100 galleons for each breach, along with monthly check-ins with our probation department for the next 2 years. So, I believe the first offer would be. Yeah, I'll take the second one, Harry replied quickly. I don't have the money on me, but I can go to the bank and get it. The president and Bella both looked stunned. Perhaps you misunderstood me, Mr. Potter, the president said slowly. We would like you to accept employment with us as an Auror. I'm sure you can agree, you have a talent for it. No thanks, Harry said firmly. I'd rather just pay the fine and do the check-ins. Harry, that's 1,800 galleons, Bella whispered, as if he couldn't do the math. Even with the currency exchange, that's a lot of money. Harry was fairly certain it was significantly less than what he would spend on replacing 2 cell phones and buying a new car, but he didn't want to sound like a fool. It's fine, Harry said quickly. Can I bring it to the first check-in, or do you want it today? He glanced at his watch and grimaced. It's, a bit late, actually. It was 9:15, and Harry had been awake long enough that he struggled to remember how long it had been since he left home on Saturday. If you're certain, the president replied, disappointment creeping into his voice. You may bring the full payment to your first check-in on March 10th. The probation office is on the 3rd floor. He slid a paper across the table to Harry and pulled a gold pen from his pocket. Sign an initial here and here, he instructed, pointing to the designated spots. Harry sighed but complied. The president took the paper back and waved his hand, causing the solid wall to shimmer and reveal a door. This will take you directly to the apparition office, he explained. I'm glad we were able to resolve this without any conflicts. Me too, Harry said, eager to get home, help Bella heal, and take a shower. Thanks. He offered Bella a hand, and they both quickly moved toward the door, not wanting to linger. "Mr. Potter?" Harry turned back, raising an eyebrow. "Yeah?" The president gave him the first genuinely friendly smile Harry had seen from him throughout the meeting. It reached his light blue eyes and warmed them slightly. "We will need you to return at some point to obtain American citizenship and an apparition license, if you wouldn't mind." Harry laughed and extended his hand. "I will," he promised. "Thank you, sir." As Harry and Bella stepped into the apparition office, they were greeted by another Auror. Harry thought this might be one of the officers who had arrested them initially, but they all looked and dressed similarly enough that he began to suspect a glamour was at work. "Right through here," the man said, pointing to a platform in the middle of the room. "If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Potter, we do have an apparition point in Seattle." "Where could we possibly be?" Bella asked, her eyes wide with surprise. "New York, ma'am," the Auror replied. Bella's jaw dropped. "I've always wanted to see New York. And you're telling me my first trip here is to jail?" The Auror offered her a small smile. "Merely interrogation, ma'am. Our prison is in Quebec." "Cool," Harry muttered. "I'm returning my bloody citizenship card to Canada, then." He grasped Bella's hand tightly and nodded at the Auror. "Good riddance, mate." With a pop, Harry and Bella disappeared, not to Seattle, but straight into his living room. Harry staggered upon landing, and Bella actually collapsed to the floor. "Damn," Harry swore. He struggled to keep Bella upright as he surveyed the empty living room. Where the hell was Jasper? He hesitated for just a moment before sighing and heading to the fireplace. He quickly lit a fire and tossed in some flu powder, then lifted Bella into the flames with him. He needed to get her healed first, and then he could track down Jasper and fill him in on the absurdity of their weekend adventure. It was an easy choice where to go. Hermione would lecture him, and she'd told Kingsley that Harry had some sort of mental deficiencies. Which, he probably did, but he didn't appreciate her saying it. Molly, on the other hand, would just tisk at them, heal them, and maybe even feed them. "The burrow," he declared. Chapter 27, Missing, One Adorable Wizard. Backtracking a little here. Saturday, February 26th. It was oddly peaceful running with Jacob and Jared. Jasper had anticipated it would be uncomfortable after Harry went home, but so far, it had been entirely pleasant. Jacob proved to be an excellent leader, surprisingly. The temperamental, loud, rambunctious teenager was more calm and focused than Jasper had expected. They had been running the perimeter of Forks and La Push for hours, following the scent of the vampire. Jasper quietly shared his suspicion that it was Victoria, but he could also detect traces of Lauren's presence. There was another scent entirely unique, which made Jasper suspect that Victoria wasn't working alone. As much as it pained him, when Paul and Sam arrived to swap out with Jacob and Jared, Jasper knew he needed to go home. The sky was beginning to darken, and if he didn't cook dinner, or if Harry didn't order pizza, then Harry wouldn't eat. "He must be thinking about Harry if he's smiling," Jacob remarked before yawning and pulling on a pair of terry cloth shorts he had tied around his ankle. Jared shot Jasper a look he probably thought was subtle, but Jasper maintained his peaceful smile. Jared could be as envious and confused as he wanted. Harry wore Jasper's ring on his finger. "I was thinking that Harry will likely be hungry and waiting for me to get home," Jasper replied. "Are you coming, Jacob?" Jacob considered it for a moment. "Are you cooking?" Despite the stench, Jasper found himself fond of Jacob. "Do you think Harry will?" He chuckled. "Does Harry not cook?" Jared asked as Paul and Sam shifted and took off. "Supposedly," Jacob said, using his fingers to emphasize his belief, "Harry is an excellent cook. But I've never eaten anything he's made." "I'll cook," Jasper promised. He felt mature, every bit of his 170 years, as he politely added, "Jared, You're welcome to join. All right, Jared said, surprised and pleased as he clapped Jasper on the shoulder. Thanks, bro, race you there. Jasper paused for a moment as the two of them transformed in a flurry of fur, and then he took off. He was determined not to be outpaced by two teenage werewolf shapeshifters. In fact, he was quite smugly waiting for them in the backyard when they finally emerged from the tree lean, huffing and trying to cover their exposed nudity with their hands. Stupid speedy leech, Jacob grumbled, a good-natured smile on his face. Mind grabbing us some shorts? I'd hate to make Harry blush. Jasper tossed each of them a pair of shorts he had thoughtfully prepared in advance. Harry isn't home, he informed them. Isabella's truck is here, though, so I assume he's out with her. Cool. They'll probably come back with some crazy story, Jacob laughed. The two of them followed Jasper inside, settling comfortably on the kitchen bar stools while he began to pull various ingredients from the cabinets to prepare dinner. They chatted about their patrols, their pack, and their plans, surprisingly including Jasper in the conversation as he cooked. It felt odd. Jasper was used to Harry, his best friend and soulmate. He was accustomed to Emmett, Rosalie, Alice, and Edward, who were his siblings and friends. He knew Peter and Charlotte, his partners in battle and friends. Perhaps Harry would want to meet them during spring break next month. But this friendship, with no other label, was unfamiliar. Jacob was Jasper's fiancé's cousin, but the other members of their pack had made themselves quite at home in Jasper's house since October, without any clear labels to define their friendship. It wasn't until the chicken was simmering in sauce and the noodles were cooking that Jasper finally found an opening to ask. Something he'd been wanting to know. Jacob? Yeah. Is it not? Jasper struggled to find a polite way to phrase his question. Odd to you that Sam has so fully accepted Harry and me on your land and in your pack? He didn't need to mention that just a few weeks ago, he had been prepared to wage war against Harry. Nope. Jasper leaned against the kitchen counter, watching Jacob's unwavering confidence with a mix of curiosity and disbelief. No? Why? Is it because Harry was able to heal Emily? Dude. Jared shook his head at Jasper, a bright smile on his face. You have no idea how much that meant to them. Those scars were Sam's biggest regret in life. Jacob furrowed his brows in thought. It's more than that too, he said slowly. It's like I said, you and Harry are one of us, and I've sort of forced Sam to adopt that same mindset. He rapped his knuckles against the counter in agitation, a flicker of guilt crossing his face, but Jasper brushed it aside with a sense of calm. When you're alpha and we're all connected, it's like I'm making the guys see things through my eyes. They still have their own opinions, or whatever, but in wolf mode, all those opinions are influenced by mine. Jasper took a moment to consider this while stirring the pasta. That's a heavy weight to bear, he replied honestly. If Jacob weren't such an open and kind person, it could be catastrophic. Why, then, did you all still associate with Harry while Sam was alpha? Suddenly, Jared burst into laughter, his mood shifting to one of amusement. Jasper, you can sense emotions, right? Jasper tilted his head, intrigued. So you know that I've got a bit of a crush on your fiancé. Jared said this so casually, despite the hint of embarrassment in his voice. Jasper could have chosen to ease his discomfort, but he decided to let it hang in the air. Well, when Sam was fighting with you guys a few weeks ago, Paul and I didn't leave wolf mode just to be naked in front of everyone. Of Harry, Jared continued, his cheeks slightly flushed. It's easier not to let the alpha's opinion influence us when we're not in wolf mode. Jasper hummed thoughtfully as he strained the pasta. That actually made a lot of sense. I apologize, Jared. I honestly thought you just enjoyed being nude in front of Harry. Oh, I do, Jared admitted without a hint of shame. Dude, I think I'm gay. It was such an obviously absurd statement that Jasper couldn't help but chuckle, while Jacob burst into laughter as if he'd just heard the funniest joke ever. Nah, you're just Harry sexual, Jacob said with a grin, clapping Jared on the shoulder. Don't worry, bro, I'm starting to think it's a common reaction. Jasper held back an amused smile. It seemed that Harry's effortless charm was a powerful force. The most notable victims of this phenomenon included Jared, Draco Malfoy, and even the chief of police, who often seemed so protective that Jasper wondered if the man was fully aware of his own emotions. Once Jasper finished cooking, he quickly sent a text to both Harry and Isabella before allowing Jacob and Jared to demolish his hard work. Do you know what time you'll be home? There's dinner here. Ding. Message not delivered. Jasper frowned at his phone. He sent Isabella a separate text to make sure it went through. Did Harry break his phone again? Ding. Message not delivered. He's making another face, Jared mock whispered to Jacob. And I don't think it's a Harry's so pretty face. Harry is not pretty, Jasper scoffed absently, still puzzled about why Isabella's phone was disconnected from the network Harry set her up on. Harry is perfection. And I believe he broke Isabella's phone. Yeah, Jacob said, reaching for the bowl of pasta. Jasper let him take it this time. Harry's magic always breaks electronics. What time is it? Jasper couldn't tell him that it was. Jasper's frown deepened as the phone in his hand vibrated. When he saw Alice's bright smile on the screen, a wave of unease washed over him, and he felt an irrational urge to smash the device. He resisted the impulse and answered, bringing the phone to his ear. Isabella's dead, and Harry's either dead or invincible. Jacob dropped the ceramic bowl he was holding, and both he and Jared instantly shifted from shock to alertness, mirroring Jasper's own rising panic. Highway 36, mile marker 54, Port Angeles. The wolves were on 4 furry legs, sprinting through the woods as Jasper focused entirely on finding Harry. He tried to block out his emotions, just as he used to do so effortlessly. Ignore the emotions, find the target. Ignore the fear, focus on the task. It had worked before. But now, fear coursed through him like ice in his veins. Not Harry. Not my Harry. Not Harry. I'm pretty sure I can't die, Harry had once said. Jasper had often wondered if that meant Harry, with his beating heart and flowing blood, simply couldn't die, or if he couldn't be killed. Harry's either dead or invincible. 8 minutes and 37 seconds had passed since Jasper hung up on his sister when an ear-splitting howl from Jacob shattered the stillness of the woods. Fuck. Jacob phased mid-stride. I gotta go, Jasper. Fuck. He shouted. It's Leah and Seth, their dad is being taken to the hospital, and we need someone to replace them on patrols. They found the red-headed vampire, and she's trying to get onto the res. Go, Jasper replied, his voice firm but distracted. I'll call you. Jacob either nodded or didn't. Jasper couldn't tell because he was already running at full speed, with Jared panting hard to keep up. As they neared the area Alice had directed them to, Jasper didn't need to check the mile markers. He could smell Harry everywhere. The entire section of the forest was alive with his scent. The air was thick with the unmistakable scent of Harry, so intense that Jasper felt unsteady. It flooded his senses, mixing with the tingling essence of Harry's magic, which sent icy chills coursing through his veins. For once, he felt strangely unaffected by the scent of Isabella's blood, overshadowed by the overwhelming fear for Harry. Jared let out a soft whine, his nose twitching at another smell that clung to the darkened leaves, smoke. He instinctively retreated deeper into the shadows of the forest, while Jasper silently moved closer to the peculiar blend of sounds that beckoned from the direction where Harry's scent was strongest. As Jasper skirted the tree line, his heart raced. If it could beat, it would be hammering in his chest. He took in the scene before him in a split second, Harry's beloved car, now crushed and unrecognizable. The glossy red paint had turned a charred black as men stood by with hoses, dousing the smoldering wreckage. Up the hill, a guardrail lay ripped and dangling, with the missing piece lying on the ground beside the car, stained with dark red blood. Blood splattered across the tree that had ensnared the vehicle, at a height that suggested a body had flown through the shattered windshield during the crash. A large smear of blood led away from the passenger side of the car to a tree 15 feet away. Jared's voice broke through the tension, strained and alarmed, startling Jasper from his thoughts. "Who told you Harry and Bella died?" he whispered. "Alice." The name sent a shiver down Jasper's spine. He stepped back, careful to remain hidden from the firefighters working on the car, and pulled out his phone. His fingers moved steadily as he dialed Alice, despite the turmoil inside him. "Hello?" Her voice was barely above a whisper, and Jasper paused, taken aback. When had Alice ever answered her phone like that? He couldn't sense her emotions through the line, but even Jared could feel the tension hanging in the air. Jasper felt the weight of Alice's heartache. "Can you?" He closed his eyes, steeling himself for the question he needed to ask. "Can you see him at all, Alice?" He was certain Isabella was gone. Only Harry, with his immense magic, could survive something like this, if he was still alive. "Yeah. I see him. I don't know how far in the future it is, but Harry's either alive, or you're watching movies in his house with his identical twin. Thank you, God." But the flat tone in Alice's voice suggested the news about Isabella wasn't as hopeful. "Isabella is graduating high school in May, I think." Jasper exchanged a startled glance with Jared. It seemed unlikely that both Harry and Isabella could have walked away from such a terrible accident. "You think?" Jasper pressed, trying to make sense of Alice's flat, aching voice. "Alice, what's going on?" "I don't know." Alice shrieked. "I don't know anything about you or Harry or Isabella because your futures are filled with sparkling white gaps and dark black holes." Jared mouthed, "What the hell?" at a similarly bewildered Jasper. "Black holes?" Jasper asked, intrigued by the one part of Alice's words that didn't make sense to him. Her tone was a different matter entirely. "I thought Harry's magic was always white." "It is," Alice hissed. "But you three idiots did something back in October that added a bunch of black holes to your futures, and now I can't see anything. And it's not my fault if some people start watching my visions and interpreting them however they want." Back in October? Could Alice really not see the pack? "Are you able to see Harry's cousin Jacob right now?" Jasper inquired. "No," she replied slowly after a moment of silence. "It's all black." "What did you do?" Jared slowly smiled, clearly understanding the implications of Alice's words. "Nothing," Jasper said smoothly. "So you are able to see Isabella at her graduation and Harry and me watching movies together in the future, correct?" "Correct." "Perfect. Harry must." Jasper felt a wave of relief wash over him. Somehow, Harry had managed to heal himself and Isabella. His shoulders relaxed as the tension eased away. His beloved was alive, likely making his way home right now, and Harry's best friend was safe. Harry wouldn't have to mourn her too soon. In fact, he might even be excited about shopping for a new car. Jasper imagined taking him overseas to show him vehicles that America hadn't even dreamed of yet. Just moments ago, he thought his entire world was collapsing. "Thank you, Alice," he said gratefully. "Someone is dead, though. I see Harry at a funeral, which is why I thought it was Bella. I saw the car flip. Harry went through the windshield and landed on the guardrail. He should have died. Then everything went white. I saw Bella, pale and unmoving in the hospital, and then everything went white again. Then I saw Harry at a funeral, and everything went black. Now, when I try to focus on Harry or Bella, everything is white, but with you, it's all black." Jasper furrowed his brows and began pacing, trying to make sense of Alice's visions and her tone. "Alice, I don't understand," he said bluntly. "If you can see Isabella graduating, then she didn't die, right? These gaps in your vision are inconvenient, but if Harry and Bella are visible, even in brief flashes, then it's not all bad. Edward was with us when I saw it, Alice replied quietly, her voice cracking. And now his future keeps changing and disappearing. Ask her where Harry and Bella are now, Jared whispered. Who's with you? Alice asked, her attention sharpening as she heard the question clearly. Who is U.S.? Jasper countered, trying to keep his voice steady and not sound too guilty. He wasn't guilty of anything more than being part of a pack of shapeshifters and having his name removed from an ancient treaty that now allowed him to travel on land his family had been banned from. And, of course, not telling any of them about any of this. I'm coming to you, Alice snapped. I'll meet you at your house in 5 minutes, and then you're going to tell me whatever secrets you've been keeping, Jasper. Jasper immediately took off running, with Jared phasing in and following closely behind. I thought you were in Romania, he said, trying to buy some time. Where is everyone? Edward took off when he mentally eavesdropped on my visions. Rose and Emmett are still in Spain. Carlisle and Esme are in Poland. And Charlie has a flu I can use to get to your house, Alice replied smugly. So, I'll see you in 5 minutes, and we can clear up all these secrets. Delightful, Jasper thought, groaning. He glanced at the wolf running beside him. Could you let Jacob know that Alice and his future brother-in-law will be at my house? Tell him to stay away until I sort this out with her. Jared let out a barking laugh and nodded, then cocked his head at Jasper, silently asking a question. Alice is clairvoyant, Jasper explained as they ran. And I wouldn't mention it if I wasn't planning to tell her about you. Jared let out a low growl of dissent. Understandable, Jasper replied casually. But Alice was with Charlie Weasley, Ginny's brother, and he already knows about Jacob's abilities. I won't go into details about your. Jared barked and sniffed the air, prompting a smile from Jasper. Our pack then, he said. Alice isn't my enemy, nor is she yours. It seems she's as unable to see you all as she is unable to see Harry when he uses magic. Jared yipped, clearly pleased. Quite, Jasper hummed in agreement. It's absurd when you think about it. I believe it's the same magic in your and Harry's veins that keeps you hidden. Wasn't it the same magic that created the race of vampires? Jasper looked up at the sky as they ran. Why create beings and gift them with magic yet force them? The enemies we now know don't need to be. Jasper barely had to reach out with his senses to sense Jared's confusion. He offered a small smile. Forget I said anything. I have a terrible habit of getting overly philosophical at the most unnecessary times. Jared snorted, and Jasper chuckled softly. As they neared Forks, he slowed down, giving Jared an amused look. Maybe if you could control those lust-filled emotions around my eternal partner, we'd be better friends, he teased. Please let Jacob know that Harry and Isabella are alive, and I'll text him once I've cleared the air. Jared flashed a wolfish grin and winked before heading toward La Push, while Jasper continued home. He hoped Harry would arrive soon. He wanted to see for himself that Harry was uninjured, alive, and well. Knowing Harry, though, he might have left the car to burn while he and Isabella continued on their way to wherever they had initially intended to go. As soon as Jasper stepped inside, he considered opening the windows to dissipate the overwhelming scent of a shapeshifter that lingered. Just then, the fireplace flared to life with a green flame, and Alice appeared. Jazz, she began, but then her expression shifted as she crinkled her nose, surveying the living room. What is that smell? Jasper gestured toward the sofa. Perhaps you'd like to sit? Tell me about Charlie and Romania first. Alice smiled sweetly as she settled onto the plush navy sofa. Or maybe you could explain why your house smells like wet dog, why everyone's futures are tangled in black holes, and why we used to share everything but suddenly you're keeping secrets. Jasper maintained a calm expression as he took Harry's favorite chair. They aren't necessarily my secrets, he replied carefully. Harry has a knack for befriending the most unusual characters. Such as... Alice prompted. Jasper sighed. Such as his cousin, the grandson of Ephraim Black, the current alpha leader of the Quileute pack of shapeshifters, is also Ginny Weasley's soulmate. Alice blinked, genuinely shocked. It was a rare occurrence to catch her off guard. I thought that line had gone extinct, she breathed, running a hand through her spiky black hair. Her gaze turned distant as she stared over Jasper's shoulder at the wall. I can't see Jacob or Ginny at all. I never even realized they'd become black holes in my vision. A natural defense against their ancient enemy, Jasper replied lightly. So, how was Romania? Alice was far more easily distracted than Rosalie. While she talked, Jasper sent a text to Jacob, letting him know he could return home whenever he liked and apologizing for the temporary ban. NP bro gonna stay here tonight. Leah/Seth's dad had a heart attack. Passed away before he got to the hospital. Let me know when Harry gets home. Jasper frowned sadly at his phone. He had never met either of the Clearwater siblings in Jacob's pack, but Harry had spoken highly of Leah. Their father, Harry Clearwater, had been one of the council members who voted in favor of Harry and Jasper during the last meeting. Oh. Alice's eyes went distant, interrupting her story about riding a dragon with Charlie. Jasper moved closer, placing a soothing hand on her shoulder as she began to radiate anxiety, fear, terror, and misery. Not Harry, not Harry, not. It's Edward, Alice murmured, still gazing into the future. He's traveling. She squinted, trying to focus. He's either coming here to confront Harry, everything goes white, or he's going to Italy. Confronting Harry? Going to Italy? Jasper gently pulled his hand away from Alice and cupped her face, urging her to focus on him. Alice, what? He thinks she's dead, Alice murmured, still lost in the vision. What happens if he doesn't have his phone? Can I send? No. Damn it, Edward. Alice blinked, refocusing her thoughts. He thinks Bella is dead, she groaned, burying her face in her hands. He was upset when he left. We thought the same thing after seeing my visions. We believed she died in that car wreck. Why would he be confronting? Jasper paused, slowly piecing together the implications of Alice's words. He was going to attack Harry? He snarled. No. Well, yes. Alice shook her head, her despair deepening. He didn't want revenge, not really. I think he wanted Harry to hurt him. He looked desperate and broken. Then why Italy? Jasper asked, confusion etched on his face. Alice, I don't understand. I don't either. Alice snapped, lifting her face to glare at him. You all expect me to be perfect, and how can I be when Harry and Jacob are ruining my vision? Jasper hoped Harry would return soon. Let's calm down, he said lightly, working to soothe their emotions. I apologize, Alice. I don't expect perfection. Start from the beginning and tell me what happened with Edward. Alice took a deep breath, curling into Jasper's side a little. He saw my vision of Bella in the hospital. He thought she died just like I did. He took off, and his future became a blur. But I wasn't paying attention to that. I was focused on Harry and Bella. Understandable, Jasper said, wrapping a comforting arm around her and encouraging her to continue. And now? Now he's either coming here to provoke Harry into killing him, which Harry would never do, or he's going to Italy for something. I can't call him, he broke his phone. When I try to imagine Carlisle going to tell him that Bella is alive, I can't see him finding Edward. Okay. Jasper gently stroked Alice's hair. I'll call Rosalie and see if she can find him. He pulled out his phone and dialed. Rosalie answered the phone, placing it on speaker. What now? She sighed. We're a bit busy, Jasper. You have to find Edward and tell him that Isabella is alive, Jasper urged, speaking quickly. He misinterpreted one of Alice's visions and is out there without any way to contact us. Have Harry send him a message with his ghost deer, Rosalie suggested, and Jasper could practically hear her rolling her eyes. We are busy, Jasper. Jasper felt a wave of apprehension. He knew Rosalie would not take this news lightly. Harry isn't home, he explained carefully. He wrecked his car earlier because he thought Alice's vision was about Isabella's death, and he hasn't come back yet. 1, 2. You lost Harry? I did not lose him, Jasper snapped. He's just not returning home right now. He glanced at Alice, raising a hopeful eyebrow, but she shook her head in confusion. It seemed she couldn't see when Harry would return. Will you go find Edward, Rosalie? He's in a really bad place and might be heading here to provoke Harry, or he could be going to Italy. Italy? What's in Italy? Besides the Volturi? Tourist traps, Jasper quipped. Can you please go? He left Charlie Weasley's home in Romania about an hour ago, and he isn't carrying his phone. Fine. Rosalie sighed heavily, grumbling about her dramatic brothers and wishing Carlisle had made her an only child. Call me when Harry gets home. I'll call you if we find Edward. But if he tries to fight Harry, tell him I'll rip him to pieces. Jasper smiled. I will, he assured her. Just call me when you find Edward. After hanging up with Rosalie, Jasper turned to Alice with a smile. See? This is all reparable, Alice. I'll feel better when Harry's home and Rosalie finds Edward, Alice replied, curling up like a kitten on the sofa, her gaze fixed on the television with hazy eyes. Poke me if anything happens, she murmured. The night dragged on, and with no sign of Isabella or Harry, Jasper could feel his own anxiety rising. Have you heard from Harry today? He asked. No. Why? Is everything okay? Call me. Hello, Hermione, Jasper said pleasantly, trying to ease the tension he'd inadvertently caused. I apologize. I have no reason to believe that Harry isn't fine, he just hasn't come home yet. What time is it there? Hermione asked immediately. Jasper glanced at the clock on the wall. About 1:15 midnight. Is he with Jacob? No. Bella? Yes, Jasper replied. I believe he broke their phones, he added, choosing not to mention the car wreck that had caused all this chaos. I just wanted to know if you'd heard from him. No, she said, her voice calmer now. But Bella's more sensible than Harry. If they're together, they can't be doing anything too reckless. Jasper forced a laugh for Hermione's sake. Fair enough, he agreed, though he didn't fully believe it. I'll text you when he returns. Will you call me if you hear from him first? Sure. Tell Harry we love him, and you as well, of course. Good night. After hanging up, Jasper stared blankly at the phone. He doubted anything short of divine intervention could earn him friendship with werewolves or win Hermione Weasley's affection. Harry home? No. Will you ask Ginny if she's heard from him? I called her, she said no. Where is he? That was an excellent question. Jasper's anxious pacing was interrupted at 3 a.m. by a sharp knock at the door. The familiar scent of worry wafted through as he opened it, forcing a smile for the chief of police. Office Swan, you're looking for Isabella. Charlie Swan stood there in tattered sweatpants and a faded green jersey beneath his police-issued jacket. I am, he said gruffly. Jasper glanced over at Isabella's distinctive, old truck. Is she here? He asked, only feeling a small twinge of guilt as he projected a wave of disinterest, fatigue, and apathy toward Charlie. She fell asleep. I can tell her you stopped by when she wakes up. Charlie yawned, suddenly appearing as unconcerned as Jasper had hoped to make him feel. You do that, he murmured. I'll see you all later. Once Charlie walked away toward his home, Jasper closed the door and let out a sigh. If Harry and Isabella weren't back by 7, he would go looking for them. Just because Harry looked alive and well in Alice's visions didn't guarantee anything. Neither Harry nor Jasper aged, her vision could be decades into the future. Isabella might be well enough to attend graduation in a few months, but she could also be seriously hurt in the present. By 6, Jasper was out the door, swearing to Alice that she would call him if she saw a vision of Harry returning home. He spent hours trying to track Harry down, following his scent from the car accident, where his car was no longer found, clear to the nearby hospital. Jasper managed to charm the woman at registration into letting him check their records from the night before, but the closest entry he found was for Susan Bones, 19, car wreck, brought in by EMS. Why are there no test results under her name? He asked the woman, adding a hint of friendliness to encourage her response. She clicked on the screen and pointed at the notes. It says here she disappeared after the initial intake. Jasper interpreted that as Harry believing he could heal her more effectively than the hospital could. With that thought, he resumed tracking them. Anything? They were both definitely alive, but he couldn't see when Harry would get home. I'm sorry. Edward isn't coming here, he's going to Italy. Edward wasn't Jasper's main concern at the moment, but it was curious that a heartbroken vampire would choose such a location. Why? He might provoke the Volturi. Jasper froze in place, contemplating the implications. Jasper stood in the center of the sidewalk in Port Angeles, the faint traces of Harry and Isabella's scent lingering in the air. Why would Edward do something like this? Harry would show mercy if it was needed, especially since Isabella was apparently alive and well. But the Volturi wouldn't be so forgiving. Would Rosalie get there in time? Jasper checked the time, noon. Harry had been missing for hours, far too long. He knew Harry would never simply vanish without reason. He was kind and would understand Jasper's worry. As the minutes ticked by without a Patronus message or a call, Jasper's anxiety grew. I have to find Harry. Can you go back to Charlie and ask him to send a Patronus to Edward, letting him know Isabella is alive, and another to Harry, asking him to please contact me? Good idea. I'll call you soon. Jasper loved magic. He had tracked Harry and Isabella as far as he could, all the way to an alleyway in Port Angeles, before realizing their trail had vanished. They must have apparat from that spot. Is Harry home yet? No. Could you contact Molly? Maybe he went there. Hermione responded quickly, shaking her head. No, he hasn't been there. Where on earth had Jasper's wizard gone? Charlie can't produce a Patronus. Have him reach out to Hermione or Ron. I'm sure they can. Jasper was almost back to the house when Alice texted him again. Hermione isn't home. Ron said she got a flu call and took off to the ministry. He can't send Patronus messages clear across the world, mate, but he'll call around to their friends to see if he can find Harry. Jasper found that a bit strange. Harry never seemed to worry about sending his Patronus anywhere he pleased. Maybe Ron was just more cautious about the laws of secrecy than Harry was. I can't find Edward. What's Alice saying? He's going to Italy to provoke the Volturi. What? Why? No. Don't tell me. He thinks his mouse is gone and he's going to pull some Romeo stunt. God, I hate him. Where's Harry? I love him. Jasper silenced his texts from Rosalie, knowing she wouldn't appreciate his response. Is this payback for my disappearance after Isabella's birthday? I'm so sorry. Please come home. Please. I love you. Come home. Message not delivered. Jasper paced the living room, running his fingers through his hair as a wave of terrible worries washed over him. What if Harry was gravely injured? What if he had been kidnapped? Harry had mentioned that there were still Death Eaters lurking out there, making kidnapping a real possibility. What if he was too weak or disoriented from the wreck to find his way back? Or worse, what if he realized he was a god among men and decided he could do much better than Jasper but was too kind to say it to his face? He could have heard about Leah and Seth's father and gone to La Push to comfort his friends. Frustrated, Jasper shot a text off to Jacob and waited nearly 5 minutes before snarling and deciding to check La Push himself. It was late, almost 9 o'clock, but at least 2 of the wolves would be out patrolling against Victoria and could answer his questions. Just then, he received a text from Esme sent to the entire family. Has anyone heard from Edward? He's going to Italy. To provoke the Volturi? Why would Rosalie tell their mother that when Jasper only needed to find Harry? He could clear everything up with a single message delivered via stag. Don't worry, Harry can send him a message. So you found him then? Is Harry missing as well? Excellent work, Rosalie. Truly excellent. Jasper glanced at the clock. 10:09. Harry will be home at 11:07. I'll be back soon. Charlie is trying to help me get a port key to Italy. Thank you, Alice. I will ask him to send Edward a message. He could see Edward in Italy, a flash of anxiety gripping him as he imagined what could happen next. Edward shook his head as he walked over to speak with Arrow. Did he really not believe Harry? Jasper felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He glanced at Emmett's text, then quickly replied to Jacob. Harry will be home within the hour. Thank you. Tell him to maybe not disappear again. He hesitated, realizing he wouldn't actually call Harry a jerk, though the thought crossed his mind. Keeping his eyes on the clock, anxiety tightened around him. He needed to see Harry. He needed to see Isabella. Most of all, he had to find a way to prevent his brother from provoking the Volturi. 29 minutes felt like an eternity. Why had Harry vanished for over 24 hours? Why hadn't he reached out? And why hadn't Isabella contacted her father? Then there was Edward, provoking the ancient vampire royalty in Italy without any proof of Isabella's death beyond Alice's seemingly unreliable vision. At precisely 11:07, the fireplace in their living room flared green, and Harry stumbled out, nearly collapsing as guilt and exhaustion washed over him. What happened to you? Jasper asked, rushing to his side before Harry could even get both feet on the floor. Harry looked as if he'd been through hell. His face was marred with swollen purple bruises, and Jasper suspected the rest of his body bore the same marks, judging by his hunched shoulders. I got a haircut, Harry said weakly, holding up a purple bottle of some sort of potion. Jasper quickly scooped him up and carried him carefully to the couch. Then I wrecked my car. She's really done for this time, Jazz. I had to set her on fire. Then I died. Well, I died before I set the car on fire. After that, I went to the hospital with Bella. Then I was arrested. They released me because Kingsley made me sound fragile and mentally unstable. Oh, and I'm on probation. He blinked slowly at Jasper, his eyes heavy with fatigue, looking moments away from falling asleep right there on the couch. Jasper settled onto the couch and asked, Did I miss anything? Chapter 28, Volterra. Sunday, February 27th. Harry dragged himself from the sofa to the bathroom, using the mirror to apply bruise balm to his face while talking. Molly is mad at me, he said to Jasper, who leaned in the doorway, watching him intently. Bella was hurt, really bad, and it's my fault. Well, mine and Makussa's. She's still at the burrow, but she'll be fine. She was sleeping when I left. I just wanted to come home and make sure Hermione told you I was okay. He glanced from the mirror to Jasper's face. Did she? She did not. What? Harry scowled, returning to the potion. Probably because she got sidetracked telling bloody Kingsley that I'm a crazy person, he muttered darkly. He finished applying the balm and turned to Jasper. Did I get all the bruises? Jasper's cool fingers trailed lightly across Harry's cheekbones, down his jaw, and then up and down the side of his neck. "On your face, you did," he said softly. "Harry, love, are you in pain?" "No," Harry lied. "Molly gave me a potion for that, and she fed me too." She did give him a potion, a transfigured and charmed pair of glasses to replace his own, and dinner. But a single dose of pain reliever wasn't doing much more than taking the edge off the soreness he felt. She offered to apply the potion, heal his minor scrapes, and give him stronger potions for the general aches in his body, but he refused. He felt he deserved far worse than the lecture from Molly and some aches and pains for nearly killing Bella and forgetting about her internal injuries while they sat in interrogation for almost 2 days. In fact, Harry shed his shirt, careless of Jasper watching, and gaped at himself in the mirror. "Well, that's a hell of a reminder to drive more carefully," he whispered. Across his collarbones, he saw the bruises telling their own story. Harry stared at the scar on his arm, its puckered edges and angry red hue a stark reminder of the events from Saturday. He knew it would soon fade to silver, just another mark in his growing collection of death scars. "Hey," Jasper said, appearing at Harry's side before he could spiral into the cosmic joke that was his life. Gently, he turned Harry away from the mirror and locked eyes with him. "A scar doesn't matter," he said firmly. "Darlin', I've got more scars than you could possibly imagine. Especially with your..." He touched the edges of the black frames that Molly had made for Harry. "Did you break your glasses?" Harry realized Jasper was trying to distract him, and he let it happen. "Yeah, my glasses, my phone, my car, and Bella's phone too." He yawned as Jasper led him out of the bathroom, plucking the bomb from the sink and bringing it along. "Can I fill you in tomorrow? I don't think I've slept since." Harry scrunched his nose, trying to remember. "Thursday night?" "Certainly," Jasper replied, handing Harry a clean pair of pajamas. "Could you do me a favor first, if you don't mind?" "Of course," Harry grinned, grateful to slip into the comfortable sleep clothes. "What's up? Would you mind sending Edward a Patronus message? Let him know that Isabella is alive and well at the Burrow with Molly Weasley." Harry hesitated, fumbling with the buttons on his shirt as he processed the unusual request and the casual way Jasper made it. "Why?" he asked slowly, studying Jasper closely. "Does he think she's dead?" "She isn't." A small fissure of panic crept into his chest. He conjured the image of Bella, snoring on Molly's sofa beneath a homemade patchwork quilt, reminding himself that she was fine. Molly had healed her. Bella was okay. She'd wake up in the morning, be fed an obscene amount of breakfast, and then Molly would either let her fly back to. Harry thought about how, more likely than not, he would have to rescue Isabella from being smothered with affection by Molly. Jasper took Harry's hands and gently guided him to their bed. "Alice had a very confusing vision about your car wreck, Isabella in the hospital, and a funeral," Jasper said, concern etched on his face. "Edward saw it, and now he's distraught and not thinking clearly. I was hoping you could send him a Patronus to clear things up." Harry reached for his wand, summoning it from his jeans pocket, and began to gather a memory for the spell. But he hesitated. He didn't fancy being arrested twice. "Do you think Edward is hanging around a bunch of muggles right now?" Jasper pulled out his phone, held up a finger, and quickly dialed Alice, putting her on speaker. "He isn't," she said as soon as she picked up. "He's alone in a little motel room outside Volterra. He ran from Romania and got there a couple of hours ago. He's planning what to say to Arrow. Whatever magic you send him won't work. I don't see anything stopping him from going to Arrow." Jasper's eyes darted to Harry, and Harry felt like he was missing something important. "Thank you," Jasper said simply before ending the call. He cleared his throat and offered Harry a small, sweet smile. "If you could try anyway, darling, please add that Esme will be heartbroken if anything happens to her son." Harry hesitated for another moment, then nodded and summoned Prongs. "Bella's alive, she's with Molly Weasley, sleeping. I don't know what you're planning with Arrow, but your mom, Esme, will be upset if you get hurt. So, maybe don't do it." With a flick of his wand, prongs vanished, and Harry turned expectantly to Jasper. "If you'll give me one more minute to call Alice again, then I'll satisfy your curiosity," Jasper replied. He hit redial on his phone, and Alice answered right away. "He's still. He's going to ask before the sun rises in Volterra," Alice said. "Can you see their decision?" Jasper inquired. "They're going to tell him no." "Good," Jasper sighed, his words piquing Harry's curiosity even more. "And then?" "And then he's going to provoke them." "Can you see a time for that?" "Not yet," Alice replied. "Charlie can't get a port key, but I'm only 1,000 miles from Volterra." "Only 1,000 miles?" Jasper shot Harry a searching look, which he met with a steady gaze as he waited for their conversation to wrap up. "We'll meet you in Romania in the morning," Jasper said, keeping his eyes on Harry. "We'll decide on a course then, once Edward has made his choice. Good night." As Jasper pocketed his phone, Harry raised his eyebrows in curiosity. "What's going on?" "Let's lie down, and I'll fill you in on Edward's dramatic antics. Then you can sleep and tell me why you were arrested in the morning," Jasper offered with a small smile and serious eyes. Feeling utterly exhausted, Harry couldn't find a good reason to protest. He slipped beneath the blanket, turning onto his side with his back to Jasper's chest. "Let's hear about your dramatic brother, then," he murmured, hoping Jasper would talk quickly. Jasper reached around and gently removed Harry's glasses before running his arm over Harry's in a soothing gesture that made Harry close his eyes. "Edward thinks Isabella died," he said softly, his voice barely above a whisper. "He's upset and apparently heartbroken." Harry would have snorted if he had the energy. Edward had left Bella. Intentions aside, he still walked away. Bloody prat. "He even considered coming here to provoke you, wanting you to put him out of his misery, so to speak." Harry stretched his legs, wincing as his aching muscles protested the movement. He replied thoughtfully. Edward was an all-right guy, but he had a flair for the dramatic. He broke Harry's best friend's heart and, at times, he really got on Harry's nerves. While Harry probably wouldn't actually hurt him, it was a comforting thought when he remembered how miserable Bella had been after Edward left, and how she still seemed to struggle sometimes. Jasper slipped his arm around Harry's waist, holding him close against his solid frame. "Quite," he said, seemingly reading Harry's silent contemplation. "And Edward must have figured out you'd never hurt him, so he's decided to ask the Volturi to do it instead." Harry tried to process Jasper's words, but his mind felt sluggish, refusing to cooperate. He managed a soft hum, prompting a chuckle from Jasper that sent goosebumps racing down Harry's neck. "Sleep, love," Jasper whispered. "We'll rescue my brother from himself in the morning." That was the best plan Harry had heard in days, and he fell into compliance immediately. When Harry woke from the blissful, peaceful darkness, a small groan escaped his lips. He absently padded around the bed, frowning when he didn't feel Jasper beside him. In the kitchen, "Love," Jasper called from the other side of the closed bedroom door, likely sensing Harry's confusion. "I have food." Harry's stomach growled at the mention of food, and he slowly sat up on the bed. He grabbed his glasses from the nightstand and blinked wearily around the room. What was happening? Oh, right. Edward was in Italy, and today was Operation Rescue Jasper's idiot brother. But first, he needed a shower. Emerging from the bathroom, Harry felt a bit more cheerful than he had before bed. After a solid 8 hours of sleep, that annoying scar had faded to a silvery hue, and the delightful smell of cinnamon rolls wafted through the air. Plus, it seemed like he was headed to Italy today. Hermione and Ron had gone there for their honeymoon and raved about its beauty, so Harry was genuinely excited to visit. "Oh," he said, a smile creeping onto his face. Harry paused at the entrance to the kitchen, self-consciously tugging at the sleeve of his t-shirt. I didn't know you all were here. Alice was perched cross-legged on the counter where Harry usually ate his meals and did his homework. Charlie sat on one of the bar stools, mid-conversation with Jacob, who occupied the other stool. Ginny stood beside Jasper at the stove, stirring what appeared to be a giant pan of scrambled eggs. "Morning, sleepyhead," Charlie said cheerfully, his eyes scanning Harry before landing on the edge of a scar that peeked above the collar of his shirt. "New scar there, Harrikins?" Harry's self-consciousness deepened as Jacob, Ginny, and Alice turned their attention to him. "Breakfast is ready," Jasper chimed in, pulling a pan from the oven, revealing dozens of cinnamon rolls, just as Harry had guessed. With everyone's focus shifted, he shot Jasper a grateful grin and carefully navigated through the bustling kitchen. "How are the dragons?" Harry asked Charlie, snatching a steaming cinnamon roll from the tray and juggling it in his hands, waiting for it to cool down. "Mean as hell," Charlie grinned. "Not nearly as exciting as, oh, I don't know, being arrested?" Harry scowled, feeling heat rise to his cheeks. "An accident," he replied tightly, shooting an accusing glance at Jasper. "Don't glare at him, it was all Mum," Ginny said. "Mum told me, I told Jacob. Then we came to laugh at you and ran into Alice and Charlie, who I also told." It sounded more like Ginny had been the one spreading the news rather than Molly, but Harry knew better than to argue with her. Everyone made their plates and migrated to the sitting room. Harry accepted an overflowing plate of food from Jasper, then settled on the floor, leaning against his legs while everyone stared at him expectantly. "It's not that great of a story," he began. "Bit silly, really," Harry hedged. "Let's hear it then," Jacob said, wiggling his eyebrows. So, Harry shared the story. Ginny had been furious when he told her he wrecked his car. "You could have killed Bella, you arrogant arse." He recalled. He was well aware of that, thanks. Jacob laughed when Harry described riding in the ambulance. "You can't drive a car, and you want to drive a giant ambulance?" Rude, but fair. Alice found it hysterical when Harry recounted sneaking out of the hospital. Jasper's legs twitched behind Harry's back as he explained how they had been trapped by Aurors, and he had to tell them that Bella was his wife to prevent her from being obliviated. Jealous prat. Charlie was indignant when Harry described how they had been left in interrogation all night without a healer for Bella or any information. They all laughed when Harry mentioned that Hermione had answered his call instead of Ron, who he had actually wanted to reach. "Everyone's a bit scared of Hermione," Ginny whispered to Jacob, a fond twinkle in her warm brown eyes. "She's very exhausted by Harry's antics, you see. Aren't we all?" Jacob chuckled. The laughter faded when Harry described the president of Makusa trying to strong-arm him into joining the Auror department. "How much was the fine?" Charlie asked after Harry vaguely explained the terms of his release. Not much," Harry said airily. "Less than my new car's going to cost, anyway. And I have to get an apparition license and show up for monthly check-ins." "Probably because you sound like a lunatic," Alice said with a trilling laugh. "How come when Harry sounds crazy, he gets a fine and a pat on the head, and when I did it as a human, I got institutionalized?" "Because Harry saved the world and you're a mad woman," Charlie winked. Harry scoffed and shot Jasper a curious look. Jasper's fingers, which had been toying with Harry's hair while he talked and ate, suddenly stilled. But Jasper wasn't looking at Harry, he was curiously watching Alice. Charlie wore a bemused grin as he listened. Harry glanced at him and Jasper, puzzled by what could be causing Jasper's smile. Shrugging off the thought, he continued his story. "The rest you guys already know," Harry said. "I came home, poor Bella collapsed, and I took her to the burrow. Now she's healing up there with Molly." He wiggled his fingers. "The end." "You got lucky," Charlie replied, now serious. "I think you could face a month in prison for every breach of the statute of secrecy. I know you're a bit annoyed at Hermione and Kingsley, but they really did you a favor, mate." Harry sighed, already aware of that. I know. And now we're going to Italy. Actually, we're going to the borough, Jasper corrected him. We need Isabella to come with us. Harry raised his brows. Maybe I'm missing something here, he said slowly. I thought that if the Volturi know Bella knows about vampires, they'll demand she either be turned or killed. They will, Alice replied, rubbing her temples and squinting at the floor. But, if you don't bring her, Edward's going to go through with his little stunt. Harry chewed his lip, weighing his options. On one hand, he didn't want Bella to get hurt because Edward was acting recklessly. On the other hand, he had once tried to take his own life, so who was he to judge? What stunt does he have planned? Jacob asked, sitting up from where he lounged across the floor, his long legs stretching out and taking up a lot of space. Ginny leaned against him, and as he shifted, she unconsciously adjusted to stay close. I think he's going to walk out into the sunlight at noon, Alice said. She checked her watch and frowned. Until 3 to reach him, Harry said, checking his watch with a frown. It was 9 o'clock, leaving them with just 6 hours. We have to get Bella, travel to Italy, find Edward, and show him Bella's alive, all in under 6 hours. Are you bloody insane? Yes, Alice replied flatly, but I do have a plan. Great. The last time Alice had a big idea, it involved taking Harry to Egypt in an attempt to turn him into a vampire. It involves driving faster than you've ever driven before in your life, she said with an impish smile. Harry straightened up, brushing a crumb off his shirt. You have my complete attention, he grinned. It wasn't that he had forgotten he nearly killed Bella, it was simply that Harry loved driving fast, and he could let Jasper take the wheel. Plus, he could place a few of the safety charms Molly had taught him on Bella before they left. As they listened to Alice's plan, it wasn't bad, but Jasper made a small correction. I will take Isabella to Volterra, he said calmly. Harry should stay here. Charlie and Ginny burst into laughter before Harry could respond. He's trying to protect Harry, Charlie said to Ginny, fluttering his eyelashes. Isn't that just so sweet? It's so sweet, Ginny agreed, simpering as she batted her lashes at Harry. Do you just love having someone try to keep you from a possible fight, Harry? Do you think it'll work? Charlie asked his sister, cutting off Harry's annoyed reply. I mean, maybe Harry will let someone else handle something. Ginny tapped her lips thoughtfully. But why would he undergo such a drastic personality change? Unless Jasper plans on tying him to his bed? Charlie shot Harry a wicked smile, and Harry knew he wouldn't like whatever was coming next. Maybe Harry likes being tied to his bed, he said, grinning. Adds a bit of danger when he's shagging his vampire lover. Harry occasionally had that thought, too. Wow, I've never been so embarrassed in my life, Harry thought, feeling his face heat up even more when someone made a comment that pushed him over the edge. All right, piss off, he told the snickering Weasley twins, trying to shake off the humiliation. He glanced at Jasper and couldn't help but smirk a little. You can stay home if you want. I can take Bella to Volterra. You're both going, Alice said confidently, jumping to her feet and offering Charlie a hand. Why don't we go steal a car for them while they fetch Bella? There aren't many cars on the reserve, Charlie chuckled as Alice pulled him up. Now, if they want to take a dragon? Sure. But we might have to travel a bit to find a car. Harry waited until Alice and Charlie left for Charlie's place in Romania, and Ginny and Jacob headed out to patrol for Victoria, who had slipped away once more, before making another attempt to convince Jasper to stay behind. Look, I really don't want to take Bella. Jasper raised a hand and shook his head at Harry. We go together, or we let Alice take Isabella, and we don't go at all. Okay, but one of us can be killed, and the other can't, Harry countered. Doesn't it make more sense to send just the bloke who can't be killed on the suicide mission? Jasper grabbed the handful of flu powder and raised his eyebrows at Harry. When you use words like suicide mission, it doesn't make me more inclined to stay behind, darlin'. If it all goes sideways, I can pop away with Bella, Harry argued. It's hard operating more than one person, Jazz. I can't protect you both if it comes down to it. It galled him to admit it, but it was true. Vampires were fast. He hadn't even been confident in his magic against Lauren when he had to focus on protecting Bella in the clearing. If it was one-on-one and Harry didn't have anyone to protect, sure, he could hold his own. But when multiple vampires were involved, Harry's thoughts raced. The idea of having to focus on someone else's safety made his odds even worse, and he didn't like those odds at all. If there were multiple vampires, relying on him for protection would be a reckless gamble, a suicide mission for anyone who counted on him. Harry. Jasper cupped Harry's neck with his empty hand, tilting his face until their eyes locked. Jasper's gaze burned into him. You don't need to protect me, he said firmly. If things go sideways, we'll fight together, as partners. Harry swallowed hard. The truth was, they weren't really equals. He could be killed, while Jasper couldn't. Love, we go together or we don't go at all, Jasper murmured, urgency lacing his voice. Decide now. We have a clock ticking. Harry closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, calming the tremors in his fingers. We go together, he said, accepting the necessity of it. He pulled Jasper's face down to his own and kissed him with all the intensity he could muster. I love you. And I love you, Jasper replied, a reassuring smile breaking through. This will be fine, you know. I have the utmost confidence in our plan. Now. Jasper held up a small pouch of powder. What are we telling Molly Weasley about why we need Isabella immediately? And no, we cannot stay for whatever meal she's undoubtedly preparing. Definitely not the truth, that was for sure. Harry felt a twinge of guilt about lying to both Molly and Bella when he arrived at the burrow. At least Bella wouldn't believe him when he said he needed help with a science project due tomorrow. Molly, on the other hand, had taken him seriously, beaming with pride over his dedication to school. He had even promised himself to try and improve his grades a bit, if only for her sake. What's really going on? Bella asked as soon as they stepped back into Harry's living room. A wave of guilt washed over him. Poor Bella was getting the raw end of everything right now. He looked her over, feeling the weight of their situation pressing down on him. She looked better. Her skin was creamy and smooth again, her hair had been washed and pulled back into a messy bun, and she wore a Gryffindor Quidditch jersey that Harry was pretty sure had once belonged to Bill. And now, Harry was about to upset her. He shot a pointed look at Jasper, knowing that his brother might be the one to break the news to Bella. Edward has gone to the Volturi to provoke them into killing him, Jasper said bluntly, pushing through despite Bella's shocked gasp. We're flying to Timișoara in Romania and then driving to Volterra so Edward can see that you're alive. He glanced at his watch. We need to be there in 5 hours and 30 minutes. How dare he? Bella hissed, her lips flattening into a frown for a moment before she jutted her chin out stubbornly. Let's go save Edward, then. It's going to be risky, Harry warned quickly, wanting her to understand the gravity of the situation. If the Volturi find out you know about the Cullens, they'll try to kill you. The key word being, try, because Harry would let them kill him before he would let them touch Bella. That sentiment had more weight back when he was actually killable, though. I know, Bella replied. Edward told me about them. Let's go. Are you sure? Jasper asked solemnly. He hesitated, then slowly placed a hand on her shoulder. If we fail, it will mean death. Bella's worried eyes flicked to Harry for just a moment, prompting him to snort. Not my death, he said with a sarcastic drawl. Just an ugly scar around my neck, probably. Bella laughed, and Jasper shook his head at them both. So, to Romania then? Or would you two rather stay here and giggle at inappropriate jokes? Bella can stay here and giggle, Harry said quickly. But Harry, Bella whined, pouting at him. Who will I make jokes about if you aren't here? Harry was still laughing when he stepped out of Charlie's. Oh, I've never been here before, Harry said, a bit taken aback. He looked around the small one-room hut and felt a sense of familiarity, much like he always had at Hagrid's. It was tidy, much tidier than he expected from a dragon tamer, and simply decorated with a few photos of the Weasley family above the fireplace and posters of Puddlemere United on the wall above the neatly made bed. It's not much, but it's home, Charlie said, waiting for Jasper and Bella to join them before bowing theatrically to the doorway. Your chariot awaits. Harry stepped outside and stopped abruptly, causing Bella to bump into him. Jasper quickly caught her before she could fall. What is that? Harry breathed, his eyes widening. The car before him was, without a doubt, the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. Its sleek design, glossy black paint, and tinted windows gave it an air of speed even while parked in front of Charlie's humble hut. Alice climbed out of the driver's side, her sunglasses and long-sleeved shirt shielding all but her face and hands from the sunlight. She ran a loving hand down the side of the car. A Lamborghini Gallardo, she sighed, her amber eyes sparkling with excitement. It's so fast, Harry. So fast. Where'd you get it? Bella asked, her tone a mix of fear and awe as she inspected the car. We stole it. Alice declared proudly, flashing a wide smile at Charlie. I tried to convince the bloke to loan it to us, but... Charlie shrugged. I don't think he minded, not really. It's hard to be mad when a pretty girl jumps you and steals your car. He winked at Alice, making her laugh brightly. Alice, will we make it? Jasper asked, his tone serious as he ignored their laughter, despite having just scolded Harry and Bella for theirs. Talk about a hypocrite. Alice's expression turned serious as she glanced up at the bright sky, which shimmered with glints of light around her. It's going to be close, she said, her voice steady. You'll have to speed the whole time, she said slowly. Harry beamed, while Bella paled. Their car drew a lot of stairs as they drove through the Dragon Reserve. More than one witch or wizard openly pointed at them, and Harry felt relieved that the windows were so darkly tinted. We should take this car home with us, Harry told Jasper seriously. I'll get the bloke's name off the registration, wire him whatever the car costs, then just shrink in, oh. Bella. Look. Harry quickly pointed out the window as they passed an area where two large blue dragons were curled up together, sleeping. Bella gasped, as did Jasper. They're Chinese fireballs, Harry said knowingly. I don't think they're fully grown yet, they look kind of small. Kind of small? Bella breathed, her head swiveling around as Jasper drove out of the entrance and away from the reserve. That's kind of small? Yeah. Harry watched the unfamiliar scenery fly past in blurs. He peeked over at the dashboard and shared a grin with Jasper as the speedometer pushed past 200. The one that Fleur fought was way bigger. What about the one you fought? Jasper asked, slipping his hand over to lace his fingers with Harry's. Even bigger than Fleur's, Harry said, working, and failing, to sound humble. Hungarian horntails are huge. Dragons, wizards, vampires, Bella sighed. I suppose unicorns aren't real though, are they? Of course they are. Harry turned his head to grin at his best friend. If you drink their blood, then you live forever, but it's a cursed life. Bella sounded faint. Of course, she said. Right, right. Maybe we can find one when we have the wedding, Harry suggested. There are loads of creatures in the Forbidden Forest. Talking about creatures was an excellent distraction. Harry still felt guilty for using Bella to save Edward and risking her life in the process, but if she insisted on going, then he'd just have to suck it up, apparently. As Harry talked about hippogriffs, thestrals, pixies, and even blast-ended scruts, Jasper relaxed, enjoying the conversation. Once Harry ran out of his admittedly limited knowledge on magical creatures, he turned to Jasper. "What kind of situation are we walking into?" he asked. "Preferably," Jasper said, glancing subtly at Bella in the rearview mirror, "we'll find Edward before he does anything punishable, and that will be that." "And if we don't?" Harry pressed, eager for more information. "Then I expect you to give Bella and me a lovely funeral," Jasper replied dryly, making Harry go pale. "Sorry, darlin'," Jasper said, squeezing Harry's hand with an apologetic look. "I shouldn't have said that." "They'll kill us all?" Bella asked quietly from the back seat. Jasper hesitated, falling silent for a few miles. "They will demand you be turned," he finally told her. Then he glanced at Harry. "As for you, I'm not sure what they'll want. Probably nothing, since you rely on secrecy as much as we do." "I mean," Harry grimaced. "I don't want to be rude, but I really don't think witches and wizards fall under vampire royalty, so they can't actually demand anything from me." Jasper nodded, looking somewhat relieved. "Arrow leads the Volturi," he explained. "Technically, he leads with Marcus and Caius, but Arrow is the figurehead." "Arrow?" Harry blinked at Jasper. "I thought you said arrows last night. Why didn't you correct me?" Jasper grinned, and Bella snickered. "Because it was quite amusing," he said. As they continued their journey, Jasper described the members of the Volturi as he remembered them. Harry was surprised to learn about the many gifted members of the vampire clan, though he wasn't sure why, considering Jasper's own family. Harry had always thought that being large and gifted was the exception, not the rule. Meanwhile, Bella grew more and more moody by the minute, her eyes narrowing as she gazed out the window, barely listening to Jasper. Harry, who knew far less about girls and relationships than he did about magical creatures, hesitated, struggling to find the right words. "Hey, so, what's up?" Jasper stifled a laugh with a small cough. "What's up?" Bella echoed, blinking at Harry as if he were being ridiculous. Which, he realized, he probably was. Let's see." Bella tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, shooting Harry an exaggeratedly sarcastic look. "My ex-boyfriend is trying to kill himself because he feels some misplaced sense of responsibility for me. I'm going to save him with my wizard best friend and his vampire fiancé. If we fail, I'll never see my dad again. And even if we succeed, I'll never see Edward again." "Oh." She rolled her eyes dramatically. "And I've done more traveling for insane, life-or-death reasons than I ever have, or ever will, in my life." With a huff, she sank back against the black leather seats, crossing her arms. "Did I cover it all? Were all girls this dramatic, or had Jasper's flair for the theatrical rubbed off on Bella over the past 5 months?" Harry began, unsure of how to respond. "He isn't doing this from a misplaced sense of responsibility," Jasper said quietly, rescuing Harry from having to answer. He kept his eyes on the road, but his words clearly soothed Bella, and she relaxed a little more with each sentence. "Edward loves you, Isabella. He doesn't want to live in a world without you." "Bloody good way to show it," Harry interjected, his frustration boiling over. "Leaving her for no good reason and now this? What a drama queen." "He wanted to protect her," Jasper replied calmly. "Is that irrational?" "Yes," Harry exclaimed, his focus shifting entirely to the conversation. "He could protect her much better if he was with her, couldn't he?" "I agree," Jasper said, offering Harry a crooked, reassuring grin that softened his expression. Harry's expression shifted from solemn to playful in an instant. "Except, I live with you and seem unable to protect you at all." "I don't need protecting," Harry huffed, lifting his chin defiantly. "It's you I have to protect," Bella chimed in, her tone teasing. "And me," Harry laughed. But the laughter faded as they passed the sign indicating that Volterra was approaching. Two of the most important people in Harry's life, people he would do anything to protect, were walking into what felt like a suicide mission. "Don't make me plan your funeral," Harry whispered, his face draining of color as they drove up the mountain toward the city. Jasper shot him a serious look, rubbing his thumb reassuringly over Harry's hand. "I would never," he promised. "You'd pick the worst music to play, and I'd be forced to haunt you." Harry understood it was meant to be a joke, but it didn't feel funny as they entered Volterra. Jasper called Alice as soon as they crossed the gates. Under the bell tower, in the middle of town, Alice instructed. "Send Bella and Harry. Everything goes white, but it's better than what I see when you go alone." Jasper parked the car and pointed toward the tower. "Run," he said seriously. "I'll try to find a less sunny route over there." He grabbed Harry's shirt collar and pulled him in for a quick kiss. "Save my idiot brother and let's go home," he murmured, his breath warm against Harry's skin. "Later, maybe?" Bella asked, hopping out of the car with an anxious energy that Harry could feel. "After we save Edward," Harry grinned, probably looking a bit sappy as he leaned in for one more peck on Jasper's lips. "Love you." As soon as he was out of the car, Bella rushed to his side, grabbing his hand and pulling him along, while Jasper's voice echoed after them, "Don't trip." "That's code for, be careful," Harry replied, trying to lighten the mood as they dashed forward. "You're so irresistible, and I love you more than anything," Harry laughed, though he stumbled slightly as Bella pulled him around an older couple with determined focus. The clock tower began to chime, and Harry suddenly questioned why Alice had let him waste time on breakfast that morning if they were cutting it so close to the noon deadline. It wasn't as if Alice wanted her brother to die. Maybe she just enjoyed the theatrics. Or perhaps Edward hadn't decided on his course of action until now. Either way, it was rich of Alice to call Harry insane when she was clearly a bit mad herself. "Oh." Bella gasped as a figure in a white shirt stepped out in front of the tower, still shrouded in shadows while the bell continued to toll. "Faster," she cried, putting a burst of speed into her legs. "Edward," she yelled, drawing the attention of curious onlookers as she sprinted alongside Harry. "Edward." Edward's eyes were closed, but a soft smile graced his lips as he began unbuttoning his shirt. Harry idly wondered if Edward had ever been an actor before becoming a vampire. If not, he had certainly missed his calling. He could have made a fortune in plays or silent films. "Edward." Bella shouted, releasing Harry's hand as she lunged at Edward just as he stepped forward. Harry winced in sympathy as Bella collided with a man whose body felt as hard as marble. "Carlyle was right," Edward murmured, his eyes fluttering open and locking onto Bella's. "There is a heaven for us." "Afraid not," Harry quipped, grabbing Edward's arm and trying to pull him back into the shade. "But if you want Bella to see her heaven, by all means, stay in the sun." It was as if Harry's voice snapped Edward out of his reverie. He suddenly spun around, guiding Bella and Harry further into the alley and out of the sunlight. "You're alive?" Edward whispered to Bella, his voice barely above a breath. "How?" "Alice," she saw. Bella hesitated, glancing at Harry, her cheeks flushing. "She saw an accident that I walked, that I survived," she corrected herself. "And you are an afternoon." Before Harry could even register what was happening, he found himself pushed behind Edward, his back against the wall, with Bella beside him. Edward crouched protectively in front, his arms forming a barrier. Harry discreetly slid his wand into his hand, scanning the newcomers. One was a tall man, unmistakably a vampire, and beside him stood a shorter figure, likely a woman, though the heavy crimson cloak obscured her face. "Dimitri, Jane," Edward acknowledged, though he remained tense. "We were just leaving." "Were you?" Dimitri replied, a smirk playing on his lips. He was large, probably as imposing as Emmett, and he seemed to take delight in Edward's discomfort. "After breaking the law, Edward?" "I don't think so." "No laws were broken." Harry let out a small sound of relief mixed with dismay as Jasper joined them. Jasper raised his brows at Edward, then gently maneuvered Harry closer to his side. "I'm afraid you're wrong," Dimitri said nonchalantly, watching as Jasper reached for Harry's hand and squeezed it firmly. "These two are human, aren't they? And they clearly know quite a bit." The shorter figure beside Dimitri lifted her head, her gaze locking onto Harry. "He isn't human," she said in a childlike voice. Harry guessed she must have been turned at a young age, her cheeks still bearing a hint of youth. "He's a wizard." Yeah," Harry replied, straightening up and holding his wand out in front of him, pointing it toward the imposing vampire. A threat loomed in the air. Harry hoped his lie could hold up a second time. "And he gestured toward Bella, still partially hidden behind Edward, "is my wife. So she's allowed to know about vampires, magic, and everything." A beat of silence followed, then a huff of laughter from Dimitri. "He's lying," the younger girl said. "Arrow has seen the girl in Edward's thoughts. The wizard we were unaware of, though." She trailed off, studying Harry thoughtfully. "What's your name?" Harry struggled to find a good reason to lie. "Harry," he replied shortly, keeping his wand raised defensively. Dimitri suddenly smiled, a creepy smile, to be honest. "Oh my," he purred, his voice smooth as silk. "You're not Harry Potter, are you?" Harry glanced at Jasper quickly, mentally praying that these newcomers were fans and not enemies, which was a first for him. Afraid so," he said, brushing back his fringe to reveal the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. "Delightful," Dimitri breathed. "Come along, Harry Potter, Edward, Jasper, and Isabella. Arrow is going to be so pleased to speak with you all." Leaning toward Jasper, Harry tried to whisper, even though he knew it was probably pointless with all the super hearing around them. "What are his emotions like?" Jasper snaked an arm around Harry's waist, pulling him closer. "Hungry," he said flatly, causing Dimitri to flash them an amused smile. "Hungry." That was as unhelpful as it was ominous. Chapter 29, The Vampire Royalty. Monday, February 28th. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The man who conquered. What a delightful honor. Jasper sensed Harry's exasperation and embarrassment, but his curiosity about how Arrow knew of his mate took precedence. Their group had followed Dimitri and Jane from the alleyway through the tunnels and had now entered the true heart of Volterra, the throne room of the Italian vampire royalty. And they were all present. Not just the guards or the wives, but the core members were on their feet. To borrow a phrase from Jacob Black, Jasper's group was completely fucked. Standing at one end of the long, lavish throne room were Jasper and his companions, while at the center stood Arrow, Caius, and Marcus, along with Jane and Alec. Dimitri was flanked by Felix, and Heidi and Renata lingered behind the three leaders. 9 vampires with various skills faced an empath, a mind reader, a wizard, and a human. The odds of any of them leaving alive in a fight were dismal. Except for Harry. Jasper would never have brought him here without the certainty that his wizard was invulnerable to death. It was unfortunate that he could still be injured and feel pain, but it was a relief to know that even if Jasper perished, his love could survive. Jasper had hoped to use his abilities to cloak Harry in a thick layer of disinterest and apathy, but Dimitri's earlier words and Arrow's greeting had dashed that plan. Instead, he held Harry's hand tightly as Harry took a step toward Arrow. Thanks," Harry said, his wary eyes scanning the room and his body tense, ready for a fight. "I'm sorry, I don't know you," he continued bluntly. "Jazz said you're royalty though, so I guess, Harry tilted his head in what was possibly the most awkward bow Jasper had ever seen. "Oh, none of." Arrow waved his hand, his face glowing with delight. "I am Arrow, and these are my brothers, Caius and Marcus." He gestured vaguely toward the others. "And part of the rest of my family." Harry nodded at the others but didn't bow again. I don't think I've ever met royalty before, he said with a crooked half-smile. And we've never met such a famous hero. Arrow beamed. Nicolo has written so many stories about you, Harry Potter. Just Harry, Harry replied. He glanced at Jasper and bit his lower lip for a moment. Nicolo Sanguini? Jasper nodded. I told you that Nicolo Sanguini used to be part of the family here. Right. Harry turned back to Arrow and shrugged, a bit uncomfortable. So I guess you guys already knew about magic, then. Oh, we know so much. Arrow exclaimed eagerly. Nicolo keeps us well informed about the magical world. You are a powerful wizard, aren't you, Harry? Harry shrugged, humility evident in his demeanor. I'm all right, he said, tapping his wand against his thigh with a grin. I don't suppose I can show you some magic so we can all go home happy, huh? Marcus, who Jasper had never known to speak, stepped forward and observed Harry intently. I believe we would be happy to see magic, he said, his words carefully chosen. Will you show us? Sure. Harry looked up at Jasper for a moment, and Jasper felt a warm rush in his chest, guessing what spell Harry would use and why he glanced at him before casting. Expecto Patronum, Harry said softly, his eyes still locked on Jasper's as he flicked his wand at his side. The room filled with awe, mingled with a hint of fear, as Harry's beautiful stag pranced gracefully before him, Jasper, Isabella, and Edward. Amazing, Arrow sighed after Harry's spell. Arrow dispelled the stag and looked at Harry with an intensity that made Jasper tense, his protective instincts kicking in for his little wizard. And you didn't show up in Edward's mind at all. Arrow exclaimed, a gleam of eagerness in his eyes. He glanced at Harry's hands and smiled. May I? Harry shifted his gaze between Jasper, Arrow, and Edward, then back to Arrow. May you what? He wants to read your mind, Jasper explained quietly. I told you he can access every thought a person has ever had. Right, but can't he just do it? Like Edward? Harry whispered. Unlike our dear Edward, Arrow said, casting a teasing glance at him, I am limited to contact with my target. He held his hand up invitingly. So, may I? Harry hesitated, glancing up at Jasper once more. Jasper nodded curtly. Denying Arrow's request wouldn't give them any tactical advantage right now. Besides, perhaps the same magic that kept Alice from seeing Harry's abilities and Arrow from glimpsing him in Edward's mind would protect Harry's secrets again. All right. Harry finally relented, letting go of Jasper's hand and stepping forward to Arrow. Jasper trailed closely behind, keeping a hand resting on the small of Harry's back. If this turned into a fight, if today was Jasper's last day, he wouldn't waste a single moment without contact. Harry extended the hand not holding his wand to Arrow. Arrow laced their fingers together, palm to palm, and closed his eyes. As Arrow's emotions swirled, Edward settled into a firm outrage. Jasper could only assume Arrow was seeing something in Harry's mind. Time dragged on, and Jasper felt a wave of panic beginning to unfurl inside him. What was Arrow discovering? Nearly 10 minutes passed before Arrow finally released Harry with a loud exhale. Amazing, he whispered, his eyes locked onto Harry's decidedly unhappy expression. Is it common for humans to lock children in cupboards and deny them food? Harry clenched his jaw, tension radiating from him. Harry felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Did your parents lock you in a cupboard? He asked, his voice sharp and hissing. Arrow raised an eyebrow, a bemused smile spreading across his lips. I admit, I don't remember much of my human days, though I would venture to say no, Arrow replied. There you have it then, Harry said, stepping back to position himself within arm's reach of Isabella. Jasper's curiosity piqued, but Arrow spoke before anyone could ask further. I can't see any of dear Harry's magic, he said, his smile widening as he addressed Jasper. I can see his life up to when he purchased a wand, but nothing beyond that. It's as if magic is shielding his mind from me. Jasper's heart ached for Harry. He reached out, squeezing Harry's hand gently, offering silent reassurance. Harry rarely spoke of his past, and even less about his childhood. It must have been deeply humiliating for him to have those memories pulled away like that. Truly? Marcus inquired, his gaze fixed curiously on Harry. And what of the human? Arrow turned slightly to Isabella. Isabella, he crooned, the apple of dear Edward's eye. He extended his hand toward her. May I? No, Edward snarled instantly, positioning himself protectively in front of Isabella. He had witnessed the devastating images that Harry had been forced to share, and he wouldn't let Isabella endure the same fate. Arrow didn't seem surprised by Edward's fierce protectiveness. He merely smiled in a placating manner, reminiscent of how Harry reassured Teddy about eating his vegetables. Jane? Arrow called. Jane smiled, and in an instant, Edward collapsed to his knees, overtaken by her power. His scream echoed in the air, his face contorted in agony. Jasper desperately tried to offer his brother some peace, but his gift paled in comparison to Jane's. Quit! Harry shouted, brandishing his wand and aiming it at Jane. I swear to God, I will kill you. Please, Isabella pleaded. She sobbed, anguish etched on her face as she watched Edward writhe and scream in pain. Please, let him go. Jasper could feel Harry's shock morphing into determination, and he held his breath as Arrow raised his hand at Jane, just before Harry decided to act. Peace, Harry said firmly to Jane. The moment she blinked, Edward was freed from her spell and stood on his feet again. He pulled Isabella into his arms, whispering soothingly, I'm fine. I'm fine, Bella. It's okay. Isabella? Arrow called, amusement lacing his tone as he extended his hand toward her. Will you humor me? Go, Edward urged softly. He won't hurt you. His voice turned more pointed. Of course not. Arrow exclaimed, feigning shock. Hurt your singer, Isabella? Never. As Harry gritted his teeth beside him, Jasper sensed that he too could see through Arrow's facade to the calculated amusement hidden beneath. Isabella hesitated but stepped forward, and Harry fell in step beside her, flashing a crooked grin at Arrow. It's not that I don't trust you, mate, but I'd be pretty pissed if Bella got hurt, he said with an easy charm. Of course, Arrow purred, his tone silky. He reached out toward Isabella, disregarding Jasper, who remained firmly by Harry's side. Isabella? Harry tensed as she touched her hand to Arrow's, but it was futile. Arrow's expression shifted to confusion, bewilderment, agitation, and disappointment. Edward had won. Fascinating, Arrow remarked evenly as he released Isabella, and the three of them stepped back once more. I can hear nothing. Even less than Harry here. I wonder. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, glancing between Harry and Isabella. Perhaps there was a witch or wizard in your family tree, Isabella. Isabella, still tear-streaked and trembling, managed to speak with a relatively steady voice, though it was soft. I don't think so. But it would be amazing. Harry Potter? Arrow asked, dismissing Isabella's denial with a wave of his hand. Perhaps Isabella is related to you in some way? Harry shook his head, a small grin tugging at his lips despite the melancholy in his eyes. I wish. I'm afraid I'm an orphan, with no family at all. It felt like a wretched lie to him. Jasper thought of his own family, the Weasleys, the Blacks, the Quillud boys, Teddy and Andromeda, and Isabella and her father. He had never known anyone with such a large family as Harry had. Jasper, Arrow suddenly turned his attention to him for the first time. What do you think of the current situation? Surely, a soldier with your history can see the oddity we have here? I would appreciate it if you didn't refer to my Harry or Isabella as oddities, Jasper replied respectfully. I'm rather fond of them. Rather fond, Arrow chuckled, casually reaching out to Marcus, sharing some sort of information. Amazing. He laughed. Marcus says you love him. A vampire and a wizard. Harry scowled, shifting his wand to his left hand as if to purposefully display Jasper's ring. I'd hope he loves me, or our wedding would be pretty damn awkward, he quipped. Wedding? Arrow exclaimed, glancing from Harry's left hand to Jasper's. Edward's thoughts didn't indicate anything about your relationship, Harry. Fascinating. Happy to be so fascinating, Harry replied, rolling his eyes cheekily. Jasper found this mix of endearing and exasperating. Did Harry really have to poke at the vampire who held their fate in his hands? Arrow, however, didn't seem offended by Harry's sass. In fact, he appeared downright delighted by him. You remind me of another young man, Arrow said, his voice softening with a smile. A brilliant young man, charismatic, handsome, charming, a true genius. He wanted to change the world, but he knew he'd need to live. Much longer than the average wizard would take to do that. And the things he could do with magic. Arrow clapped his hands together and turned to Marcus. What was his name? The young man who thought about joining us? Riddle, Harry replied flatly, clearly annoyed and disgusted. Tom Riddle. You know him. Arrow's eyes widened, and his smile of pleasure grew as he turned back to Harry. Harry's own smile widened, transforming into something almost dangerously angelic. Yeah, I killed him, Harry said with a cocky air. You killed Tom? Edward's gaze flicked toward Jasper for just a moment, filled with the same curiosity Jasper had about who Tom was and why Harry had killed him. Harry, too, turned his attention to Jane, and for a long moment, they all just stared at one another. Jane was shocked, her crimson eyes wide with the most emotion Jasper had ever witnessed from a vampire. Jazz said they call you and Alec the Witch Twins, Harry said slowly. Death Eaters? Jane's lip curled in disgust, and she looked so enraged that Jasper felt a strong urge to grab Harry and run, leaving Isabella's safety in the hands of his reckless brother. Edward frowned, but he couldn't argue with the sentiment. We were the Knights of Walpurgis, Jane said to Harry in a condescending tone. I was never branded like Tom began doing later. Still a Death Eater then, Harry retorted with a sly grin directed at Jasper. Jasper hadn't asked before, but it made sense that Voldemort hadn't always been called that. Tom Riddle sounded like a perfectly normal name for a man who turned out to be so irredeemably evil. I did kill your precious Tom. We could fight about it if you want. Harry offered, taunting Jane with a charming smile. But I'll warn you, Tom learned the hard way that I'm hard to hurt and even harder to kill. Harry, no, Jasper murmured anxiously. Why was Harry antagonizing her? Just then, Harry pulled out his wand, the tension in the air thickening. Jane struck with a force that had an immediate impact. Harry dropped to his knees, the same power that had Edward thrashing and screaming just moments before now rendered Harry silent. His face twisted in agony, yet he didn't make a sound, not a single noise. Unlike Bella and Jasper. Stop. Isabella shrieked, reaching out for Harry, but Edward pulled her back against his chest. Stop. Leave him alone. Please, Jasper pleaded, looking at Arrow as he focused on instilling peace in his pained and anguished love. Please, Harry isn't going to hurt you, I swear it. If Arrow didn't call off his attack dog, Jasper would be forced to take drastic action. But if he did that, he knew he'd be killed alongside Edward and Isabella. Unlike Harry, Jasper had the ability to think before he acted. Arrow watched Harry endure the pain in silence, his soldier through and through, for a solid minute. The stillness was broken only by Harry's ragged breaths and Isabella's cries until Arrow finally raised a hand. That's enough, Jane, he said, his voice dripping with delight, which made Jasper feel sick. Jane smirked as she withdrew her power, leaving Harry gasping on all fours. Jasper rushed to help him up, but he had forgotten about Harry's fierce temper. Harry spat out a mouthful of blood, a likely result of biting his own tongue to stifle his screams, and glared up at Jane. "Crucio," he hissed, his hand seizing his wand just in time for a red beam to shoot out and strike Jane square in the chest. Jasper didn't have a moment to relish Jane's screams of agony. He had to quickly pull his impulsive and vengeful friend behind him. He crouched low, teeth bared, ready to protect Harry from Alec, who was moving toward them with a speed Jasper's human eyes could barely track. "You'll die if you touch him," Jasper warned, his voice steady despite the chaos. "Get away from him," Harry said, blinking as he found himself positioned behind Jasper, with Alec crouched and ready to attack in front of him. His voice was strained and broken, yet filled with a fierce protectiveness that sparked a challenging light in Jasper's eyes. A mocking smile curled Jasper's lips as he dared Alec to make a move. It seemed Harry wasn't the only one who found satisfaction in provoking the Volturi. "He'll do it," Jasper warned Alec. "He'll burn this entire place to ashes." He assumed that most of the vampires would have time to evacuate, given their supernatural speed, but not all would escape. Some would die, and all would be exposed. Jane's ongoing screams of pain went unnoticed by Jasper, Harry, and Alec, who were locked in a silent battle of wills. Edward stood firm, keeping Isabella safely behind him, fearful of her getting caught in the fray. The vampire royalty watched intently, their eyes filled with greedy anticipation as they focused on Harry. "End it or I'll kill her," Alec threatened, his gaze flicking to Isabella just long enough to make his point, provoking a snarl from Edward. "Ask nicely," Harry replied sweetly. Isabella coughed softly, and Jasper was fairly certain it was to stifle a laugh. Arrow, however, showed no such restraint, emitting a joyful trill while Harry smiled at Alec around Jasper. "I will kill the girl first and your lover second," Alec said, his teeth grinding audibly with each word. "Then I'll kill every single one of you," Harry vowed. He gripped the back of Jasper's shirt, a fleeting pang of remorse washing over him. Jasper understood in that moment that Harry was prepared to apparate away with him if Alec made a single move, regardless of Isabella's safety. Edward sensed Jasper's realization but could hardly fault Harry for wanting to save his soulmate when he himself would have already left with Bella if given the chance. "Remember being a wizard?" Harry asked Alec quietly. "Did you ever see fiend fire? You think you can outrun it? Which twins?" How had Harry pieced together in minutes what none of the Cullens had in centuries? Jasper doubted even Carlisle knew about Jane and Alec's past. But in that moment, Alec's eyes tightened as he looked at Arrow. Arrow only smiled wider, seemingly thrilled by Harry's bold demands. "Please," Alec said in a strained whisper. "Release her." "Why didn't you say so?" Harry waved his wand, instantly silencing Jane's screams. He called out, raising his wand high as Jane snarled at him, her once impeccably smooth hair now ruffled from her thrashing. "Don't," Harry warned. "I swear, I will kill every single one of you. I've got nothing but time." "Peace, Jane," Alec, Arrow interjected. "Jane didn't tell us, Harry. Were you acquainted before the twins joined us?" "No." Harry straightened and moved back to Jasper's side, interlocking their hands to present themselves as a united front. "Tom was an old acquaintance of mine, a prophesied enemy, I guess. You knew who I am, but not Voldemort." "Gracious," Arrow chuckled, his face twisting slightly in disgust. "Was that Tom? He was so handsome and brilliant when he brought us the twins. Not like that Voldemort we read about at all." Harry looked at Jane and Alec, his emotions softening even as his expression remained stern. "What were you? Second years?" Neither of the twins responded, their hands locked together as they stared impassively at Harry, their emotions simmering with hatred. "They were 11, Arrow answered. "Tom brought them as an offering for us. He wanted to know what would happen when a witch or wizard was turned. He said he had done research, but he needed to see it for himself." "Whirl to talk to you," Arrow mused, his eyes gleaming with interest. He reached out and brushed his fingers lightly against Jane's red-cloaked shoulder. "We always knew they would be gifted," he continued, his tone almost lustful. "But once they turned, they could no longer cast spells with their wands." Tom didn't want to lose his magic, and he had no use for followers who lacked it, even with their vampiric gifts. So, we invited Jane and Alec to stay with us, and that was the last we saw of Tom Riddle. I had no idea he had become the man known as Voldemort. Jasper sensed the shock ripple through the twins. They were taken aback, not disgusted, just surprised. Harry's heart ached with pity and concern as he glanced at Jane and Alec. "You didn't even get to have a full year at school?" he asked softly. "Hogwarts or Ilvermorny?" Neither Jane nor Alec answered right away, their silence lingering until Arrow cleared his throat pointedly. "Hogwarts," Alec finally replied. "Slytherin." "Obviously," Harry said, rolling his eyes in a sarcastic tone that contrasted with his genuine concern. "I doubt Riddle recruited anyone outside of Slytherin." "Don't you dare speak his name," Jane shouted, stepping closer to Harry. "You filthy, disgusting." "Enough, Jane," Arrow commanded, his voice firm. "Leave our guests alone. I'd like to hear more about dear Harry now." "I've got all the time in the world to talk to you," Harry said to Arrow, nodding respectfully. "But you'll need to let the others leave." "My brother and Isabella," Jasper interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Harry once more. "Harry and I are willing to stay and answer any questions you have, Arrow, but it would be best if the human were out of harm's way." Arrow disregarded both Jasper's caution and Harry's irritated response to the correction. His eyes widened slightly, and a sense of wonder washed over him as he processed Harry's words. "All the time in the world?" Arrow repeated, his greedy eyes locking onto Harry's. "You found magical immortality where Tom failed?" "I might have," Harry replied, sidestepping Jasper's protective stance and giving his hand a warning squeeze. Jasper assumed the warning meant, "Quit moving me around, you get," but Harry knew better than to think that would deter him. "I can tell you all about it once Bella and Edward are gone." Jasper could sense Arrow's hesitation. On one hand, he had a talented vampire and an already gifted human. He could change Isabella, manipulate her connection to Edward, and potentially bring them both into his fold. But to do that, he would have to win a confrontation with the wizard boasting of power and immortality right in front of him. Arrow was aware of one wizard in particular, one he recognized as powerful. The fact that Harry claimed to have killed that wizard unnerved him, even if just a little. Jasper didn't like the odds of all four of them leaving alive if Arrow pushed Harry too far. If he knew Harry as well as he thought he did, he understood that Harry would likely try to ensure his safety first, then Isabella's. Edward, in Harry's war-hardened view, might be seen as an acceptable loss. It wasn't unreasonable, considering it was Edward who had put them in this precarious situation, but it would be a devastating blow to Jasper's family. "I will do my best to protect Isabella," Jasper vowed fiercely as Arrow weighed his options. If he couldn't save his brother, he would at least try to save the innocent girl beside him. With that resolve, Jasper began assessing potential targets in his mind, clearly broadcasting his plan to Edward. Alec needed to be taken down first. Edward could handle him. Jane was a significant threat. She had just caused Harry to bleed, and Jasper would take great satisfaction in ripping her head from her body. Harry would need to protect them, shield Isabella, but if he could also strike offensively, Renita, Heidi, or Dimitri should be his first targets. Jasper knew better than to entertain any illusions about Harry's approach. The little wizard of chaos and mischief wouldn't strike with precision. No, he would simply take out whoever caught his eye, or whoever he perceived as the greatest threat to Jasper or Isabella. "Darling Bella can't be out there, knowing about us," Arrow said, interrupting Jasper's thoughts. "I'm afraid she must decide, become one of us or die." "Well then, I'm afraid I'll become one of you." Harry's head snapped to the side, shock radiating from him like a wave as he gaped at Isabella. Bella, no, he whispered. You don't have to. Don't listen to him. I'm not going to let you die. Isabella pulled away from Edward, leaving him with a worried frown, and quickly moved to Harry's side. Jasper would have let Harry have this moment of privacy with Isabella, but he couldn't release his grip when a battle loomed on the horizon. Harry. Isabella placed both hands on Harry's face and smiled softly at him. Remember how you said I'd have to attend all my friends' and family's funerals if I was turned? How horrible it would be. Harry nodded, still in shock. You're my friend, Isabella said quietly, but confidently. You're my family too. You, Jasper, Jake, Teddy, Ginny, and... She hesitated, glancing back at Edward for a moment before continuing, and Alice. I don't want you all to outlive me. Think about it, Harry, another annoying friend to be stuck with for eternity. And, she added with a weak grin, you can drive me as crazy as you want once I'm a vampire. Please. Jasper and the Volturi remained silent, while Edward let out a half-hearted sigh of exasperation. But it didn't matter. Isabella wanted Harry's approval, his blessing. Edward had left her broken, and Harry had helped put her back together with their wild adventures. Late-night conversations held the weight of their friendship and the depth of their love. While Isabella might still carry a flicker of hope for a romantic connection with Edward, her heart was firmly aimed at Harry. If Harry were to say no, she would accept it, but Jasper could sense her desperate wish for him to say yes. Harry was in turmoil. The gravity of Isabella's request hung heavily on him, and he knew he couldn't respond lightly. Charlie, he asked, his voice tight. You'd leave Charlie? Either I'd leave him, or he'd leave me first, Isabella replied gently. Humans aren't meant to last forever, Harry. In the natural order of things, I'd have to go to his funeral anyway. I think he'll be happy knowing I'm happy. Harry swallowed hard, a swirl of emotions churning within him, sorrow, agony, anger, terror, remorse, but he had made his decision. Is this what you want for you or for him? He asked, his meaning clear without needing clarification. Me, Isabella said with confidence. I want this. I want to be part of your family forever. I don't want to be left behind, growing old while my friends stay young and eventually move away. You're my best friend, Harry, my brother. Please. Harry held her gaze for a tense moment before nodding slowly. I won't leave you, he said. If this is what you want, then it's fine with me. Before Arrow could even clap in approval, Harry quickly continued, but not yet. Please, Bella, let's graduate together, okay? Then we can give Charlie and... He glanced distrustfully at Arrow, and Andy's little friend a few more months of normalcy, please? Absolutely, Isabella agreed quickly, turning to Arrow with a hint of nervousness. Is that okay? If I wait a few more months? 1 year, Jasper suggested, offering a more lenient extension. I will personally ensure that Isabella has been turned if you can give her until next spring to enjoy her innocent and completely ignorant life. Arrow wanted to ensure her human father had some closure before she had to disappear. He reached out, his fingers brushing briefly against Marcus and Caius. Isabella can have a year, if Harry is still willing to stay and talk with us, Arrow said, a gracious smile on his face. And dear Jasper should stay with him as well. As guests, not prisoners. Jasper clarified. He knew Harry could vanish in an instant, but that would ignite a blatant war with the Volturi, one that could destroy many lives. Prisoners? Arrow sounded offended, but there was amusement in his tone. Never. You and your magical fiancé would be free to leave whenever you wish, Jasper. Edward, go, Harry urged, pushing Isabella gently toward Jasper's brother. Go to where Alice is. Jazz and I will meet you all back at home first thing in the morning. Edward looked at Jasper, seeking his agreement. If the Volturi truly only wanted to learn more about his intriguing wizard, he had no objections. And Harry would indeed burn Volterra to the ground, just as he had threatened, if they dared to harm Jasper. Likewise, Jasper would not hesitate to eliminate anyone who so much as twitched in Harry's direction. They made a fiercely protective pair. "It's fine," Jasper assured his brother. "Go. Call Carlisle and let him know we'll be back home in the morning. Perhaps it's time we all returned." They would return to Charlie Weasley's house, then flew to Harry's. If they didn't make it back by morning, they could send the Weasley boys, all of them, and Hermione Weasley. The witches and wizards were under no obligation to the Volturi, and they would fight fiercely for Harry. Especially Hermione Weasley. Jasper couldn't help but imagine the brave and steadfast Neville Longbottom squaring off against a vampire. Edward nodded, understanding, though still feeling apprehensive. But Harry was clearly more frustrated with Edward than Jasper had anticipated. Jasper realized just how vindictive Arrow could be. "Hey, Edward," Harry called out. Edward was backing away from the chamber quickly, Isabella's hand firmly in his grasp, his eyes focused on Jane and Alec. When Harry cleared his throat, Edward turned his attention from the twins to him, raising an eyebrow in silent question. "Arrow did you a favor, mate," Harry said with a grin, carelessly pocketing his wand. "You should probably tell him thanks." Edward's shock and indignation were just a flicker compared to the amusement radiating from everyone else in the room. Even Caius let out a low, breathless laugh. But Edward maintained his composure, bowing his head respectfully to Arrow while keeping Isabella close. "Thank you, Arrow," he said smoothly. "I'm grateful we were able to resolve this peacefully." "As am I, dear Edward," Arrow replied earnestly. "Go in peace. I'm certain we will see each other soon." With the lingering threat in Arrow's words, Edward and Isabella hurriedly exited the chamber. Once the heavy stone doors closed behind them, Arrow burst into laughter, his eyes sparkling as he gestured toward the thrones in the center of the room. "I simply adore you, dear Harry," he crooned. "Please, let Jane fetch you and Jasper some chairs. Alec, bring our guests refreshments, tea for our British guest and animal blood for Jasper." Harry smiled sweetly as Jane ground her teeth, bringing out 2 heavy chairs. Arrow waited until Harry and Jasper were seated before beaming at them. "I absolutely must hear everything, Harry." "Well," Harry said, running a hand through his hair and chuckling self-consciously, "I guess it all started on Halloween, 18 years ago." By the time Jasper and Harry left the Volturi, Harry had clearly charmed Arrow with his sass, his history, and most importantly, his abilities. Arrow had allowed them to leave with a promise of a future visit and an invitation to a wedding. "Do you think Harry would mind?" Jasper mused. He needed to check with Edward for confirmation, but he was fairly certain that Arrow considered Tom Riddle to be incredibly powerful. Since Harry claimed to have killed Riddle, Arrow likely viewed Harry as exceptionally strong as well. And he was, without a doubt, but in Jasper's opinion, Harry's magical abilities were the least interesting aspect of him. "Ready to go home, love?" Jasper asked, glancing up at the full moon illuminating the night sky. Harry squeezed his hand, his gaze fixed solely on Jasper as he smiled. "Let's go." However, Harry's expression shifted from affectionate to heated when they returned to the spot where Jasper had parked the Lamborghini, only to find it had been towed. "A handicapped spot, Jasper?" Harry exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. "How could you?" Jasper, still riding the high of surviving what he thought would be a suicide mission, couldn't help but laugh at Harry's adorable anger. "I'll buy you a new one," he promised, pulling Harry close and dipping him low, his lips brushing against Harry's neck. "What color, my love?" "Surprise me." Chapter 30, Family Meeting. Tuesday, March 1st. Harry would have fallen out of his flu if Jasper hadn't had the forethought to flow together. As it was, Harry stumbled, blinking at the sudden brightness of the room. "What time is it?" he asked Bella, who was sitting on the floor of his sitting room with Alice and Edward. "Nearly 4, she replied. We were waiting until 7 Volterra time to send the Weasleys for you. Thanks. Harry nodded and promptly sprawled face down on the sofa, tossing his glasses carelessly onto the floor. Don't wake me, or I'll kill you, he murmured. And if Harry doesn't, Jasper will, Edward whispered. Harry found it reassuring that no one laughed at Edward's joke. Bloody Edward and his dramatic antics. He knew he had slept far too long when he finally woke up. For 1, it was dusk outside. For 2, it was quiet in the house. And for 3, his mouth felt so dry it was as if he had been drinking pepper-up potions by the dozen. Harry stretched and lifted his head, blearily scanning the empty sitting room. It wasn't that he expected Jasper to revolve his life around Harry's human needs, like sleep, but he had gotten used to waking up beside him. So where was Jasper now? Harry wandered into the kitchen, idly noticing that he still wore the jeans and t-shirt from whatever day he had gone to Italy, but there was no sign of Jasper. He checked the bedroom. Not there. The bathroom. Not there either. Not even in the room that Jacob used when Teddy wasn't around. Peeking out the front door, he saw that Bella's truck was gone and there were no other vehicles in the driveway. Where could his fiancée be? Irritated now and wishing he had his phone, Harry moved back to the kitchen and glanced out into the backyard, and froze. Damn you, Ginny or Jasper. He pulled on his trainers and stepped outside as casually as he could. Oh, hey. Hey, guys, Harry said, forcing a bright smile for his 2 best friends. What's up? Hermione didn't seem impressed. She sat in one of the wicker chairs beneath the umbrella-covered table that Harry had set up outside. Her legs were tightly crossed, her arms folded, and her eyes narrowed with disapproval. Ron, on the other hand, looked more relaxed. Leaning back in his chair, he wore a grin that Harry had to suppress a laugh at. Ron was clearly trying to grow a little mustache. If Hermione decided to go after Harry, he would definitely need Ron to step in. Hey, mate, Ron said, kicking out the chair beside him, which faced Hermione. Have a seat. Harry felt like it was a trap. He probably should have brought his wand. He perched on the edge of his chair, glancing at Hermione. Any idea where Jasper is? Ron snorted. Hunting, why? Because Harry knows he's being an absolute moron, and I'm furious. He thinks Jasper will help him, Hermione shot back. All of it was true. She slammed her hand on the glass table. Harry, did you really go straight from jail to picking a fight with the Volturi? No, Harry replied honestly. I went from interrogation to the Burrow, then back home, then to the Burrow again, then Charlie's place, and finally I went to Italy to pick a fight with the Volturi. He raised his voice as Hermione opened her mouth to interrupt. They definitely started. Hermione stared at Harry, momentarily speechless, while Ron laughed loudly. Harry, we can't let you go anywhere, can we? Hermione finally said, recovering from her shock. You're a danger to yourself. Harry grinned self-consciously and pulled down the neck of his shirt, revealing the silver scar across his collarbones. Good thing I can't die then, eh? Ron closed his eyes, smiling up at the sky, bracing for Hermione's inevitable outburst. Hermione silently repeated Harry's words, her lips moving as she stared at the scar. You. Her eyes filled with tears. Quit dying. She wailed, ripping her hands from Harry's collarbones to his eyes. Harry, do you have any idea how worried I am about you? You're so dangerously erratic. There are worse things than death, you know. Hearing Hermione cry was actually more painful than her screaming, and it stung more than Harry ever imagined death would. Hey. He reached across the table, grasping Hermione's wrist. I'm fine, he said earnestly. I swear, I'm not trying to worry you on purpose. It's just a lot of accidents, I suppose. That's worse. Hermione exclaimed. You can see how that's worse, right? Honestly? No, he couldn't. Yeah, you're right, he replied, glancing at Ron, who looked just as bemused and bewildered as he felt. You never tell us anything anymore. We used to share everything. Hermione's eyes were so genuinely sad when she looked at him that his guilt surged tenfold. I hate not knowing all about your life, she continued. It drives me mad when I find out important things from other people. I don't want to worry you or make you angry, Harry said slowly, frowning. He had hidden so much from Hermione and Ron, and for no good reason. They found out about his engagement through a general letter sent to all the Weasleys. They learned about Jacob and his shifting abilities at Christmas. And there were still so many things he hadn't told them, like being added to the pack, Victoria stocking forks, his car wreck, and now this trip to Italy. Harry, we're your family, Hermione said gently. We just want to be a part of your life, like we always have been. Yeah, mate. Ron grabbed Harry's left forearm with his right hand, physically linking the three of them. We don't care if you're immortal or if you make bad decisions sometimes. We just don't want to drift apart. We love you. I love you guys, Harry assured them. All right, someone should order food, and I'll fill you in on everything. Harry offered Hermione a tentative smile. You'll have to order it, I don't have a phone anymore. Hermione rolled her eyes but couldn't help grinning, so Harry figured he would be easily forgiven once he shared everything he had been keeping from them. By the time Jasper returned home, night had fully fallen, and Harry was happily sitting on the living room floor, surrounded by fortune cookies and wrappers. Catch, Jasper said, tossing a small white box to Harry. Harry dropped the unopened cookie in his hands but instinctively caught the box. What's this? He asked, curiosity piqued. A new phone, Jasper replied, moving over to the sofa and stretching out as he watched Harry with a peaceful expression. It's also I'm sorry for leaving you to face Hermione Weasley's wrath by yourself, but apparently, I'm a coward gift. Harry laughed and powered the phone on. We're fine now, he assured him. He smiled softly when he noticed that Jasper had already set the phone up. The screensaver was a lovely photo of Harry, Jasper, and Teddy from Christmas Eve. They were all wearing matching sweaters, snow dusting their hair as they smiled at the camera. Thank you, Harry said earnestly. He tossed the fortune cookie he was holding to Jasper. This is my gift to you. Jasper grinned as he caught the cookie midair. A novelty treat that I can't eat? How sweet, he teased. Harry laughed and leaned back on his hands. The cookie isn't the gift, it's the fortunes that are the real prize. Jasper humored him, popping the plastic open and breaking the cookie in half. Oh. A bright smile spread across Jasper's face as he read the fortune. It says you love me. I do, Harry assured him, cherishing how Jasper always looked like he'd won some grand prize when he said those words. Harry had never considered that he could fall in love with someone like Jasper. How could he not? Jasper was fiercely loyal, a passionate fighter, and an incredible friend and son. It was a delightful contradiction that he could be so calm and patient while also being so passionate about the things he cared for. Jasper glanced from the little hand-drawn fortune to Harry. If I asked how you did this, I assume you'd just tell me it was with magic, right? I would, Harry replied with a smile. Sneaky wizard, Jasper laughed, pocketing the fortune and extending his arm lazily towards Harry. Harry scooted over to recline against the sofa as Jasper tenderly rubbed the back of his neck and shoulders. Your friends aren't mad at you, are they, darling? Jasper asked. Nope. Not anymore, Harry amended. I'm not a good sharer, he admitted. When we were together all the time, I didn't have to share because they just knew. Now they have to rely on my communication skills, and... He shrugged helplessly. I'm really bad at that. So I've noticed, Jasper said wryly. Harry peeked over his shoulder, furrowing his brows at Jasper. I've told you everything, I think, he said, lifting his left hand high before letting it drop back into his lap. I mean, we're getting married soon. It'd be a bit daft not to let you know what you're getting into. Besides an eternity of happiness and love? Jasper replied confidently. I do occasionally still have questions about your life before we met. Fire away, Harry said, leaning his head back on the sofa and closing his eyes, feeling content in the moment. Until Jasper interrupted him. Why did you eat a strawberry muffin from Emily Clearwater that you actively dislike instead of waiting an hour to eat something you enjoy? What? Harry asked, taken aback. Harry opened his eyes, confusion flickering across his face as Jasper's question came at him fast. Why does that matter? Jasper continued to work his fingers into the tense muscles of Harry's neck. It doesn't, he replied, but you changed the subject when Isabella asked you, and your emotions at the time piqued my curiosity. Jesus Christ. Harry huffed, trying to suppress his embarrassment. I don't know. It's a habit, I guess. I eat when I'm hungry, just in case I don't get to eat later. It doesn't matter if it's something good or not. His cheeks flushed red as he resolutely stared out the window, avoiding Jasper's knowing gaze. Jasper didn't press him for more. Instead, he hummed thoughtfully. You should start carrying fortune cookies in your bag, along with your cloak and wand, he suggested lightly. That way, you'll always have a snack you obviously enjoy. Harry glanced down at the floor, littered with various fortune cookie wrappers, and let out a short laugh. Yeah, maybe, he said, relieved that Jasper wasn't going to ask any awkward follow-up questions. Where is everyone else? Jasper chuckled softly. Isabella was having quite the shouting match with Edward. I sent them to fight somewhere else so they wouldn't wake you. Alice is helping Esme and the others refurnish our home. And Jacob stopped by to let me know that Victoria hasn't been seen since we left for Romania. Harry smirked at the news of Edward and Bella's argument. If Edward thought he could just waltz back into Bella's life without a serious amount of groveling, he was sorely mistaken. Their home, he absently corrected Jasper. Harry sighed as Jasper's clever fingers released a knot he didn't even know he had in the back of his neck. Your home is here, with me. So the other place is their home. Their home, then, Jasper agreed, leaning forward to kiss Harry gently. Harry felt a gentle touch on the back of his neck. I love you, Jasper said softly. I know, Harry replied, a smile creeping onto his face. However, their moment of peace was soon interrupted by a ding from Jasper's phone. Love? Jasper asked, glancing at the screen. Yeah. Would you like to come watch Edward and Isabella fight at my parents' house? Harry sat up, turning to see Jasper's mischievous grin. What? Why? Jasper tilted his phone so Harry could see a text from Alice. Edward and Bella are on their way here. He doesn't want her turned. There's going to be a wonderful fight. Are you and Harry coming soon? Oh, good. You are. See you in a few. P.S. Esme made, thanks for saving my idiot's son, cupcakes, and Emmett bought, I want to hear about fighting the Volturi, pizza. Harry laughed at the string of messages, trying to smooth his hair down in vain. A fight and pizza, he grinned. We can't miss that, Jazz. Jasper stretched, and Harry couldn't help but admire his tall, lean form before rolling off the sofa and leaping to his feet. Shall we? Jasper offered, extending his hand. Harry took his hand, but grimaced as he caught sight of his own rumpled appearance in the window's reflection. Think I have time for a shower first? Ding! Jasper glanced at his phone and burst into laughter, harder than Harry had ever heard before. He seemed unable to speak, simply handing Harry the phone before walking off toward their bedroom, still chuckling. Disgusting. Shower quickly. Ugh. I did not need to see that. You can shower separately, you know. Blah. Harry's face heated up. Was marrying Jasper worth having a psychic sister-in-law for eternity? Are you coming, love? Jasper called from the attached bathroom. Harry heard the water turn on and grinned. Yeah, Jasper was worth anything. As expected, Harry and Jasper were the last to arrive at the Cullens' house. Harry carefully stepped into their living room, ready for the chaos that awaited them. Confident that the one-way glass used for the front walls would keep anyone but the magical vampires from seeing them, Harry felt a wave of anxiety as they arrived. He almost turned to leave. There they are. Emmett guffawed from his spot at the dining table, sitting beside Rose. He wiggled his eyebrows suggestively. Getting a bit distracted there, Harry? Harry shook the wet hair out of his eyes and scowled at Emmett. You're the worst. Looking around the table, he realized they were the last ones to arrive. At the head of the table sat Carlisle, as young and handsome as ever, with Esme at his right and Emmett on his left. Alice sat beside Esme and winked teasingly at Harry, prompting another blush and a scowl from him. Bella was nearly hidden behind a towering stack of pizza boxes, while Edward, sitting on the other side of Bella, offered Harry a small, seemingly genuine smile. Harry didn't return the smile. Instead, he moved to sit beside Rosalie, who had a tray full of green iced cupcakes. Before he could take a seat, Rosalie stood up and wrapped her long, willowy arms around him in a warm hug. I've missed you so terribly, she whispered in his ear, and Harry tried to avoid swallowing any of her blonde hair that brushed against his mouth. I missed you too, he managed to say after she finally released him. How was Spain? As fun as your shower was, Emmett grinned. Harry sighed dramatically and turned pleadingly to Jasper. Can't you control him? I'm afraid not, Jasper replied, pulling out a chair for Harry next to Rosalie before taking the seat beside him. He's truly incorrigible, Carlisle said warmly. How are you boys? Harry let Jasper answer for them as he accepted the cupcake that Rosalie had enthusiastically shoved into his hands. We're excellent, Jasper said. And you? Excellent as well, Carlisle responded with a smile. Esme and Carlisle exchanged soft, loving glances as they surveyed the table, their eyes reflecting the warmth of the moment. Of course, I didn't spend an evening with Arrow, Carlisle remarked, casting a subtle glance toward Harry, who was hesitantly sampling the cupcake Esme had supposedly made. It wasn't that Harry didn't trust her, it was just that Esme had never really cooked before, and he couldn't imagine she'd be very good at it. But he was wrong, this cupcake was delicious. Arrow was perfectly pleasant, Jasper chimed in lightly. He is, like most people, quite charmed by Harry and would like to attend our wedding this summer. Is that so? Carlisle replied, a mix of shock and excitement crossing his face. Edward left me with the impression that we are no longer on civil grounds with the Volturi. That's because Edward's dramatic, Harry quipped, offering a placid smile in the direction of his least favorite future brother-in-law. He left before we had tea. Here, Bella added quietly, grinning at Harry from behind the pizza boxes. I'm glad you made it back, obviously, but I was kind of looking forward to sending the Weasleys to Volterra. What? Harry blinked in confusion. Why were the Weasleys going to Volterra? My foolish mistake, Jasper said smoothly. I forgot about your supernatural charm and worried that Arrow would be reluctant to let us leave in peace. So, I told Edward to send the Weasleys for you if we didn't return in a timely manner. Bella agreed to be turned, and that was really the only issue? Harry shrugged. I don't know why you think he would start a fight with us when he got what he wanted. Edward cleared his throat quietly and tapped the tabletop with his index finger. I don't believe there's any reason we have to change Bella, he said, avoiding eye contact with both Harry and Bella. She could live another 40 years as a human before Arrow would even think to check on her. Harry considered this, ready to argue but paused, realizing the gravity of the conversation. Alice grinned and shook her head lightly, signaling that this was the beginning of the fight she had promised him. Jasper snatched the pizza box from the top of the stack, offering Harry a better view of Bella while also trying to tempt him with the greasy goodness of pizza. Harry couldn't help but wonder why Emmett thought he and Bella would eat a dozen pizzas on their own, but he quickly dismissed that thought as the argument before him escalated. "I am not waiting 40 years to be turned," Bella snapped at Edward. "It has nothing to do with you," she added defiantly. "It has everything to do with me if you're giving up your soul," Edward replied incredulously. "Bella, you're not thinking this through." "You don't really think that," Bella shot back, her confidence almost airy, a stark contrast to how she had felt before Edward left. She locked eyes with him, smirking in a way that reminded Harry of Ginny. "You said, Carlyle was right. There is a heaven for us." With a flick of her long brown hair off her shoulder, she continued, "So you can't truly believe you don't have a soul, or else you would have immediately understood what was going on." "We need popcorn," Rosalie whispered in Harry's ear as the argument intensified. "You can't eat," he reminded her, silently cheering Bella on. "I was very aware that it wasn't some afterlife when I heard Harry smarting off," Rosalie added. "Don't you dig it, Harry?" Bella shot back, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Unlike some people, Harry understands the importance of sticking together. "This is brilliant," Harry whispered to Jasper, who exchanged knowing grins with Rosalie and Emmett. "I left to protect you," Edward exclaimed, his hand clenching into a fist on the table as agitation seeped into his otherwise calm voice. "To protect you from being hurt or having exactly this future." "Joke's on you, Edward. Jasper and I have been friends for months. All you accomplished was breaking my heart for no reason," Bella retorted. "I didn't know he was going to stay behind with Harry," Edward replied, frustration creeping into his tone. "I was trying to protect you." "Why wouldn't Jasper stay with me?" Harry asked, a hint of frustration in his voice. "I'm a likable bloke. Easy to live with too, or so I've heard." He knew that wasn't entirely true. Jasper had called him a slob, while Jacob referred to him as a tornado. But Teddy didn't seem to mind Harry's constant messes, and that was one of many reasons why Teddy was his favorite. "I doubt that," Emmett snickered. "Harry and I are partners. Where he goes, I go," Jasper said simply. "And if Harry insists on adding Isabella to our household, would hardly purposefully hurt his best friend." Bella shot Edward a steely gaze that seemed to say, "See? Idiot." Edward's face tightened in response. "I thought you were anti-immortality," he said to Harry, quickly changing tactics. "Why would you want to risk Bella's soul or her ability to have a normal life?" "Because otherwise they'll kill her," Harry replied bluntly. "And we don't have to worry about anyone's soul if we all live forever, right?" Harry was pretty sure he didn't have a soul, at least not anymore, but he couldn't test that theory without dying or running into a dementor, neither of which he fancied much. He figured if he couldn't die, then his lack of a soul didn't really matter. He wasn't out slaughtering muggles, so it clearly hadn't corrupted him. Ron had said Harry was more reckless than ever, but Harry argued that maybe he was just used to Ron and Hermione making plans. He wasn't any more reckless now, he was just bad at planning. All he had to do was keep everyone else alive, and then souls wouldn't matter at all. "That's your new philosophy?" "I don't have a soul and I don't care?" Edward asked, skepticism dripping from his voice. "I don't know what I expected from the boy who nearly killed his supposed best friend." Harry flushed at the low blow, and Jasper snarled beside him, sounding every bit the deadly vampire Harry knew he was. "Don't insult Harry because of your thoughtless actions," Edward said sharply. "Harry isn't the one who left Isabella behind for her own good. And I'm not the one who tried to kill her at her birthday," Edward shot back. Harry rolled his eyes at Alice. When she mentioned there was going to be a fight, he had assumed she meant between Edward and Bella. Alice was the most Slytherin person Harry had ever met, even more so than Riddle or Snape. Jasper wasn't the one who threw Bella into a glass table, Harry scowled. "Who did that?" "Oh right, you. Who drove Bella into a tree?" You. Who left Isabella unprotected while she was still being hunted by Victoria? Jasper asked, smirking at Edward. That's right, you again. Victoria? Edward's expression shifted to concern. What happened with Victoria? Nothing the pack couldn't handle, Harry said, feeling smug. No thanks to you. What pack? Harry's confidence wavered as Rosalie shot him a scrutinizing look. Damn his tendency to blurt things out. It seemed his words triggered something in Jasper's mind because Edward suddenly sat up and leaned closer. You didn't, he breathed. You've joined the pack with the Quilled Wolves? What? Emmett burst out laughing. Jasper, are you a pack mate now? Shapeshifters, Harry corrected. And we aren't just part of the pack, we're friends. Jasper's been removed from the treaty, Edward informed Carlyle, who tensed at the news. What does that mean? Jasper sighed, looking suddenly uncomfortable. It means I'm allowed in La Push and have been running patrols with the pack to keep Victoria from entering their territory. He glanced at Harry out of the corner of his eye. That's Harry's doing, of course. That's amazing. Esme exclaimed, her heart-shaped face glowing with joy. Harry, truly, you were able to convince them to trust Jasper? No, Jasper convinced them to trust me. Trust him, Harry said. Jasper and the guys are friends. A beat of silence followed, then Emmett's booming laughter, mixed with Rosalie's higher-pitched giggles, filled the room, bouncing off the walls. He befriended the Mutts. Rosalie exclaimed, her head thrown back in laughter. Harry's really driven Jasper crazy. Oi, don't call them Mutts, Harry replied, shaking his head disapprovingly. And Jasper does, Edward chimed in, likely pulling that detail from Jasper's mind. Jasper earned that right through his friendship, Harry said, his tone growing more serious. You all aren't allowed to call them that, Anne. And they're called shapeshifters, Bella interjected, anticipating what Harry was about to say. Emmett and Rosalie only laughed harder at Harry's passionate defense, and even Alice and Esme looked ready to join in. We've clearly missed quite a bit during our absence, Carlyle noted softly. His voice commanded respect, and the laughter died down immediately, though their eyes still sparkled with mischief. Why don't we return to the current dilemma at hand, and then we can adjourn? Harry and Jasper can fill us in on what we missed, Carlyle suggested. What's the current dilemma? Harry asked Jasper. Isabella being turned, Jasper replied. That's not a dilemma, Harry countered. She's doing it. He shot a wry grin at Bella. You should pick a day, though, so we can make sure you eat all your favorite foods the day before. Before September 1st, Bella said quickly. That gives me a couple of weeks before my 19th birthday. Dilemma solved then, Jasper said with a calm smile. Isabella, unless Harry were to fill the room with the scent of his magic, and even then, I'm afraid I might unintentionally harm you if I were to turn you myself. I would suggest Carlyle or Rosalie. I'm not doing it, Harry said, and Bella and the others exchanged glances, each contemplating the implications of that statement. Jasper turned to Rosalie, and Harry felt a twinge of disappointment in his favored vampire. I know you don't like her, but surely you don't want the Volturi coming after your family because she wasn't turned, he said. Come on, Rose, that's not fair. Hear me out, Rosalie pleaded, leaning forward to look at both Harry and Bella. Isabella, I don't like you. I think you're boring, and your interest in my brother baffles me. But that's not why I won't change you. She took a breath. You're so young. Don't you realize what you'd be giving up? Nothing compared to what I'd be gaining, Bella replied confidently. What about a child? Rosalie suggested gently. You'd never know what it's like to have a child of your own. You would never be a mother. Her eyes softened as she smiled at Harry. How can you see what Harry has with Teddy and not want that for yourself one day? Bella hesitated, glancing at Harry. How can I look at what Harry has with Teddy and think that I could only have that with a biological child? She countered. Even if everyone here were human, Harry and Jasper could never have a baby born of just the two of them. I'm fine with accepting the same limitations. Actually, there's an incredibly complex and revolting potion that you can use to impregnate a male wizard, Jasper said thoughtfully. It's outlawed and considered a heinously dark act, but it's still possible. How did you find that out? Harry asked, surprised by that bit of information. Jasper smiled slightly, inspecting his perfectly buffed nails. It was in a book I found on the shelf of probably cursed books at Grimmauld Place. Swat, Harry teased affectionately. Keep this up, and I might just move you to Ravenclaw. As disturbing as that is, Bella rolled her eyes at the two of them. I did say if everyone were human. All I'm saying is that I won't help you change solely due to my own regrets at what I lost, Rosalie said, her voice gentler than Harry had ever heard her speak to Bella. Okay. Carlisle? Bella asked. Carlisle turned to Edward and Jasper, his expression serious. Are there no other options? I admit that I would rather not take a life if we don't need to. There are, Edward interjected, eager to argue his point again. We're in no danger if we wait. By the time they remember, we could simply move, and Alice could warn us when they're coming. An eternity of being on the run? Harry exclaimed, taken aback. You're joking. I did that for 8 months, Edward. I'm not doing it forever. Edward muttered something too softly for Harry to catch, but it immediately put Rosalie and Jasper on the defensive. Harry is family, Rosalie insisted. Where we go, he goes. Perhaps you missed our upcoming nuptials, but I believe Harry is family now, Jasper added. Harry couldn't help but beam at that, while Edward looked genuinely ashamed. Bella broke the tension with a wry suggestion. We could put my mortality to a vote. It's a decision that affects you all, so you should all have a say. Roan, Harry sang, raising his eyebrows at Edward while he clasped Jasper's hand on the table. Here's the thing, mate. Jasper told them he would personally ensure that Bella was changed. Personally ensure. Do you think they'll just forget that if she isn't changed? Because I don't, he stated bluntly. And I'm not risking his life because you don't want Bella to be changed. Harry shrugged. Get over it, maybe. Or don't. He didn't really care, but he used to like Edward quite a bit and thought he could be convinced to like him again. Plus, he'd rather not be at odds with Jasper's brother for eternity. I won't change her, Edward replied, a stubbornness creeping into his tone. I won't take away her future. No worries. Harry smiled brightly and extended his hand across the table to Bella. Should we just pop back to Volterra and ask Arrow to do it? He was bluffing, but to keep Edward from picking up on any stray thoughts that might betray him, he focused on an image of Jasper in the shower. No. Edward yanked Bella's chair away from Harry in an instant. What is wrong with you? His tone prompted Jasper to stand up. With me? Harry blinked in surprise. Nothing. Bella wants to be turned, the Volturi want Bella turned, I want Bella turned, and Jasper's life might depend on it. So what the hell is wrong with you? I love her. Edward shouted at Harry. I care for her. I don't want her pushed into this. She wasn't pushed. She had an option. Harry yelled back, feeling personally offended. He stood up and pointed his wand at Edward. He knew he'd never land a spell, Edward was too fast, but it felt better to do something, especially since Edward towered over him. Did any of us have options? No. She did. Her body, her soul, her choice. Get over it. Edward looked furious and, Harry had to begrudgingly admit, a bit terrified. But Harry was angry now too. The two of them glared at each other, the silence stretching into an unbearable tension. Suddenly, Carlisle cleared his throat and stood up. September 1st. He asked Bella. I'll clear my calendar. That caught Edward's attention, and he turned to his father. No. Carlyle raised a hand, radiating a kind of authority that Harry rarely witnessed from him. You have decided not to live without Isabella. I won't risk your life. I will also not risk Jasper's life, nor any of the rest of my family. Harry is correct. Isabella is being offered choices, and she has made hers. I will respect it. Edward's face crumpled at his father's words. Harry felt a brief pang of empathy for Edward. But then Bella stepped around him, her face beaming with triumph, and offered Harry a high five. We did it, she exclaimed, her smile wide. As soon as I'm a newborn, we can go joyride in your new car. Harry's smile faded at the reminder. You'll have to wait. Jasper let the car get towed. A mistake I believe I will never live down, Jasper chimed in, slipping his arm around Harry's waist and grinning down at him. I'll buy you a new one before Isabella is sturdy enough to survive riding with you. Awesome. Harry grinned back. Edward, sensing the defeat in the air as the others casually moved to the sitting room, let out a quiet sigh. Bella, are you ready to go? I'd like to talk to you privately. Bella glanced at Edward and shrugged. Maybe later. Emmett bought a dozen pizzas, and I want to hear about what happened with Arrow after we left. Oh, it's pretty boring, really, Harry said, reaching for the stack of pizza boxes. But Jasper beat him to it. The three of them headed into the sitting room, with Edward trailing awkwardly behind. Once Harry settled on the floor in front of Jasper, an open pizza box between him and Bella, he chuckled. It's mad, really, he began, aware that everyone was hanging on his every word. So Arrow wants to come to the wedding, he thinks we're bros now. I don't know which is more outrageous, Rosalie murmured quietly to Jasper, the fact that Harry charmed the Volturi or that he just said, bro. Jasper watched as Harry animatedly waved his hands, trying to talk and eat at the same time, a smile spreading across his face. Harry has supernatural, magical levels of charm, he said softly. I'm never surprised by anything he does, Harry said, still chuckling as he and Jasper made their way home. They had stayed at the Cullen house until the early hours of the morning, and Harry couldn't stop laughing at Bella's reaction. Can you believe she thought I was going to school? It starts in 3 hours. Foolish muggle, thinking you might care about your attendance record, Jasper laughed. Oh, that reminds me. Harry quickly shot off a text to Hermione, keeping his promise to keep her and Ron updated. Graduation, May 22nd. Wedding, June 21st. Bella being turned, September 1st. Would I be a better cop or EMT? What? Harry frowned. Did he tell Hermione about Bella's decision to be turned? He thought for sure he had, but maybe not. Oh well. He smiled up at Jasper. Do you think we're done with crazy things happening for a while? I don't think Hermione's heart can take much more. Jasper chuckled and bent down to kiss the top of Harry's head. I'm sure we're due for some peace in the near future. Though, knowing you, my love, who knows what the future holds? Harry figured that as long as the future held him and Jasper just as they were now, hand in hand, ready to face whatever challenges came their way, everything would work out one way or another.